Hello everyone, I'm Cinepride. Welcome to Norland, where we'll be creating a new series today. Before we get started creating our new campaign, I have a few things I'd like to talk with you all about first. In my previous series, I typically try to cut out any dead air that results from the recordings. I plan to continue doing this, but my hope is to break down what I'm doing more to try and minimize unnecessary cuts, as well as to make a more cohesive experience for you all, where it can feel like you are in the room with me as we go through this journey. I would also like to let you all know that after the last series, in which I had a lot of struggles trying to follow viewer-created characters, there will be a process on my Discord for doing this in the future. I hope to have this done before the next episode, but it could be a little longer than that, since I don't have a lot of free time outside of my personal life that I am not already using to record these videos. To join the Discord, there will be a link in the description. So with that out of the way, let's create our characters. Now, as you can see here, we are starting this series off with a totally blank slate. And the reason for that is, as I said, I do want to actually explain to you guys why I am making the decisions that we are making. So what is our goal with this series? Well, I can't tell you the entire thing yet because that will have to go on the next screen when we have actually picked our starting location and all of that stuff. So basically what I can tell you at the moment is we want to go with a bit more of a, and we need to change, first of all, go to Caden, and the reason for this is we are going to be going with more of a warlike character and gameplay. So we are basically going to bring down a lot of this unnecessary stuff. We are also going to be putting our trait here on management. And the reason for that is, as I've talked about in the previous series many times, this precise language is one of the most important talents that you can actually have in this game, because this allows you to have a chancellery, and once you are at level 15 management skill, you will actually be able to use the chancellery without needing any paper whatsoever. And that is absolutely massive for managing your productions and everything like that later in the series. So that is going to be super important. We are also going to take a little bit of intelligence skill. We're going to take a good amount of command and combat skill, and we're going to get rid of basically everything else. And we will go command, combat, let's say, take one down on the management skill, and this looks pretty good. Now what you could do, and it looks like we are okay here, but what you could do is you can actually randomize and keep going for these skill setups if you would like. And I think 40 years old with this skill setup is as low as you can go. However, it is possible sometimes that you will be, say, 41 years old, or even 42 years old. I think it's about a plus or minus 2 years about, so that is always a possibility. Now we are going to be going for beautiful, and the reason for this is I always kind of notice that your interest between you and your wife or husband tends to kind of dwindle, and it makes it pretty hard to keep your relation up with just literally the person that you are married to. I don't really like this, so I think a little bit of an increased interest is going to be good. And then we are going to go mental impairment. And the reason for this is I don't know if they are going to eventually update it, but right now all this does is reduce the amount of experience gained from learning. He's an adult, so he doesn't need to learn, so that's going to be just fine. Now, we are going to pick our appearance, and we're going to go ahead, and maybe you will know who we are going to be going with by the time I get done with this. But we are going to go with this little setup here, and we're going to give him a black beard. We are going to make his skin about that color, and we're going to make him look like this. And you may remember him, Canute. We are going to be going with Canute again. And if you remember back to the very first series on this channel, you will remember that was Canute. So maybe that will give you some ideas for what we're going to be trying to do in the series. However, what we're going to do for the moment, we're going to name our wife Emma. And if you remember from the first series, that was her name there before as well. And what we're going to do now, we want her to actually be our trader. And we want her to also be good with, let's say, probably intelligence, probably persuasion. We don't need her to be good at management because what we can do is our child can actually be good at management instead. And we only really need one chancellery at the moment. Down the line, it is probably good to have two chancelleries. We only really need one for the moment, and then our next generation can handle leveling up their management skill to actually be good enough to handle a chancery down the line as well. So for the moment, we just want to take down, actually we will give her a little bit of a teaching skill. Not much, but a little bit. And we can take her combat skill down, give her, we'll try for 10. Can we also do, we can also do 10 in persuasion. Take all these down, and also a 10 in trade skill. And actually, it looks like that is looking pretty good. We'll give her another manners skill, maybe? Manners are just good for basically when we send them to talk to somebody, they will have a little bit better interest with those other lords and everything, and they can help with deep conversations and things like that. And we may be using a good amount of persuasion, so that's going to be good. Now, as far as our talent for her, we're actually going to put it, I think, on persuasion, and here's the reason. Diplomat. So I have been kind of critical of a lot of the talents in this game, other than the one on management. But this one actually seems pretty good when you are doing a lot of conquering, because you will have neighbors that just absolutely hate you. And the only way that you can actually improve your relation is by starting a peace treaty, and then hoping that that will improve your relation enough to be able to do things like flesh wolf hunting and things like that. However, with this diplomat trait, you can actually just have them forget all of the grievances and return to a normal level of relations. That I think will be quite nice. Now we are going to go ahead and set her appearance, and she's going to look just a little bit different than she did in the first series. And the main reason for this is that I actually took the inspiration on this particular version of Emma. I'm taking it a little bit from Emma of Normandy from the Vikings Valhalla series. It doesn't look super like her, but she has kind of a hairstyle like this, and I thought it was a very good portrayal of her character. And the rest of that series was maybe not something that people would consider to be the best, but I did enjoy her character and Canute's character in that series. So now we have our child to worry about, and we are going to name him Harold again, and he will get the talent on management. Oh yes, and we did set her to beautiful as well, and we are actually going to make her envious. Yes, envious, because I don't really want to make her nervous breakdowns more severe, but I do think that envious will be okay, more prone to feeling envious towards others. That will probably be okay. I could give her a mental impairment as well, but I don't want to keep doing the exact same thing, so we will just go ahead and go with envious on her. Now, as far as Harold goes, he's basically just going to have the management trait, and we are also going to give him probably beautiful, and we will give him maybe mental impairment. I think that's probably okay. So he will be a lot like his father, but otherwise, we are going to go ahead and set up his appearance next. Okay, so as far as his appearance goes, we are probably going to try to make it a little bit of a split between Canute and Emma to some extent. We will give him basically the hairstyle of Canute. We will also, of course, give him the hair color of both Canute and Emma. We're going to try to put him somewhere in the middle, which actually it looks like we basically are in the middle. So he will be, is that about? Yeah, that's about in the middle of what their two skin colors are. And body, just like that. We're going to take this off of mental impairment, and we'll make him envious like Emma, because he will be learning. So we don't want him to be learning a lot slower. And that looks pretty good to me. So we do have two that will be on talented on management, and Emma will be our diplomat. And this looks pretty good to me. Now, I do have some things that I want to do on the map side of things that I'm not going to actually make you sit here and watch, and you will understand why in a moment. But we will be starting down here, and we're just going to set these first villages, set those to wood, and I will be back with you guys when I have finished the map. Okay, and we are back, and as you can see, I have renamed a lot of these towns. And this was actually a bit of a recommendation from one of our commenters, so thank you very much for that suggestion. And as you can see, we have places like York, we have London, we have Norwich and Canterbury, we have Paris, we have Seville, Madrid, we we have all sorts of little named locations, and this is twofold. So one thing is that it's just kind of cool to have all these kind of cities that would have been populated and everything during medieval times and all of that good stuff when Canute would have been around. But also it will be far easier to remember some of these city names. Bless the developers and everything for what they have done to make these cultures feel very real and immersive in this game. However, sometimes the names are very difficult for me to remember. Whereas I can go, okay, one of our neighbors is London. That is so much easier to remember. And as far as what we are going to name our city, we're going to be Winchester. And if you know anything about Canute, well, that is what his capital was when he actually was the King of England, and this is also where he was buried at. So we're going to go with basically the exact same banner that we went with in the original Canute series, and it was all blue sky. Oh wait, hold on, there we go, blue sky with just a nice sun on it, and that is looking pretty good. And we are going to go with the wood in both of our villages, and we're going to go ahead and go next. Now, as far as game parameters, we want to go with the Hammer's Way, and the reason for this is we will start with books related to blacksmithing and weapons, and this includes axes and swords, I believe, as well as the means to actually start studying towards being able to use them. We are also going to be going with the Unholy Horde. Now, for any of you who do not know, the Unholy Horde is basically it's an AI, think of it kind of like the Mongols. They kind of just destroy everything. Think of like Mongols and Crusader Kings. It's kind of inspired seemingly by something like that. You can't negotiate. You can either try to defeat it or survive for 55 days, after which it will just disappear. Unite your neighbors under your rule or make them stronger through trade and defensive alliances, or pray that you won't become the Horde's target. So yeah, we will be trying to survive against the Unholy Horde. Now, one thing we're going to do, we're going to go with excess iron. Basically, I'm going to be trying to make this a difficult playthrough, but I don't want it to be like the last one that was just, a lot of it was pretty tedious and it just took a lot of time. Like, one thing I will never recommend to anybody to use lazy workers. All this basically does is make it so that the work in your buildings will get completely halted anytime an instruction expires. So if you try to send your lord, who's usually your manager, if you try to send him away to do anything like diplomacy, he will come back and everything in his city will just be halted. There will be no work going on. We're not going to use that. However, I do love old grudges because this makes xenophobia a lot more of a challenge to actually deal with. So we are going to use that. We aren't going to use any of the rest of this. We're going to turn off prophecies. We're already dealing with Unholy Horde. I don't want to be dealing with the tedium of prophecies. And we are also going to add longevity, which just increases the time before aging by 10 years. We'll go with hardcore. And we're going to give ourselves a little bit more money, just about 650. Just again, I don't want to have too much tedium, so we'll go ahead and jump in now. Okay, so here we are in Winchester, and we are going to start, of course, as one tends to do. We're actually going to be starting with the hall, and I do have a little bit of a layout that I have planned and everything, so I am taking a look at this as we go, but basically we want the hall to be set up just like this, which gives us a nice amount of room, and we're going to also get rid of all these while I explain. So basically we're going to want enough room for our houses to be kind of like right here-ish, and we are going to want our hall our library like up here, and we're going to want our market right here, and what was it that's down, oh yes, and the tavern right here as well, and then houses kind of going across, our fields going across here, and we will be making use of this, and then we'll have kind of our lord houses over here, and we will have a little bit of production here, but most of our production is going to be right here. So that's kind of the gist of our little setup there. Is there any other? There are a couple little more things. Okay, and we will get rid of that. So we will keep this this altar here, but everything else we're going to be basically trying to move. So we're going to go ahead and let them sort this out. We'll get rid of those. Everything else that's far away, we will go ahead and let them stay. But I don't like having all these decorations in the way. They like to be clicked on. Let's put it that way. Okay, and another thing that you see over here. These are the herb bushes, and I wanted, if we were going to be dealing with a lack of resources, I at least wanted the chance to be able to make our own flavorful ale, and potentially even our own medical salve. So these bushes are all right here. I believe this is all of them. Every single one is right here in this little circle. But that means we can put the herbalist like right about here, and they will be really, really close to where they are going to be harvesting everything. So that will be quite nice for them. Now, Canute and Emma, they're not really doing anything at the moment. He is conducting an inspection, but he should be done. And we'll just let him and Emma spend some time together. We'll also set up Harold's education with Emma, of course. And otherwise, we do want to move this. Let's see. Going to consult my notes a little bit just to make sure. Actually, I'm going to wait until it gets built, and then we will go ahead and place it because I don't want to misalign anything. This is a pretty specific setup that I have. Can't set a new one up. We do just want to... Did I just... Oh, okay. Well, that does happen sometimes where you press the move button and it decides to completely move it without a second click for some reason. I don't know why that happens. Maybe it's my mouse, but I don't think so. So I think that goes right there. Hopefully that is correct. And another thing that you want to do, you always want to make sure that the priority is ticked here on the market. This always ensures that you will always have a trader, and if you don't have a trader, that would be very bad. Let's just put it that way, because then nobody will be able to buy any food or anything like that. Now another thing we're going to do, I think flour is typically about 3 each. Buys it for 5. Oh, okay, well, I don't think that's typical. I think it's going to end up going down. But we'll leave it at 5 for now. Rutabaga, we'll leave it at 1. We won't sell any medical salves at all. How's the beer price? 6? Okay, we don't want any kind of speculation, so we'll just set all of that. And moonshine, I think, is usually 3, so that's probably good. We're going to leave wages where they are. And as far as prisoners go, we will let them drink moonshine, eat flour, eat rutabaga. That is okay. That seems good for the moment. We already have London under threat of vassalage. Huh, Canterbury is actually going to try to take them over. That is quite funny. They have 6 people. These guys have 2. These guys have, wow, 2 really strong people, though. Versus these guys are not very... I think, actually, London may be able to handle that. We'll have to see, though. Okay, so while we are still waiting for this hall to be built, it's about 94%. It's finally almost done, actually. We will go ahead and place Canute on it. And as you may know, the walls update did happen, but I am not on the beta branch because it seems that they added a demo to it, so actually you are not able to play the walls update anymore until the week is over, or if maybe it's a bug and maybe they have to fix it, I'm not sure, or whatever, but yes, for some reason right now you cannot actually play the walls update. But hopefully at some point during the series we will be able to get that. And it will cost a lot of wood, but it would be awesome, I think, if we could make kind of walls going along just like this to kind of border us into these rocks. So if we do get attacked by the Unholy Horde, I'm not sure if you actually get attacked in your city. I hope you do, because that would be very awesome if we could actually try to defend. But then we would actually have walls, and we would have a nice city gate and all of that stuff, so that would be super cool. We will have to see if that ever can come to fruition. But I imagine it's going to be at least 500 wood to actually be able to surround our entire city. We're going to get rid of this stuff too. I don't think we're going to be over in this area very much, but just in case. I don't want this stuff in my way. Now, we want these to just Just be in front of the hall. Good. I guess I missed a couple of roads. We'll get rid of those. Get rid of these. Cages. Okay, now consulting again to my little list here. In the end, we are actually going to want to probably make use of peasant houses because having a loyalist is going to be quite nice. But I'm just going to build these across. Just these 4, and we will snooze 2 of them because we don't actually need those right now. And next up is the breweries, and we want these to be essentially just right next to the hall here. And we will make 2 of those. We'll want to make moonshine, and we're also going to we're going to be skipping beer, because what we actually want to do, we want to try to get, we want to try to make a trade route for hops. And we will take the hops, and we will actually try to create flavorful ale from that, I think. Now, is anybody actually selling it? They are. Okay, right here. And we may also want a trade route for rye as well, because basically because we don't have any fertile land, we don't really want to be growing our own flour or our own hops if we can actually avoid it. So we may go ahead and try a trade route for rye, but I think, let's see, we have to make this decision a little snappily, and I think we do want to go with the hops first. So what we want to do, I mean with the rye first. So what we want to do, 25 rye for 46 gold, or 25 for 36. That is a great price. We're going to try to go buy that. So let's see. Phylon is in a difficult situation with his neighbors from Canterbury. Unfortunately, we can't actually help with that. What we could try to do, though, we could try to do an assassination, but it would be 35%, and somebody would most likely find out about it, and then they would be pissed with us, and it'll cost 400 gold, so we wouldn't even make all that much money back. We'll just have to hope that London can survive, or if they do get vassalized, hopefully they will keep the trade route up with us. We'll send Emma to do that, and in the meanwhile, we are going to keep building the city up, so next thing we need is, of course, lumber. That's going to be very important for us. We'll go ahead and place it somewhere where hopefully we don't kill a tree, save a tree, and we'll place another one right here. Next up, what else have we forgotten? We have the tavern. We want this to be built, actually hold on. We want the library to be built first and then the tavern. The altar is fine where it is. Lord's house will be next. I think we want these down as low as possible. So right next to the market, essentially. And we will place 3. We did just kill a tree. I didn't actually mean to do that. But okay, now we just need to kind of wait. It's about to be nighttime, so we will see if we get the trader today. And we do, okay. We'll have Emma come back then, because she is our trader. So we'll have her go to trade. And then we'll send her for that trade route. Okay, and here we are, and I'm actually thinking we will probably sell off these spears. Now, one thing I have consistently had an issue with is in the later part of the game, I end up not having enough weapons. And so selling spears kind of sounds ill-advised here, but the reason we're going to do it is we need the money, because we want to get a real head start, basically, on basically any kind of knowledge that we can that we can learn. And I'm definitely going to grab the herbalist. I'm not totally sure what other books we might have, though, so I'm going to take a look first. I could have just looked in the tab, but I like looking at it in this this UI instead. So we do have the workshop, we have the coal furnace, we have the mine. We don't really need, let's see. Yeah, we don't really need this one. We do want to keep this one, though, the rye field and mill, because we will need the mill in order to turn any rye that we purchase into flour ourselves. And then we do have axes and swords, that will be good. Okay, so we basically have the bare necessities, but we still have some things that would actually be nice, like loyalty basics. This will double the or is it double? Yeah, doubles the likelihood of loyalists appearing in the city. Flavorful ale, I do want. But I think we're going to pass on that for now just because we don't want to go through too much of our money. We do also want the temple and the peasant houses. Peasant houses increases the rate of you getting loyalists substantially. I think, I don't know the exact, I don't think there is any real exact, just if they're happy, if your peasants are happy, then they have a chance to become loyalists. I think that's all it is. I don't know if there's a certain threshold necessarily. Probably anything above 50, I would imagine, is at least a small chance. But anyways, we are going to get rid of, where is it? Hop field and beer, we don't need that. And everything else we are probably going to keep. Now, we are going to start stocking up on things like paper. And I would like to buy a couple of maces, but we're not going to do it right now. And tools would also be nice, but we're not going to do it now. So, okay, we're sending a good amount of our money away, but it is going to be worth it in the end. We're going to keep this heavy armor because as soon as Harold becomes of age, he will have a free heavy armor. So there's no sense in getting rid of that. And we will buy 5 rings. Alright, so this is pretty much taking out all of our money, but hopefully some of our peasants will buy some things and that will get some of it back. Now I think that is where we are going to call it for this first episode. We already have 12 peasants. 3 are unemployed, so we do need to get some of this work ready, which is also why we want this tavern next. So we basically, the order is going to be library, tavern, then get these lumber mills going because we need to make sure we don't run out of wood. And it's going to be very easy to run out of wood because there actually is not very much in this map here. I don't know if it tells us an exact amount, it just tells us how much is cut down. It already shows this 5% being cut down. I don't really know if that's just for me placing stuff. I guess it must be. So yeah, it doesn't actually tell us the exact amount. Is there anywhere that we can actually... Yeah, it doesn't look like it. I wish it would allow me to get a breakdown of how many things like trees and bushes and stuff there are here, but it doesn't seem to be possible. So either way, check the issues list. I don't think there's anything too important here at the moment. No, there is not. Now, one thing I do know is I did do a small test just to see how all of this would kind of play out, and the Unholy Horde will start over here, and they will kind of just circle around, so they won't even go for us right away, and it will probably take them a while to actually get to us. So that will be just fine. We also have bandit camps, and we will want to take care of these. We didn't make them the stronger ones this time just because, again, if we did that, then we would also basically have to make it so all of the migrants had a stronger combat skill as well, and that just makes taxes go out of control really, really fast, and it makes everything, again, just a little bit too tedious. So I think that is where we are going to call it. We'll send Emma, and it looks like the price is the same. That's basically just over, that's basically 1.5 gold per rye, which is amazing. And otherwise, that is going to be it. So basically, I hope you guys are going to enjoy this. I have talked about doing the Unholy Horde for a good long time. I think it is going to be a good, fun challenge to kind of round off our Norland series for a little while. I don't know what I'm going to play next necessarily on the channel, but Kingdom Come 2 is coming out soon, and if you guys would be okay watching me play that, then let me know in the comments. But otherwise, I thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our Unholy Horde playthrough on the channel. And as you can see, we have Emma currently going to handle this trade route. Now, I did mention in the last episode that I would be trying to explain things just a little bit more in depth, and I already kind of forgot one major issue, as a commenter actually mentioned. So basically, as you can see, we have Canute and Emma at 40 years old, which is actually the maximum, essentially, that you can make your characters. Now, why did I actually choose to do that? Well, as I mentioned when we were creating the characters, I do not want to deal with all the tedium of just, you know, basic tedious stuff that we have done in the other series many, many times. So what I actually decided to do was go and create characters that are already pretty strong to begin with. So as you can see, he is very strong at management, combat, command, and we don't have to actually train him up from zero on these. And Emma, on the other hand, is very strong at trade, persuasion, and intelligence. We don't have to actually build her up on any of that. Since we're going against the Unholy Horde as well, this will probably help us to some extent on that. So yeah, that is basically why I've decided to do that, and at the same time, we have longevity, so hopefully Canute will live longer, or at least he will he will last longer before he starts to lose knowledge and things like that. But we'll just have to see. And I do think Harold will be able to progress all the same. As you can see, he's already got 2 trade skill, 2 management skill. He's doing pretty well. So I don't think it'll be too big of an issue for our heir either. And what we will pretty much do is try to get Harold to actually be the next manager, and hopefully we will have him come of age before we need that second chancellor. So where are we right now? We just got this trade route for rye, which will help us a lot with food, so everybody is not eating rutabaga before too long, and we will just leave that on trade automatically. And the library is finished. So what are we going to go for first? Well, I think we are going to need the mine and the herbalist. We want to get ourselves up to these axes and swords as soon as possible. However, we also want to be dealing with things like temple. We're going to need this as soon as possible as well. So I think we're going to do essentially 3 branches. We're going to need, first of all, the mine. We'll set Canute on things like this. And once Emma gets back, we'll set her on things related to peasantry happiness, just to kind of divide things up and make it a little more reasonable. Now, once Harold gets of age, we will probably have him just take over random things that we otherwise are not already dealing with. So for right now, we'll have Emma on temple, and we will have Canute going down the line, getting things like mine, coal furnace, workshop, that sort of thing, weapon forge, and all of that. And then, like I said, when Harold is old enough, when he becomes 12, we will have him on just whatever extra random things. So that is about it for the moment. We just gotta let them build. We need the tavern, and then, let's see, what is the next? The next major one is probably another dormitory, and then we will want this brewery. Oh wait. Actually, so we will take the dormitory, yes, but not the brewery yet, because we actually need the lumber mills, and then we will do the brewery. And as far as I know, if you check build first, as far as I know, if you do this in order, so we did this, and then we did this, and then we do these, that should be the actual order of priority, but I'm not 100% sure, it feels that way. Okay, and Emma is home now, so we are going to go ahead and set her up on, as we said, the temple. And after that, we will probably have her go with the peasant houses, because the quicker that we can get a lot of loyalists is going to be good. So we're going to have her do temple, then peasant's house, and then loyalty basics, I think, is the next thing. And then we'll probably, actually, we may have her do rye field and mill before the loyalty basics, because I think ensuring that we continue to have a good source of flour is probably going to be more important for loyalists than just having the doubled likelihood, because if their mood gets sour because of their eating rutabaga, that would probably be quite bad. So for the moment, that's what we're going to do. We are waiting for these lumber mills, and we're actually going to immediately start upgrading them. And then we can start worrying about getting the breweries. We'll put Canute on this, set it to upgrade immediately, set it to build first, of course, and we will just wait for this other one to get built. Okay, and another lumber mill done. We'll put Canute on it, and we will set it to upgrade as well. And now this one has been finished, and we're going to upgrade it again. It is going to, of course, cost iron, but we do have a good amount of starting iron, so that's okay. Okay, now, of course, it is nighttime, so all we managed to do was mostly just get these dormitories, the tavern, and we also got the library done, and we got most of our lumber mill work done. We do still need this one to be upgraded twice. We need this one to be upgraded one more time. And now they are, well, Emma is actually playing music right now. Her mood is okay. I think we're just going to have her actually go and study. And we're going to go, let's say, to Dynasty, and we actually want to make sure that they do not dice game, because whenever they lose, they just get upset about it, and also if they lose their rings in dice games to visitors, then they'll also be upset about that. So we don't really want to be dealing with that. Everything else is fine, though. We're going to let them continue to drink alcohol if they would like. That is totally fine. And otherwise, okay, Harold is actually super happy. Hopes for the future, full of energy. He's super happy, that's good. And Canute is a little bit lonely. Actually, we can let them spend time together at least. Now, our plan is to start this army as soon as possible. However, we don't have any cadens that are cheap enough, so we are going to wait on it for now. We don't have a lot of money either. Unfortunately, the trader did not come today. There wouldn't be a lot that we could sell. Maybe a little bit of wood, just because we are getting it in tributes. But for the most part, we need to wait until we are able to produce weapons, and that is going to be our main export, is just exporting probably spears, because I believe spears are worth a little bit more than maces. It doesn't actually let us check, but I think they do sell for just a little bit more than maces, so we can actually create spears, sell those, and then create maces for our main source of actually weapons to use in combat. And I have mentioned, so basically spears, they are better against bandits, but I like to use maces anyways against bandits because you get more prisoners that way. You can knock them out, take them as prisoners, and either use them as prison labor, or you can just immediately sell them, and that is a pretty good source of income as well. Now, I don't know why they haven't actually woken up. That's a little strange. It's almost work time. Usually they want to go to the altar in the morning, but I guess they're really not going to do that. Okay, Emma is absolutely sleeping in. You know what? That is okay. I don't even care. Now, that is pretty excellent. Canute actually has an inspiration right now, which will make him study a lot faster. We're going to let him take care of these inspections, even though they are already inspected, because it gets him experience a little bit faster. We want him to get up to that 15 management as soon as possible, because that will get him the chancellery, of course. And another thing, so I figured this out completely by accident. It doesn't seem to work on the hall, but if you right click, you can actually change the manager this way. I don't know, everybody else probably knew about this. I did not. So you can just right click instead of having to go there, which is a lot nicer. So okay, now we are going to have Canute work on, I think, coal furnace. Actually, workshop may be a little bit better, because we could start creating at least a little bit of tools. I actually already have looked into it, and bows, for what you actually have to put into it, is not really economically better than just creating spears. When you're able to create spears with the weapon forge. So I don't think we will go for the bows route. We will probably just create spears in order to make money instead. Now, of course, it is a little bit risky because you have to go with whatever the trade routes are, and I don't really... I have no idea what everybody else is going to be buying. Right now, it looks like they're just buying moonshine and flour. We can definitely export some moonshine, but I don't really think moonshine trade routes are actually worth it, because they are only, it doesn't actually show, but they're only, 2 gold or something a piece, so it doesn't really make up for the paper price and the amount that you have to actually send to the Holy Mother. So now, what do we have here? Threat of vassalage, York. Was York these guys? I think York was these guys. So we have no idea how strong they might be. It says 7. This tends to not be exactly correct, though, but 7, 2, and 2. It's not actually a super strong army, but we can't really help them, but look at that, they have 1. So yeah, they're probably going to get vassalized by York soon. And that is just something that they will have to deal with all on their own. And now we have our King's Ambition, and we're just going to go with Fertile for the moment. And Emma is still asleep. What is going on there? Huh. We're just going to have her get up. We don't want her sleeping all day. She already pretty much has slept all day. Now, I was going to have Canute continue to do all the inspections, but he's actually ignoring me, so he doesn't actually want to do it, which is fine. He has the 11 intelligence right now because of his inspiration, so it's actually making him study a lot quicker, which is pretty good. Now, they did also finish these breweries, which is quite nice. We'll go ahead and throw these together. We'll start the upgrade on this one, let them build that first. And otherwise, we will probably just start the upgrades on these, even though we're not going to need them for the moment. But we will go to production, and we will set moonshine production up to, we'll just set it to 100 for right now. We'll probably need more than that, so that they spend all of their rutabaga on it. But for the moment, it is okay. Okay, and so it seems they are going to go on a date, Emma and Canute. But the trader is about to be here. I don't know if there's really nothing that we can actually sell. We will probably sell any amount of moonshine that we get, because what my plan is, even though we did get rid of the hop field book, what we will probably do, though, is end up buying hops from somebody, and then we can produce that potentially into beer, although hopefully we can just produce flavorful ale instead. But we will just have to see how that actually plays out. Okay, so here we are at the trader, and rye is apparently at an increased price right now. Not actually worth selling, but so is the medical salve. Medical salve is at an increased price, and we don't need it at the moment. Normally, let's see, they normally sell it for 22, so we actually won't benefit from an actual, we won't get any kind of a profit here. However, it will give Emma more experience. So we will go ahead and sell these, just for the experience. Now, where is our mine book? We can get rid of that. And flavorful ale right here. That may actually be worth it. So if we do want to instead create beer, we would need this book back. I'm not thinking that I actually want to, though. I would rather just produce flavorful ale. So we will go ahead and buy that book. Now, there's probably nothing else we really need here. Maybe just the paper for another trade route in time. And otherwise, did she gain much experience? She gained 3. That's not bad. We'll take it. And we will just let them go. I think they're going to go on their date, and Canute is actually... He's totally... He just passed out on the floor somewhere. Where is he? Oh, he's in his house. Okay, they built his house. That's cool. Now, Canterbury is actually... They were a suzerain, but now they're independent. Well, either way, they are selling hops. So if we can get 5 paper, so we need 2 more. If we can get a couple more paper tomorrow from the caravan, we would actually be able to start stocking up a little bit of hops, which means maybe we should start actually... As soon as she gets done with Temple, maybe we should actually do a beeline here for flavorful ale. We'll also need the herbs, which it's going to be a little difficult because with this little tiny amount of herbs that are here, it's going to be hard to both produce flavorful ale and produce medical salves, which is the other thing that you can use herbs for. But maybe we can find somebody that actually sells them at some point. That's going to be difficult. I don't usually see people sell herbs, but sometimes it does happen. So now we're going to just go back to our inspections, and we may also want to make another field of some kind, but we're going to place the mine for now. And let's see, these are already upgraded. These still need to be upgraded. We can go ahead and unsnooze this, and we will actually set it to build first, and we'll unsnooze this one as well, just in case. Temple is ready, that is good. We're going to move this down over here somewhere, I think. Probably right about there. And let's see, where's the best place for this first temple? Okay, we'll go with about right here, I think. I hope that's right. Because I think we can put one building right here in between our lord houses. and the temple, so that should be okay. We need a path now, though. I actually haven't built any paths because I really wasn't sure how I wanted to do it, but I think what I want to do, I think I want to kind of do like a middle path here, and then just connect everything. So it'd be kind of like this, and then, yeah, these paths like this, and maybe a path going up this way, and something kind of like this. Oh, whoops, why is it not? Oh, we ran out of money. Oh no, we're already out of money. That's not good. That is not good at all. Okay, so this is like as much path as we can do right now. Okay, can't really do that one then. Let's see, what are the most important? Getting to the library isn't super important, but getting over to this rutabaga field seems super important. So we'll go ahead and try to put a path down this way, like that. And we don't really need anybody getting to these breweries that fast either. I didn't realize we were so low on money. That is not good. But that is going to be one of the struggles due to just being on hardcore mode and getting those free books. Okay, and now that Emma is done, of course, with the temple, we are going to place her on flavorful ale, and hopefully she will get done with that pretty soon, because actually the quicker that we can export a little bit of that, we won't be able to... Oh, there is actually... Okay, York actually took control of Lincoln, so we could actually trade with them. That would be the best possible way to start getting some money, is if we can create flavorful ale as soon as possible and export it to them. We would actually be making a lot of money. And for the moment, because I don't want everybody to be upset about the lack of salary, we just have to get rid of all these roads. We can't even... We just can't. It's too expensive right now, which is super unfortunate, but at least we have the coal furnace now as well. That is getting closer and closer to what we need. And I think we're going to go with the weapon forge first, because we really need to get any amount of exports possible, and weapon forge will at least allow us to create spears once we have the iron and the coal for it. So that is going to be the next thing. If we can start getting some spears, we can just sell those directly to the trader, and that will definitely be good for us. Now we're going to place this. We're going to place this up here, I think. That looks good to me. Let's place it right there, and there's nothing else we really need to place for the moment. We just need money. That is really the struggle right now. Now, as you can see, we got our mine finished as well. Now, it has, because we did the extra iron reserves parameter for the game settings, we don't actually need to upgrade this for the additional amounts. However, it still puts an additional job slot. So we are going to upgrade it just for that purpose, and we have plenty of wood, so there's really no reason not to do it. Now, Canute and Emma, I would like them to spend time with each other. They have the interest. And as you can see, Emma's opinion of Canute is actually quite low. We don't want that to get too low. That's why I actually like that I gave them both beautiful, because hopefully it increases their interest, and it definitely does. They're very interested in each other, but they just don't have great opinion of each other. And we want to make sure that that does not get too low, and they start hating each other, which will just make things a lot more difficult later on. So with the day about to start, I think that is probably where we are going to call it for this episode. So we have a couple of goals now. We basically really need to get these hops so that we can create flavorful ale that we can sell over to York, which means in total we need 7 more paper. So hopefully we get the trader a little more often. We didn't get it last night, so that is a little unfortunate. But until then, the main way that we're going to have to try to make money is to get this coal furnace done, probably try to get around 50 coal, which means turning some wood into coal, and then we can turn that coal, as soon as Canute gets done studying the weapon forge, we can turn that coal and the iron into spears, which if that is actually, it should be 24 apiece. So that should make us a pretty good amount of money, even if we can just make about 25 spears or so. We could make potentially 50. But we do need this iron to get produced as well. But either way, that should get us a good solid 1,000 or so gold. And after that, we can start to produce the flavorful ale, and that will start to give us a very substantial economy going on. As well, we are just kind of waiting for this temple to get built. It does need iron though, so we need that to get produced, but otherwise, I thank you guys very much for watching, and I will see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome back to our Unholy Horde playthrough on the channel. Now before we get started, I do just want to ask, if you have been enjoying the series and this channel, then consider hitting the subscribe button and maybe liking the video as well. That will help us grow as a community. And in the last episode, we decided that we were going to start dealing with Canterbury. We want to try to get these hops from them, and at the same time, once we get those hops, we can produce flavorful ale. Emma's still learning it, but it should be done by that point. And then we can sell that flavorful ale over to York, and this will give us a substantial boost to our economy, and that should give us the opportunity to actually start to build an army that we are going to need in order to take care of the Unholy Horde. They should be coming from over in this area. I think they usually take out this city first, and then they kind of look like they're going to get close to our city, but they'll end up actually probably moving north this way. I'm not exactly sure beyond that exactly what they will do. I'm not sure if they go and attack every single other city first, or if they eventually come for us. But yes, that is basically the plan now. Now, I was asked, what are we going to do with Harold? And I think right now, we are just basically going to try and increase his management skill. The second that he becomes of age, we will put him on some buildings to try to get him a little bit of experience. By that point, we should have a lot of buildings that Canute will have trouble dealing with all on his own anyways. And then from there, we will probably try to just make him very good at trade and intelligence. So he will be kind of a little bit of a mix between Canute and Emma. I don't think we're going to need another commander. By the time Canute is dying, we should be able to just hire a better commander if we want. I mean, not a better commander, but a decent enough one. We can just get one that's command skill 5, or by that point we can probably just find a lord that will be good at commanding. So we don't necessarily, even if we end up having Harold here as our king at some point, which I'm not sure if we will. We may be done with the series by the time Canute dies. But even if that were to happen, Harold would just have, he would just have a military leader at his side, and that would be kind of like his right-hand man. So at the moment, we just basically need Canute to do his little inspections. That's all he's really doing. Emma is studying, and actually, he has 5 more to get done. So if he gets these done today, then he can actually get back to working on the forge. And otherwise, we really need to wait for the trader so we can get paper, so we can start accruing those hops, because we don't want to. I don't really think in a village like this, where you have really, really low fertility on everything, I don't think you want to grow anything other than rutabaga if you can actually help it, because it is just kind of a waste of your workforce, at least in my experience. It does seem like you really just throw workers at it and you really don't get a whole lot back. I would rather use our workforce to actually produce weapons, which will get us a lot of money, and then we can use the leftover on things like medical salves, flavorful ale, that sort of thing. These are a lot more valuable and should be able to get us the things that we need in the end anyways. So right now it looks like there is a threat of vassalage. Canterbury is planning to annex London. We're not going to do anything about that. I mean, we couldn't even if we wanted to. Why can't I click on London? Okay, there we go. We do have good relations with both, but Canterbury can just go ahead and take them over. They would have no problems with that. But we obviously don't want to even risk messing with our Canterbury relationship at the moment. So that is all of that. We are going to put Canute on this now, and hopefully he will go and inspect that soon. Now I'm just looking around, and it does look like most of the things that we need wood for have already been taken care of. Let's see, we are going to need it. I don't think we need these breweries upgraded yet. However, we will probably want to upgrade the coal furnace, and we don't have the tools for that yet, so we'll just cancel it for the moment. We will do that eventually, though. The only other thing we might need it for is more houses. We're going to have a little bit of time before we can create peasant houses. So we may just want to go ahead and place one of them now. Actually, I'll place 3, I suppose. And what we'll do is we'll just snooze these ones. And this one can get built right away. So that is another 30 wood. Leaves us with, in total, it'll be about 100 wood left over. So we can actually start to produce a little bit of coal now. And we're gonna produce, let's say 50. Let's try to get to 50. And hopefully they will keep cutting down wood. The problem is this village in particular. Why isn't Emma doing anything? Okay, there we go. In particular, this village does not have a lot of trees. As you can see, they're kind of scattered. There's quite a bit of space in between each little tree, right? And as you can see, it already says 13% cut down. We're on day 4. I think usually you can get like 5% cut down after like 10 days or even more, so this is definitely a little bit substantial. And because of that, we are going to have trouble actually getting the wood, which is actually why I set both of our... Hey, that's funny. High garden. I don't know if that's... Is that default? Or is it like randomized? High garden, as some of you may know, is actually a place in Game of Thrones, so that is actually pretty funny. Now, Dragon's Rest and High Garden are actually sending us wood, and that is why I decided to do that, because I knew that this village would have trouble on wood, and we are going to absolutely need... We're going to need a solid income of lumber in order to get done what we need to get done, because we need coal, and we need coal in order to actually create all of our lovely weapons and things like that. So, yes, that is the plan right now. Okay, so as you can see up here, we have actually already produced the maximum amount of moonshine. I didn't even realize this, but we are going to go ahead and increase the amount. We're just going to increase it substantially. There's nothing else we need rutabaga for at any point in the series. We're not going to likely produce meat either, so this is all we need it for, so I may as well just increase it even further than this just in case, just so we don't end up dealing with it later. Like I said, there's nothing else that we need it for, so... And we do get the trader. Okay, now unfortunately paper is at a premium right now, so what we're going to do, we're going to buy the 2 so that we can start this trade route. But that is crazy expensive. 96 just for 2 of them. Let's see. I don't even know. Is that even worth it? Let's take a look. So, hops we can get from them. Oh, it's not going to show us until we actually... Right. Okay, I guess we have to do it then. Alright, so grab these 2 papers. And we're just going to go see, was this worth it? I think this is pretty expensive. Oh, and we need 100 gold now. Of course we do. Okay, let's see, what can we even sell? I guess we could get rid of this heavy armor. It's going to be a long time before Harold can use it. I wanted to keep it, but... Okay, and the only other thing is maybe we could get rid of some rye, because we don't... how do we even have the mill book yet? Yes, we do. Okay, it's right here. That's right, you start out with it. So, yeah, I guess we could get rid of a little bit of it, just to make some money back. We do need money. And it's going to be a little while before we actually decide to study that book, so we'll do that. The only other things are anything that we have learned. Have we learned anything? I think we already learned temple, so we can get rid of that. Was there coal furnace? And I think that's it, right? Let's take a look really quick. Is there any other books that we already learned? It doesn't look like it. No, that seems to be it. Okay. So, we'll take one more look, just to see if there is any knowledge here that we want. And it looks like this is a pretty terrible set of books. Canaan Army could be good if we were going to hire bandits and things like that, or prisoners that were previously bandits. They will. Oh, actually, this is hold on. This is the peasant book, not the bandit one. But either way, you would get less of a fear of death thought from peasants being hired into the army, which is good if we didn't want to just hire mercenaries only, but isn't really something that we're going to worry about. Now, another thing we could do, we could buy a little bit of beer, because, of course, moonshine doesn't make people very happy, but I would rather keep this amount of gold for the moment. So what we're going to do, hopefully the next time that the trader shows up, paper will be a little cheaper. So what we're going to do, we're going to make this road that we previously talked about. We're just going to pretty much do just like this. Just simple roads. Nothing substantial. And we'll just wrap this one around. Oops, kind of did a little extra there. That's okay. We can fix that. Just like that. And now we will go... We don't even necessarily need the one going to Emma's house, really, but we'll just do it. And the next most important things, I think, is we do want them to be able to get down to this field. It's probably not even the best way to do that road. We could probably do something like this, just if we wanted to be OCD about it, and of course I am. So we'll also do this little road just like this, like that. Okay, that looks good enough. It's not the best, but this at least makes our people a little bit more efficient getting places. Something like that. Okay, I think that's good. Now, donate flour. I do think that having a good matriarch relation will be beneficial for the time being. The real question here is, so in order to start getting light armors, we would need 25. And shields is 15. Okay, so what I'm thinking here is we're not going to actually be needing the armor for a little while, but we may want to start getting shields early, just because those provide a solid chance of not dying, and they're a little easier to get. And I would rather keep the flour so that people aren't just depressed because they're eating rutabaga and then dying. So I think, even though we're using this to create moonshine, which is also important, I think this is the preference, is to donate rutabaga at this time. Now what I'm going to do, as you can see, we are down to just 19 beer. I don't want peasants drinking all of it, so we're going to go ahead and click do not sell on it. As far as the market goes, we should probably take off rutabaga eating now. Hopefully we can get to flour before too long. Actually, I think what we'll do is once Emma gets done with flavorful ale... Was there anything else that's super important? I do want to get the peasant houses, but I think we can wait. We probably want... we're going to want the herbalist in order to create the flavorful ale, but we're not yet there. We will probably just go with the rye field and mill right after she gets done with flavorful ale, so that we can get the mill done. We have still 50 rye. I would like to start making that into flour as soon as possible, so nobody's starving from not eating rutabaga, because I don't want to allow that and have people start dying. So we'll just... hopefully that will work out. Okay, so I haven't sent Emma to do it yet, and that's mainly because I just want to make sure we have enough money to actually be able to buy it. Otherwise, we're just wasting days on the trade route. So as you can see, it's going to be 57 per day to get 18. Oh, whoops. 18 in total hops. So we're going to probably wait until tomorrow, I suppose, because I don't think we would be able to withstand that trade route for very long before we're running out of money. So we're going to have to wait just a little bit, because what we can do, we can sell a little bit of this moonshine to the trader tomorrow night, assuming we actually get the trader. So that is probably going to be the plan, to try to just build up a little bit more capital first. Now, apparently this temple finally got done, which is good. We'll go ahead. This road, it looks like, should be perfect. Yeah, it looks like it's a little low. We'll see if people actually, they don't even walk along it. Okay, so that's not great. The best thing I can think is to try this. I don't know if they will actually use it like this, though. We'll just have to see. But at least we have a temple now. Everybody should be quite happy about that. And finally, the Unholy Horde has actually arrived, and they actually started right here with this little tiny little town. Cordoba. Cordoba has died. Rest in peace, Cordoba. You did your best, and we salute your service. Okay, so now we are up to 28 peasants, and unfortunately, that means we do have some unemployment. Now this will lower our migration if we do not fix it. What we could do, what I have been avoiding in the past is not using too many warehouses, because you don't really need the builders, but it actually, when you're having this issue where you don't really want to lose the migration, you would like to build up your city, because we are going to want a lot of people so that we can produce a lot of weapons. We could just lay down a warehouse, just for the sake of, you know, having extra jobs for people to do. We're going to get rid of that altar. We don't need it anymore. So we could do that. It would create more builders that aren't really going to do anything, but at least they will have a job, technically. I assume that will work. So we're going to do it. It only costs 15. And what we'll do, because that's only going to be 3 jobs, I believe, we'll probably also want to create another rutabaga field as well. So we'll create that here, and that'll also be another 3, so that'll be 6 more jobs in total. And we'll build this one first. Now, additionally to that, Canute and Emma are doing a great job studying. We do want that flavorful ale to get done as soon as possible. He doesn't seem to really want to do inspections right now, so we're just going to have them spend time together. Just enjoy company. Oh, and that didn't last very long. That was the quickest hangout session of all time, and they're just back to their workaholics. That's what it is. They just love their work. Well, except Emma. I guess she's now praying with Harold. But close enough, right? Close enough. Okay, and it looks like Till has arrived, and that is going to be our priest, or yeah, whatever you call them. I think they're just called a priest, right? Bishop, whatever. Same difference. So we have our bishop now. We're going to need to have a house for him. Otherwise, he won't be very happy. So we're going to go ahead and create it. We'll just create it right here, and we're not even going to worry about a path or anything. He doesn't need that. Looks like we do have Zivka, and she is intelligent. She could be good just to get through all of these books just a little bit faster. But how much is it going to cost to hire her? That is the question. 6 rings. That is not bad, actually. Yeah, it is. I forgot there is a discount on your first hire. So that's worth it, I think. Is that? I mean, we don't really need her for the management. She is a good teacher. Wow. She's actually better than Emma. That would be the main use, and then we could also use her in combat. So she may eventually just end up dying anyways. She's still quite young too, 27. That is not bad. We're gonna hire her. Oh, she has Tanea. That's okay. We're not xenophobic towards Tanea. We'll hire you. Welcome to our lovely home. There we go. Okay, Zivka is now a part of things. Now, we'll put you on Rye Field and Mill. You should learn that pretty quickly, I would think. And we'll put Canute on that warehouse, and we'll go and check out the trader's wares. So it looks like paper is still, unfortunately, at a price increase, so we're not going to buy that yet. Otherwise, we just will sell a little bit of moonshine, like I said. And there's probably nothing else really at the moment. We could sell a little bit more rye, but I would like to start keeping it now. 75 is a good amount to have. Didn't we get rid of the temple already? Did I get rid of a different book? I might have gotten rid of a different book. Oh no. Did I keep anything else? Or do I just keep getting free temple books? Did I get a temple book maybe from Zivka? Is that possible? Did she just like have it on her inventory? I'm not even sure. I hope that's not... I hope I didn't get rid of a different book that we needed. Swords, axes... It looks like we have everything. Workshop. Yeah, I don't I don't know. I'll have to look back at the footage. Maybe I sold temple and then got a free temple book somehow. Either way, go back to the trader real quick. And they don't axe proficiency. That would be very good. I don't know if I want to get it now, but I also don't know if I want to wait for it to disappear. It's just that will get rid of a lot of our money. I don't think we can do it right now. I just don't think we have the money for it. Okay. I guess we just have to go with this. So what we're gonna do now, Emma, how are you doing? Should we wait for you to finish Flavorful Ale? We'll wait. It's fine. We'll just send you now to Canterbury. 500 gold, almost. So that should be enough to hold us off for the time being. Yes, we'll send you Emma. And let's see how tired and stuff you are. Pretty tired and everything, but you can sleep all day. It's fine. It's totally fine. And Canute, this weapon forge is actually taking him a long time. But at least we will have this trade route now, and I think that is probably where we are going to call it. So we have a new member of our family, Zivka, or well, not a member of our family really, but we could grant them a title, but we need 25 relation. We could grant them a little bit of rings, and I think we're going to need to build another house too. Yes. Just so that they are not so depressed. And we will go ahead and spend time Canute. Hopefully this doesn't cause them to end up having like an affair. That wouldn't be very good. But yeah, otherwise, we have Zivka. We have a trade route on the way. We have our little city is now bustling. It's growing. We have 33 people. And everything is looking pretty good. The only thing, of course, is that we are once again low on money. But hopefully this improves as things go on. So, I thank you guys very much for watching, and I will see you in the next episode. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our Unholy Horde playthrough on the channel. If you have been enjoying this series, or the channel for a while, then consider dropping down and hitting the subscribe button, or even liking the video, and that will help us to grow this little community that we are building. And in the last episode, we actually managed to hire Zivka over here, and she is probably going to be pretty useful helping us to study all of this knowledge that we have to get through. And additionally, she should be a little bit useful, at least on combat, maybe not a whole lot. And actually, she is a better teacher than Emma, so I'm thinking it's possible that we should actually have Harold be taught by Zivka. Now, the only issue with this... Now, I don't know if you guys know about this, but if you let somebody of a different culture train your kid, it is possible they will take after that culture. I don't know how big of an issue that is for us right now. Yeah, I don't think it'll really affect things too much if that were to happen. And let's see, he is 7. Will he really switch cultures over? I don't know. So I think we're just going to do it because I would rather have a really strong heir than worry too much about him being a Canaan. I mean, she's not a Varn, so I don't think that'll really hurt us too badly if that were to happen. And this will allow Emma just more time to go and study, and let's see if she will even do that. She will, okay. And Canute is taking care of the warehouse, okay. And basically we started this trade agreement. We don't have really the money for it at the moment, unfortunately, because we are, of course, on that rye trade route as well. So right now, we're going to disable the trade automatically, and we may lose a day or two. That was actually why I waited on this trade contract, which is kind of unfortunate, but it also is what it is. Hopefully, what we could do is maybe trade for the hops, so that we have the hops ready for flavorful ale, and maybe just give up a little bit on the rye temporarily. But man, that is a really good price on the rye. It's just barely over 1 gold a piece. So otherwise, besides all of that, we are basically just trying to get through all of these knowledge pieces that we need. We did get the temple set up, which is going to be good. And otherwise, we are, just trying to get through enough knowledge to be able to expand the city a little bit more. Now, another thing, I will just, of course, disable dice game on Zivka. Do not want her engaging in any gambling and ending up with a very poor mood because of it. I didn't even realize, but apparently Emma has a poor loyalty right now. I don't know what's up with that. They love each other and everything, so We'll just reward her for now. And hopefully that will help. And we did get flavorful ale unlocked. That is great. Now that Zivka over here is taking care of learning the mill, we will probably just put Emma onto the herbalist, because we do need to start getting those herbs. Actually, if we get the herbs and the hops, then we should be able to start this trade route almost right away. We just basically need the paper to start that trade route, and that should start to get us a lot of money. So we're gonna go here and oh yes, we can't actually do that yet, but we will go ahead and set the actual flavorful ale. We'll set it up to 100 for now. I mean, we're not going to use this stuff for anything else, maybe even just 250, just so we don't have to keep going back to that screen. Now, apparently, Canute got the mine upgrade. Is that what that was? Yes. He just learned it randomly. We don't really need it. It's actually way too expensive to keep upgrading the mine right now, but that would be some extra jobs. So if we do manage to get some extra wood hanging around, we could do that. We're not going to worry about it right now. We'll have Emma and Canute spend some time together. Now, Zivka did get her house as well as Till has his house. We're going to, I guess, make a road over to her house. We're not going to worry about it for Till, but might as well make it a little bit easier for her to connect with everybody. Now, another thing we are probably going to try to do, hopefully in this episode, maybe in the next one, let's actually, I just want to check. Okay, Emma does have her loyalty back up to 75. It's not the best, but I will just take it for now. So apparently she actually doesn't like Canute right now. That's not good. I'm wondering if we reward her. No, I don't really want to use any of the rings that we have on that right now. But Canute is already basically done with the inspections that he needs to do for the day. They've already recently interacted. Okay, we'll have them go hunt together then. Yeah, we'll do that. And also, you may have noticed, those of you with eagle eyes may have noticed that I actually moved the temple. That is why the road looks like this. Because I looked at my little layout planner, and actually it was slightly out, a little bit too far to the left and a little bit too up. And that wouldn't have changed much, but it would have affected all of our peasant houses would have been shifted over if I'd kept it like that, so I just decided to move it. And we'll just go ahead and fix that road really quick. Something like that. Oop. Well, that was not what I meant to do at all. Actually, that was pretty close. There we go. That is better. We'll see how they're doing. They took that out rather easily, I would say. Couldn't even get done building a road. Now there's actually just one free lord right now. That actually could have been pretty useful with the 11 intelligence skill and 10 teaching as well, and the Arcaden. But they are a little older, so I think we're okay with Zivka here. We could also try to hire Erna, but that's kind of using up a little bit too much. A little bit too much on the rings. I guess we could buy some, but yeah, we're just not doing very good on money right now, so we're just going to have to accept where we are. And it's funny that I sold Rye when we have the trade route, of course, but we did need to recoup a little bit of money, and when we're buying it for 1 and able to sell it for 4, that is pretty good. But right now we're just kind of in a bad spot, because we can of course get rid of this book, but otherwise we can't really sell anything. And paper is still at an increased price. I wish this would drop down. I don't know how much longer this is going to last. I have noticed this in the beginning of a lot of games lately, that paper is always at an increased price, which makes it very hard to start trade. I don't know if this is completely random. I mean, I know it is random to an extent on temporary price increases, but I think it's weighted for it to be paper in the early game for some reason, and I don't understand why. I'm not a big fan of that, but we'll sell this. How much is that going to be in total? 200. We can't do it. It's too much. It is too much. I almost wish that I had used that paper duplicating method. If you guys know, you can, with 5 paper, you can send a messenger to do the trade route, and then you can just take them back, or cancel it, and you will actually end up with 6 paper instead of 5. So I kind of wish that I had done that now, but I guess I can't be too mad at myself for not exploiting. So everything else looks pretty good. We actually have a good amount of coal right now, which will be nice when we start to build weapons. We may actually just have Canute just stick to reading. I may just force him to study as long as possible, even tomorrow. He has a couple of things he needs to get done, but not too much, so if we can get that weapon forge done, then we can actually probably start to sell a little bit of weapons to the trader until we actually get that trade route going. Okay, so I just jump scared myself a little bit. York actually is now buying beer. Now, they were the ones who were buying flavorful ale before, and so I just got a little freaked out that we just lost our best opportunity for money, but now London is actually buying flavorful ale. So that is definitely a huge sigh of relief from us, because if we had lost that opportunity, we'd be pretty screwed. I'm not even gonna lie about it. We would be in a pretty bad spot until we can build weapons and sell spears at least, which would have helped a little bit. Luckily, we do have some money, so actually tomorrow we should be fine to actually trade. So I'll just put trade automatically on, so it'll do that right away. Okay, so now we got the mill done, and we will go ahead. Maybe we can't really do this though. Yeah, Zivka doesn't know the Caden language, so maybe what's the next most important thing? Probably the workshop, I guess. I mean, the only thing we would really use it for right now is tools. Like I said, bows aren't really the most economical because you need to use a tool and a wood. I mean, it's definitely a big gain in value, but the amount of work that you have to put in to do all this is kind of more than just making spears. So if you're going to make tools, just pretty much make them just for upgrading is, in my opinion, the best move. So we could do it just for that, but I actually think as soon as we get weapon forge, the sooner that we can start to get axes would be nice. Of course, we do need the smelting furnace. So it's all this stuff is kind of in a place where we can't really use it right away. So we're just going to go with the peasant house, and we will let either Emma or Canute take care of loyalty basics. Now, actually, I'm going to... Oh, I can't. Okay, he already left. So tomorrow we'll check and see if he has any useful books again. Okay, so the workday is starting, and it looks like Canute does have two inspections to get through. We're just going to cancel his praying. I don't think that's going to hurt him. His piety is okay. And we'll let him take care of these 2 inspections really quick. Tomorrow is going to be an involved day where he's going to need to do a lot of inspecting, but that'll be okay. We just want him to take care of this weapon forge today. It's the main goal. So there he is studying, and apparently him and Zivka are sitting in the same seat. He's sitting on her lap, apparently. Or maybe she's just standing behind him. I guess the implication here is she's standing on his side, but that's really not what it looks like to me. Now, luckily for us, we are actually getting tributes, and that is actually going to be good because this will put us kind of over the top when it comes to wood. We won't really have anything to use it on, specifically. So what we're going to do, we're going to enable this, allow it to be built, and we will also go ahead and start upgrading this mine. Getting a 3rd worker on that will actually be welcome, so that we can just get a little more iron a little more quickly. And as well, it'll also increase the reserves, although that's not super important right now. As well, we do have basically, we have 3 workers here on the warehouse. That's okay. I would rather having extra people like cutting wood or something useful, but we can't really upgrade too much. I mean, I guess we could upgrade the brewery, but the only real issue here is that it's already working through everything that it needs to, so there's not really a good reason to actually do that. We also, of course, are doing these trade routes, so we have to wait until we can get more hops before we can even make more flavorful ale either. So yeah, it's right now there's not really a whole lot we can upgrade. I guess we could just make another rutabaga field. Can it fit here? It cannot. Could fit over here, though. Alright, so we'll place another one of those then as well. And I don't think that there's another mine in this. Nope. Maybe I'm just missing it, but I don't think there's another mine location. So that's pretty much where we're stuck at for the moment then. Canute, go back to studying, please. Okay, he's very much just trying to socialize right now. It's actually super annoying. Now he's going to daydream? No. No, go study. Finish this book. You could have already had most of it done if you would stop goofing off. Okay, so luckily for us, we did actually get the trader again today, and we're going to go ahead and sell just a little bit more of this moonshine, get a little bit more money, and we did finally get the paper that we need. Oh, it's finally dropped in price. That is saving us like 9 gold apiece, which we do absolutely need to do right now. The only other thing here, though, is the training ground. That is basically it. I mean, we could get hand-to-hand combat just because if somebody's weapon breaks, they'll be able to punch somebody to death, which is, I mean, what more can you ask for in life, right? Just punching your enemies to death is pretty good, but I don't actually think it's super important right now. So maybe the scaffolding, we are probably going to start getting crime soon, but we're already sending 150 gold. That's like all of our gold, so we obviously can't do it. However, can we find a way to make just a little bit more money back? We're going to sell a little bit more moonshine. We're going to keep 50 around. I think that's okay. I think we can live on that. That seems like the best that we can do. This has given us... Let's see how much we have once everybody's paid for their goods for the day. It looks like this is as much as we're going to get for the day. That is not very good. But didn't we finished out, actually we finished a book, didn't we? We finished Ryefield and Mill. Okay, well that's not super helpful, but we'll sell it anyways. Which one was that? That was here. So there we go, another 68 gold back. So we're at 173. I think we can actually afford to do the hop trade tomorrow, but we can't really afford to do the rye for the moment. We'll just have to take away one day on that. Okay, I just realized that Canute actually got to the 99% and then walked away. This is a bug. As far as I know, sometimes they will just, or every single time they will basically just stop at 99%. Sometimes they will finish it, but like most times they will just stop at 99%. He decided to stay up until like 1, and then as soon as it got to 99% went to sleep. So we're going to actually force him to get up right now, and we'll also have Zivko get up. If click on her here. And he finished the weapon forge, which is great for us. So now we will have him probably go to work on loyalty basics. Getting loyalists will definitely be welcome. And let's see, we do need herbs. We need herbs. That is the next thing for sure. 69% on that. And then we can start to actually create those flavorful ales finally. And the peasant houses are also done now. That is great. We'll, I guess, go for training ground next. So now Canute can go ahead and just do his inspections as is normally planned. And we just need Emma to get done with this herbalist, because these bushes have been sitting here idly for way too long. We could have actually gotten a whole lot of herbs by now. So that's kind of upsetting, but we will live. Now, I did go ahead and send off our little trader to go ahead and take care of the hops. We finished the herbalist as well. The only other things for the moment that are super important is just the keeping prisoners, I suppose. I mean, any of this stuff is basically the same usefulness to us right now, which is absolutely none. But just to start having it, I suppose there's no real reason not to go for swords. It'll take her a while, and by that point, we should have other... Actually, axes probably first. And by the time this is done, we should have other books for her to learn. So that seems good to me. Alright, so we did get the herbalist, so let's go ahead and place it somewhere. And I'm just going to look at my little setup. I think I had it... Okay, I basically didn't put it out too far because I don't want to crush those bushes, which is a thing that happens quite often. So we're going to try and not do that. And we're going to place it right about here. And then I think we should still be able to fit a workshop or something right about there. We do have the mill as well. And as far as that goes, I don't really care too much where it goes, but I'm probably going to put it... Can we put it up here? Just right above the coal. There we go. That looks good to me. Place a manager. Place a road. We'll actually probably place 2 roads. Hopefully this one won't overlap with another brewery if we decide to actually place it. And we'll just do that road like that. Looks pretty good to me. And we also need a road going up here. This is getting very, very close on money now. But as long as we can get these herbs and create some flavorful ale, we will make it. It's going to be tough, but we will make it. And we did just barely... Everybody's severely hungry, but we did just get the mill placed in time, I think. As long as we can actually get a lot of workers producing flour, we should be okay. So we're just going to keep upgrading these. Upgrade this one now. Wait for this to get done. Shouldn't take them long. And upgrade that now. And there we go. These should all be level 3 now, and if we need to, we may even make a second herbalist, but for right now, 1 should be okay. There's not that many bushes there, so I think they will be able to deal with that. Okay, so we get the trader once again, and look at this. Solid price here on the coal. I think we're going to sell a little bit of it. We're just going to sell it to 30. Why not? That's 300 gold. I will not say no to that. Okay. Otherwise, nothing really here. We will just get rid of... it was... the herbalist. And everything else we want to hold on to for the moment. Actually, wait, we did actually finish the weapon forge as well. We will be placing that shortly. We'll place it now, just so I don't forget about it. Production, weapon forge. It won't fit there. Of course it won't. Can I move this over still? I don't even care that it'll cost 5 wood to do. Production, weapon forge. There we go. Enough room for it now. Perfect. Okay, so we'll place that there. And then, let's see. We also have the peasant houses now. We'll probably want to start moving that over. Severe hunger still. Uh-oh. Not good. Okay, well. Go back to the trader and get rid of weapon forge. There we go. That gets us a little bit more money, but we need to find something to buy. We could get this axe proficiency book now. It's kind of expensive. Alchemy lab would also be a welcome addition. Chancellor. We're going to go for the it's kind of early. It is kind of early, but that's the way that gives us the most amount of gold left over. So I think we're going to go with that. And there's nothing else really to sell, nothing else really to buy. We could buy shields at some point. Not now, but just shortly. Those would be great to have. But for right now, we're just going to go with this. Start that upgrade. That upgrade is started. Okay. So I think that is pretty much where we're going to call it for this episode. So as you can see, we are making progress on getting towards creating our flavorful ale, as well as creating some spears. And being able to sell both of those is going to probably shoot us up in the money department rather quickly. Hopefully this trade route is still going. Yes, it is. Okay. Hopefully they do not try to cancel it as soon as we finally decide to make it. We don't want to start it yet because we don't want to waste a day. Oops, why is it not? It's not really. So Emma, it'll be 22 per item. And right about now we can make a total of, what, 76? Is it 76 for flavorful ale? Oh no, actually we can make like 150 of them. So that could be like 3,500 gold in total. That is incredible. We will be doing very, very well even if we were to only sell flavorful ale. So otherwise, once we sell the spears and the flavorful ale, I think we will be doing pretty well economically, and we can start hiring some warriors. I would love to hire a warrior right now. These ones are kind of expensive. I would rather start from the ground up and use the training ground. But either way, I thank you guys very much for watching, and I will see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our Unholy Horde playthrough on the channel. Now before we get started, I will just ask if you have been enjoying this channel, or this series in general, then consider dropping down and clicking the subscribe button and maybe liking the video. That will help us grow our little community. And in the last episode, we started getting prepared to sell flavorful ale. If we can get this started, I definitely believe that our economy will start to boom. And all we are basically doing, we are almost certainly going to start this trade route today in this episode, but we do need to make sure we actually have some flavorful ale before we do it. Otherwise, we are just wasting time on the actual trade route. And that, you know, that'll waste the paper, that'll waste the 250 that it's also going to cost us for this intermediary service. So, what is the plan? Basically, I haven't really looked at this playthrough, but you want to make sure things are on priority if if they are your priority for your city. So we want to actually have the herbalist a priority. Want to set this to build first, and we're probably going to want at least one of these breweries. We're just going to set them both up to be built or upgraded, and we're going to set this brewery to priority. So we have one priority brewery, one priority herbalist at all times. Additionally, you always pretty much want your tavern and your market, which should be by default prioritized. However, if you move the market, sometimes it gets unticked, or maybe it always gets unticked. You also want your temple on priority, because if not, these things will not have the worker if you run out of workers, basically. That's the simplest way of kind of explaining it. Now, another thing that we are going to want to get started on is creating our peasant houses. Now, these are much better and will help us to get loyalists, which we currently have none. And loyalists work better, they are just happier in general, and that is always good to have. We also finally got the mill set up, so we are going to set up we're just going to set this pretty high. It's the only thing we want our rye to be used on anyways, so we'll just set that up. And we don't need it to really be prioritized, so that's not really too big of an issue. The other thing that we are going to be trying to do is getting Zivka to become one of our actual titled characters. Now, she likes Canute barely. Canute likes her, though. So we're going to wake him up, and we're going to have him immediately go and hang out with Zivka, and hopefully that will help. Okay, and as you can see here, so soil fertility has decreased. And if you continue to cut down trees, fertility will decrease even further. This in turn reduces the fertility of fields or productivity and the gathering of forest herbs. Now, this is one reason that I actually, when I'm in cities like this, I just use rutabaga, because the rye and the hops are just, they're terrible as soon as you start deforesting at all. Unfortunately, I did not know that it actually affects herbs as well. I don't know if that means it's going to get rid of some of these bushes, or if they will just respawn slower. I guess either way, it pretty much will do the same thing. So that's something we're going to have to think about. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to have Canute and Zivka go and hunt together. Hopefully this goes well. Waiting for his hunting partner, okay. Now, there are some inspections he needs to get done, but this is honestly more important. I do not want to lose Zivka. We already invested in her, of course, but the other thing is that she is just useful. She's just useful. So we want to keep her, and wow, they are going very far for this wolf. That is actually a good sign, though, that the wolves are so far away. Hopefully that means there aren't that many of them. I haven't really been checking. Okay, so they're good there. Plus 52. Plus 11. Ah, come on. Zivka, you're breaking me here. We want to be friends, okay? Can I maybe, well, she only has 3 rings. Maybe we just give her another 5. Let's do that. Will that help? Come on. What? Now you hate us? Are you kidding me? Ah. Okay, well, this is looking pretty bad. I don't want to invest those rings then. What we're going to do then, we're just going to ignore it, I guess, and we'll just have to hope we can find somebody better. That's really unfortunate. Denied a date. Oh no, she was trying to She was trying to court us, apparently. I guess that kind of explains it. Okay, so we're just going to keep Canute on his inspections for the day. And I guess we have to hope that Zivka will stop hating Canute. She's very upset. She's actually not doing well at all. And on the other hand, the Unholy Horde has taken out Genoa. So that is another city that has fallen. And just so you know, if these get resettled, they will have different names. I don't know if I can rename them again. It doesn't seem like I can. No. So that's something that's kind of unfortunate. Nothing we can really do about it, though, so there's no real sense dwelling on it. Now, we do have a little bit of money, finally, so we're going to go ahead and set these back to trade automatically for the time being. We are completely out of hops and rye that is not actually in buildings at the moment. Now, unfortunately, we did lose a lot of peasants today. That is because of severe hunger, which we are starting to make progress on. But everybody's going to be eating up that flour, and hopefully that gets most people to no longer starving. We'll just have to see. Maybe I should just go back to allowing rutabaga to be eaten. I don't really want it to be used on just eating, but for the time being, I don't want people starving either. Okay, so here we are back at the trader, and because we are selling rutabaga at the market, I don't want to get rid of any more of our moonshine just in case. I would love to actually buy flour. Oh, I should have checked. Was there any of these that we actually got done with already? I think we already got done with the training ground, didn't we? No, we're at 99%. Okay. Is that the only thing? I don't think we got finished with anything else yesterday. We did not. Okay, that's not good. We'll just send Zivka really quick. We need every little bit of money that we can get, so we really need her to go and finish studying this really quick. It'll only take a second. Okay, finish the training ground, and now we'll put her on just honestly whatever's simple. The chancellery is okay. I mean, we don't really need it yet. We don't really need the workshop yet either, but the tools could be good if we want to upgrade more stuff, so we'll go ahead and put her on that. And we will go back to the trader now, and we will sell... Where is it? Keeping prisoners, training ground. Okay, so we'll sell the training ground book now, and other than that, we can't really do a lot. I would love to buy some flour, but I don't think we really have enough money to spare. So we're just going to have to go with this for the moment. It's very unfortunate actually. Yeah. Not doing great there, but, you know, hopefully we just don't let everybody starve. That's kind of the goal, is everybody doesn't starve, and we will get this trade route shortly. We have currently 7 herbs, not nearly as many as I would have hoped. That is not a lot. They only gathered from these 2 bushes in a whole day. Maybe what we should do is lay down a little bit of road. Could that be good? Maybe? It says that people weren't getting their salary. I don't know why. Something is up there. Something's up there. But if we just put some roads going, like, towards all these bushes, maybe that will help? I don't even know. I have no idea. This seems crazy. Is this crazy? That's 166 gold. But if it works, then it works, right? Maybe even another one going here if this actually seems like it's working. That may help them produce a little bit faster. We'll have to see. Okay, so it is the morning, and I'm going to send everybody to actually go and study early, just because I want to get through all these books. Getting axes and things like that. Mainly the loyalty basics, but we might as well just have everybody working. And the other thing, I may actually go ahead and reward Zivka, even though it may not be the best choice. I'm going to just do it, because one of the things is she is envious of my rings, so maybe this will help there. Disregarded me, hunted together. Is there not? Oh, rewarded me, +8. So it's slightly helped. Now, can we spend time again? We'll do that really quick. It is the work day, so it's not the best time for this, but I really just want to see if I can improve this at all. It's a +8 now. Are they still spending time? They are. Okay, come on. Improve. speed this along a little bit, and still +8. Not good. Okay. Can we hunt again? We can. Alright, send them to do that. This is taking up a lot of this inspection time, and speaking of that, building storage, only 39 is there. What? Okay, so some of it is definitely getting produced, at least. We're gonna set this one, I guess, to priority. Take this one off of priority, and hopefully that... It looks like they're actually producing moonshine. Okay. What we're gonna do then, we're gonna take this down to 100 and see what happens. I really should probably just take it completely off, but I don't want to completely turn off moonshine production if I don't have to. So we'll just see how that goes. Okay, so we did get back up to +11 at least with Zivka. It's something. Hopefully if this refused a date thing goes away. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, so it actually is not even on her mood anymore. So I'm not really sure why it's still affecting their relation. Maybe that'll just be permanent. I actually don't know. I haven't paid a lot of attention to stuff like that. But he's trying to go eat. We're going to send him to do inspections now, and we'll send Zivka to actually go and study knowledge. She was carrying this body. Hopefully a villager will just take care of that. Now, since we do finally have the weapon forge, that is great. We're going to go ahead, and we will produce... We'll just set this to probably 50. Once we get to 50 spears, we can use some of those to attack... we can use it to attack bandit camps, but we will also want to try to get some maces going. Okay, now it does kind of seem like these roads might be helping. It seems like it. Now obviously one right here would have actually helped as well, but that's kind of doing a lot, and in fact, I'm really worried that we don't have enough wages for everybody. Wages is 150. Okay, it should be enough. It should be enough. Canute didn't get a lot of inspections done today. He got done with 3 in total. Emma is she with Harold? Yes. Okay. Okay, so here we are back at the trader, and apparently rye is at an increased price. We're just going to keep it, though. We're not going to sell any more of it. And all we can really do is sell just this one mace for 20 gold. I guess we didn't produce any of the spears, or did I set it wrong? I don't even know where we got this mace from. We shouldn't have actually gone. No, let's take a look. Okay. They produced a spear. Where is it? Did somebody take it? It looks like maybe Canute took it. I thought he already had a spear, though. Okay, maybe it just hasn't made it over. Is it still in the storage here? It's not. Okay, we made a spear, but apparently it turned into a mace. Or did we already have that? I'm really confused on what just went down. I don't think we had that mace before. Did it get turned into a mace? Okay, well, that is very strange. Now, as you can see, we did not produce any of this flavorful ale either. So we just have 27 herbs sitting here, so we're just going to go ahead and take off the moonshine. Hopefully, we will finally get this flavorful ale going tomorrow then. And we will just... We don't even need these at priority, actually. We do need the herbalist always at priority, but for the most part, they are working on the brewery. We did not get any migrants today, but hopefully we will get 5 tomorrow. That would be good. Nobody is starving anymore, so that is a start. Now, it looks like there is a fight going on. Miramir and Lernos. Who even is... Oh, he's a bandit. Okay. Well, it's 1v1. We don't have guards yet. We have 2 criminals, so we do need to start getting guards as soon as possible. He should be okay, though. Yep, no problem there. So we get a free dagger now. Okay, as is our sort of daily dues. Everybody is going to study now. Now, I believe one of these destroyed cities, as you can see, it looks like it got settled, and it looks like it is settled by an ambitious king. Because Arden is not a name of a place that that we named. So, that must be them over there. They actually managed to resettle it, and that, I don't remember who that is. That is Madrid. So Madrid seems to actually have control now of Arden, and I don't know what the Unholy Horde is going to do now. I don't even know. They don't take over a part of the map anymore, I don't think. So they just appear. I guess. They're kind of like the Marauders, I suppose, so that's kind of interesting. Okay, so just an update, we did manage to get some migrants today, that is good, and additionally, we are now up to 16, wait, why does it say plus, wait, hold on, we are not selling it, are we? I hope none of it just got sold, what is going on here? It says plus 20, so somebody definitely drank some. It's not there. Okay, well, maybe we're okay. Either way, we did decide to go ahead and wait for Canute to get done with his inspections today, for him to actually go and spend time with Zivka. Now he is currently having some alone time with Emma, so we'll let them do their thing. And then we will take care of the trader, which there's probably not going to be a lot we can do. We do have 5 spears, okay. That's good. So it's actually been a pretty good day. We got 5 spears, we got the amount of flavorful ale that we needed stocked. I would like to stock a little bit more before we start this trade route, but this is better than nothing. Oh, and she actually just needs to finish this 1% on the axes. This bug needs to get fixed, because that would have actually been less tedious to just go ahead and get that finished right away. So there's nothing else really to do here, except I would actually love to buy a little bit of rye, but it's just expensive right now. We're good on hops. So yeah, we'll just take the money, and we will go ahead and send, finally, Emma to take care of this trade route. And it's going to be 16 for 354, which is 22 each. It's amazing. And we will send Canute now to spend some time with Zivka. And other than that, I think that is probably going to be it for this episode. We just barely have enough money to survive right now. However, taking care of this trade route will definitely help us. Hopefully, we can keep stocking up the flavorful ale. It looks like these roads kind of helped on gathering, maybe, potentially. It's hard to tell, but I think it did. And otherwise, I thank you guys very much for watching, and I will see you all in the next episode. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our Unholy Horde playthrough on the channel. Now, if you have been enjoying the content for a while, I would just ask to drop down below the video and subscribing, and maybe liking the video as well. That helps us to grow this community. And in the last episode, we finally sent Emma off to take care of the flavorful ale trade route. She is about 2.5 hours away, that's good. Now, I was just looking here, and, or not here, but I was just looking at, where was it? If you go to production and you go under the actual production building, you can see how much each worker can actually produce. I believe this is per day. So as you can see, 18 flavorful ale per day, and we have a total of 6 workers. So that's what, 108 about that we could produce in a day. We only have enough resources right now for 68. So because of that, we can go over here, and we can just go ahead and bring back our moonshine production, which is going to be important because we do need the moonshine in order for everybody to be able to lower their fatigue and everything. Now, additionally, we aren't really using wood for anything, and I don't want to stop the coal production because the more coal we have, the more spears we have. So we are going to try and produce more. And we're going to try to produce a little more spears. Of course, we're not going to be able to produce that many per day. However, if we go over here, weapon forge, 5 spears per day. It's kind of slow. However, because of the low amount of iron we currently have, this is actually pretty good for us. We're going to set the priority on the mine. We're going to go, let's say, was there anything else in the immediate? I think that is pretty much all of that stuff. Now, what we're going to be doing today is, while Emma is preparing this trade route, while we are preparing to hopefully get a lot of money coming in, we are going to have Canute and Zivka spend a lot of time just hopefully improving their relation together. Oh, it's actually at 28 now. Never mind. We don't have to worry about that. So King, Grand Title, we need 404 gold. That should be pretty easy for us to actually handle then. Actually, after the very first day, maybe 2 days, because we are doing these other trade agreements as well. So that's pretty much that. We just need to wait for Emma to get back. And apparently Zivka already finished her knowledge, so whatever we can put her on. I think we actually did put her on something, didn't we? Didn't we put her on the Chancellery? I don't know. We'll just put her back. Now, 16 flavorful ale for 354 gold on a daily basis, which is 22 per item. I'm very happy about this. Now, it looks like Norwich is about to be conquered here by Canterbury, most likely. We can't do anything about that, sorry guys. Now, unfortunately, we do have a couple of issues. Now, Emma just got home, and she's about to hopefully finish the axes. But we have another issue. Apparently, I didn't even notice, but we have this camp of forest bandits, and it is kind of a big one. That is 10, and they are planning to attack. Hopefully, they will attack a village. I would actually rather lose the wood production a little bit than to have our entire city get burned. But what we're going to try to do, is we're going to go to army, we're going to set down the training ground at least, and I haven't actually really planned out too much where our army will be heading and surviving at. So what we're going to do, we'll just place it maybe down over here for the moment, something like this, and then maybe we'll put the barracks right about here somewhere, and we're going to want to put down a barracks, but I don't want to waste any iron, and we don't even have iron right now. This one costs 20, so we'll just leave it as it is for the moment. And then we're going to go and do this conflict with neighbors. We're going to side with Canterbury. York is pretty powerful. Lincoln is pretty weak. But London and Canterbury are actually pretty strong, so that combined with the fact that we are trading with them and we are neighbors with them, we really want to keep a good relationship with them. So we want to support Setpatak. I hope that's the right pronunciation. And we will send Emma most likely. We need her to finish the axes though, so let's let her do that really quick. There we go. Okay, and we will send her as our emissary to hopefully improve our relation just a little bit more. That's plus 34. They already like us. Now, apparently, York is Caden. Didn't even realize that. So we're actually siding against our own culture here a little bit, but that is the plan. And we'll also put Emma onto swords now. Now, in other good news, we did manage to get our gold from that trade route already. We are going to have another 30 flavorful ale, so we will have enough to trade for tomorrow. Now, this title is going to cost us 404, so we're going to have to wait until tomorrow still, just because I don't want to run out of wages, but we are getting closer to having our next lord, and from there, we will be able to start spending our money on hiring an army, and hopefully we can switch over to maces temporarily after today. In fact, yes, definitely after today, we will just switch over to maces so that we will have enough to equip everybody. So Emma is home, and we did manage to get the trader. What we're going to do now, we're going to switch over the spear production. We're going to switch this over to maces. Now, of course, we have the axes now, but what we need before we can actually, we don't even need this many maces, actually. What am I doing? We can just do 25, I suppose. We're not going to have a bigger army than that for a while. We obviously do need, though, we need the ingots that we can get from the smelting furnace, so we can't do that yet, but that is going to be the plan. Now here we are at the trader, and we are just going to sell these spears like we've been doing. I wouldn't mind getting a few spears to defend against bandits, those bandits that we have, but at least for the moment it's not really like the biggest concern to me. We also already finished the workshop. Did we finished peasant houses as well? So I think that's everything. Wait, hold on. Do we already have the keeping prisoners? I don't think we do. Okay, so can't buy more paper. Kind of unfortunate. Can't really buy anything here looking good. Maybe we could buy a little bit of flour to tide us over while we're trying to create more. That'll be kind of expensive, but we do have the extra money. Let's just see what else is here. I would like to get the herbalist upgrade, because then we will only ever need that one. But it's not really the... Okay, there we go. Smelting furnace. That is what we need. The sooner we can create axes, and we will probably also... We'll probably just split. We'll make as many axes as we make swords. And so we'll have kind of a half and half army, because swords are not as useful against armored foes, but axes are not quite as good against unarmored foes. Axe's main purpose is to get through the armor, so that is going to be our plan, is to just kind of go halvesies with that. And that looks good, because with axes you don't get the mace bonus where you can knock people out and everything. So now we have 700 gold. Okay, that's good. What we're going to do, we're going to try to make some loyalists, and we're going to go ahead, have Canute grant Zivka her title. And we still have 300 gold left. Okay, looking good. What we can do now, actually, is we can go ahead and hire our very first warriors. We're going to probably hire... We're going to hire the weakest one for now. And that is at least something. I would like to hire this guy, but of course we do have to worry about taxes. That is still going to be a thing we have to worry about in the series. So basically anybody that we can get under 5 combat, or at 5 combat, and then we will just train them ourselves, is probably going to be the best. We actually have a good amount of iron now, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to set this build first. We will want to have enough to make maces, of course, but I do want to get this training ground out of the way so that we can actually train all of our people as we get them. The more that they get trained, certainly the better. If we have 10 combat people, I think we will be doing pretty well. Okay, now unfortunately, Emma's pretty depressed. She has no rings. What's up with that? Did she gamble for them or something? I swear she had rings. Maybe she got robbed. Oh, yeah, that's probably what happened. We have 2 criminals. Okay, now we have 1 criminal. Maybe she got robbed then. Oh. Jobless, pain, shock. Okay, somebody got murdered. Enjoying the moment. Here's a bandit. He definitely killed that person, didn't he? Okay, and so he probably... Well, he doesn't have anything in his inventory. Okay, well, that's not good. So, Emma's depressed about that. She's also got an unfulfilled dream. We can actually take care of that once they wake up. Yes, we'll have them go and hunt together then. Okay, so Emma is awake, so we're going to have her go hunting with Canute. That should get her a little bit happier. Now, since we picked up the book, and we don't really need the swords yet, we're going to take Emma off of that, and we're going to actually put her on the smelting furnace. That's going to be a lot more important, just so that we can start the production of axes, because I would actually rather have axes than have maces, even though we don't get to knock people out with them, which is quite nice. It's the main reason that I actually like maces more than spears, just on a general sense. Whereas with axes, you don't have that, and that's why I want to just split between axes and swords. There's no real additional bonus there, and that was pretty much the main reason that I actually prefer maces so much. But either way, axes are a lot better. I think it's like 3 times better, if I remember right, let's say. 2 times weaker than the sword if both fighters are not protected by armor, and 2 times stronger if fully protected. And let's see, an expensive weapon, approximately 4 times more effective than the spear, and 2 times more effective than the mace. Or, wait, hold on, are maces always 2 times more effective? 2 times as effective as the dagger, but 30% weaker than the mace. Or than the spear. Okay. I guess it's just saying against armor then. Yeah, this text is a little bit confusing, but I think that's about right. Okay, so it looks to me like these bandits are going to attack our city, but we have seen this in the past, where they end up deciding to attack a village instead. Or they just decide not to attack anything. I think they will attack us because they have a pretty strong camp and everything. But we will see exactly how much they're going to attack us with. I wonder if we're going to get any kind of reinforcements. Probably not. Oh, wait, hold on. Nope. Okay, they're reinforcing Venice. Yeah, we're probably not going to get any help, which is super unfortunate, actually. But at least we are going to get some money so we can hopefully hire some more warriors in time. I just don't know if it's going to be enough. Now, we got through this order of moonshine, so we're just going to set it all the way back up to 250. That should be fine. We've pretty much made it through most of our flavorful ale creation, it looks like. Yes, we still need to make another 40-ish. Which is pretty good. Ooh, Canute got a pretty cool nickname. Master. I like it. Okay, and it appears Seville has now fallen. Where is Seville? I'm not. Looks like it was it? It's one of these two. I think it was this one? Must be. So they are making a little bit of progress, but these two are still doing okay, and this has actually grown into a kingdom. We'll have to see. Are they going to get taken out or no? I'm not totally sure if any of the NPC villages or towns can actually even survive the whole Unholy Horde. I'm guessing not, but we will just have to see. Okay, so now Zivka is the one that has a desire to go hunting, and Emma is actually desiring rings at this point. So we'll have to take care of both of those. Luckily, Canute is all the way through all of his instructions at the moment, so we're doing pretty good as far as that goes. Now, apparently that hunt actually got canceled, it looks like. Yep, it did. So that's not good. It doesn't say that it was a failed hunt. I don't know if they got rid of that, but basically if any little thing would cause a hunt to not go through, even if it didn't actually fail, they would get all upset about it. Let's actually see. Craving for... Okay, so I guess she got insulted? I'm not totally sure. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to reward Emma, even though this will put us under the 5 rings, which means Canute's going to probably be kind of upset now. It's still better than Emma having that desire. So, yeah, he's at few rings, -10, but his mood's okay. Now, we did get the Chancellery done, but we're not going to place it yet because we need, first of all, we need tools. So we're going to need to have our workshop going. But at the same time, we do not yet have Canute at 11 management, and I'm not sure. It seems like he's leveling way too slowly for this to, for us to actually get him up to 15 in time. Well, he's only 46 now, so he'll still get it, but he might be in his 50s by the time we get him leveled up enough for that. Let's see. Is there anything else we can do? Not really. We're still just waiting on this smelting furnace. That's the main important thing right now. Okay, and since we do have our warrior here, we actually need to figure out where to put our army patrols. And night patrol, let's see. The night patrol we're gonna want in this area, but the thing is usually I have the hall and the houses a little bit in a more convenient sort of location, so I guess we'll just have to, in this case, we're gonna have to deal with it. Wait, why can't I place it? What? Okay, so right there. There we go. And we'll put it on, we'll just put 10 guards, and we will put a patrol radius of 3 there. That looks okay. He can't make it, or they can't make it over to the priest, but whatever. That's totally fine. And then we will go back to army, and a day patrol here. Probably something like, we're going to want to also put it on a 3 radius. Okay, so I can move out a little bit farther. That looks good. So that way they can patrol around the actual lumber mill, but also near the trees where they will be growing and, or cutting, and we will also go and make another day patrol over by this one. And basically the exact same thing. A little bit further in. There we go. And that looks pretty good. Now, we'll also put this up to probably 5 just in case, and this one up to 5 in case. And I did notice down over here, we actually forgot to fill this in. Okay. There we go. Now, that is fixed. Wonder if that actually makes a big difference for them. I'm kind of not sure. Like, will they slow down in time? Probably, but either way, that is now taken care of, and we have up to 40 flavorful ale now. And with all that out of the way, we're going to go ahead and place down our first barracks. There isn't a lot of great spaces for it right now. I could put it down over here, but I think right here is probably, at this point, the best. I'm so worried about... That's one of the bushes, right? I believe it is. I really don't want to end up knocking it down, because that is permanent. I don't think they ever respawn. So if you get rid of one, you are totally screwed. Now, Canute got an inspiration, which is always nice, and Harold is finally a teenager. Wonderful, which means he should be able to study for us now, right? Yes. Okay, keeping prisoners, we'll just put him on that. He's got 3 intelligence. I remember he really pushed up that intelligence early in his life, and I guess he has just not been sticking to his studies very well, but he is good at trade, he's good at management. So that's actually, wow, look at that. 9 management already, and he is 12. So as soon as he becomes 18, we may just end up having him become our 1 chancellor person. We'll just have to see about that. Now, because Canute is busy with inspections and he also can't go hunt again with Zivka, we're gonna try and have Zivka go with Emma. I don't know if this is a good idea because neither of them are very good at combat. Hopefully they don't die. That would really be just terrible. Okay, they managed to take care of that pretty easily. Okay, I saw the sickness thing and I was kind of worried. I was like, wait, is one of them pregnant? Because Emma, I believe, cannot get pregnant. Yeah, she's already gone through menopause. And it looks like those bandits are heading our way now. That's not good. There's 8 of them. Oh, no. This is gonna be bad. This is gonna be very bad. Okay, is there anything that we can do? We do have some peasants that we could throw into the army really quick. I probably should have just hired more soldiers, but everybody's gonna have to fight. Everybody's just gonna have to fight. So that's everybody. That's gonna also be 100 in taxes. So hopefully we can send some of those guys back to peasantry. It's gonna be kind of difficult. And we'll just have to see if we can even handle this. Now, they have arrived, so we need to go ahead and we'll put Canute, Zivka, and Emma. Well, Emma is going to be essentially useless here, but let's see, we have 11 people. We don't even have enough weapons for everybody, which is not good. Yeah, this is not looking good at all. We're just going to go ahead and go right on over, and hopefully we can survive. There is 13 of us. We outnumber them slightly. Phylon's coming this way. I'm surprised nobody at all tried to assist us, even though we are not allied with anybody directly. Okay, let's go over here. It is unfortunate. We do have 5 weapons that need to be put. Let's actually go over to the weapon forge. Let's see here. Yeah, we should have probably just had those get sent to storage. We would be doing a lot better if that were the case. Let's see. It's gonna be close. It looks like Emma and Canute are still going. Oh, they might make it. They made it. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Emma's the fearsome fish. She has 1 combat, doesn't she? She has 3 combat. And Zivka had 10. I genuinely can't believe that. Of course, we lost basically everybody else, but they played meat shields. That's basically what happened. They all played meat shields, and they defended us. Oh, I wish you could build graves for your peasantry, because they deserve it. Wow, they did so good. Our warriors, well, they're not warriors anymore, and they really weren't warriors to begin with. Did our main guy, did he survive? I think it was this guy. He's fleeing. He's running away. Okay, he's gonna stay though. Wow, I cannot believe that. We got super lucky because otherwise our entire city would be burning right now. So a wonderful job to our warrior peasants. Our warrior peasants managed to defend Winchester. Amazing. Now, if I had just sent those maces to the storage in time, I totally forgot to do that. If we had done that, I think we would have done a whole lot better there. But I'm just surprised that we managed to survive at all. I thought at least we were going to lose somebody. So, I think that is probably where we're going to call it. We will go ahead and send Emma to the trader, and we will sell that. Actually, we'll just keep the spear for now. We'll just keep it. So I don't know if there's really anything that we need to sell. Let's just look, probably 1 book. Yeah, the Chancellery book. Otherwise, we'll probably keep everything else. We do have a bow now. We'll probably go ahead and make a little bit better use of bows in the series as well. So we'll just get rid of Chancellery book. And everything else we can keep. We'll buy a couple of rings. We do need rings. We'll buy 6, so that we can gift at least 1 person again. I would like to buy this paper, but we'll just have to wait for the moment. And otherwise, there's not really anything here. I mean, the scaffolding would be good, but I think it's still a little early for it. And that's probably it. So we'll send the 100 gold. That still has us at 560. We're doing okay. And, oh yes, we need medical cells. We need 3 of them. Okay. Did they have any? 3. They had just enough. That was perfect. And we need to go over here and do not sell. There we go. And hopefully our warriors will now actually survive. Actually, hold on. Hold on. Okay, these are actually loyalists, so maybe we should just send them back to peasantry after they heal themselves. And we'll just... This guy's all... Okay, so they are all loyalists. Okay, good. So we do want them to survive then. And that's probably what we're going to call it. So I did mention before that if you wanted to have a character named after you, that I would set up a process for that in our Discord. I haven't had a chance to do that, mainly because Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 had come out, and I've been spending a lot of time preparing videos for that. But I will try to get the process set up, so just join the Discord if you would like a character named after you, and there will be a channel for it, and you will just basically apply. Make a message telling me who you want, what kind of character you want to rename, and what their name should actually be. I do not have a problem with you picking multiple characters, just keep in mind that it's going to be hard for me to actually keep track of every single one. But if it's like a builder or whatever, then I'll kind of know where they're at. If they're a trader, I'll kind of know where they're at. If they're a warrior, I'll, of course, keep an eye on them during battle and everything. But otherwise, I thank you guys very much for watching, and I will see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our Unholy Horde playthrough on the channel. Now, it has been a little while since our last video, and that's because I unfortunately came down with a bit of a bug, and I was just taking the last several days to get over that. Now, as you can see here, we have a little bit of a message, and I thought we would just read through this together. So what's new? Walls, towers, and gates. You can now build walls, gates, and defensive towers in your settlement, assigning archers to defend them. Cities on the global map will also construct fortifications, which are now reflected in their sprites. They can't do that in the beta branch yet. So I guess this means that they can in the main branch. And then we've got 3D landscape. While working on walls, we realized the need to modify our landscape. Water now has depth, and the map features elevations and uneven terrain. This currently doesn't affect gameplay, but we'll change that soon. Now there's a guest system overhaul as well. Guests who visit you now have specific goals, which they discover shortly after arriving. You can now decide what to do with them once they reveal their purpose. No more pointless visits. And puppets. You, your lords, the bishop, and your neighbors can now create puppets from other lords, including your own. A puppet is bound to its master's will and can do their dirty work, such as shady dealings, intrigues, kidnappings, and even rebellions. Local map intrigue. You can now praise or slander others on the local map, allowing for more subtle manipulation of other lords' feelings. And then there's bodyguards, one of the most popular suggestions on our Discord. You asked, we delivered. Now you can assign bodyguards to lords. At night, when criminals roam the streets, bodyguards will follow their lord and protect their home. And finally, sudden attacks. Now that kings on the map can build fortifications and are protected from your guys' rush attacks, we're introducing sudden attacks. You can now launch attacks without prior warning or additional diplomacy. But be careful, your enemies can do the same. So when sending your army to fight in distant lands, make sure your walls are strong and your garrison is ready. Okay, that could definitely add a little bit of a dynamic way of actually dealing with warfare, because if you go and attack somebody, they could actually instantly attack you, potentially. So if somebody really, really hates you that's right next door, you might want to be a little more careful in how you send out your own attacks. Now, bodyguards, that is really cool. That essentially means that you can now have your king have his own little King's Guard, which is something that's been mentioned to me several times in comments, and it has arrived. So that's really, really cool. And puppets as well, depending on how this actually works. As far as I know, basically if you have a neighbor that has a really, really, really strong opinion of you, I think the threshold is like plus 90 or something like that, then that neighbor will become your puppet, basically. So that's definitely another interesting one. And we have the walls, towers, and gates, and 3D landscaping on the main branch now. So we're going to go ahead and jump back into our save, and be back with you in a second. Okay, so here we are back in Winchester, and we do have a solid amount of flavorful ale going for us. We have some good coal as well. I'm thinking that we are probably going to switch over back from maces to spears for a little while because we did have that issue with the bandits, and I want to make sure that if they end up attacking us, we will have the spears to do extra damage to them. Unfortunately, the mace strategy of knocking them out is probably not going to be a good one at the moment. Now also we have Lana, who is the daughter of Till, and we're going to train her with probably Jivka, and otherwise, I think we are just waiting for the daytime. We may want to check if there's anything that we can really upgrade, but I don't think that there's anything major right now to deal with. So yeah, we are just basically, I know we have the Chancellery, so we'll want to place that at some point, but we're not going to worry about it yet because we do not have Canute at 15 management, and I'm still wondering if he will be able to actually do that at any point. It actually seems like Harold, who's 12 and already at 9 management, will be a better option for that, but we'll just have to see. Okay, now I did also mention in the last episode that we would end up getting rid of most of these warriors and sending them back to peasantry, so I just went ahead and did that. Now it looks like we are out of medical cells, and this person still has their infected wound, and they're also Tenea, so we're probably going to go ahead and just get rid of them even though they're not going to go back to peasantry. And we're probably only going to keep Edgar. He's Caden, and he's decent enough and doesn't cost too much. These ones don't really cost too much, however, they are both Tenea, so I don't really want to, I don't want them to have the feeling of being pushed out, which is actually what's going on right here. I don't know if this counts your warriors' makeup, but just in case. So even though these two are loyalists, we are going to just go ahead and get rid of them. And that brings us down to 9 tax. And it leaves us with 1 warrior who hopefully will be able to train still. I'm not actually sure if they can train on their own, but I hope they can. And we're just going to set this up to 20. There's really no need right now, but we're just going to go ahead and do it anyways. And wait until the day gets going. Okay, so some very, very bad news for us. It appears that there was a refresh on the trade routes from London, and they have decided to cut off our trade route for flavorful ale, which means that we have no one to actually buy it at this point. I'm looking around and there is nobody else to actually buy the flavorful ale from us. So we are going to have to, unfortunately, probably sell it to the trader for the time being. And this is very, very unfortunate. I'm not even actually sure if we even broke even on that trade route, being how much paper we spend and the amount we had to pay to the Holy Mother just for the middleman's fees. As you can see, though, they appear to have city walls. That appears to be what it was saying, that you can actually see this on the map, which is actually really cool. It looks like they're the only ones that I can actually see at the moment that actually have them. That's pretty cool. But yes, unfortunately, nothing very good there for us. At least, like I said, we did manage to trade a little bit, but I don't think it was enough to really make up for how much that trade route actually costed us. Now, we do at least have the smelting furnace. That will be something that we can make use of because we can start to create axes, at least. And we're going to go ahead and put this just right about here. And we'll go ahead and get this road out of the way. It's no longer necessary. And instead, we'll probably put one around here. That doesn't look too great, but it's doable. There we go. That looks better. Okay, and Emma's no longer doing anything because she just finished her research as well. And we also got the coal furnace upgrade enlightenment, which is actually not going to be very useful for us right now. Now, I have noticed that we do have the archer tower, but we don't have anything, we don't have the walls or anything, so I don't know if that's a research now. I'm assuming it probably is. Palisade? Palisade and gate through the... Yep, so that's going to be that. And defensive tower is right here. Okay. So they did actually add researchers for it. That's actually pretty cool. We'll have to see if we can't find one. It's going to be pretty expensive, but within a few episodes, I'm sure we'll have actually plenty of wood to actually make use of that. That'd be pretty cool to get some walls going up, and a gate, at least one gate, maybe two. Okay, so the smelting furnace is done, and we can go and start creating a little bit of steel. Now, we don't have a whole lot of iron left over, and I want to make sure that we can get the spears, but we can probably put up 50 steel. It's quite a lot, but we do have the coal. We'll probably just go ahead and set the spears in total to 10. And once we have 10 of them, that's probably going to be enough, so we'll just let that go through. Now, it looks like Canute is getting a lot of enlightenments right now. Smelting furnace upgrade. Wait, hold on. Did it say smelting furnace as well? Smelting furnace. Yeah, okay. I guess it was Emma that actually learned it, and then he got an enlightenment for it. I don't know why he's getting so many enlightenments. But we can assign him a bodyguard, just like this right here. That's pretty sweet. We'll have to make use of that for sure. Protect the king and all. Okay, the day is over, and unfortunately the trader did not show up, so we are going to be stacking these flavorful ales for a little while. But hopefully we will get them tomorrow. And we'll probably actually... Should we spend time with Emma, probably? Now, we do have a tiny bit of money left over right now. So we're probably going to go ahead and hire one Caden mercenary. That previous one that we had paid for, actually, I think he must have died or something, or maybe he just left the village. But now we will have a second one once again. There is a cutthroat, and he's fighting a bandit, actually. That's interesting. He knocked the bandit unconscious. Their weapons both broke. Wow. That cutthroat is going to be a bit of an issue, I think. There's actually another bandit right there. Are they gonna fight? No? Okay. I guess they are on the same side. That's interesting. Okay, so as you can see, the spears managed to get made, and so now all we really have to do is create our steel. And we're just gonna go ahead and take this off. We will be making more maces, but we don't need to fast track that right now. We do just want more steel. We're gonna put this up to 100. And even still, we're gonna have a little bit of extra iron, actually. I wonder if we shouldn't... Let's see, what would be... We can't really use it even on axes, of course. We're just gonna need the steel. But we could start to make... Let's see, where are they? We could start to make some peasant houses. Now, I already have this pretty much set up to where we would just be putting peasant houses down this line. So I do want to be careful. I don't want to, like, overlap or anything like that. We'll put one here for now. And that'll be at least a little bit of iron that will be used up, and then we will probably start to get rid of at least a couple of these dormitories and start building the peasant houses in our grid right here. But we'll, for now, just do the one, because it looks like most of that iron is going to get used up to create our steel bars. So here we are now at the trader, and as you can see, there is actually an increased price here on the iron. I almost wanted to make use of that, but we're just going to go ahead and sell only our flavorful ale for the moment. We can only do 40 before the price will start to drop. And we can go ahead and get rid of basically all these books, except for swords. We want to keep the swords one for the moment. And we're going to actually keep this guy. Let's see, he is a Caden, and he has decent combat skill. Of course, we're not going to make use of that. I I want to keep him though, because having the prison labor is actually going to be pretty good for us right now. We could also sell some of these hops, but of course we are buying those in the trade route, so I'm just going to go ahead and keep them. It might be good to go ahead and grab some paper just for the next trade route, and we will also buy up a little bit of rings, well, pending if we find anything here that we want. We may get rid of that, but the only thing I can really see is the military logistics. And, oh, palisades. Okay. We'll go with palisades. I don't think we have scaffolding yet. So, okay, we'll go ahead and get rid of all of these. That still gets us 400 gold back, which is pretty good for us. Okay. And as you can see, we do have 9 steel. We have 60 coal, 65 iron still. So we can totally build more houses for sure. And I think we're going to do that. I think we're going to go ahead and get rid of this. Make sure everybody moves out of the way. We don't want them to get stuck. We know that that happens sometimes. Oh, yep, and as you can see, the palisades and the gate are already showing up there. Let's go ahead and get somebody started on studying it. And we will just move this out of the way for the moment. And we're going to place as many as we can. Just like that, and we'll get rid of this one as well. Get rid of that, and we will place even more peasant houses. Like so. Now, we'll wait until these get built, and that'll be an extra 8 spaces. Right now we have just enough for everybody to have a home, and we'll just cancel this creation. And we should be able to make probably maybe 8, maybe 7, maybe 7 across and then 4 down. So that's what, 28 in total peasant houses, which should still be about 56 people housed just in this little section. And we can do a little bit more over here on the left of the temple. And yeah, that's all looking pretty good. So we do have a good amount of flavorful ale. We need to be harvesting more herbs in order to create more, but it looks like those are all gathered out right now. But we do have plenty of hops. We can actually probably just go ahead and I don't think we really need a lot more hops right now because we are basically just throttled on the herbs, and we can probably just buy the hops if necessary later on from the trader. But I think that's going to be it for now. So what's our main objective at the moment is basically just to improve our army. I could have kept around all of those guys from before, but I didn't really want to pay the taxes until we had a little bit better money stocks, and we still don't really have the greatest amount of money right now. So that's going to be the thing, is stocking up money and then preparing our army to improve. And we're going to go ahead and hire this guy. Yes. Okay. So I think that's good, and we are going to want to take out this camp of forest bandits as soon as possible as well. But otherwise, I thank you guys very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our Unholy Horde playthrough on the channel. Now in the last episode, we unfortunately lost our flavorful ale trade route, which has impacted us slightly on how much money we can actually make, because of course that's just a lot easier of a way to export our ale and everything. But we are just going to go ahead and sell this to the trader, and hopefully everything will kind of smooth out in the end. Now another thing is we did start to get some steel coming in, so we can actually go ahead and get started on some axe production now. And we're just going to probably do, we're going to go with about 20 for the moment. And once we get these axes, we can actually hold on to these and use them in combat. They are pretty dang strong, so we will be able to use these even if we are against armored foes. They should be pretty good. So that is going to be great for us to end up having. And at the same time, I did put this peasant house here, but we're going to actually get rid of this. And we're going to be getting rid of this rutabaga field and this rutabaga field as well, because I forgot but I do have a layout kind of planned and everything. And right here is actually where we want our second temple to be at. Now, if we go over to our statistics, as you can see, there is already more than 50 people. And as you probably know, 50 people is how many can actually use one temple. And I'm pretty sure that's how many can use one single tavern as well. So we will want to make room for a second temple, and this is going to be the best spot for it. So we're probably going to go ahead and just do that now, which means we will need to place new rutabaga fields at some point. But right now, it's not really the biggest issue. We do have a few unemployed, so we will want to figure that out, though. I think the best thing to do, let's see, once we have another tavern laid down, we should be doing mostly okay. But we will probably want to, let's say, maybe we just expand the smelting furnace, and maybe we also expand, is there anything else we can expand? Weapon forge, not really. Breweries, not really. Maybe just get a second mill, but we don't have the rye for it. So I think at the moment, we will just want to place another rutabaga field. And we're going to also want to redo this road a little bit. Let's say, probably something like this, and just kind of circle back around. Something kind of like this. That may not be perfect. We'll have to see once it actually gets built. And then the second tavern, we're probably going to want to put that over here in between these two temples, kind of. So basically right about here. And that should be okay for that. Now, let's go ahead and pick a spot for the rutabaga fields. And what we're probably going to do here, we're probably going to try and actually place one rye field. And we're just going to see if it manages to make any kind of a decent amount of rye. It doesn't look like it'll even fit here. So actually, hold on. What we're going to do then is, let's say, we'll probably just go ahead and put all the fields over here then, just because we don't want it to block off any of our peasant houses either. So we're just going to go ahead and place one more rutabaga field, and we'll place a rye field. And that should hopefully be enough for the jobs that we have at the moment. Now, as for the rest, what we are basically doing is just playing the time game, because we need to sell off as much flavorful ale as possible, and we also need to try to get our matriarch relation increased. That way we can actually buy herbs at the trader. And if we can do that, then we can continue to get hops through trade and turning those into flavorful ale, and that should be able to get us a solid amount of money. We're also going to be needing the herbs for medical sales if we decide to make those. So it's just about mostly playing the time game right now. Okay, and the church service is ending. Normally I would like to wait until the end of the workday, but I think Canute is mostly caught up right now on his work. We're going to have him go over to Till and spend a little bit of time with him. Hopefully increasing their relation even a little bit can help us here on the matriarch relation. And otherwise, we'll just have Canute go back to doing his inspections, which he's going to do on his own. And Emma just needs to work on studying. And otherwise, we are just, like I said, waiting. Now, another issue we are having is that our prisoners are currently starving. The one prisoner that we actually have. We're going to go ahead and place down the prison ward just so that, well, so they don't starve anymore. And hopefully that will make them a little bit happier. I just need to find a good spot for it. Honestly, it doesn't really matter too much. I think just over here probably. I would like it closer to the barracks, but it's not really the biggest deal, and I want to be able to place another barracks over here, and the thing is that I don't want to risk collapsing any of these herb patches. Now, it looks like our forest bandits did get bribed again, so they're actually going to attack our town again. That is very much not good. There's 16 of them. Oh, no. Yeah, that is going to be a problem for sure. We may have to bring these peasants back into the army. And we'll probably do. Luckily, the mercenaries got refreshed, so we'll hire this one, and we're going to hire this one as well. And that's really all we can do at the moment, but it is getting to be a solid army. I think we can actually probably do a little bit better this time and not nearly get our entire army wiped out this time, but we'll just have to see. We're not going to do that trade agreement right now either. Now, it seems that most of our coal actually got placed into the smelting furnace, so even though we have the steel, they're not turning the steel into axes. What we're probably going to do, we're going to bring down the amount of steel just down to 50. I don't think we're going to have 50 at any point right now, so that should be okay there. And hopefully, I don't think they'll actually change the storage until tomorrow, but at least it will be set up in the future. Now, Canute is trying to eat. We'll probably just let him do his own thing now and decide when to actually go and do his inspections. And otherwise, we are just kind of waiting still, and luckily these peasant houses are making their way along, but they do need the iron, which is, like I said, mostly placed in the smelting furnace right now, so hopefully all of that gets fixed for tomorrow. Okay, and it looks like Emma did finish the palisades, but of course we can't do anything with that, but I did want to just go over it with you guys a little bit. So as you can see, the gates themselves cost 75 wood and 5 iron. That's already pretty substantial, because as you can see, it's not taking up a whole lot of space. But really, it's these palisades. If we put palisades all the way around, as you can see, just this little one square costs 3 wood just for that. And in total, something like this is going to be 14. That's what? 2, 4, 6, 7? 7 squares? So if you go all the way around, I think it's going without saying, even if you use the rocks to your advantage, or the mountain ish regions to your advantage, that's probably still going to be at minimum like 500 wood or something that we would have to use to contain our entire village. And if we did that, we would also want to consider whether we want the herb bushes inside of the walls, or if we want to make a gate for the herbalist to get outside, or even just move this outside of the city in general. So that's another thing you got to kind of consider. So yeah, it's going to be something that we're going to do, but it is going to take some time because it is just very expensive and we don't really have much spare wood at the moment. Okay, so we do have the trader once again today, and the only thing we're really looking to do is sell off some more of our flavorful ale. Now, we can only sell 8 today, unfortunately, but we are able to sell the smelting furnace and the palisade book, which gets us another 295 back, which is pretty good. We're also going to buy another paper, and we will probably preemptively buy just a few medical cells here, just in case. I mean, not really even just in case, we're almost certainly going to need at least a couple of them. Now, other than that, I don't really think too much is going to be here for us. Even captives isn't really going to be too good. Okay, so yeah, there's not really too much knowledge for us to actually get. So that's going to be it for today. Hopefully we can keep on selling the flavorful ale, but as you can see, it's only a daily consumption of 8. I think if we join somebody, maybe we could join Norwich, or Venice, I guess, temporarily, just to expand our market cap, and that might be one way that we can sell off a little bit more flavorful ale, because right now we are actually producing it more quickly than we can really sell it. Luckily for us, though, we do have Lincoln and London here coming to our aid. Hopefully they will actually stay for the fight, but that should be at least 6 more soldiers, it looks like. I don't know where they are. Oh, it looks like they're right here. So, yeah, it looks like there's at least 5, I guess. Well, one of them's a bandit. So, either way, that should help us out a little bit. And it looks like there's actually a scriptonic. So as far as the scriptonic goes, we could get a blessing from the church. Reduces the use of paper when writing books. Oops. Removes all negative traits and thoughts from a bandit. Yeah, none of this is really particularly good for us, so that's unfortunate. I would have liked a dictionary actually right now, but that's okay. Okay, and just in time before the trader is about to leave, we actually finished swords as well, so we can actually sell this book back. And that's another 254 gold. We will take that for sure. Otherwise, let's see, what's our relation is still only plus 12. That's unfortunate. I would like to improve that so we can start to buy herbs from them, since we obviously only get so many of them here. We probably didn't even need to upgrade this herbalist, since there's just so much time being spent that these bushes have to regrow. But that is, you know, it's one of those things that you just have to deal with. Okay, looks like there's this bandit that managed to kill just a jobless person. And then our warrior actually took care of him, which is pretty good. Yeah, that could have been really... Actually, that's not even our warrior, because he has a sword. That must be, yeah, Macaw. He's one of our reinforcements. So they're actually putting in the work already. Now, let's actually make sure. Where is... There we go, night patrol. 2 guards out of 10. Crimes prevented 1. Okay. And just making sure that the numbers are good there. Max combat level of 10. Yes, that's fine. Patrol radius is also fine. I can't really see the outline. Wait, hold on. Can I not see the outline? That's weird. There appears to be no patrol radius. I'm not sure what's going on there. Okay, now it looks like these forest bandits are heading to attack the town. They are 2 hours away. So we are going to want to set up our little army squad pretty quickly here. And we're just going to give it just a second so that Canute can actually get a little bit more done beforehand. Okay, now they're about 30 minutes away. We're going to go ahead and start setting this up. So unfortunately, it looks like these 2 that we hired are not going to make it in time. Because of that, this is, well, it's a little dicey. What we're going to do, I think we're going to have to actually hire this guy just to, I mean, assuming that we survive this attack, we are going to need to make sure that we have enough people to go and take that out. So what we're going to do, we're going to put Zhivka and Emma, I guess, into this. I don't see that we have a way around it, and we're going to have to bring these 2 peasants in. That gives us 7 in total. This is not looking great. Not looking great. We're not even going to worry about bowmen. We just need to be able to do as much damage as possible, as quickly as possible. But hopefully we will have enough. Okay, so the bandits have arrived, and it looks like we've got a total of 6 reinforcements here, and we're going to go ahead and move them out over here, as well as our own squad. And it looks like they actually sent us 1 crossbowman, and then in total we have 3 swordsmen. That's actually pretty good. And then, of course, Canute is wearing a spear, so I guess we still haven't produced any of those axes yet, unfortunately. That is okay. I think this should be pretty easy for us, actually. Just gonna have them go up over here. And that is where they're going to battle. Hopefully Canute is not lagging behind too far. Doesn't seem like he is. Just run right on in. Let's see here. Should not be too much of an issue. I'm just worried. Yeah, it looks like this squad is actually going to get taken out. They're doing okay. They're actually surviving it. Just need Canute to take these guys out, and there we go. Okay. Now, the other bonus to this... Yes, okay, all of them survived. That's good. Now, the other bonus to this is... all these guys should have weapons on them that we will actually take once they get brought to the temple and have their bodies burned. So we might actually get a free heavy armor, we might get a crossbow, we might get some gold. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. Now, before these guys replenish, we may want to go and attack attack them, but it's probably going to have to wait until the next episode. What we might do is just send the attack now and do the attack at the beginning of the next episode. Let's see. Should we wait? Let's take a look at these axes. There are 4 of them in storage, so let's go ahead and wait for those to make it into our storage. There we go, 4 axes, perfect. And these 2 guys actually still need to heal as well. We may go ahead and bring all these peasants into the army just in case, because these guys may actually end up replenishing their numbers quite a bit. So we'll go ahead and do that. I don't know if we'll be able to send any of these back into peasantry, but we're just going to wait for those 2 warriors to actually use their medicine, and then we'll go and attack. And it looks like Zivka got the Firm Hand nickname as well. Okay, so it looks like our warriors did heal up, and we actually have 1 extra axe. It looks like Canute, Emma, and Zivka. Oh, wait, actually not Zivka. I don't know where the 3rd one then. Hopefully nobody stole one of our axes. But either way, we also have an extra heavy armor now. We have a crossbow, which we're probably going to use. So looking all pretty good there. Now, there is 1 survivor, it looks like, from these bandits, and they're going to be heading back home. But otherwise, it doesn't look like they have increased their numbers at all. So we're going to go ahead and have Canute create this army. And we will go with the crossbow, and we will go with the spears, and I guess we'll throw in 1 bow. Seems fine to me. Oh, and we do need to actually throw Zivka in there. We don't want Emma to go, but we do want Zivka in this battle. There we go. And armor, and all the spears, and the bow. So that's 15 in total. Hopefully they don't end up replenishing. That would definitely suck if we have to fight more than 6 here, but hopefully it will just be the 6. So that's probably where we are gonna call it. We'll go and deal with the trader really quick and just sell off a little bit more of our flavorful ales, if I can find them. Wait, where are they? Oh, down here. So sell those, that'll get us another 48 gold. We do have a little bit of herbs finally, again, which is good to see. Tenea shields, nothing probably else. The Tenea shields might be good, just because it'll make shields more effective, but for the moment we're not going to actually deal with that. And there's nothing really else here that we need to actually buy, so we'll just sell those. And like I said, in the next episode we will actually deal with this battle, and hopefully it will be a pretty easy one. Maybe we should actually sell these daggers as well. We don't really need those. Wait, what's going on here? Oh, they're already leaving. I didn't realize the time. Okay, so we'll just sell those next time then. But either way, I thank you guys very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our Unholy Horde playthrough on the channel. And in the last episode, we had to deal with another bandit invasion, unfortunately. And we managed to fend it off, and we have also sent Canute to go and take care of the remnants of it before it grows back to being a thorn in our side once again. Now, another thing we need to kind of start talking about is, because we already have our export, our major gold export, which is flavorful ale, even though we don't have a trade route set up for right now, basically we can just kind of sell it to the trader, and we should be able to increase our wealth pretty easily by doing that. And this is still relatively early in the series, so we're gonna have to start thinking about basically the fact that we are probably going to start snowballing soon. And once that happens, I don't expect that the Unholy Horde should be too difficult to actually deal with. So we may actually want to maybe consider thinking about joining something like York or maybe Venice. Probably not Venice because they actually hate us. York doesn't hate us too badly, so we could definitely do some diplomatic actions over there, and maybe they will try to get us into their kingdom. If not, then we may just have to create our own kingdom still and just kind of deal with the relations between our vassals and ourselves. for a good chunk of the playthrough, maybe something like that. I'm just trying to think of ways that we could extend the series, because I'm not expecting that this one will necessarily take as long as previous ones. But either way, we are going to wait for Canute to get over here, and then we're going to see which ones of our warriors that we can send back to peasantry, and we may start to look into expanding our army a little bit more. Right now, we can't hire anybody, except maybe this guy, but he would just be another, squad leader, so we'll just have to see. Okay, so Canute has arrived at this bandit camp, so we're going to go ahead and head on in. It doesn't look like the balance of power is quite as much in our favor as I would hope. Hopefully we can be okay in here, though. Let's see, do they have towers? They don't have towers, so that's not it. It could just be that it looks like it's a pretty low balance power and it actually isn't. Either way, we're going to get over close and we're going to have Canute stay in the back so he doesn't actually get himself killed here. Get a little closer first. Okay, stay in the back. Let everybody else run in first. Alright. Looks like quite a few of them actually just surrendered immediately. Hopefully that doesn't get us killed here. Oh, that is very, very not good, actually. Oh, no. Oh, come on. Come on, Canute. You need to kill some people for us, or this is gonna end very, very badly. Alright, Zivka's already down to a knife right now. Oh, no. And they do have axes, too. That's probably part of it. Okay, we managed to survive it. We didn't lose anybody. It was just that they all surrendered because they're peasants and bandits and stuff like that. So, wow, that is... Ooh, that is a sigh of relief for us. Okay, so once Canute gets back, we'll go ahead and try to send some of them back so that we know where we stand as an actual unit. Okay, so we did make it back, and I was able to send 7 of our warriors back into peasantry without losing them. 2 more do need to actually heal their wounds, and we also have this level 10 guy that is still making his way to the settlement. It looks like we did get a refresh, but the only one that I really want to pay for right now is going to be this guy. Anything above 10 right now I think isn't the best idea, and we should probably just train them from the ground up. So we're going to go ahead and set this up to 15 now, and we're also going to place another barracks, and we're gonna, I want to be careful. I do not want a chance crushing that bush there that is for our herbs, so we'll place it hopefully right there is good. Okay, it's fine. Now, did we do the research for these? I thought we didn't, and I thought we already looked and we had to do research for them. Alright, actually, yes, we did do the palisade one, didn't we? Yes. Okay. That explains why that's there. Okay. So 75 wood and 5 iron. We actually could probably do that soon. I'm gonna go ahead and move this, though. The door's facing that way, and this is a rotatable building, so we'll go ahead and rotate it. Just for OCD purposes. And otherwise, Canute he's trying to go to talk to Harold. He needs to actually go and do his inspections, though. And otherwise, we need to go to our production. We're going to bring the axe amount down until it's at 10, and we're going to do the same with swords. We want to have roughly equal amount of both. And everything else here looks pretty good. Now, one thing I'm seeing here, if we go over to York, we can do an offering to the king, and since this is no longer gold-based, it's actually gifts, we could have Emma send 3 bows, and that will increase our relation here with York by 12. So we're actually going to do this. Emma's not doing too much. She doesn't have anything to study. Hopefully she'll make it back in time in case the trader shows up today, but even if not, it's not really the greatest loss. We can wait another day, and then that'll just lower the amount of market saturation on this flavorful ale anyways. Okay, now as you can see, we actually have a little bit of unemployment here. Not very much, but just a little tiny bit. So we're actually going to, let's see, we already have 1 rye field going, so we don't really need to worry about having another one. We'll just make this another rutabaga field, and I don't want it to end up overlapping with where we'll be putting barracks, but I think we can just put barracks across now. I don't remember, is that an herb bush right there. I'm not totally sure. We'll have to make sure to think about that later. We'll just place it right there. And we're going to go ahead and get rid of another dormitory as well. And we're going to place down some more peasant houses. Now, I'm not going to get rid of this other dormitory just yet, but we're going to want to do that soon. And we also need to start thinking about roads. What is going on here? I think something may have happened with the placement of this. Maybe it's because of the 3D map, but as you can see, this is all offset now. And I know for a fact it was all connected before. That looks really, really strange. I think that's because of the 3D map. Yeah, if you can see it, it actually looks like the stairs is not completed. Like there should be another section of stairs right there. That is really, really strange. I don't know if that's a bug. It's happening with the library as well. It's actually happening with everything. Huh. I'm just now noticing it. It looks very, very strange. I'm not totally sure if that's because we're on an existing save when this update came in, but let's go ahead and at least fix that. It looks very, very weird. Okay, there we go. I don't know, maybe that is expected. Maybe the developers already know about that and it's not really a bug, but it definitely seems kind of buggy to me. So anyways, now we have Heppernoob, and he's from Lincoln. He's the king. So actually, he's going to go talk to Canute, and I think we're going to let that happen just so we can improve our relations that little bit more with everybody that's in this York kingdom. And it looks like London is being attacked, and they definitely lost. No surprise there. London's become our enemy. That's great. Okay, now we are having another issue. I completely forgot that we are not currently getting any rye from anywhere, and as you can see, we have no food. We have no food at all, so we're gonna actually have to do something a little bit of an emergency here. Emma's already back, or coming back from York, so we're gonna send her over and try to get Norwick's, get their rye. And actually, let's make sure that London doesn't have a better price on it. Oh, we can't even trade with them right now. Okay, well, that is a thing. Okay. What is this going to be? It's going to be just a little bit over 1 per item, about maybe 1.2 per ride there. And unfortunately, since Emma didn't make it back in time, we're going to need to look here. And it will be 10 for each flour, or, yeah, wow. Rye is at an increased price right now, so that's very not good. We could just buy a little bit of this flour just to tide us over. It'll be 192 for that, though, because we also have the tax on warriors. And I don't want to sell anything right now because we'll get a poor price for it. So I guess we're just going to have to wait. We do have some severe hunger right now, which is not good. But we'll hopefully be able to make it through. We may just lose a little bit of peasants, but that's okay. That should be fine. Okay, now apparently a bandit is attacking Canute right now. Actually, Canute has no rings. Did he get stolen from? I'm not totally sure. Either way, this guy is probably not going to survive this. Nope. He did not. He doesn't have any rings on him, though, so I guess maybe Canute already lost the rings. I wasn't paying attention to that. That's not very good either. Alright, now there is a lot of fatigue as well as the hunger, so what we're gonna do, we need to actually allow flavorful ale to be drank for the time being. It's not something I'm super happy about because it is a very good thing for us to export, but we do need to let people have some amount of alcohol. So we're gonna go ahead and set the flavorful ale amounts up. We're not gonna let our prisoners drink it, so they're probably gonna try to escape soon. I probably should sell them tomorrow, even though I would like to have the labor force. Unfortunately, they are just going to be escaping if we don't sell them off. Okay, and just like clockwork, pretty much, now Zivka actually wants a reward. Emma wants to write a book, and Canute just wants any amount of rings. So hopefully we get the trader again today. It's actually really not great that we sent Emma away yesterday, but I do like that we have better relations, at least with York. Lincoln still kind of hates us. Actually, they hate us a lot now. That's not great. Now, Canterbury, is actually offering us 700 in loan. That may not be the worst thing to actually accept. We'll send Emma to go collect that. Just having that extra 700 gold could be very useful for us right now. We just have to remember to actually pay it back. Now, Canute is super, super depressed, partially because of that Phylon guy dying. And he was also insulted probably by this guy from Lincoln, Hepranoob. So that wasn't good. And that's why I don't really like when these guys show up. I'm always expecting we can improve our relation, and then it always goes south. It's always bad. But, yeah, that's the thing that we have to deal with, I suppose. Okay, now we did get the 700 gold on loan from Canterbury, and we're going to go ahead and hire another warrior. We'll hire both these guys, actually. All three of these guys. Yeah, that works for me. And we'll have 500 left over, and what we're going to do, we're going to need to start taking out bandit camps. There's one here for 8. This one only has 2. This one has 5. And there's another one up here that has 14. So we could definitely collect a decent little bit of money if we take all these out. And we'll improve our relations with everybody in the area, so that would be good as well. Looks like Prague actually just joined Venice, so we can actually take out another one up here as well. So that is looking pretty good. We'll have to do that in the next episode, though. But that is definitely going to be the way that we can increase our money situation just a little bit more. Luckily, we do have flour again, at least, so that is good. But that is probably where we are about to call it. I'm just going to deal with the trader, and Emma and Canute are spending a little time. Wow, Emma has a lot of scars. Okay, so here we are at the trader, and we're going to go ahead and sell some daggers. We'll keep all of our weapons for the time being. Maybe we'll sell a few of these bows. And let's see, where's our flavorful ale is all currently spoken for. It's all in the tavern right now. Okay, so this will only get us 77 gold back. And the other issue we're having, of course, is that we don't have any beer. It may be time to go ahead and start producing our own again. So we'll need the hop field and beer. And we have plenty of hops. It's just rye, which we're farming a little bit of. So we may just have to start producing our own again, which I actually would like to get this axe proficiency as well. But that's probably not in the cards for the moment. Okay, so now we're giving 26 back. Everything else I think we're gonna go ahead and keep. Yes, okay. And we're gonna immediately we'll have Zivka go ahead and learn that. And that's probably where we're gonna call it. So, obviously, a little bit of an oversight on the beer and the flour situation, just because I haven't been playing this save that much lately. I keep forgetting the little tiny things. But yes, we didn't have a flour or beer source, so that's going to be a thing that we need to actually very strongly consider fixing. Now, luckily, not too much of the flavorful ale has been sold, but quite a bit of it is being sold. Hopefully this makes people mostly happy. We're going to go ahead and set this now to do not sell. Hopefully that fixes their mood a little bit, just so that they aren't all leaving the province. But in the next episode, we will go ahead and start taking out some bandits, and that should give us a little bit more money so that we can just buy beer if necessary. Right now, I may have to buy a little bit, though. Let's see, is there a decent price on it? Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and just buy. We're gonna buy all of that. And how are we looking on rye? We have 23 of it, so we may want to buy a little bit of flour as well, just maybe 16. It's definitely going through a lot of our money, but I think we kind of have to. And we're gonna sell a little bit of maces just to get some of our money back. This looks pretty good. We still have enough weapons to survive on. So, okay, that's going to be it for this episode. And like I said, we are having some issues, but I don't think they're going to be anything too massive. Once we start focusing on creating our own food and our own alcohol for the peasants, I think we'll be doing okay. So, as always, I thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our Unholy Horde playthrough on the channel. And in the last episode, well, we kind of ran out of food. We were dealing with the bandit situation that we had, and we ended up running completely out of food. So, this was kind of my fault. I basically forgot that our previous trade route for rye had fallen through, and we actually needed to create a new one. So that is entirely on me. It's just having not been playing this series due to being sick and everything, kind of screwed that up a little bit. Now, why am I back here at the trader? Well, for one thing, we basically need to look at whether or not we're going to buy more food here. Unfortunately, rye is not at a good price because it has a price increase, and same with hops. Now, we could buy a little bit of flour, but actually the main reason that I came here is because Canute is really, really depressed, and part of that is because he has no rings. I think they got stolen from him at some point. We're just going to go ahead and buy 5 of those. And at the same time, we need to go to our production, and we're going to drop down the amount of coal that we're producing, because we only really need enough coal to produce all the steel that we need. And as you can see, we're basically at the amount of steel that we need anyways. And this will supply us for about like 50 more weapons. And what I want to do is I want to try to increase the amount of wood that we have, so we can start to create walls. This will help us if we do end up getting attacked. It should make it a lot more difficult for them to burn our city. I'm actually not entirely sure how attacks work when you have walls. I'm kind of curious to see if you can kind of funnel them in or anything like that. I'm not too sure if that's how it works. I imagine that the developers would have, just being how they are, probably would have made sure that it's not just easy to just do a death funnel of sorts, but we will just have to see. Now, finally, we are going to be spending most of this episode just attacking all of these forest bandits that are around. We're probably going to skip this one for the moment and see if it accrues a few more soldiers. But this one has 8, this one has 5. Unfortunately, it appears that this kingdom, somehow it looks like it got bigger, but it's cut off from Norwich now. I'm not really sure exactly how that happened. So we do only have, it looks like, these 2 camps for the moment that we can actually take care of, but that's okay. And otherwise, we are just basically going to wait while we try to accrue more rye, and in doing so, we can create a little bit more flour finally. And we are also going to finish this hop field and beer research so that we can start creating our own beer, so we don't have to keep buying that either. But otherwise, yeah, we've got enough hops. We may need to start another trade route soon. I actually probably should have checked if the trader had paper, but we'll just take care of that tomorrow so we can stack up enough paper for another trade route. And otherwise, what we may do is once we have maybe 20 axes or maybe even 15 axes and 15 swords, we'll increase this amount as necessary so that we keep the axes and sword amounts roughly even. But once we have the 15 or so axes and swords, we may go back to spears just to create a little bit more spears so that we can sell them, but we'll just have to see. Alright, and it looks like Canute and Emma just got into a fight with another cutthroat. This is becoming a problem. As you can see, we have a lot of crime, and we don't have the scaffolding book yet, so there's not a lot we can do except for hoping our patrols can continue to deal with this. Luckily, it's mostly vagabonds, and then a cutthroat comes out of nowhere, and they tend to get into a fight pretty quickly and get killed, but it is something that we're going to need to think about. Alright, now Canute's mood is a lot better now. He's going to eat right now. I'm actually going to stop him, and we're going to go and reward Zivka. Of course, this is probably going to make him a little bit depressed again, because we are giving up the little bit of rings that we have, but the thing is that we did finish that desire, at least. So he shouldn't be too bad off. We'll see, though. Looks like he's going to at least be around 60. That's fine. And we're going to go ahead and get started on these bandit camps. So the first one, we're going to go after this one before it gets too big for us to be able to deal with. And we'll send Canute and we'll send Zivka, but we're going to, of course, leave Emma behind. And that gives us 10 warriors. This should be fine. We have a nice amount of axes, and we're going to send mostly maces other than the axes, because we want a chance of getting some prisoners. And I don't even know if I want to send all these axes. Maybe 5. 5 and 5, so that there is a pretty decent chance that we should get some prisoners that we could use for labor or just sell them. Now, on another note, I don't really like that there's so much flavorful ale being kept at the tavern. So what we're going to do, I shouldn't have put this at max. I should just put it, we'll put it at about half of the village, so, or half of the amount of peasants, so that at least half of everybody should be mostly decent mood. I mean, the mood is already pretty good, actually. But this should make things a little bit better, so that we're still dealing with fatigue without, you know, having all of our flavorful ale in the taverns at all times, because we want to be able to sell some of it still. Okay, now we are on our way with Canute, but we're going to go ahead and hire this guy, and it looks like we have a couple of low skill cadens that we can hire. I'm not going to hire this guy because we are already getting pretty high on the taxes, and I still want to be able to make use of the trader until we can at least get another trade route for flavorful ale. But we're also going to need to start stacking up paper as well, so that we're able to actually do these trade routes. Okay, and actually some very, very good news. So it looks like Norwich wants to start an alliance with us. And this would put us under their leadership, of course, yeah, I mean, that's fair. They're a little bit stronger than us. I think that, you know, it's not enough stronger than us, but the reason they want this alliance is probably to stop them from getting invaded again by these guys, who seem to be having some internal struggles over there. And this would also give us a border with these guys again, so hopefully we'd be able to attack this bandit camp. So we are going to actually do this. What we're going to do first, though, is deal with this conflict between neighbors. So there's Teleron from Norwich, or Venice, Svedadar. So Venice is these guys, I think, or these guys, one of these two. And they already hate us, so I would prefer to have very good relations here with Norwich. So we're going to go ahead and send Emma to do that, and as soon as that gets done, we'll go ahead and join their alliance. Now we have to deal with our king's ambitions again, and we will go ahead. Can we do fertile again? We can't, so I guess we'll just probably do economic, because we're not going to be conquering just yet. We have a long way to go for that one to be successful. As you can see, London actually has city walls. I think they already had these in the last episode, but it looks like they are the only ones that actually have it, which is kind of interesting. And it looks like we could actually save Canterbury. Should we actually... Is this from this camp of forest bandits? I think it might be. Let's go ahead and, oh, it has to be on its way to attack our city. Okay, well, I guess we just are going to attack this camp then. Let's go ahead and go in. So this is kind of unfortunate. This drops the amount of money that we're going to make substantially. But maybe we'll at least take these two prisoner. They should surrender pretty easily, I would think. Maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, yep, that one's dead. Yeah, they both died. That's unfortunate. So we can't even attack that group. I don't even know what happened to them. They're not even on the map anymore. Huh. Maybe they already attacked Canterbury and just died. I'm not totally sure there. But we'll have to attack this one now, and hopefully we get a little bit luckier on the amounts that we actually can make from this. Okay, so we've completed this conflict between neighbors, and now they are a lot happier with us. We'll go ahead and immediately go and join the alliance, and they'll actually give us 300 gold for this as well. So that's going to be quite nice. And hopefully it prevents us from ever losing this trade agreement. I'm not sure if them getting attacked and taken over would actually make a difference, but if it would, hopefully we can help protect them. Now, it looks like Athens has Venice, Baghdad, Constantinople, and Kiev under their control, and it doesn't look like any of them are buying flavorful ale still, so we're doing just about as well as we have been. That would have sucked if they actually did have a trade route for flavorful ale going, and we can't do it because they're our enemies now, but no risk there. Now, hopping into this bandit camp, and there is still 5 of them, so hopefully we can at least take a couple of prisoners here. And if not, we should at least get a little bit of money out of this. I'm not even worrying about sending Canute to the back, because there's no way these guys are going to take him out. Nope. Oh, one of them seems to have survived. Yep, we captured 2. Got 125 gold, okay. And we'll attack this one last now. Okay, while Canute is still on campaign, we are at the trader, and we're going to sell this dagger. We are going to sell more flavorful ale. Actually, because we're in that alliance now, the market saturation is actually increased. So hopefully, it won't all get sold in the tavern there. But, still need that book. Is there anything here that would actually be useful? Alchemy lab. Alchemy lab would be very useful. But this is making us send a lot of money now. I would like that scaffolding as well, but that's not in the cards right now. We don't have enough flour. Hopefully there is some in the market. Can I click on it from here? Nope. Okay, well, we'll get the paper. This is using up a lot of money, though. A lot of money. We may have to sell a couple of spears. Just to help us out a little bit. Now, I could actually sell some of this coal. It's actually a very good price for coal. And it would help us out substantially. We don't need too much of it, because as you can see, we have plenty of steel. So, this won't hurt us on the weapon production, so we'll sell a little bit of it. And that is going to be it for the moment. Now, we'll put Emma, I guess, or maybe we should have Harold do it. Yeah, because Harold is now 15, so getting his intelligence up now would actually be a good idea. Okay, and here we are in the next bandit camp, and there is only 3 of them, so nothing really special here. I'll just rush right on in and take care of them real quick. Looks like the guys with the maces are actually lagging behind quite substantially. That's kind of funny. I don't know if that means that they are tired or what. Oh, yeah, he's actually not doing well at all. Okay, we should probably definitely get home. Luckily, we're already done with all of the camps we needed, except for this one over here, but it's got 14 people. So, we're going to need to go home, recoup, and maybe go out again tomorrow. With a sizable force, for sure, to take care of that. So just to sum things up, we did get 3 prisoners and only 250 gold. Definitely not as lucrative as I would have hoped. Now, another kind of interesting thing, I haven't seen anything about the Unholy Horde. I don't know if they're just gone already. I think they're supposed to last until, like, day 60. But these guys have already rebuilt. These guys are still not doing so well. But yeah, there's a pretty sizable kingdom right here, and I don't see anybody else getting attacked. So I'm not really sure exactly what's going on. Maybe we're just not getting notifications, though. Okay, so unfortunately for us, I can't find any more of our flavorful ale. And not only that, but we still had beer unchecked or checked on the tavern, so they weren't actually selling it. That explains why only flavorful ale was being bought. So that's a little unfortunate. Now, luckily, we do have some flavorful ale that's being produced here in our breweries, but only 4 right now because of the amount of herbs we don't have. But at least everybody will have beer tonight. Okay, now we are having some homelessness issues, so I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this dormitory now. Let these guys move. And we're going to place down a whole, because I didn't want to mess up the alignment, so I didn't want to build any over there until this dormitory was out of the way. So let's go ahead and now just build all the way down, and hopefully these do not take too long to get built. Okay, there's that, and we may even make an additional row right here. Let's see, doing that. Is that right? Okay, that's good. There we go. And that should be plenty of housing now, and then once all that gets built, we can get rid of these dormitories, and we will have nothing but peasant houses. Now here we are at the trader again, and we'll sell off all of our daggers. We'll sell 1 bow, and the coal is still at an increased price, but I want to keep the rest. And we'll buy 1 paper, and let's see. I don't want to buy any more flour if I can help it. I don't know why it's not. Why is it not being milled? Because there's no instructions, so it's just going slowly. Okay, well that's fine. Sell those flavorful ales, of course. And let's see. Probably nothing else. Yeah, well, maybe the scaffolding, but we don't really... I want to keep as much money now as we possibly can, just for the time being, so we'll just skip on that for the moment. No, I apparently wasn't even paying attention because Norwick alliance actually fell through, and it apparently all joined into the York Kingdom. And they are not, for some reason, inviting us. I don't know what's up with that. So that's kind of annoying, actually. But it's okay, we got a free 300 gold for it, so I guess it's not really hurting us too badly. Now, I know I did say I wanted to buy herbs from the trader, but at the moment we don't actually really have enough money. I guess we could just do it anyways, because how else are we going to make money, right? So, let's go ahead and go back to the trader. There are 7 of them, that's only 86. Okay, we'll buy those, and we'll probably continue to buy them as well. And otherwise, we have 17 homeless, 2 unemployed. Okay, we'll just sell off these prisoners too then. We don't need to be dealing with unemployment. Okay, now it appears Norwich is actually being attacked by marauders. They are requesting assistance, of course. They don't have very much help on their own side. It does look like they are getting some reinforcements here from York, and it doesn't look like Lincoln, Canterbury, or London at this time is actually going to help them. So we're probably going to go ahead and do that. There are no more camps lying around anyways, but I don't want to send Canute to do anything because he's been gone a while, so the instructions are all outdated right now. He needs to deal with that, so I guess we'll be sending Zivka. We're not going to send these guys who have injuries, and hopefully we can get them some medical salves in time to survive. And we'll just send everybody. Well, maybe not everybody. We want to keep a few people around because of our crime. There are 4 cutthroats, so we'll keep behind around 6. I think that should be fine. And we will send all axes, and we'll send a crossbow, and we'll send just a couple of maces, I guess. Well, yeah, because marauders have armor, so we do want to send people who can deal with armor. And we'll just send that. And that is probably going to be it for this episode, so I did prioritize the mill, so it looks like they are producing some flour now. It's going pretty slowly, though. Hopefully Canute gets his way over there soon. It's actually... where is it? The mill? Oh, he already did the mill. Okay, he just did the mill. Okay, so that should make us, create the flour a little bit faster. We're also getting some more wood, so we may actually pretty soon be able to start creating our walls, which will actually make the city look a lot nicer, I think. And it looks like there are some herb bushes that they need to actually gather. Looks like they are working on that now. So hopefully that gets us a good amount of herbs back, and we're probably going to get rid of this rye field and replace it with rutabaga again pretty soon. Do we even have moonshine being created? I think because they're mostly focusing on the flavorful ale, even if they don't have the supplies like this one. It has 50 hops in there, but it can't actually create any flavorful ale. So we're gonna have to probably switch over to moonshine just to stack up a little bit of alcohol for them, but we'll deal with that in the next episode. So as always, I thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our Unholy Horde playthrough on the channel. Now in the last episode, well, we went and took care of some bandits around the region, but unfortunately we only came out of it with about maybe 300 gold all said and done, and that's including the prisoners that we sold. Now, that, I have to admit, is not good. We spent a lot of time on that. We lost some instruction time, so things aren't going so well in the city right now. And it gets a little bit worse too, because we actually accepted an offer to join Norwich, and then they immediately, I guess, got attacked or something by York, and they are now a part of the York Kingdom. They're also being attacked by marauders, so we're actually hoping to increase our relation by going and defending them, but it's not probably going to help us at all with York. I'm expecting that they will probably pretty soon demand us to join them. And it's not the worst thing, but we are going to have to pay them tribute, which is kind of the main issue there. Now, additionally, we also took a loan here from Canterbury, and so we owe them 700 gold, and I think we have maybe about a week left on that. Or, well, of course, it's not a week to in-game time, but 7 days. And that's about how long we have to pay this off. maybe even a little bit less. So we don't have enough gold for it, as you can see. So that's kind of an issue as well. And I don't want to stop paying for this rye here. So that's kind of another issue. It's not all bad though. Like I said, if we do end up getting taken in by York, then the one good thing is that we will actually get access to this part of the region and this part of the region as well, due to borders. So that would actually be pretty good. I don't see, there is one bandit camp here, and there's this one here that is actually really, really powerful. So that could get us a decent amount of money. But otherwise, we did get the alchemy lab. I basically just bought this for the future. We're not going to be able to actually make our own medical salves yet. But we do have a little bit of herbs, so I think I am going to build it. And we'll just go ahead and make our own medical salves for the 2 warriors that we have that have inflamed wounds right now. And we're going to place it probably right here. And we'll set that to build first, so it hopefully gets built very quickly. And we're going to go to our army, and we'll check these guys out. They have 21 hours. Okay. That should be in time for the next workday. So hopefully everything will be just in time to save them. This guy's blind. Well, not blind, but he's lost one eye. So okay, that's basically that. Now, another thing that we need to think about is if we need to potentially move over from axes and swords to spears temporarily, just so we have something to sell, because we don't have a lot of flavorful ale right now. So I am thinking that we're probably going to need to do that. It does suck because we don't have any axes or swords to spare right now, but everybody at least has a weapon. So we're going to go ahead and take these off, and we'll go ahead and make maybe around, we'll just set it to 20, I suppose. And let's see. The other thing is we're going to need to take the flavorful ale off so that moonshine can be made. And it'll save us the herbs that we'll need for some medical salves. Because otherwise they don't seem, it doesn't seem to switch, or split. Which is kind of what I hope that they will do, where if you have 2 things that are being created in the same building, that it will try to split. So like if you have 2 buildings like this, then moonshine would be done in one, and flavorful ale would be done in the other. But it definitely doesn't do that now, so either way, we'll have to see how this all goes, and yeah, that's basically where we are for the moment. Okay, so we get this note from a guest. It was an incognito guest that wasn't revealing their intentions. Now they are thanking us for our hospitality, apparently, and they're going to put in a good word to the matriarch for us. So I guess we're going to get a matriarch and bishop relationship boost, which is pretty good because right now we have plus 35. And if we get even a further boost, we may be able to start buying a little bit of armor from the trader, which could be very good for us. We'll definitely take that free relationship boost, that's for sure. Okay, and our troops made it on over to Norwich, and they're of course happy with that. Matriarch also approves, so actually, wow, we're at plus 57. Helps the Kings of Tanea, and helps fight off marauders. Okay, wow, we have a very good relation with the Matriarch. Hopefully the Matriarch doesn't die now, which would reset that relationship entirely. But this could be a very big boon for us. Now, one other thing, I have been basically trying to prevent our forest from getting cut down too much to prevent the soil fertility from dropping, but I don't think this actually really affects the rutabaga. I think where we are now, we are probably okay with the amount of rye that we have to go ahead and get rid of this rye field, and we'll replace it down the line. We're not going to do it right this second, but we'll replace it down the line with another rutabaga field. Now, what we're going to do is I think it's time to go ahead and get another lumber mill going. We have some extra jobs, as you can see, and I don't really have a whole lot new for them to do. Of course, we will have the alchemy lab, but other than that, I think we'll try to do these extra jobs on the lumber mill, and that will get us even more wood, which we can then use, of course, for coal, or better yet, we could use it on our gate and our palisades, and we can finally start to wall in our city, which will definitely give us better defensive capabilities. I don't know if just the very existence of a gate and palisades, or if it needs to be fully encircling, if any of that will actually affect how the AI decides to attack you or not. But either way, it could definitely be quite good for us. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. Okay, now unfortunately Emma's loyalty is actually decreasing substantially. She's at minus 35. She keeps on receiving bribes, it seems like, and even though she has a very good relationship here with Canute, it doesn't seem to be helping very much, so we need to find a way to get more holy rings, which means another expense, and we've also lost some peasants to migration, apparently, or maybe they died from starvation, potentially. Hopefully that's not the case. But as you can see, we have a lot of non-Caden people in our city, so that's another thing that is going to reduce the total happiness of our Cadens, which means less loyalists. That's why we only have 4. And we actually have 21 fanatics as well, which is very much not good. We may have to start doing Sermons of Doubt, which Sermons of Doubt will hopefully create or get rid of the fanatics. But I don't really want to do that if I can help it. Now we have another conflict between neighbors, but this one is between York and Canterbury. Now, if we were to actually default on this loan, that will deteriorate our relation by 30, so they won't like us. This plus 12 then would help us to keep positive-ish relations with them. However, it would be at the expense of York hating us. And on the other hand, if we default on this loan and we sided with York, then Canterbury would hate us substantially. I'm not sure which of these would be better, because if Canterbury ends up becoming neutral, they have a pretty decent army. I mean, it's not enough to take on York by themselves, but they definitely... Wow, look at Norwich. They've got quite a bit of units in their city, but that's because of all the reinforcements, of course. But if... Actually, okay, so if York pulls back their troops, then they'll be absolutely dominating versus the rest of these guys. Okay, so I think we're going to have to side with York then, because Canterbury shouldn't be able to attack us on their own, as long as York actually still likes us. So we'll side with Declan then, and we'll send, of course, Emma to do this. And hopefully that'll help us a little bit. Let's see. Now there is a bride price on that. And unfortunately we don't have a groom. I would like to get Zivka married at some point. But of course, that'll take her out of our city. But we don't really need her anymore. As you can see, her intelligence is basically the only thing we've been using. Maybe the management, but probably not. So we could actually get almost 1,000 gold if we find a husband for her. But that doesn't seem to be in the cards just yet. Okay, so we got this letter from the matriarch, and they are happy because they heard about our hospitality to that previous incognito lord or whatever, whoever they even were. So now we just got another 15 relation with both our bishop and with the matriarch. So that actually helps us because Canute and Till's relation was getting just a little bit strained. Nothing too bad, but it was getting close to being in the negative, so at least we improved that. Now, Hypernoob is also here, and they're just a king that is coming here to increase their relationship with us, which is definitely welcome. And we got enough migrants to make up for what we lost previously. We're going to go ahead and send an upgrade on this lumber mill, and we also need to start medical salves. Let's see. I'm assuming our guys already got gangrene. Yes, unfortunately. That is definitely not great. So we're going to lose 2. But I guess it does take down the amount of taxes we'll have to pay. I think it was this guy. Hold on. Oh, the other one might have already died? Or maybe they got their medical salve in time. Nope, okay. It was him. Okay, so unfortunately it's the two lower guys, so it probably won't really help us much with taxes. Which isn't great, but I mean, what can you really do at this point? We are going to lose people sometimes, but hopefully we will be able to create a little bit of medical salves. We'll create, let's see, we'll create 5 for now. Maybe even 10. We have a decent amount of herbs right now. Might as well then. Create 10, have a little bit in reserve. It looks like we created some moonshine. Yes, we created a little bit. So at least people will be able to have some of that. and they are eating a little bit of rutabaga, but there is a nice amount of flour there. So hopefully they will eat through that instead. So here we are back at the trader, but as you can see, we have a strong amount of taxes on our warriors, and I don't think, even if we sell off like most of the stuff that we have, doesn't look like we'll be able to get back to... Yeah, we'll be able to just basically get back to breaking even, so I'm going to try to kick this can down the road a little bit. Unfortunately, that means we won't be able to get any holy rings right now. It does strain us a little bit, but it is just... we're just going to have to deal with it for the moment. Now, that means we're not going to be able to increase Emma's loyalty, so what we need to try to do, I think... Opinion of Canute is 47. It's about as good as it can get, but... we're going to go ahead and flesh wolf hunt between these two, and hopefully that will at least, maybe it'll increase the loyalty a little bit. I think really good relations between two characters will increase the loyalty if one of them is king, but I'm not totally sure. Unfortunately, Canute's, not doing very well, actually. I wonder if I can wake him up to have him go do this? No, he'll just have to do it in the morning. Okay, now some further bad news, because actually some vagabonds had broken into our library and stole our book, so we actually lost the Hop, Field, and Beer book, which is absolutely terrible. The problems are stacking up. I was just talking a little bit ago about how we would basically just start snowballing, but it actually appears that the game is throwing a lot of difficulties our way. So, we'll just have to see how it all goes. Looks like there is now another cutthroat or bandit. He's dead. Okay, that's something. Now, it looks like we have this battle with marauders. 11 of them. That's not good for them. They didn't really send a very strong amount at all. I don't even think we really need to do anything here. Just let the archers kind of take a lot of the stuff out. Stay back. Yeah, they'll take out that archer tower first, no surprise there. We'll just kind of sit in the back here and wait to see how many are left. Yeah, of course they're taking that out pretty easily, but all the way down to 8, 7, okay, and we'll go in last. We don't even need to worry about staying in the back, I don't think. Alright, and of course we clean that up. Relatively, looks like somebody of ours died. Yep, okay, well. We sent, what, 9? So yeah, it does look like one of ours did completely die. That's unfortunate, but... all in the name of helping out Norwich, which everybody's happy with us about, so I'm okay with it. Now, this camp of Forest Bandits has 8. So we're gonna want to take that out. We'll wait for Zivka to get home. And then we'll have Canute go and do his hunt. Just to help his mood out, and then we'll send him out, probably with Zivka, take out that camp. Okay, so I think we're ready. We're gonna go ahead and send Canute and Zivka. And we're gonna send basically all of our warriors, since there is a solid amount of bandits at this camp. We have 14, so we may as well send everybody. There isn't as much crime in the city right now. There is a cutthroat, so hopefully they're not gone for too long, otherwise Emma may end up getting attacked. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna actually send all of our spears, just to make sure we don't lose anybody important here. And we'll send enough axes otherwise. It's saying 56%, but I think we should be okay as long as the number doesn't increase any further. Now, it seems that Norwich is actually offering us another 700 gold as a loan. And even if we default on this, I don't think they'll hate us. Canterbury is going to hate us, though. So it may actually be better to take this loan and immediately send it over to Canterbury. Either way, we are going to send Emma to take that. We're doing pretty terribly on gold, so we pretty much have to do anything that we can to get the money that we need. Okay, and here we are at this bandit camp. Hopefully this works out pretty well. We have a pretty good mood, so should be okay. Should be okay. They don't have a very good commander either, so we're just going to go ahead and run in. Once we get close, though, we will have Canute stay in the back, just so he doesn't get himself killed. A little closer. And stay in the back. Go ahead and run on in, fellas. There we go. so nobody starts surrendering. Otherwise, we are definitely losing this fight. Alright, yep, and they are collapsing. Alright, that's good. Good stuff, okay. So it looks like a lot of them actually surrendered, which... Well, okay, maybe not a lot of them, but a decent amount. So it's saying only 1 escaped. 8 captured, okay. Wow, that is a lot. Wow, that is a lot of prisoners. That is going to help us out substantially. So I think that's where we're going to call it. We managed to get a ton of prisoners right there, and 300 gold just for taking out the camp itself. Then we're going to get this this loan, so we can immediately go and pay back Canterbury. And otherwise, I think we're doing a little bit better than when we started this this episode. It looks like we are also doing good on homes. We can actually probably take out these dormitories, but we'll do that in the morning. So otherwise, that's going to be it for this episode. And as always, I thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our Unholy Horde playthrough on the channel. And in the last episode, well, we started to reach a little bit of a critical point where we were starting to run low on everything. We had very little money, we had very little food, we had no alcohol, and we managed to have a few things go right for us. We took out a bandit camp in our region, and it had 300 gold, plus we got a total of 8 prisoners that we're probably going to try to sell to the trader once we get the trader. We also got this loan, which was quite nice. Actually, wait, hold on. Yeah, Emma already made it back. Why is it? Oh, repay. Okay. So yes, we did already get that. Now, another thing. I said I was going to pay back this loan, but I decided that because we need the trader, it's more important for us to pay off our taxes first. We may pay this back in time, but for the moment, not looking good. Now, another thing. We have a decent little surplus of money, and we need to be considering our food. That is basically the most important thing right now to consider, so I think we are going to start another trade route. But we need to find a way to improve our relation with London, which I'm not even sure if that's going to be really possible. We could, gift them paper, that's not going to be something. Peace treaty would be a possibility, that'll cost us 400 gold, but it will increase our relation by 20. So that would be something. Or, yeah, that appears to be the only real thing that we could do. Because Emma hasn't gone her persuasion up to 15, she can't use her little perk, which would be for the restore relations, plus it requires 8 rings. So it seems like our best bet is probably going to be, yeah, it's probably going to be the peace treaty, and that'll almost get us back to, well, be minus 15 still. But then we could at least do the flesh wolf hunt, which would be another way to increase our relation a little bit more, and that should be able to get us to the point of starting this trade route. So I think that's what we're probably going to have to do. It's not my favorite thing to be spending money right now on it. Doesn't seem to matter who it is, but we'll send Emma. And then finally, in the last episode I mentioned that this was a bride price, but it's actually a groom that is to be married. So that means we can finally get rid of Zivka, and she is useful, of course, as a warrior, but I think for almost 1,000 gold, and the fact that we aren't really using her for studying knowledge anymore, and the fact that this will improve our relation with York as well, I think that we have to do this. So we'll go ahead and send her to do that. That'll be an even, about another 1,000, so it'll put us up to almost 1,800 in gold. So we will definitely be good to start a trade route for Rye, and we should be able to pay off the trader as well. Now, I did realize that Zivka is the only one that has a couple of pieces of knowledge, like workshop and peasant houses and the rye field and mill. Not the workshop and the rye field and mill aren't that important unless our mill ends up breaking down. But mainly that peasant houses, we do not want to lose that, so I'm actually having Zivka go and do wise conversations with Harold. And Harold's actually 18 now, so he will pretty quickly be able to be used as a regular lord. But either way, we're going to go ahead and do these wise conversations at least until peasant houses gets passed on, probably until all of the knowledge gets passed on, though, so that we don't lose any of it. And apparently Harold just became of age, which is actually pretty great as well. So we'll go ahead and set this back to wise conversation with Zivka, And we're probably going to move over all of the inspections over to Harold pretty quickly as well. Going to wait, though, so that they can do this, these wise conversations, so he can get all this knowledge from Zivka first. Let's see, so she is going to do it now. That's good. But after that is all done, we will go ahead and move everything over to Harold, so that Harold, he's already management 9, Canute's only 12, and he is currently 53, so he's probably going to start losing levels eventually. Now, apparently a prisoner is attempting to escape, and did they... oh, no. Did they get killed? No, they're actually still alive. But they are probably going to die. Probably going to die. I wonder, can we make it so that... yeah, we'll allow them to have medical salves, I suppose. Well, maybe? Yeah, they're barely worth more than the price of a medical salve, so it's actually probably not worth it, honestly. Okay, apparently Emma is now Canute's puppet, which is hilarious, because that is his wife. Wow. What a great husband. But at least it'll prevent her from starting a rebellion, probably? I guess. Now, Zivka keeps trying to go educate Lana, so we're actually going to move this over to somebody else. Maybe, I guess just nobody for the moment. So that hopefully Zivka will keep doing these wise conversations a little bit more. I don't think we can really force it, but hopefully we can at least encourage it. Okay, and here we are at the trader again, and we're going to sell these daggers, and we're going to try to sell off all these prisoners before more of them start dying. That still leaves us with 411 that we're sending, which is unfortunate, but we do have a ton of spears here. We're going to sell pretty much all of these. We'll keep a few around because there are some bandit camps that I want to take care of. I guess we'll just sell all of our bows. We're still not really using them at the moment, and that'll get us a little bit of money back. We may even sell a little bit of this coal again, since the price has increased. That's always a nice little way to make some money. So 740 gold that we're getting back now. That is good, and we've paid off our taxes, so we can actually buy a little bit of holy rings. We are going to do that. There's nothing else we really need here, though. So we'll just go ahead and sell that. And I would like to get the military logistics soon, but it's a little too expensive right now for us. So we'll just go with this for the moment. And at least we have paid off our taxes. Now, since Harold has come of age, he actually needs his own lord house. We're going to go ahead and start building one. However, what we're probably going to do, since we are going to be getting rid of Zivka soon, and she doesn't really need to do anything too important, so we're just going to take her off of this, and we'll put Harold here. And I was going to take Till off of a house, but actually we don't even really need to build another one, since we are going to be sending Zivka away anyways. So Zivka can just be homeless for the time being. That seems fine. And we do also have the dog merchant, so we are probably going to go ahead and buy this dog, but it costs 10 rings and we only have 5. Does Emma have enough for it? 19. Harold has none. Okay, well, wait, hold on. I wonder if we could have Zivka buy it and then give it away. I'm thinking about trying that. Okay, so Zivka has the dog now. I'm gonna see if she will actually give it away. Give this dog. Let's see. Will it work? She probably won't be very happy with Canute about that. Okay, it doesn't seem like it actually hurt their relation at all. Of course, Zivka is extremely depressed now, though. So we may have to, let's see, how's Till's doing okay? We have a bandit. We have quite a couple of bandits, actually. We may have to go ahead and let Till be homeless for the moment, and instead let Zivka stay here. Just to make it so she's not going insane. We'll have to see how this works. Okay, so Harold did finally acquire the peasant house knowledge, and I don't want to wait any longer, so we are going to be losing the rye field and mill, unfortunately, but we can always learn that. It's a pretty cheap book anyways. We'll go ahead and send Zivka off, and that should allow us to finally put Till back on this house instead. And everything's looking a little bit brighter for us now, so we'll go ahead and, who's going to educate Lana now? I guess Emma. Yes, we'll have Emma do it. Okay, now that we've, dealt with a lot of this other stuff, we can finally start to look at London, but unfortunately, for some reason, our opinion is actually minus 25, and because of that, I guess it's just above 25. I guess this must not be just a round integer. It must, there must be like a decimal place or something, because as you can see, it is minus 25, but we're not able to actually do this. Even though it says the relation between your kings is minus 25, but it must be at least minus 25, so I don't know what's going on there. Hopefully, if we just wait a little bit of time, maybe it will refresh. But otherwise, we may have to figure something else out. Maybe if we take out this bandit camp, I think it only counts for just the person that's, yeah, it looks like it only counts for the actual owner of the region that it's in. I'm not really too sure what to do there. Apparently, Emma just gifted Canute some rings, which is actually pretty funny, because now we can just gift that right back to Emma, and hopefully increase her loyalty a little bit. Okay, now, since we don't really have a lot of rutabaga at the moment, and we do have some unemployment, we're going to go ahead and place another rutabaga field, and... oh, looks like we have an extra space there. And because we don't have enough rutabaga to make all of the moonshine that we need, we may as well just go ahead and take it off and go ahead and go back to flavorful ale, since we do have a lot of herbs stacked up here now anyways, and we can take the medical salves off as well. And we're doing okay on money, so I think we're going to take the spears back off, and we'll go ahead and go back to making axes and swords. And that should all be pretty good. We only have 100 wood, unfortunately, so I don't know if I'm comfortable yet with making the gate and the walls, but we will try to do that soon. Okay, so the wedding has taken place with Zivka and Adenkep, and it increased our relation, of course. And of course, we got that 1,000 gold, which is absolutely amazing for us. So we should actually be able to pay off this loan now. We're going to go ahead and do that right away so that it doesn't expire. And we still can't actually interact with London. I'm not really too sure what to do about this now. I guess we could offer them the paper. I really don't want to do that if I don't have to. I guess what we could do is see if it does appear that that bug is still in place where you can get an extra paper from trying to send a messenger. So I guess we'll at least get to keep one paper. So what we'll do is we'll wait for Emma to take care of this, and then we'll send her to London to gift the king, I suppose. And now, since Harold is of age, and since Zivka is gone, I think it's probably a good enough time to go ahead and switch everything over to having Harold do inspections. So we'll go ahead and actually also move their houses so that Harold will be a little bit closer. Canute doesn't really need to be too close anymore. And the only thing he'll be managing anymore is probably the training ground. So I'm going to move everything over. And I did mention this the last time, but you can actually just right-click on buildings to actually replace the inspector, but for some reason it's not showing Harold yet. Yeah, it's not showing him yet. I guess because even though it said that he's become a lesser lord, we still actually, that's right, you have to actually make them either a free lord or grant them a title or make them a knight or whatever, so we did forget to do that. I'll go ahead and do that now. Okay, so now Harold is officially a actual lord and he is the new heir. So now we can go ahead and start doing this. Okay, so that is everything moved over to Harold now, and Canute can just kind of enjoy his early retirement, other than needing to go out and take care of bandits every now and then. And we also repaid our debt over to Canterbury, which is great. And Emma can go ahead and go over to London and offer them some paper. And we'll have to make sure that we buy more paper from the trader the next time we get it. Now, there is one bandit camp, but it only has 2 bandits right now, so I am going to try to let it grow a little bit before we go and take it out, because right now it really wouldn't get us anything useful. Now, since the alchemy lab isn't doing anything at the moment, we're just going to go ahead and snooze that, and we will go ahead and keep upgrading this lumber mill. And let's see, that's still not going to be enough jobs, so we're going to place another rutabaga field, I suppose. Just one more. Now, as you can see, we have a very, very strong amount of wood here. We have 340. So I think we can actually go ahead and place our first gate at the least. We may not make the palisades yet. And what we'll probably do is have archer towers like in the corners. Maybe one like here. And We probably don't need one over on this side because most times attacks always seem to come from this area. Doesn't really matter, you know, anything else. They just always seem to come from the left. So we would probably just put one archer tower like over here somewhere. And we'll, for the gate, we're going to want multiple gates, actually. And the most important gate is probably going to be this one. Now, hold on, which direction is which? Okay, so that's the direction that you go in through. Okay. So we will probably want one gate here. I'm worried that that is going to take out the, take out that bush. So I'm going to actually do a little save scrub, and then we will make sure that it does not collapse that bush. Okay, so let's go ahead and place this now. And we'll place it just like that, and it did not collapse the bush. Okay, that's good. Now, as far as palisades, we will place some, but not too many just yet. We'll just place, let's see, how should we do this? I want to make use of these rocks. So it may be best, can we go this way? No, unless you, okay, place one like that, and then another down like that. There we go. And as far as this goes, we'll want to go out, and, oh, okay, we need to go down another one so we don't collapse this bush. Will that be enough? I'm a little worried about it. So we'll just, like, oh, not what I meant to do. There we go. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and go around a little bit, but not, I'm not going to build the entire walls yet. Okay, so I think that's probably as much as I'm going to build for the moment, because we do want to figure out how far we're going to bring out barracks. We'll probably at least need 2 more, but maybe even a little bit more than that. So I may just end up bringing this palisade out to this rock, and then we'll circle back around like that. Make as much use of these rocks so we're not using more palisades than we actually need to. Now we did this offering to Dara, and it's minus 14 now. Okay, that's good. We'll go ahead and send Canute now to hunt, and I just want to see, I forgot what the... Okay, so it's only going to be a plus 12, potentially. And spending time won't be really any better, it doesn't look like. We'll go ahead and hope that that turns out good enough, but it looks like it'll take us a little bit of time to improve our relations with London here. And now the last thing, I was going to do this in the morning, but I forgot about it, so we're going to go ahead and just delete this dormitory now, wait for everybody to move, and we will go ahead and start placing some more peasant houses. And we'll go ahead and get rid of this one as well. There's only 1 homeless, so there will be a few homeless for the time being, but it's okay. Now that is a lot of housing. I may want to start placing some roads. It doesn't need to be perfect. Maybe something like every 2 rows of houses or something, have a road going down just so that they can all kind of shuffle in that way. For now, we're just going to leave it though. And we'll also, we don't even need these roads right now. And otherwise, I think that's going to be it for this episode. So, we have 34 flavorful ale already. We have quite a bit more that can be made. So we'll be able to sell some of that. We only have 6 axes right now. It doesn't seem like they're making the swords, so it looks like we'll need to make all of the axes first, and then they'll start making swords, but that's fine. So hopefully, let's see, how much... So they need a little bit more coal, so that's part of it. Okay, so maybe we will wait on more palisades until we have made all the axes and swords that we want. And then once we have enough palisades, we can start back on spears just to make a little bit of extra money. But either way, we are doing okay on money. We may even be able to pay off this loan over here. Still the same number of bandits in that. And hopefully we can get this trade route going with London so that we can have a surplus of rye, so we can start to have a nice amount of flour so that everybody is always having enough food. Unfortunately, we are having those foreigners are pushing us out as well, and I don't really want to... I don't want to get the terror debuff where everybody's upset because of terror. To get rid of these guys. I mean, it's just Tanea and Macaw, so it's not really anything too important. It's not hurting us too badly, but it is making our Caden peasants a little unhappy, so that's not great. But either way, that's going to be it for this episode, so as always, I thank you very much for watching. I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our Unholy Horde playthrough on the channel. And in the last episode, we managed to stabilize our economy a little bit. We have around 1,000 gold right now. However, we are having some issues still. We have basically no real store of alcohol at all. We also have no rutabaga, so we can't really make more moonshine at the moment. So it's possible. I'm gonna look. We have moderate fatigue, severe hunger, fatal fatigue. So we are going to have to do something here. Now, we can't really wait until the trader gets here either, so it's kind of something we need to take care of for right after everybody gets off of work. So we're just going to have to tick off, unfortunately, the flavorful ale here, and we're going to go to finance, and what we will do is we will allow only 10. And 10 per unit seems good. Let's say rutabaga. Yeah, we want to keep our rutabaga. And we do have 3 flour, a whole 3 flour. So, are we allowing that to be sold? Yes. Good price, okay. So we'll just have to hope that this tiny amount of food will be able to get us through for the moment. Now, on the other hand, as you can see, we have basically all of our housing in this sector kind of filled out. Now, one thing is I was actually going to keep building along this route right here, and there would have been room for like 2 more rows almost. But of course, we have filled this out with rutabaga fields. That was just a bit of an oversight on my part. So what we're going to do instead, we do need more housing in total. I already counted, and this is 64 total houses. And as you can see, we have 58 peasants already. So if we get basically any more, then this, even once all those get built, will not be enough. So we're going to go ahead and build some next to the prison. I don't expect we're going to need more than 1 prison. I basically never hang on to prisoners, as you guys know. I pretty much always end up selling them off, even if I plan to keep them around for the labor. It just never seems to work out that way. We're going to build another 6 here. That'll be 76 in total. And we can always just move the prison over a little bit more. I think I would prefer to move it closer to the barracks anyways. So maybe moving it right here. That may be the plan. And then we will have a little bit more room for more peasant houses, and we can do another line down here. So otherwise, we are just waiting for Canute to go ahead and do his flesh wolf hunting. Unfortunately, I probably sent that at a bad time because it is going to cut into his workday for sure. It'll take him probably until around 11 a.m. or so for him to get back home, maybe even a little later. Those bandits are still only at 2. I wish they would grow so that we could actually attack them. And I'm still hoping that York will actually try to get us to join them as a vassal. I know it will cost us a little bit more in total, like, tribute and taxes. But, I mean, that is something that we can deal with, I think, at this point. So, that is pretty much what we're doing, is just waiting around. And I'll get back with you guys if something interesting happens. Okay, so one thing we're going to do really quick. I want to move this prisoner ward over here, and I want to also allow our warriors to get to work just a little bit faster. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make just a little road. It's nothing extreme, and it should get right around that palisade. And we'll just do going down like this. And this should also make it so if any prisoners do try to escape, hopefully, I'm not actually sure if it matters, but if the warriors could just get down here or whatever a little bit faster, that might make a difference. Might not. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't pay too much attention to prisoner-based stuff, as you guys, I'm sure, are aware. I just basically I knock bandits out and then I sell them to the trader. That's basically what I do with prisoners. So that is just how we're gonna play it by ear for the moment. And we may even go ahead and throw together another barracks for right now, even though it's quite early. I'd rather it be early than late. So we may even start the second one here, just because we'll snooze it, but we'll place it, just because I want to know basically what we're doing as far as layout and everything. So then what we're going to do, as you can see, we have 250 wood. We actually had more than that. I think some of it just got placed in the coal furnace. Yes. I'm not sure where the rest of it went. I think we had like 350, but anyways, it's not too important. It might have gotten placed on these palisades and such. So what we're going to do, go back to our army, and we will make more palisades. And we're going to go all the way to this rock. And then what we're going to do, since this area doesn't look like it's going to end up being useful, we're just going to go ahead. I think we'll have enough room here for more barracks if we need to. That's why I'm leaving just a little bit of extra space. And we will just go all the way across. Yeah, we're not going to have... Wait, why is it not letting me? Oh, because it's on the rock. Just like that? No, doesn't want to let me place that. For some reason. Why is it... Okay, well, either way, we could probably just... Oh, maybe it's saying that we're on the rock. Maybe? I'm not really sure. There we go. Okay, so now that gets us pretty much surrounded on this right side. And from there, we're going to want to probably do another palisade going up like this, and another one going all the way across, or maybe just from here to here. Yeah, I think I like that better. And we'll need to have another gate right here for this, or maybe we could just put the lumber mill outside. But they'll have to go all the way around to another gate. Yes. Okay, so, let's see. Got to think about that a little bit more before we go ahead and do the top and the bottom and the left side. Let's see where this archer tower could even be placed. Looks like it could be placed anywhere between these two rocks, which actually seems pretty good. Because most likely any resistance will end up coming from this left side over here, right? And they will probably come down like this. So we want this archer tower to be able to attack that, and it looks like they should be able to. I mean, it's not the best placement. It might be a little bit better here. But I think right here keeps it out of the way of everything else that we're trying to do. So I don't know. I'll think about it a little bit more, and I'll think a little bit more about these lumber mills as well. I think I want to keep them inside, though, and just give them a gate to go out of. But we'll have to just kind of think about it a little more, like I said. Okay, now, Canute finished his hunt with London. As you can see, we are just barely neutral here with Dara. I don't think that's enough for a trade route yet. I think... Wait, actually, they might have changed it to being +0. I don't remember exactly. It's either +0 or +5 or something. So we may be able to start the trade route now, but we just need the paper, which is actually pretty good for us. So next up, I think what we're going to do we still have... Yes, we do have the workshop. That is good. We haven't placed this because we didn't really have a strong need for the tools, so we just didn't bother. But I think it's about time, and let's see, is this going to be... Is this an okay place for it? I need to actually see. That shouldn't be in the way of any of the palisades, right? Once we go to do that. We would probably just do a palisade like this. And all the way down and across. So this should be okay. Should be a good place for it. And we'll go ahead and make a road for it as well. I don't even know if this is good because of this rock, but hopefully it's okay. Something like that. And then we're going to make some tools because I would like to actually upgrade this weapon forge. I think it's mostly being throttled just by not having enough workers and everything. And we need 5 tools for that. I wouldn't mind upgrading the furnace at least 1 level as well, but we'll probably get the weapon forge up to level 3, which is going to require some tools, of course. And I don't think anything else really needs to be upgraded. Probably the mine. We are getting close to 1/3 of the way through how much iron there is there. Otherwise, I don't think there's really too much that we need to upgrade. It's basically just going to be the weapon forge. Okay, apparently I was quite a bit off on the time that it actually took Canute to get home. Wow, it's almost the end of the workday, so... luckily, of course, we do have Harold doing the actual work, so it's not a big deal, but... this camp is now up to 3. It really gained 1 whole soldier. That's great. Now with Canute home, we can go ahead and send him to spend a little bit of time with Emma. Hopefully her loyalty does not go any lower. I don't really understand how she can be a puppet and have such low loyalty. You would think that that would actually, you know, fix the loyalty, but I guess not. Now Lana also became a teenager, so if we get more knowledge to actually research, then we could have her help us on that. I don't really see any major things that we can really use her for, though. She's only really good at management. She's good with manners, I suppose. Doesn't really do us a whole lot of good, though. So, she may be somebody that we try to find a husband for almost as soon as she becomes of age. But as you can see, we got our gate. built into city walls, such as the palisade, opens and closes automatically. So I haven't actually seen how this works. I'm assuming they just go right through, you know. I'm assuming that would be how it works, but I haven't actually seen it yet. Would be kind of cool to actually see them go through the gates and everything. And it doesn't seem, I thought you might be able to put people directly on the gate to actually defend it, but it appears not. Maybe they just do it automatically then. Okay, so now that we did actually move the prison, let's go ahead and place our peasant housing over here, just to have it ready. And it doesn't look like there's an extra space there. That's okay, though. I'll place another one here, and that's pretty good. I guess we'll place it all the way over to this rock. Just like that. And what we'll do is, like I said, we will make this other row if we need to. That's what, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 more, so another 20. So I said 64 here, so a total of 84 peasants. That should actually be fine for a good long time. Another thing, we needed to check our mercenaries, and there are 2 that I feel comfortable enough paying for. These 2 right here. Now, I did mention in our last series, there was kind of a little bit of an issue that we were having with taxes, even though I was paying for the cheapest mercenaries. Now, this was because we were doing the 0 to hero, and we actually had a modifier on that was basically making it so every mercenary was increased in combat skill, so they were always like 6 to 8, I think, was their lowest. So this was basically, I would say that modifier is a little bit unbalanced just because the way the economy already works, and that is not changed by that modifier in any way. So you basically have the same economy, but you have these more expensive soldiers. So basically, it's at the point where you would actually be better off just building tall on your economy and buying your soldiers later, and maybe even just making use of peasant soldiers or, you know, prison labor turned into soldiers and such like that. So, you know, it's... I'm hoping that this should be fine for us and we can just train our soldiers for the most part. You know, we can buy a couple of the better soldiers, but hopefully we can just train our soldiers up. It is a little bit dicey though. As you can see, we have 9 soldiers, average of 10 combat. These guys have 27 for an average of 7 combat. These guys have 20 for 4, you know, so it's looking like we are kind of losing the arm race at the moment, but we can always just fix this as we grow our economy a little bit more. Okay, so another thing that I think we're going to do is, since we are constantly shifting our weapon production, I think we're going to stop doing the do until, and instead use make X. We already have our 10 axes, so we'll just set swords to make X, and then from there we will, we will make X, and we will make, I don't know, 20-ish. This way we can actually get a little bit more money. I would like to sell these, so we will do that. And then once we make it through these spears, we can go ahead and make more axes. We may even make, I don't know, 8 maces. So 8 maces and 20 spears. Maybe, hold on, maybe 17, so we have 25 spears in total. Yeah, that looks good. And then after we get done with all of this, we can make X on axes again. This is probably better when you are shifting what you are creating so often, I feel like, and do until is better if you just want to continuously do something. So to that extent, we may also do this with flavorful ale. We need 14 more flavorful ale currently. We'll just set that to 14, and we can set the do until. Yeah, we could actually just keep this. I shouldn't have gotten rid of that. So we just want moonshine being created whenever it's actually possible to do so. So that all looks good to me. One last thing, check the coal and check the steel. That all looks good. Now apparently I haven't upgraded our patrols in a while. As you can see, they are all only allowing max of combat level 10. And I think what we want to do is actually increase it to 15 on the day patrols. Basically the ones that protect... are these both 5? Yes, okay. The ones that protect our lumberers from getting attacked by wolves. Now, we didn't also place a new one for this lumber mill, and we're going to go ahead and do that now. We'll place it, we'll just place it there for the moment, and set that to 15, set it to 5 total, and that actually looks pretty good. Place that pretty perfectly right away. So now we have a good amount of guards that should hopefully all be protecting all of our lumberers Okay, so we have been low on rings for a little while, and I actually was just looking at the action menu, and there is a gift to the idol, and the puppet will be delighted to please their idol, and will gain a thought of plus 15. So apparently when that happened previously, that is why. Actually, it makes the puppet happy. And doesn't look like she has that thought bonus right now, so we might as well just do it, because she has 19 rings, and Canute really doesn't have very many. So we'll go ahead and do that. And we could actually, ironically, just keep sending them back between Emma and Canute. I feel like this is technically a little unbalanced, but you know, it's a thing that we can do to re-increase her loyalty again, which would be nice. So then we can reward, and that will give the plus 25. Yeah, it looks like it will work that way. Okay, now here we are at the trader, and we are of course going to sell some of these spears. We don't need too many of them. Doesn't look like we have a whole lot else to sell, but of course we will sell our flavorful ale that will take care of our taxes, which are increasing, of course. We don't have anything else really to sell. I'm not going to... Maybe I'll buy a few rings, but what we really need is the paper. We do need paper. And unfortunately, I thought our relationship with the matriarch was a lot higher, so it looks like all we could buy is shields. We don't really have enough money for them at the moment anyways, though, so it's not too big of a deal. Now, is there anything here? Now, I do want to get the military logistics volume too. I usually prefer to just skip the first volume and just go straight up to the second, but we don't really... I don't like the amount of money that we have. Would probably be good to get the scaffolding too. Yeah, we'll get the scaffolding, and we will get the military logistics volume 1. That's going to be spending a good bit of our money, so I guess we'll just get rid of all of our spears. Or maybe keep a few spears. Maybe keep like 3. And this will at least make it so we're not sending too much money away. Okay, now unfortunately it does seem that that camp from before actually got taken out, probably by Norwich. And now there are actually marauders attacking York. That should weaken them a little bit, so unfortunately I think that's also going to prevent them from actually trying to vassalize us. They'll probably just try to keep together the kingdom that they have, and they may even fail to do that. Now, unfortunately, while trying to get paper, we have also lost relation again here with London, so we'll probably have to send Canute to go ahead and deal with that. But I'm going to wait just a little bit longer because I want Canute to actually gift Emma, get her loyalty all the way back up to 100, and then we also have to manage Harold's mood a little bit. He has 5 rings, and what we'll probably do is we'll shift back and forth between Canute and Emma, and then once Emma's loyalty is all the way back up to 100, we will send almost all of Emma's rings, except for we'll let her have like a few, so she doesn't get that no rings negative mood, and then we will send a decent amount to Harold so that his loyalty and his mood will be a little bit better. Now, additionally, we do seem to have a little bit of unemployment right now, so we don't really have a whole lot for them to do, actually. But we do have a decent amount of building that we still need to have done, so we may as well just go ahead and create another warehouse. And we'll place it, actually, where are we going to place it? Because I don't want it to interrupt the palisades, but I also don't necessarily want it right next to the other one. I guess it doesn't really matter because all of our production stuff is right over here. But I guess we can just place it right here, maybe. And that way, there'll be just a little bit more builders that we actually have. Now, for whatever reason, Canute refuses to actually go and reward Emma right now. So what we're going to do instead, we'll have Emma gift to him again. And then we'll go ahead and gift Harold, if it'll let us. And then we'll send Canute out to London. Okay, so Canute continues to just refuse to do that for whatever reason. So we're going to just send him to do another Flesh Wolf hunt with Dara from London. And that is probably going to be it for this episode. There appears to be another camp of forest bandits that just has 1 soldier there. I mean, we could just start taking them out anyways. It's a potential prisoner, I suppose. But I'm not really too concerned about it. Otherwise, we are, again, running out of money a little bit. Let's see what our production looks like. We could go ahead and start another Make X, and we'll make 26 flavorful ales. and then we'll let it go back to moonshine. And otherwise, we are making it through, it looks like, a little bit on these make X's on our weapons. We still need 9 swords, though. It looks like they're actually leaning towards making the spears first instead. I'm not too sure what's going on there. We're still waiting for the workshop as well, and once that gets finished, we can start to make a little bit of tools. But otherwise, as always, I thank you guys very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our Unholy Horde playthrough on the channel. And in the last episode, we dealt with a little bit of diplomacy with London, preparing ourselves for hopefully a trade route for rye soon, so that we can deal with our constant issues with food. I feel a little dumb for doing this. I'm a moron. Don't be like me. Work on your food situation right from the start of the game. I just we're Caden, so I wanted to try and play it like our first Caden series, where, you know, I actually went and conquered things relatively shortly, but of course we are on hardcore mode. It's a little bit different. But anyways, we do have flavorful ale, so we should be able to also fix our gold situation soon. So for the moment, we just kind of want to make sure our productions are all going pretty well. As you can see, we do have enough spears being made. We have enough maces being made. We'll be able to sell these spears, which will help us out. Having enough swords and axes is also going to help us pretty substantially, because swords are pretty good against people who do not have a lot of armor, and axes are good against people who do have a lot of armor. So having both of these will definitely make our army pretty strong, just generally speaking, which is definitely what I am preferring to have. Now also we do have medical salves, which has been a little bit of an issue. I think we've lost several soldiers in this playthrough just by not having enough medical salves. Hopefully that won't happen anymore. Now we also are paying quite a bit for this army. That may become an issue. I don't even know why this guy has an injury. That's not good. Maybe he got attacked by a wolf or something. But there is actually a Caden right here. I would love to hire him, but we just don't have the money for it. That is kind of, like I said, it is kind of the issue. Now really quickly, I want to check our loyalties, and we are probably going to give... Oh, we can't do it because Canute's not home right now. Is he getting... Oh, yeah, that's right. We sent him on a hunt. I did forget about that. Okay, so once that is done and he gets home, we'll reward Harold. And otherwise, we're just waiting. Hopefully we can get the trader today. Okay, so we were lucky and we did actually get the trader today, so we're going to go ahead and sell some daggers. We're just going to sell these spears, even though we haven't created more, because I don't think we're going to need them just yet. The only bandits that are around, there's not very many of them, so we don't really need that. We are still sending 49 away, but once we get rid of some of these flavorful ales, it will be back on our side here, and we're going to go ahead and buy 2 papers. I may even take a small addition to the saturation here, just to get a little bit more money back. And let's see, did we already finish both of these? I'm gonna need to check that first. I think we did. I think we finished all of our... Oh, no, we did not even start them yet. Okay, so we need to do that. So let's go ahead. Emma is probably the best for the green book, since she is doing the least. And we'll put... We could put Lana on there, but I guess Harold would be okay. He probably won't do it as much because he has other things on his mind. Let's go ahead and go back to the trader really quick. So we can't buy herbs. It's unfortunate that you need such a high relation with the matriarch for herbs. I feel like it doesn't need to be that high. I mean, I feel like 15 or even 10 would probably be high enough, but either way, that is just something we'll have to deal with, as I say. So, is there anything else that would be good here? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think there's really anything else. Faster construction. Wow, that's one of those books that basically never shows up, but when it does, it's always in the late game, and you're like, wow, that would have been nice. That would have been nice from the first day. But either way, we need to wait for Canute to get home, and I think we are just going to go ahead and attack this bandit camp if nobody else does before us. Just because if we do, it'll increase our relation even a little bit further with Norwich. So, I mean, it's at least a little bit of something. There's still only one bandit there, but I mean, we might as well just do it if we can. Unfortunately, it's going to help us as well because I don't think we're going to be able to pay off this debt with Norwich, so they are going to be upset with us about that. But either way, we just need to kind of wait things out a little bit. Also, we finished our flavorful ale order, so we're going to go ahead and update it. We have 6 more herbs, so we might as well just set it now for 12. And otherwise, I think everything else here looks pretty good. We don't need a lot more steel. We don't need really any more coal. Let's see. We have plenty of axes. Actually, some people must have been holding axes for patrols because now we're over the 10 that we needed before, which is totally fine. It doesn't seem like that. It seems actually like they prioritize spears and maces instead of swords. So I thought it was based on like the level of the item, but it seems like it might be alphabetically because maces and spears are getting created. Not very many, but they seem to be getting created before the swords, which is kind of interesting. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Let's look. It looks like they produced spears and swords for some reason. I'm not really sure why they did both. I'm not really sure why this one seemed to do both, but the brewery seems to prioritize the flavorful ale. So that's something kind of interesting that I'll have to do some further testing on at some point. Okay, unfortunately, Canute's hunt was unsuccessful, which means he's going to have a mood penalty, and so does Dara. And they actually dislike us a little bit more now. I have no idea why this happens. They added this where there are a lot of negative penalties for failing the hunts, and for some reason, at the same time when they did that, a lot of hunts just seemed to fail that used to not. I'm not a big fan of the update. It just seems like something that just punishes you for something that is completely and totally out of your control. But that is another thing, of course. As I say, we are just going to have to deal with. I don't know if there's anything else I can do at the moment to actually increase our relation. And in fact, this hurts us so much that we may need to do another offering. Yeah, I don't see any other way that we can really... I don't even know if we're going to be able to do a hunt again. So yeah, that's a problem. But it is a problem that is going to have to be dealt with. Okay, now since we do have a tiny bit of extra money, not very much, but just a little bit, and we have such a high amount of unemployment right now, I think that's because, well, actually I'm not really sure why we have that much. I guess it's because we haven't finished building that warehouse yet. We could build another rutabaga field just to have. If we do, let's see. If we do, I'll probably place it a little higher so that we can try to get an additional one at some point. Yeah, it looks like there'll be enough room for one more. I may even push this palisade out so that we could have a little bit more room here. I just kind of placed it just for, you know, being able to see where everything was going to go, but it looks like it's kind of wasting some space, so there is that. We'll place that, though, and we have the warehouse coming, so that'll increase the amount of jobs, and we'll be upgrading the coal furnace and the weapon forge soon. That'll increase another job. But that's basically it. So we're going to need to find other work for people, and if we don't, then we are going to be losing migrants, of course. So we're gonna have to figure that out. But it's not really super important. If we only have 60 peasants, then that is totally fine. What we can start doing, though, so we could actually just bring these 2 loyalists into our army, maybe even this guy, because they will only be 9 in taxes, and we won't have to pay for them like we would with mercenaries. Now, they won't have the fear of death in their hearts, of course, because they are loyalists. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and do that. We can train these guys up. That'll be nice. And then we don't have to pay for this guy. Now with Canute home, we can go ahead and attack this bandit. What? Where's this guy going? Apparently, did they quit their attack on York? I think they were attacking York, right? It seems like. Man, if I had realized that, we actually could have gone and attacked them ourselves. We probably could have, yeah, look at that. Oh, wait, maybe did they win? Oh, wow, I think they actually beat York. Yeah, they stole all their money. Oh, is it possible for us to go and get them? That'd be a lot of gold. 14, I don't think we have enough, really. Yeah, I don't think we could actually win this. That is very unfortunate. If I had known about this sooner, we really could have made a good push for that. Look at that, 13 prisoners, which we probably would have just set free. But that 868 gold would have been awesome. Okay, well, such as that would have been, it's not something we're going to be able to do, so let's just go ahead and take out this bandit camp. And we'll just send Canute, and we'll send, we definitely don't need this many soldiers. We'll just send maybe our top 3. We'll send 5, just to be safe. And we'll just send them with axes. Or no, wait, no, actually, we'll just send them with maces, because we would like to get this guy as a prisoner. This one single guy that's running a whole camp by himself. He must be lonely. Okay, so after thinking about it really quickly, I think we're actually going to cancel this attack, because I think we actually could potentially take out these marauders still. I think, now it says 13 here, but they actually only have 10 on legs. This means some of them must be injured and may even be completely unable to move right now. And I think these 13 are all factoring into the attack, so our percentage of chance of success may actually be a lot higher. Now, this is a little bit risky for sure, but not only do we have the soldiers that we have, but we can also actually hire just a couple more soldiers in the form of these peasants. Now, this guy already has like a wound or something, so he's probably going to end up getting killed. So what we need to do... Wait, why is he... Oh, he has rutabaga fever. Well, that's not great. I hope he doesn't end up dying. Okay, well, what we need to do is take a check. How many extra weapons do we have? It looks like we have 19 in total. That's 4 extra. So we need to take... I would prefer to take all these level 2 guys. And then... Is that going to be enough? We'll bring Harold with us. Okay, that's exactly 19. This is perfect. I think we should clean this up really, really easily. Saying 60%. The only issue is if we can't catch them in time, but they are moving incredibly slowly due to all these prisoners that they have. So I think we should be okay. Did they lose prisoners? I thought they had a lot more prisoners than that. But either way, if we can take them out, that's 868 gold. This will solve our problems for sure. And we can get a ton of prisoners as well. So hopefully we can catch them. Unfortunately, Canute is also seriously ill. That is going to be a problem. Okay, as you can see, we are chasing them currently. It's going to be very, very close. I'm not sure if we can catch them in time. I think we will. Only because I think when they do this turn and go up, I think that as long as they're on this stretch here, we can still catch them. But if they make it over here, I believe that they will be considered out of our range. So it's going to be very close. They need to get basically this close. Come on. Oh, I think as long as they're not fully in the shadow, we can catch them. And it looks like we do. Perfect. Okay. Now, if this is the way that Canute goes, then I suppose it is a worthy way to go. What we're going to do, we're going to try to get close. And as I said, it looks like a few of them are unable to move. Yes, they've got infected wounds. There's like blindness. Yeah, they did do very, very well in their raid, but as you can see, they took some heavy losses, and that is going to be their death here, I think. Let's go ahead and get over there, and we'll have Canute stay in the back so he doesn't end up dying. Now, it does look like these archers are doing some serious damage to us, which is to be expected. Let's stay in the back. Just long enough to get the fight started. Now, let's see. Hopefully we can do this without very many losses as well. That would be perfect. And it looks like we will. Perfect. Alright, we did lose some, it looks like. But, let's see what the total damage is. 3 deaths. Okay. We captured 7 of theirs. Now, let's see. 868 gold and 20 prisoners. Oh, my. Harold got the courageous spirit as well. Okay, so if Canute does die, Harold's already smarter. He's already a better manager. He's actually better at every single thing except for combat. Okay, that is perfect. We can definitely handle that. Now, we could just go ahead and take out this camp on the way home. We might as well. We could even just auto it, but I don't want a chance losing anybody. we should be totally fine. So let's just go ahead and rush on in. Do they have an archer there? They have 2 archers. Okay, well, that should not be an issue. Wow, did they just shoot like all the way over here? I think they did. I think they totally just missed their shots. And we lost somebody. Well, that does happen sometimes. What a sad death. 1 death. Maybe we would have been better off just auto-resolving. That's okay. We have made a good amount of money. Look at that. That is terrific. We can actually just... well, we're going to want to wait because we do have some loyalists that I would prefer to send back to peasantry if possible. Intoxication for moonshine. Okay, so everybody's... not the happiest. But once we manage to get this trade route going with London, we can definitely improve our food stores, and our moonshine stores should be a little better than they're actually showing here. Yeah, there's... oh, okay, there's none in actual stock right now. Okay, so they sold it all out. That's fair enough. But either way, we got 1,300, 1,400 gold pretty much. We do have a building broken now. It's the mill. That's not good. I almost want to just completely replace it, because 6 tools just for that doesn't really seem worth it to me. Where's our workshop at? Where do we place the workshop? There we go. Yep, okay, so we need this to be built first so that we can get the tools. And then, how much does the mill cost normally? Oh, are we not even able... did we lose the mill research? I think we did. Okay. That means we can't repair it either. I don't think. Let's just make sure. Should be in production, so... yeah, it's not there. Okay, well that's an issue. So we can't create food anymore. So we need to get the trader, and we need to hope that we can, actually either build a new one or replace the one that we have. Otherwise, do we get any... are we getting any loot from this as well? Looks like we got a bunch of daggers. We got a whole bunch of bows. Wow. We got some armors, it looks like. It's hard to tell if we got anything else. Now, we have a prison ward. Why is everybody here? Oh, they're... okay, they're doing, service. We may want to place another prison ward. Okay, let's do that. Okay, now just looking at the statistics, we have 95 people. We're probably going to want to place another temple pretty soon. We'll have to move this lumber mill because I think this would be the next best place for it. We could just move it. Ah, that glitch happened. Okay, that is not where I want it. Over here would be fine. It's not really near any of the trees, but at this point, none of the places really are. We can just go ahead and place down another temple. We may place it a little bit up. Actually, let's see. Where can we place the tavern? Can we place it right here? We'll also want another tavern, of course. Okay, we'll try to place that there and see about the temple. Can it be placed here? Yeah, okay. And that leaves actually a little bit of room, so we can move the lumber mill back. Is that going to crush that tree? Yes, it will. Well, okay, that's fair enough. Okay, so now we should be okay up to 150 population, and we still need to figure out this mill. Let's see what else. Okay, everything else looks good. It looks like we already got all the loot that we're gonna get, so 15 daggers, 11 bows, so I think we got more like 6 bows, and maybe a few spears, and some armors. That's making it out pretty good, I would say. We're also gonna set this to build first. Is there another space for another barracks? Because we're gonna be increasing our... okay, yeah, we need to move this palisade out for sure. We'll go ahead and place down another barracks first. We'll want to place it probably right here, just so that we make sure that we are bringing these palisades out as far as we need to. I may even extend it even further than this, just because extra room isn't really going to hurt us. That seems a lot better. It gives us a ton more room. And we may not even need to place that there. We may place it underneath this rock. Maybe. We'll just place it here. We're probably never going to have more than 20 prisoners anyways. We'll place that there, and this gives us quite a bit more space for more fields if we need to as well. But that's probably going to be it for this episode. Of course, we have a ton of money. I need to actually, before we end, I need to try to get rid of some of these loyalists. Of course, I do unapologetically save scrub for this part because it basically is never consistent whether they go back to peasantry or if they just leave. And I definitely don't want them to leave. Wow, look at this. This guy may actually... If we had no use for the trader right now, I would probably bring all these guys into our army. But they're going to be too much on taxes. So I'm going to go ahead and quickly get rid of our loyalists, and I'll be back with you. Okay, so I was only able to actually bring 2 of these peasants back into our peasantry, which is fine. They were the combat level 2, and anything below combat level 3 is always going to, or at or below combat level 3 is always going to be 9 taxes anyways. So they were more taxes than they were really worth, and the rest of these guys are all fine. I mean, this one's a peasant that doesn't have loyalist, and any peasant... Actually, I don't remember if he was a... Oh, and he has gangrene, so he's gonna die anyways. That actually doesn't matter. But sometimes, obviously, if you have peasants that aren't loyalists, then they will have the fear of death and everything. That's not the best to have them in your warriors. But either way, we don't really have anybody else that we can hire as far as mercenaries go, otherwise I would do that right now. But we're doing pretty well on money at this point. I almost want to pay back Norwich, but the relationship loss isn't really going to hurt us with them too much, so I don't think it's really worth it. The next thing we need to worry about, of course, is our relationship with London. So I'm probably going to try another Flesh Wolf hunt with them, but otherwise that is going to be it for this episode. So hopefully, we can continue to have boons like this every episode. I mean, if we got marauders attacking everybody else, and then we're able to just clean them up, that would be perfect. We are now stronger than York. We are stronger, not stronger than Canterbury, not stronger than Lincoln, and definitely not stronger than London or Norwich. So we're getting there, though. At least York seems like their kingdom is probably going to fall apart. I would have liked to actually join them as a vassal, but at least now we won't have to worry about tribute. So, either way, I thank you guys very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our Unholy Horde playthrough on the channel. And in the last episode, well, we had a pretty big windfall come together with marauders who decided to attack York. And when they were on their way home, we were able to intercept them and take all of their plunder, including about 1,000 gold and a ton of prisoners that we need to sell. We're not even going to maybe be able to sell all these to the first trader that shows up, because they may not even have enough money for it. Now, we also have some extra weapons and things like that because of taking them out. Now, I did talk about in the last couple of episodes that we may have issues extending the series for as long as we normally would, but it does seem that because of all of what we've been doing the last few episodes and all that's happened, that we may end up actually doing so. Usually we, where we were, I think, after episode 11, we probably would have started to snowball a little bit, but because some unfortunate happenings happened, now it seems that we had to stabilize our little city here, and we still don't really have as much money as we could because our flavorful ale export has not really worked out too well. So right now, what are we really trying to do? Well, we really want to get this rye trade route with London going, but they dislike us. I don't even know if he's going to be able to do this hunt now because they just dislike us so much. We'll have to see. If that fails, then we're pretty much done being able to even think about this trade route. Luckily, this one is about to end, so I guess we could restart it if their export does not change. We'll have to see there. And otherwise, yeah, we don't really have a whole lot of trade routes going for us. We do have this camp of forest bandits we could take out. Yeah, I don't really see a whole lot else that we can do at the moment. It's pretty much just waiting for the trader so that we can sell some things and hopefully try to buy our mill back, because otherwise we're gonna have no way to actually make more flour at the moment. Now, oh, apparently you can actually repair the mill even if you don't have the research? Hold on. Do we actually have the research and I'm just an idiot and can't find... No, we don't have the research. Okay, so it used to be that you had to have the research, I'm pretty sure, to actually repair a building that needed that research. So that appears to be changed, or maybe it's a bug or something. But either way, I guess we can upgrade it then. So let's go ahead and go to our production. We don't yet have the workshop built. We need that to get built. And once that happens, we'll actually need to build 6 just to repair this first. And then we needed what? What was it that we needed? We needed tools for upgrading, I believe. Yeah, so it was upgrading this. So we would want like another 10, I suppose. Yeah, that seems fine. Okay, so we'll build these 6 first, and then we'll try to build these 10. Okay, so the workshop is finished, so let's go ahead and put Herald on it. We're actually going to start an upgrade on it. We won't set it to build first, but we will start it. And we'll go ahead and start making the tools that we need. Let's make X on it. Well, I mean, we're not going to use it for bows or anything, so I guess we can just do until. I'll just, we'll make 20, because we could actually sell these if necessary. I don't know if nobody's buying them. But we could definitely sell them. So here we are at the trader, and of course we are going to sell all of these daggers, and we will sell just enough spears to get us to the market saturation. I'm also thinking about selling a little bit of this coal. It is, of course, extremely cheap to make. Might as well sell a little bit of it, even though we do want to use it as well. And we will sell our flavorful oil. And then we are actually going to sell a little bit of these bows too, because we don't tend to use too many of them. I like to keep some, just in case, but we don't tend to use them unless we're in a defensive situation, so we'll just sell those for now. And I really hope, Ryefield Mill, okay, we need that. And is there anything else here? Armor Forge would be nice, because as you can see, we have never had the matriarch relation to actually buy it, and it's really expensive to buy anyways. And I don't think there's really anything else here. It's just the military logistics too, but we don't really need it at the moment. Recruits would be nice, except it only goes up to level 5. So, yeah, I'm thinking that the only other thing that we really want is that armor forge. Yes. Should we go for it now? They're sending us 500. We still have the prisoners to send. Okay. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go ahead and buy it. Now, we're gonna sell all these people, pretty much. Look at that. 852. We haven't even started. Okay, we want to get rid of as many of these prisoners as possible, honestly, because look how many of them are unemployed. We're gonna go for the cheapest first. Okay, that's 430. That's everything. Okay, hold on. We can only send 2 more off. I guess we might as well just go ahead and get the military logistics then. There we go. Okay. Looking good to me. Now, is there anything else? I would love to buy a little bit more rye, just because I don't know if that trade route is going to go under. We'll buy this paper as well. If that trade route goes under, of course, we won't have a source of rye, so we do want to have a little bit in stock. We also need hops, and that may be easier to just buy from the trader, because they tend to have a lot of it. Okay, we'll buy all that then, for the moment. And look at that. That actually works out pretty perfectly. There we go. Now we have 2,000 gold. Doing great there. Now, additionally, maybe I should actually buy some rings, because look at this guy. Amazing combat skill. Pretty good command skill if we ever needed him there. He's also halfway decent at persuasion. He's got the little trait. Of course, I don't think we'll ever actually get it to 15 for it, but he seems pretty good. What is he gonna cost us? Oh, is he not a free lord? He is a free lord. Okay. What is he gonna cost? 17 rings. That may be a little steep, even for 12 combat. He won't be taxable, but I'm not too sure about it now. So it looks like Canute did finish this hunt, and it did not increase our relation with him nearly enough. I don't want to give them paper. Not going well. We just need 11 more. That's the issue here. How long is this trade route? 4 days left. So yeah, I don't think we're gonna end up being able to start that trade route, unfortunately. This one has another 2 days. Should we pay them back? I want to, but I don't think it's a great idea. Canterbury, can we buy their hops? We can. How much are they gonna ask for? 3 gold apiece. Well, actually, just a little bit under 3 gold apiece, I think. Okay. We'll need more paper if we want to start another rye trade route, but I'm thinking about doing that, because then we can start to create our own beer. Not just flavorful ale, we could actually create beer. We don't have that book though, do we? Oh, good production. Yeah, we don't have the book, so we would want to buy it. Okay, we'll go ahead and buy the hop field and beer book then, and that means we can go ahead and get rid of this guy now as well. Perfect. And as far as priority here, we really want Emma to go for the rye field and mill, and we can have, let's see, if we get more hops, then we can totally, well, we don't have the rye yet though, so I don't think we're actually ready to make our own beer, but we'll just put Lana on the next military logistics. Okay, so now we want to take a look at the army, and I do want to be a little bit careful about hiring non-Caden mercenaries, but as you can see, our cultural composition is okay for the warriors. It's mainly the peasantry, and I think we are going to take care of that once we get the scaffolding finished researching. We may just do some terror. Probably, I don't know if I want to do it with Tanea though, because that may piss off the matriarchy, so it may have to be on Macaw first. And we'll see. I think that also hurts your relation, though, with the matriarch. So we'll just have to take a quick look. Because, yeah, that may upset them. And we would like to keep a stable relationship, at least for now. So we will, let's see. We'll hire a Tanea. We'll just hire both of these. That should be fine. We need a little bit, bolstered numbers, because if York actually does start to fall apart, it looks like they're rebounding, but if they do start to fall apart, it would definitely be quite nice to be able to pick off some of their member states when they become independent. Now, I was going to attack this camp of forest bandits, but it looks like Norwich is actually going to take care of it, so we won't be able to get the spoils there. Okay, so not much happened yesterday. We are back at the trader now, and unfortunately paper is at an increased price. Let's see. We unfortunately didn't make much coal yesterday. Not sure what happened there. We'll sell these daggers. We'll sell a few more spears, and otherwise I think we're going to keep pretty much everything we've got. We are just about done with the rye field and mill. Wait, hold on. So we still have the book for military logistics 1. But we already learned it, so we'll go ahead and get rid of that. And that gets us 85 gold back. There's nothing else here that I really want. We are, again, a little bit low on medical salves. We may want to start creating a little bit more. Time of thought for terror is halved. Let's see. I don't think there's anything else here that we really need at the moment. Oh, okay. Now, just a little update. So, we didn't make the tools that we needed, because we don't have enough coal, I think is why. Yeah, I think it's because we don't have enough coal. So, we aren't able to actually build or rebuild the mill. And we're at 99% here on the rye field and mill, so I'm just going to actually have Emma finish really quick. And it's finished. Now we'll go and sell the book. And while she's getting ready to do that, we'll just start rebuilding the mill, but I want to build it somewhere else, I guess, so that if this one ends up getting repaired first, then we just keep it, I suppose, and undo this or just snooze it. And that should at least be good. I just don't know where to put it, is the only problem. Yeah, there isn't really a great spot. Maybe we do just get rid of this one then. Yeah, I don't think we want to use the tools if we can help it anyways. So I guess we'll just get rid of it and start anew. It's not my favorite thing to do, but there we go. And we'll set that to build first. Yeah. Okay, so now we can go over here and we only really need, what was it? We need 5 there, 5 there. So we only really need 10. We can build like 15 and just sell them like I was saying. We can actually just do make X then. There isn't anything else we're really going to be doing with that building, but just in case. And we'll set the medical salves to making another 6, which should be good. And we also got the scriptonic. I do want to check that out. If we can get maybe a dictionary. Fresh start, a description of a special cadence right that allows removing all negative traits and thoughts from a bandit when recruiting them into the army. Okay, that could be pretty good. Well, make sure I'm understanding that right. So everything negative about a bandit would be replaced. This would also be good, but we need the dictionary. I may just buy it anyways because we do have the spare money right now. Oh, effectiveness of all warrior training at the training field is increased by 50%. That is extremely good because this is the one that doesn't get limited to level 5. Fresh start is also incredibly good. This is getting expensive, however. Yeah, it's the only issue. I want to see, I think we need all of these books at the moment. Let's see. He's learning scaffolding, she's learning military logistics. Yeah, so we do need those. We do really want to get this, though. The faster we can get that, the better. And we will set, let's say, fresh start. Set Canute to that. And you know, we'll just pick it up because the thing is, even though it'll take us a little bit to get the Tanea dictionary, having this will be so good. The tax on warriors will be 30% less. If we get this, I mean, we may just end up having to sell the book, but if we end up actually learning it, the tax on warriors being 30% less will probably mean that we can just keep building our army up and we'll never actually lose the ability to use the trader. That's what I really like about this book. We'll see if 30% is actually enough. But I talked about it when this book actually came out, and it could very, very much change the game if you're able to build up a massive army and still be able to use the trader. We'll see if it actually works out that way. Now, really quickly, I did just want to come back to the trader for just a second, because I did, of course, forget to sell a little bit of our flavorful ale, and otherwise I think we're going to keep everything else that we have. Now I am sending Canute back to London. We're going to try at least one more time, and hopefully the hunt will actually go through properly this time. But I think that is probably where we are going to call it for the moment. So we, of course, have spent some of our money. Everybody is studying, right? Yep, everybody's studying. Let's see, the scaffolding, I don't know. We're going to try it. We're going to try to get rid of some of this this cultural migration from Macaw, at least, and we'll see if that helps us at all. We are low on rings, unfortunately, not great. Let's see, is there anything else major? Well, we really want to get the Chancellery, but I don't know if they, like, lowered the amount of experience or something from management, but it seems like it's taking a lot longer to level that up. With Canute, it was leveling, you know, only up to level 12 by the time Harold became of age. which is kind of slow, and Harold hasn't really gained very much either in the time that he's been old enough to actually manage buildings. So I'm not really sure what's going on there. Maybe I don't know if we just don't have enough. I guess we aren't producing a whole lot of stuff. That could be a part of it. We do have two unemployed right now as well, so we may need to figure out some extra jobs as well. We're just gonna place a rutabaga field right now, and maybe that'll be enough. But for some reason, we're not even really getting much rutabaga. I know this is low fertility, but I feel like we should be getting more rutabaga than this as well. So I'm not really sure what's going on. We'll just, have to play it by ear. But I did say that I was expecting that the series would get done just a little bit quicker than normal, but it's actually seeming like it may take a little bit longer. Maybe be as long as some of our longer series, but we'll just have to see. So, as always, I thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our Unholy Horde playthrough on the channel. And in the last episode, well, we mostly just managed our city here, and one thing we did manage to at least get was some nice books. We managed to get Caden training, which will increase the effectiveness of all training in the training field by 50%. This will be absolutely massive for us. And we also got faith defense. We aren't able to study this yet, because I don't think anybody knows. Wait, hold on. Actually, Harold and Lana both know Tanae already, so actually we can learn that. And if we get that, then that will reduce our taxes, and that will be substantial just in general. But it could actually mean that we can hire some better mercenaries and not have to worry so much about the taxes that we will pay on them. And we should not actually lose the ability to trade with the trader, even if we have a solid army of just mercenaries. So that is going to be massive. And in fact, if we get axe proficiency as well, to add on to all of this, and maybe even mace stun, then our army is going to be absolutely insane, even considering that we are one of the weakest cities in the area, as you can see. I think that having all of these books will make us absolutely a powerhouse in the region, so we will probably start to force some neutrality and create some vassals for ourselves. Now, oddly enough, I have not seen anything go on with the Unholy Horde. I don't know if it's just gone. I thought they were supposed to go at least until, like, day 60 or something like that. But it doesn't seem like they've done anything recently, so we'll just have to see on that. But Canute is on his way. We're actually in London right now, so hopefully this hunt finally goes well. That'd be quite nice to see happen. Now, another thing I think I am going to do, I've looked, and as you can see, herbs usually sell for 6, and we can get 14 for medical salves. And there actually is a trade route right now for medical salves. Whereas for our flavorful ale, of course, it's only 0.5, so when you add on the hops, it's only really like 5 gold or something in resources to create a flavorful ale. So the price isn't a whole lot different, but the thing that we can get out of this is if we switch over to medical salves, it will free up all of our hops and we can just purely use the hops then to create beer. And if we do that, then we'll have, of course, beer for everybody so that we won't have the fatigue issue anymore. But we will still have an export of some kind. So I think we are probably going to switch over to making more medical salves. So we'll actually set this to do until, and we'll just set it until 50, I suppose. And we may still make a little bit of flavorful ale, so we'll do something like, I don't know, 10, maybe? Yeah, just a little bit. Because it is nice to have just for your lords to be able to drink a little bit. And of course, if a trade route does pop up, I want to have a little bit of stock. So maybe even a little bit more, maybe like 20. Just so that we have a little bit of stock. And that way, if a trade route does pop up, then we can actually make use of that. But otherwise, I would like to get a trade route going for an export. And it looks like flavorful ale is our best hope. I'm just wondering if this trade route will last long enough, because I do want to take Canterbury first. That's probably going to be the goal. but maybe it could be Norwich first, and then we go with London or something, or go up into the north maybe even. So we'll just have to see about that. Alright, and Canute did finish this hunt, and it appears that it basically did nothing. So the only other thing I could think is to do a marriage proposal, because we will give them 760 gold, which we don't have enough for right now, but we could do that, and then that would increase our relationship by 25. So that could be something, and it would get a wife for Harold. So I don't know, that may be the thing that we do. Although if I did it, it may be better to do that with Canterbury. I don't know, we'll have to see. We could also potentially start buying hops from them as well. Okay, and unfortunately our trade agreement with Norwich did fall through now, so we need to recreate it. Hopefully it does not immediately get disabled. Hopefully this doesn't all refresh. And it looks like Canterbury's did. As soon as I wanted to make the medical cells, now they are buying nectar. They're little nectar addicts over there. We may have to conquer them and make some changes. Now, on the other hand, it does look like we got our mill rebuilt, which is great. We'll go ahead and start upgrading it immediately and make sure, yep, we are creating flour. Let's go ahead and get going on that, people. We're going to set it to priority as well. Okay, so we have started another trade route over here with Norwich, and they are basically giving us the same deal as we were getting previously for our rye. Now, I was just looking for some bandit camps as well, and there are two, but as you can see, they're both rather weak. Regardless, we are going to go ahead and send Canute to take care of this. We'll send not very much of our army, though. We only really need to send... We'll send 5? Nah, we'll go with 7. Yeah, 7 seems good. Just in case. And we'll send mostly axes. We don't actually really care too much yet about prisoners, but it would be nice to start getting prisoners from these bandit camps, just because we can, once we get the what is it, fresh start, once we get that, we can actually turn every single bandit, just turn them straight into a warrior of ours. Okay, now I was just looking at our resources, and as you can see, we are getting quite the way through this mine, and additionally our forests are being cut down at an extreme rate. If we do this too much, then the soil fertility will keep dropping. It doesn't seem that this actually affects rutabagas, though. I have been keeping an eye on it. It doesn't seem to make any difference, or at least it doesn't actually show. But it is possible that that is why our rutabaga numbers have dwindled. So I may want to try and get rid of one of our lumber mills. But I don't know. I'm not really sure if I want to do that, because we need the lumber so that we can keep building these walls, and also for every other building that we need. So it is kind of a decision I'm going to have to mull over for a little bit, but I mean, if you look at these, they're not producing very much at all. 2 rutabaga on this one, so that could be what is going on. Maybe it just doesn't update the fertility thing here. I'm not actually sure. I haven't done too much deforestation to really notice, but I don't know. We'll have to see. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and hire a couple more mercenaries. We'll hire these 2. Now, between everything, we should have, what, like 15 soldiers or something like that? Okay, so we have this battle, and of course it's not going to be anything difficult. It looks like they... okay, I thought they increased their numbers slightly, but it does not appear that that happened. We'll just rush on in. Canute can go ahead and lead the charge. Go right on in, Canute. And, of course, we win. We did actually still manage to capture one, so maybe we really don't need to worry about using maces against them too much anymore. When you have the mace stun book, for sure, you daze enemies a lot more often. We probably would have gone both of them that time, but it doesn't seem like it's too big of a deal if you just use a regular spear versus a regular mace. Okay, and now here's the next battle. And we're just, again, going to rush right on in. No strategy whatsoever. Just take them out. Get on in there, Canute. Oh, and they lost again. I'm shocked. Alright. We didn't capture any of them that time, but we did at least get the loot. Now, one thing I was thinking about, we could start raiding some villages. Now, I don't know, when you hover over all of this, right? Raid village, relationship with them will worsen, which is the person owning the territory. Will it tick off York? I know it's going to make the matriarch mad, but maybe that's okay now. Maybe we just wait until we get the armor forge and we just build our own armor, and then otherwise the only reason to do it would be to get herbs. But as you can see, we can actually just get herbs by raiding Hearthglen. I'm thinking about doing that. There's 5 defenders. We should be able to handle that rather easily with the army we have. I almost want to test it out just to see. I mean, it's going to make them mad. It may invoke Canterbury and York's Wrath and everything, and that wouldn't be particularly good. But I don't know. I like the idea. We could get a whole lot of resources just by doing this. We could get some rye by attacking Hollow as well, which is York, and they already have one of their villages burnt. So, I don't know. It seems like it could be a good idea. I'm gonna have to think about it for a second. Alright, so it does look like Norwich is gonna be upset with us. So it definitely affects all of the neighbors as well. So they have a +5 with us now. Yeah, London really hates us now. Canterbury kinda hates us. York is barely friends with us anymore. And Lincoln also hates us. So I think if we were to attack York now, they would hate us enough that they may actually decide to attack us at full force, which would be kind of scary because this is a pretty big kingdom. If they attacked us all at once, if they actually did a group attack, that would be pretty bad. So I'm going to skip over them, but we are going to go ahead and attack Hearthglen and see how that goes, because that is a 75% chance of win. That'll get us some extra herbs, which will be quite nice. We can use that to create more medical cells, and we can go ahead and sell those. So I'm going to try it. We're going to try it. Okay, so here it is. We're at Hearthglen. We're going to attack them, and we're going to see if this changes our relationship at all. Weaker than me, supported my enemy in a conflict, failed to repay a debt to the neighbor. So it looks like maybe it could affect our mood with them. We'll just have to see. So let's go ahead, and we'll just rush on in. We may have Canute protect himself, though. They only have daggers. Okay, never mind. They only have daggers. That's right, I forgot. Villagers only actually have daggers, so I don't think they can possibly do anything. Why did an axe fall to the floor? Village has been plundered and burned down. Okay, they weren't happy with that, of course. But it doesn't look like anybody else really cares. Matriarch doesn't even care. Huh. How interesting. Okay, well, then I don't see a reason not to raid this one as well. Maybe it'll deteriorate relation later, but if so, then this actually kind of reminds me of raiding villages in Crusader Kings, because it's just like, I mean, you can just do it, and it's like somehow not as detrimental to your relations with everybody as, say, like actually you know, trying to conquer them. So it's kind of funny to me. You would think that having your village raided would really irritate you, because economically it's going to mess with you, but it doesn't appear that it really angers anyone else, like their liege or anything like that. So we're just gonna keep doing it. I don't see any reason not to. We even may just go ahead and well, I don't really want to attack York though, because of course York does have a pretty strong army as well, and if we have everybody hating us completely, then they may go ahead and attack us at home. So we're gonna want to be careful now. I mean, everybody kind of hates us now. Now, Norwich I would like to keep a good relationship with, so that we don't lose this trade route, because we do need the rye. It would actually be nice to repair our relation a little bit with Canterbury, just since they are so close. If we go anywhere, then Canterbury could, there's sudden attacks now, so they could actually suddenly attack us while we're away from home. So I don't think I want to attack them. London may not be a bad choice, though, but they don't really, I don't really need the rye. Well, I mean, that could be another way to get rye, too, is to just attack these villages instead. I don't know, we'll have to see. We could become a raiding kingdom. Okay, so now we do have the scaffolding. I need to find a spot for it, but we're going to go ahead and place this, and we're going to give it a shot just to see. There doesn't seem to really be a good spot for it that's actually in the village, so I guess we'll just have to put it down over here. And once that gets built, we'll go ahead and see if we can't get rid of some of these macaw, so that we can get the foreigners are pushing us out modifier away. Now, what actually causes it exactly? Is it half, or? Members of the province's original culture have become less than half of the total population. So yeah, we'd want to push out at least enough macaw so that hopefully more cadence will actually show up. So that's going to be difficult because the only thing that I think causes them to show up is basically war. As far as I understand, once you get to a certain point, it's mainly the effects of war causes more migration to your city, so we'll have to see. But this Terrell guy, man, I almost want him, but he's already leaving. But he has a 10 combat. That would have actually been quite nice. Uh-oh, looks like Canute got rutabaga fever again. He survived the last bout with it. Now he is getting medical salve. Will that heal him? I thought it didn't. Oh, okay, I guess it does. Alright, well, he's healed now, and we have some forest bandits. And there's 6 of them. Okay. They're selling prisoners. I'm assuming, yeah, that'll deteriorate our relationship with people further. I would like not to actually do that. Just doesn't seem like a good idea right now. We'll bring most of our army. Not all of it, but most of it. And we will go with some swords, some axes. There we go. 67%, that's fine by me. Now, what is Harold's obsession? Desire for intimacy. Alright. Have at it. Oh, well. Okay, there we go. Okay, now since Harold finished up the scaffolding, we'll go ahead and have him go for Hopfield and Beer next. Okay, and I guess our peace treaty with Dara was that London, I believe, is expired. Yes. Okay, so now they will, of course, hate us even more, which... starting to wonder if it's even possible for them to hate us anymore. Now York kind of hates us as well. Is it because we attacked their... Yes. Okay, so I guess it takes a little bit. But they do actually mind that we attacked their vassal's village. Any other ruler is a non-entity, failed to repay a debt to a neighbor. So it looks like it does make York hate us, but it doesn't make everybody hate us. Yeah, they don't even care that we attacked their neighbor. Alright, so York kind of hates us, Canterbury kind of hates us. But for the most part, it seems raiding villages is kind of a free pass, in a way. Which is very interesting. Alright, either way, we are now at this bandit camp, and we're gonna go and attack it right away. And there's 6 of them. It does look like they have 2 bowmen. And they have a couple of spears and some maces. Go ahead, and we're gonna stay in the back on this one. There we go. Get in there. Easy peasy, nobody went down at all. And 3 captured, pretty good. Okay, we'll take it, and we're gonna go straight for this one over here that I just saw pop up. And I don't think there is any more. No. But hey, now Norwich will actually kind of like us again. Which is good, because I think if we drop to -15, then they may actually cancel that trade route, which I would prefer not to happen, of course. So I was just looking at Lana, and this is quite sad. She has the Mrs. Parents negative mood. And Till is right here. Now, I don't know who her mother is, probably a peasant that maybe died or something, but Till, why aren't you spending time with your daughter at all? Now, let's see. Can we go to educate? I think I already tried this, and yeah, Till can't, because of poor relationship with our king. So, we'll set it back to Emma, and I guess we need to try to get Till and Canute to like each other, because that is horrible. Poor kid hasn't seen her parents in a long time. But either way, we're at this bandit camp now, so let's go ahead and get in there. There's only 2 of them. We'll just take them out right quick and get out of here. And They folded pretty quick. Captured one of them as well. Pretty good. We have 4 prisoners, and we will probably make them into warriors, I'm thinking. I totally forgot I did make those flavorful ales, but we were still selling them in the tavern, unfortunately, so they did get bought up. Now, I was doing that intentionally because I didn't want everybody to have fatal fatigue, but we're just going to have to deal with that for the moment. It looks like we do have those 6 prisoners home. Are any of them... Oh, we can only free 4 of them. That's a little strange. So we need to wait until we get this fresh start done until we actually bring them onto the army. That is, we have 10 in total now. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I think some of them have injuries though, so I don't know if we'll actually be able to hire them all. But we need Canute. He's gonna go talk to Emma. That's fine. And then we will probably have him try to spend some time with Till, so it's probably going to take him a little while to get this fresh start taken care of. But once he does, we will be able to increase our army size quite quickly. Now we do have 7 tools finally, so I'm going to go ahead and queue up the weapon forge and coal furnace upgrades, and we will set the weapon forge one to build first, because we are moving really slowly through our order here. I don't know why. I thought it was moving a lot faster when we were doing axes. So I think it may just be a resource issue, maybe. So of course we do need a good amount of coal in order to do it. So yeah, it's probably coal and wood that's kind of throttling us there slightly. We've run out of medical salve. How did that happen? We have plenty of herbs. I'm a little surprised. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. I snoozed this ages ago. That's right. Alright, and set it to priority. So hopefully there will be enough of it tomorrow. Luckily, everybody seems to have healed their injuries, which is good. Let's go ahead and take a quick look. We have 2 Cadens that we can hire. We'll hire both of those. Kind of even back out our cultural composition here. We don't want to have too many Macaws and Taneas, so I'm probably going to stop actually hiring more of those mercenaries for the time being. Looks like we don't have any fatal fatigue. We just have, we have a little bit on the warriors, but we don't have too much. So I think that's what we're going to call it. It looks like we are running out of money, unfortunately. But once we get the trader, I may just go, I'm thinking about maybe selling the prisoners. Thinking about maybe turning them into warriors. We'll just have to see. We may have to wait until later to start doing that. But we do have some spears that we can sell. We can't sell medical salves yet. Hopefully soon. But otherwise, that is going to be it. So, as always, I thank you very much for watching. I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our Unholy Horde playthrough on the channel. And in the last episode, well, we went and raided a couple of villages. And I have to say, I quite liked how it actually ended up. As you can see, only York really dislikes us substantially from it. Plundered our vassal's village, they don't like that. Canterbury, they do not seem to actually care. So it's just Lincoln and York. I mean, Lincoln really hates us, but we can actually handle them. And while we would have some problems with York, especially if they decide to attack us full force with their entire kingdom, I think we could maybe soon demand some neutralization, maybe from Norwich, although I don't know if I want to risk the trade agreement falling through. It says betrayed my trust. That is because of the loan they gave us, I believe. So we should be able to fix that. And London also hates us. Failed to repay a debt to my neighbor. Any other ruler is a non-entity. So yeah, that's going to be difficult. I don't think there's anything we can do unless Emma can get to 15 persuasion, but I don't even really understand. I think you have to do a lot of bribes and things like that, and other intrigues in order to actually level this. So yeah, I don't think that diplomatic trait is going to be possible in the series, and I'm actually starting to wonder. I mean, it's a trait that has a huge use because you have the restore relations, but I've never been able to actually get to the point of using it. So that's kind of unfortunate. Now, another thing, I was actually looking, and Canute, he is both an agnostic and a fanatic. I think this may be a bug, because I think you're supposed to go from regular believer to either agnostic or fanatic, so I don't know how he got both. And yeah, Harold and Emma, or Herald has sins, and everybody's a fanatic. And I'm not sure how I feel about this. It does help with their mood, but Canute will start to get sins if we create the scaffolding, which scaffolding's done, right? We placed it, didn't we? I think we placed it last time. Yes, we placed it. So once this is done, if we start doing terror, then Canute will start to accrue sins. So the only way to get rid of this is if we can get rid of the fanatics trait. Now, on the other hand, it says negative thoughts from sins disappear 3 times faster, making agnostics useful for performing dubious actions on the world map. But I think sins also get accrued from the scaffolding, so that's going to be an issue. We're going to have to see what happens if having fanatics and agnostics kind of levels this off or what. Now, on the other hand, like I said, I do like how the Burning Villages has gone, and York already hates us, so it may be worth it to go and take their rye from them. It's going to be something I'm going to have to think a little bit more about, but it seems easy enough to do. The only real question is if they will try to defend it. Now, we captured some prisoners, and as you can see, several of them are bandits, and we are currently learning the Fresh Start. And Fresh Start will allow us to take bandits into our army without all of the negative traits and thoughts that usually come with them. Now, as far as I know, that only is going to work on bandits, and we do have a couple that aren't bandits. So we're not going to probably take these ones, but we will probably take every single bandit. Even though this bandit is a little more expensive, we'll probably take him too. We don't have to worry about taxes as much as long as we can get the Faith Defense. As long as we can get this. And actually, I'm thinking about, because we actually have a good amount of rutabaga. I'm not sure why it's not in our storages right now. Oh, it's already at the workday, so it's actually in our brewery right now. So there was 75 of it, I believe, which should give us a nice amount of moonshine. So we should be okay on beer for the moment. So we're going to go ahead and take him off of that, because Harold can learn Faith Defense, and I really want to get this book. It's actually the most important book, I think, because it'll allow us to keep the trader, even if we keep hiring a lot of soldiers. So with all that said, we are just kind of going to wait around. Hopefully these all get learned pretty quickly. Emma is, of course, going to study Caden training, and she will be done with that rather shortly, which is nice. And otherwise, it looks like the scaffolding is ready, so we're going to put... Does it actually matter which one of them is on it? The Lord takes charge of managing the scaffold's operations. The questioning of witnesses lasts for 30 minutes. So it probably matters. Now, Mask of Shame is what we will use, and we will terror on Macaw. And we're going to see how this goes. Okay, and Caden training is now done, which is perfect. This will give us 50%, oops, wrong thing. Caden training, it will give us 50% more warrior training effectiveness, so that should make us level up our warriors a whole lot quicker, which is awesome. And we're just going to put Emma onto... Oh, she can actually rewrite this. Requiring 3 to 9, so hold on. Looks like it will be... Oh, it doesn't even actually take it right away anymore. Requires from 3 to 9 depending on knowledge level. So I guess it only takes the paper once it's actually done. Either way, we're just going to learn it. But actually, that may be kind of useful. I think I already looked into it, though, and for the price of books, you basically gain almost nothing for writing a book. But you do gain a little bit, so it might be kind of worth it. Now, as you can see on our army, we have our first level 15 warrior. And actually, I want to check his age. He's only 39. Wow, that is incredible. He could easily be a warrior for us for another 15 years or more. And that will be before he even starts to lose combat. But either way, we have a level 15, and as you can see, he is no longer... Where's he going? Patrolling. Where? Oh, over here, okay. So he's not even in his patrol radius yet. But either way, we want to up this to level 20 now. And we're actually going to set it to priority as well. I don't know if this actually does anything, because I think usually it just matters for the manager and for the workers. But I don't know if it counts as all the warriors being workers here. Not really sure. Looks like he's still just going to patrol. But either way, this way he'll be able to go and train still. And getting some level 20 warriors would definitely be a welcome change. Now, another thing I did mention in the last episode was that we were going to start making medical salves, and we would try to make a little bit of flavorful ale. I'm probably only going to do, we'll say, like, we'll make 6. So I'll just, well, actually 8. So it'll be enough for all of our lords to drink. And I just want to make sure that we have all of these taverns set to no flavorful ale. Yes. And we do have all these 3 temples now, so we're going to go ahead and make a road to this 3rd one. We'll just make... We are running low on money, so we're probably only going to make the one little road for now. And call that good for the moment. Now, some other good news, because our tools all got completed, and it looks like they're all mostly placed. There's still a few that need to be placed here. I don't know what happened to them then, because they're not anywhere. Are they at our workshop? Yeah, okay, wait, no, they're not. Hold on. Okay, so I guess we need to make a few more. So we're gonna do make X, and we'll make 5 more. And we may even make more than that once it's done, just because it seems like we have enough coal and iron, enough coal and iron extra. And we have enough steel for all of our swords and everything, so we may make even more tools just to sell them. We'll see about that soon, though. Yeah, so as you can see, we do have the initiated terror now, and it looks like it's at 48 hours. I think it was supposed to be less than this. Disappears 3 times faster. Yeah, so I don't think that the agnostic benefit is actually happening. And let's see. Fanatics will be suffer twice as much from sins. Doesn't look like maybe we're not getting either, because minus 35. So what is it normally 17? I don't think so. So it seems like maybe it's not, neither of them are having an effect. Maybe. I'm not really too sure though. Okay, so here we are at the trader, and as usual, we're going to sell these daggers. We'll sell a few of the bows again. Actually, I want to keep the bows just in case we do get attacked at the city. We'll sell these spears, though, and unfortunately, the paper price is still increased. Let's see, what else? We don't have Faith Defense done yet, but we did get Caden Training. I think what we'll do, we're going to start keeping our purple books, because we do run through the knowledge. And I would like to have multiple people have it just in case. So we'll keep those ones just so we can have multiple people learn them. And unfortunately, we would still be sending 500 here. Now, these are the 3 that are not bandits. They're passed as peasantry. Actually, I guess the past always says peasant, even though these ones were actually bandits. So, either way, this is still going to have us sending money, which is not good. Common good, thought of terror time is halved. Yeah, so we may end up having to just skip the trader for right now. I guess we could sell some steel. Let's see, 1 coal and 1 iron is what price normally. So our iron is normally 5, and where's the coal at? Where is the coal? Oh, here it is. So 7 and 5, so that's about a 9 gold difference for how much you would sell the raw materials for. So we could go ahead and sell this. It would only be 3 of them though, before the price starts. Yeah, price drops really quickly. We would still get 20 for this one though, so we'll do that. And then hops we want to keep. Maybe we do need to just sell all of our spears, and well, almost all of them, and all of our bows. That'll get us to where we need to be. And next time we can start to sell a little bit of tools. We don't yet have enough medical cells, so I mean, this is the best it looks like we can do. We need a little bit of money back because we need to be able to pay our wages and things. So as much as it kind of sucks to have to do this, I think we do need to. And what we're going to do... Where's that guy with 5 combat skill? Right here. We'll get rid of him too then. And maybe this guy. There we go. Okay, so it gets us a little bit of money back, and we still have these 3 guys that we can actually hire. Let's see. One of those said 4 combat skills, so I want to make sure... Okay, it doesn't look like their taxes increased. So we will be hiring them as soon as we're able. Okay, so this is strange. We actually have 4 prisoners, but only 3 of them are actually showing up here. So I guess that one that has the 4 combat isn't showing up, so we're not going to be able to hire them. Oh, okay. Wait, we already sold the 4 combat skill guy, but there is one here that's not showing up. It's kind of weird, right? Is it? Oh, it must be him because he has a disability. Yeah, that looks like him. Let's take a look really quick. Yeah, okay. So that's what it probably is. Or maybe he's just too old, even. No, he's only 32. Either way, we don't really need him if we're not going to hire him. Okay, so I was just looking on the map here, and it does look like these people over here decided to actually attack York's village, so we're not going to be able to do that. But I did notice a camp right here, and it's got 5. And we're going to wait for Canute to get done with his morning service, and we're going to send him off to take care of this, actually. Okay, got done, so we're going to go ahead and actually 61. Okay, he's good on mood. We'll go ahead and send him, and we'll send him with a decent force, but he only really needs, what, 10, maybe? We'll go with our 10 best then. And we will go 4 on the armor, of course, and we'll send our axes, and we'll send our swords. Looks good to me. 68%. And we will send that now. Just looking around on the map a little bit. I would love to get those hops, or even that rye, but I really don't want to attack London right now. So we're just gonna have to wait. Hopefully we can get these villages later, though. Now, one thing I didn't exactly think about was the terror against culture is, of course, it's affecting our warriors as well, and we do have, I believe we have 3. Yeah, we have 3 macaw warriors, so we are going to need to think about if we just want to ship them off ourselves or wait until they decide to leave on their own. I think we'll just wait until they leave on their own. It is impacting our, it's impacting our taxes. So we are paying for them, even though they aren't probably going to be very useful right now. What I'll probably do is if they start getting so upset... I mean, this one's already at minus 15, or at 15. So we're probably just going to get rid of them. They're a fanatic as well anyways, so that's kind of annoying. So we'll get rid of them. And let's see. This is the other macaw. He's 32 still. So I think that's okay for the moment. But if they get so low that they're getting ready to have like a mental break, that we probably want to just get rid of them. They're not going to be very useful for patrols. And it looks like York is going to go get some revenge on those people that were attacking their villages. They're going to attack one of their villages now. Kind of funny. Okay, so now looking back at our weapons here, our spears have gotten done. Those were just ones that we're trying to sell anyways. We're waiting for this one other mace. And what we'll probably do... how many people did we send out? I think it was 10, right? And now we have, I think we're going to want maybe 5 more swords, and maybe just 5 more axes as well. And then after that, we can just do until on the spears. We want to keep about 10, maybe even more. Maybe 20. Yeah, maybe 20. And then otherwise, we'll make a little bit more tools because it's the only thing we're using the workshop for anyways. We'll do 25 there. That seems good to me. And we're gonna do until on the flavorful ale and try to keep 8 of them so that our lords can drink as much of that as they want. Palinor has revealed his intentions. He wants to turn one of our lords into a puppeteer. We don't want to allow that. This is Canterbury too, so they don't like us very much. So we're gonna get rid of them right away. We could even try to capture them. That's 20% chance of them actually waking up. And yeah, Canterbury doesn't even really have the money to ransom him anyways, so we're just going to exile him. And now we have this camp to attack. Let's go ahead and jump right on in and just get in there. They have the 1 bow, or 2 bows. And we will set... Oh, they already killed one of us. Stay in the back. There we go. Oh, he's still alive. Alright, so 3 captured, 2 dead. So we got 125 gold, and we get some prisoners again. So here we are back at the trader, and we're just going to sell off our spears. Wait, there wasn't even one of the steel. Oh wait, that's right. We sold one extra. All right, so we'll sell one extra steel. We're not gonna sell our flavorful ale anymore, but we do want to sell some of these medical cells. We'll keep 10. We want to try to keep at least 10, and we'll sell a few tools. I think we want to keep 5 because I think we can upgrade again. Yes, we'll keep 5 on us then, and we're actually already dealt with our taxes, which is pretty good. We can actually buy herbs now. They do cost 12, and we can only sell our medical cells for 15. Um, I mean, I guess we might as well. It is still a profit. It's not much of a profit, but it is a profit. Okay, and otherwise, I think we need everything else here. Yes. Yeah, we need everything else. Okay, and is there anything we can buy? Now, the recruits almost seems a little bit better now that we have the warrior training book, because anytime we get a level 3, they should jump up to level 5 extremely quickly. They'll have almost 100% extra experience. I still don't think it's really worth it, though. Yeah, I mean, it is 300 gold, so we can't really even afford it right now, even if we wanted to. So we'll just keep this. I almost want to get more rings so that we can hire somebody if we need to. I would like to get Harold a wife. He's 25 already. We'll just take this for now. Looks okay. And yeah, there isn't really anything else. We could sell a few maces, so we have plenty of them now, and we are making more. Okay, so Emma has finished the Hopfield and Beer book, so we're going to go ahead and put her now on Armor Forge. And we're probably going to get started. Maybe we should do a Hopfield. We're not going to do it now, but 3 workers can produce up to 56, but it'll be obviously less because of the fertility, and it's going to be even lower fertility, so I don't think that's actually worth it. However, we can start to get started on some beer, and we will do until I think, or maybe make X. Yeah, let's make X, and just try to get through all of our hops. So that's gonna be what, 140-ish. Okay, we'll do that. And hopefully they will actually prioritize that, otherwise we'll have to take the moonshine off every time. But that would be great if we can get everybody beer instead of just moonshine. Now looking at the mercenaries, we do have one right here that we are going to hire. A good Caden soldier. Okay, I was just looking, and I'm surprised I didn't actually check this before, but if we look at swords, right? Go over here, and buying for 65. I didn't look at this at the trader before, but it only costs 1 steel and 1 coal, so that's basically 2 coal and a single iron, which is what, about 4 plus 12, so about 16. So that's almost what? Trying to quick math here, 49 gold per sword, versus for a spear, we're making just a 24, so that's 10. Okay, so 14 per spear. So actually, for raw money, making swords is actually the best, it seems. We're going to try to actually switch over to making those then. We do want to have a few spears on hand just in case we're having issues with bandits. We'll make probably 5, I guess. I guess from there, we're just going to start making swords to sell and also to use for ourselves. So we'll probably do 50 of them, and we'll see just how much money this ends up making us. But I think that is where we're going to call it for this episode. There is one other bandit. Wow, look at that. 15. Maybe we should send our attack on that first. We need to look at what Canute's mood is once he makes it home. Oh, he is home. Let's see. His boosts are victory in battle, but he does have some fatal fatigue. Maybe we should let him drink. So we'll wait until tomorrow after church service to do that. But otherwise, that is going to be it for this episode, so hopefully we can start to get our money back. I mean, it looked like we were having some low money for a minute there, but that's mainly just because we had things to pay off and everything, and we also spent some extra money because of all that we made from the Marauders. But I think we're doing pretty good, all things considered. Looks like we're going to have our food situation sorted. We should have our alcohol situation sorted as well. Take a look at these buildings. This one we can start to upgrade again. The weapon forge needs wood, so that's the issue there. That's to be expected. We are running low on wood. It may even be good to attack a village to get some wood. Might actually be a good idea. Why can't I click? Okay, so if we did, it would be Canterbury, it looks like. Do either of these? Oh, it doesn't show you when they're already burnt. Okay. We'll have to figure that out in the next episode then, but we do need some more lumber, so we're going to need to try to figure that out. But either way, I thank you guys very much for watching. I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our Unholy Horde playthrough on the channel. And in the last episode, we switched up our productions just a little bit, and did some other kind of micromanagey sorts of things, preparing for the end game here. Now, in the last episode, I mentioned that we were going to switch over to swords, and the reason for that is that we can make about 50 gold almost per sword. Now, I said that this is probably going to increase our total export, amounts and everything, but of course we do have to consider the labor costs of all of this. I think we should still make out with quite a bit more than we would have been making on the spears, which I think would have been, what was it again? Like about 14 each versus 50 each for a sword. So I probably should go through and look at every single thing that you can export. It doesn't look like, I don't think light armor would really be that good. It's possible that heavy armor will be quite good. You'll be using a tool instead of a coal, which itself does require a coal, but it also requires an iron. That actually seems like it would be pretty good as well. That may be better than swords, even considering the labor costs there. So that's something that you should probably think about in your playthroughs as well, if you're having trouble with the economy. Just think about the fact that more raw resources, so like turning iron into steel, for instance, is maybe not actually the best way to make money. You think about it, that's 10 total, and then you're getting about 9 gold back, and it's not really the best. So you should try to make some of these more advanced items, even maybe crossbows, because that's only a wood plus a steel. And what I'll probably do is, I've been talking about how maybe I'm getting a little bit bored of doing series. It's not so much that I'm bored of Norland as a whole, but I've done 4 straight series now, and they've gone on for quite a good amount of time. And it would be nice to just take a little bit of a break from making, a new series theme and then trying to build an entire campaign off of that theme. So what I might do after the series ends is just go through and do things like look at every single production and what are the min-max best ways to do production and things like that. So if you would like to see something like that, let me know in the comments. If you think it would help you, then that would be great to know, so that I know that it would be, well, useful for people. So with that out of the way, what are we going to do in this episode? Well, we have a big camp over here that I would like to go and take out before somebody else does. Okay, I had to check that squad, because if they were going to take it out, that would absolutely suck, but they are not doing that. So we want to take this out, and we definitely have the forces to do it. The only thing is I wanted to make sure that Canute... yeah, he has Fatal Fatigue. He also has a Torturous Desire. Let's just have him... Wait, what's his desire for intimacy? Okay, so let's have him spend time... Well, not with Harold. Wait, hold on. Oh, okay. I was still on Emma. Okay, so have them spend time going to Praying Company. That works. You're required to give Declan 100 gold. That may be worth doing, honestly. It'll kind of fix our relationship with them a little bit. Yeah, +7. Let's see. So we're gonna send them the gold, right? And then we go and attack this camp, which will also make them like us. That seems like a good way to fix our relation with them, and then only Lincoln is really going to hate us. Truly. Well, I mean, not truly only, but for the most part, it'll be Lincoln that hates us, and Canterbury also kind of hates us. London very much hates us, but at least we're not an enemy with Canterbury yet. So I think we're gonna do this. I'm gonna let Emma and Canute finish spending time together, and then we will have them, or have Emma go and pay tribute to York. Okay, so Emma and Canute have finished spending time together, but unfortunately Emma's mood is terrible right now because it appears that she is actually in love with Osertep, so apparently that date did not even help her with Canute at all. I'm going to try to do a flesh wolf hunt. Hopefully she doesn't get herself killed somehow. Maybe that will help, because if we can get them to actually care about each other again, that would be pretty good. Now, I don't know. It doesn't... I mean, it looks like his opinion of Emma is pretty good, but it's just Emma isn't necessarily... Yeah, she's not really thinking too highly anymore of Canute, and that could just be because he's been on campaign a lot more recently. Maybe if they just spend time together at home a little while, then things will be better. Let's see, did that help at all? It helped her mood, but it's not really doing anything too much for their relationship, so we'll just have to send her off. I actually may just send her off now instead of having her carry that wolf. Somebody else can do that. Okay, so we'll send the gold, and Canute should be ready, I think. Yeah, he doesn't have the best mood, but he did apparently go drink, so that was the most important thing. So let's go ahead and attack this bandit camp first, and then we'll attack the smaller one. Actually, let's check first. We haven't finished fresh start yet, so we are going to just check for mercenaries, and there really isn't anybody here. Okay, we're good then. Now, what I'm worried about is that we're gonna need most of our warriors on hand here. So if we get suddenly attacked by somebody, I have mentioned that that is a thing that can happen now. We will be in a bad spot. It would be most likely to be London, I would think. I don't think York is going to do it. Lincoln might do it, but they aren't that powerful, and I think I can make it home before they do. Yeah, it is definitely dicey, though. Actually, let's look really quick. Is there a way to look at their total? Okay, so they don't have... It doesn't look like they have anything to do with military logistics. And we have the first tier, so we should be moving quite a bit faster than them. So that should be okay. I would only worry then about London. Let's look at their search. They don't have it either. Okay, good stuff. So we can probably do this without any real issues. And of course the only problem then is if any bandits or flesh wolves start attacking. Do we want to bring... We'll bring the crossbow. I'm feeling bold today. Let's bring the crossbow. 50%. Yeah. These guys aren't very powerful, though. I don't really understand. Let's see here. Combat skill 11. That's just showing his. Yeah, I mean, these guys are all really strong, and... Oh, maybe it's because they're still showing as carrying daggers. Maybe you guys should all pick up your weapons. Alright, why is it showing you guys with daggers? There we go. Okay. Still 3 of them have daggers. I don't know why. There we go. Okay. So let's go ahead and untick this and see 58%. I think it should be fine. I mean, 58% is pretty good against a bandit camp, and I don't know if it's really accounting for how low their skill is. We're going to go ahead and do that, and we're still having the cultural terror. One thing I want to look at, let's take a look at Canute really quick. Is this affecting him for sins? Initiated terror, yes. We did look at this. It doesn't look like it's doing as much as I was worried it would do. We'll see if it continues to get worse, though. I don't remember if this stacks. That's the issue. If it starts stacking, then it could be certainly a problem. Now, back in the city, we do have 65 peasants now, which is actually quite great. I'm surprised that we have so many. Now, I guess what this is that when we're pushing out Macaw, we are actually getting a little bit more Caden, and it looks like it's also going to Tanea slightly as well. So it does seem like the terror is working. It seems like it's working to me. So we're probably going to leave it and just hope that Canute doesn't go crazy. And also that we don't get completely hated by the matriarch. It doesn't look like... Yeah, it doesn't look like the matriarch and the priest actually care. I haven't done terror too much, so I wasn't really sure. But we do have a couple of unemployed. and our prisoners as well are contributing to that. They are really upset. Not as upset as they could be, but they are pretty upset. Maybe we should go to our finance. And they are able to eat flour. We don't need them to eat rutabaga, I don't think. Or we don't really want them to. We'll let them only drink moonshine, though. We don't want to use our beer or flavorful ale on them. And I don't think they're really worth using a medical salve on. No, because they don't sell for enough. And they just aren't, if they, flee, I would almost rather that than waste a precious medical salve on them, but we do want to deal with this unemployment. So, as always, what we tend to do with unemployment, we are going to place another rutabaga field. And there is still another room here, so we are going to place one here as well. And that should take care of our unemployment issue for a little while. And we're going to start building this barracks back up because I think we are going to be pushing our army relatively soon. Let's take a look. Do we have loyalists that we can add to the army? This guy. I kind of want to check before we do it, though, if what their culture is. And that's another issue, and I cannot wait until the army redesign comes. Hopefully it will allow you to click on these guys without sending them into your army. I want to look at him, right? And I can't do that. So the only way to really look at him would be to find him, just based on how he looks. And that is... yeah, I have no idea. This guy seems to be a fanatic. I guess they would be at home right now, most likely. Possibly in bed, and it is very hard to even see some of their faces in the bed. Yeah, so I'm not sure if we're going to be able to find them that way. So I will have to probably do the save scrub method and add them all into the army, check what their culture is, and then if they are a Caden, because we only really want to add Cadens now, we want to try to push out everybody who is not of our culture, if possible. We may even just do terror on Varn for a little bit, because we don't really want any Varns. It's just causing xenophobia, so not something we really want. So we may do that, but I am definitely going to go ahead and do the save scrub method, and I will check which of those guys are actually useful for us. Okay, so I did look, and it is only this one, I believe. Yes, Rhea. Rhea is the only other one, and then just making sure. Yes, okay, so there was 2 other Cadens, and that is the ones that are already in our army. But it doesn't look like this one is even a loyalist. So hopefully she doesn't end up being too... Oh, oops, that's Edgar. Okay, never mind, they are a loyalist. Okay, so they will actually be pretty useful for us, I think. Pretty useful. They have 36 gold as well, so they should be able to maintain their happiness for a while as well. Okay, so we did pay York the 100 gold, and that has fixed our relation with them. That is good. We do not want to chance them attacking us, and hopefully this means that they won't now. It may even be good to send Canute, after he attacks this bandit camp, send him over to York, just to improve their relations. A peace treaty would be nice, come to think of it. This would cost us another 200 gold, but it will prevent them, and I think it prevents their vassals from attacking us. I don't think it would prevent everybody from attacking us if Canterbury was allied to us, for instance, but I think if York, peace treaty rather, if York has that peace treaty, I think that prevents the allies. I think. I'm not totally sure, but that's something that we may want to do. Okay, so either way, we have made it over to this bandit camp now, and for some reason the balance of power just seems very strange here. Maybe it's partially because of our mood. If everybody starts to surrender, that could be pretty bad. But I mean, these guys have 4 combat skill. I don't even know, did we even have a single person in here that was that low? No. Our lowest person has a sword, and they are level 5, so I don't think this should be an issue, really. We may want to check, though, how many bows do they have? Do they have any bows? They have 1 bow. 2 bows, I think. Okay. We'll try to get into this skirmish first. and then we will cut down the amount of people that we're attacking at once by about half. Okay, stay in the back, Canute. Okay. Oh no, why did they split? Okay, I guess it worked out. These guys are just going for this one guy. Oh, that's perfect, actually. Kind of. If you guys will get over there. Alright, this should be good then. I mean, that was a little worrisome that they just went for that squad, because that could have gotten them all killed if they got surrounded. But, yep, just as easy as I thought it was, and we captured 6, which is perfect. 375 gold straight up as well. And we're going to go ahead and go and attack this one next. Okay, so some new and good news. Lana has actually come of age now, and she is one of our minor lords. We need to make her a landed lord as soon as Canute gets home. And it looks like she could be useful at management, but we have Harold doing all of that. She is intelligent. And let's see, there really isn't too much else. I guess we could throw her in the army though, just for the heck of it. And yeah, we may even, is it possible? Marry. You can't actually marry Lana, maybe she needs the title first. Probably. I'm guessing that's probably what it is. That would be fine, I think. Yeah, they're, you know, they're both from here, and then we don't have to pay for a bride. And Harold does need a wife. He is already 25, so I think that's what we'll probably do. And this is not going to be a difficult bandit camp, so we're just gonna run in. And Canute is very strong, very powerful. 12 combat, 11 command. I'm just gonna let him run in now. Let him get a little bit of experience, potentially. Let's see if he did. He did. He got a single experience point. Perfect. We captured another 2 and got another 125 gold. So what is that in total? 500. Perfect. We'll send him to Fleshwolf Hunt here with Declan. And apparently York is actually attacking all the villages of these people who were attacking their villages before, which is pretty funny, I think. They're just attacking each other's villages. They refuse to actually pitch a real battle, which is just, I don't know, I find that hilarious personally. Okay, so since Lana is of age now, she needs her own house, and we are going to place it for her. We'll place it just right over here. I don't even know why that just happened. There we go. Okay. Seems like since the 3D terrain, there has been a little bit more bugs like that, just with the camera and things like that. But either way, it's all fixed now. Okay, so I was just looking over at our relation here with Declan. Interestingly, so the hunted together worked, which is great. But for some reason, we have a related through marriage opinion. I don't know if anybody remembers why this would be. I'm pretty sure Canute and Emma are both, I mean, we started with them, so I'm pretty sure they're both from Winchester. I don't think it should be Lana, or have anything to do with Lana, because Lana is Till's daughter. Did we? Oh, that's right, we sent, yes, we sent a lord over there. We sent, I forget her name now. It has been a little while. Zivka, yes. Yes, that's right. Zivka, how are you doing? You are doing, it looks like about the same. Yeah, it doesn't look like you're really doing too much. Maybe we should invite her. The Lord will agree if the relationship between your kings is not below 25. Yeah, well, you know, she can always visit if she feels like it. That's right, so we actually have a pretty good relationship with them, pretty much thanks to that. Okay, and some other good news, because we have Military Logistics 2 finally finished. And we don't really have anything else to do here. So we'll just, like I said previously, we'll have Lana. We'll have her learn anything else that she possibly can. Just to spread our knowledge around. And I guess it'll have to be, wait, is she not, she can't even learn that? Hold on, why? That is a little strange. She should be able to learn it, right? She doesn't already know it. That's a little weird. Okay, well, I guess she can't learn anything at the moment. Either way, we are now at the trader, and we are going to buy these rings. We really need the rings. Unfortunately, we have a money issue, a little bit. We'll sell We'll just sell the full 20 on the medical salve since we know we should be getting more. And we're going to sell, look at that, 75. This tooltip is apparently wrong. Usually it's conservative. Oh, actually, maybe not. Maybe it's just because Emma's trade skill has gotten so high. Okay, so we're going to get 75 for these. Wow, that is incredible. All right, and we'll sell those, and we'll keep those bows. We'll sell the tools, and we'll keep everything else, I think. All right, and armor forge is 50% done. A fresh start is 26% done. Look at all these prisoners. We need to decide what to do with all of these for sure. We can't buy herbs anymore, unfortunately, because of our relationship. And axe proficiency, perfect. We want that. We'll take it. Okay, so I did take a look, and unfortunately none of these guys here that are hireable are actually Caden, so everybody else I think is basically unhireable out of these 14. So we're just going to go ahead and get rid of them all. Maybe we will keep, so these ones are all former bandits, maybe we keep the ones that aren't. Former bandit, slowed, former bandit, or if they really have, yeah, like disability, because I think slowed and disability will affect their ability to actually work. It looks like they're all former bandits, so I don't know why it only showed some of them. But either way, we'll just go ahead and get rid of them all then. That frees up all of our prisons. And now we have 1,700 gold, which is perfect. Absolutely perfect. So I'm thinking that is where we are going to call it. Is there anything else I want to do, though? Oh, yes, we want to go to the scaffolding, and we're going to switch our terror. We'll switch it over to Varn. I think we've lowered the amount of macaw enough, for the moment at least. But if we can get rid of these 3 Varn, we will be doing a lot better. Luckily, we don't have too much bad composition here on the culture for our warriors. And we're doing good on unemployment, homeless, things like that. How many... Didn't I say we have like 84 homes or something like that? We have 67 people. Okay, so we're doing good there. Looking at the total people, there's 92. So we have enough temples, we have enough taverns for sure. And otherwise we are just waiting for these villages so that we can burn them again, which we will definitely be doing. We may even think about burning York a little bit because they do like us. They like us enough. And the plunder, I think it was about -24 or something like that. And looting, unfortunately, is a total of -70 for both. I think it's -35 each. So actually that may be a terrible idea right now. And we will check mercenaries. And we will hire this one, this Caden. And otherwise, we are just going to leave the rest. I will probably check the loyalists again before the next episode. But either way, that is going to be it for this one. So, as always, I thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our Unholy Horde playthrough on the channel. And before we get started, I would just like to take a second to ask that you subscribe to the channel if you've been enjoying these videos. If just 10% of the viewers of the last 28 days were to do so, we would get over that 1,000 subscriber mark. And it is free. All you have to do is go below the video, click the red subscribe button, maybe like the video, and click the bell icon as well to stay notified of my uploads. And so without further ado, let's get back to the series. And in the last episode, we basically dealt with a little bit of our relations here with York. We took out some more bandit camps and things like that. And Lana became of age. So, what we're going to do, we're going to actually grant her a title now. We'll have Canute do that, of course. And Canute, and Harold has his loyalty decreased substantially. We need to fix this. That is actually why I bought some rings. But apparently he got bribed again or something because his loyalty has dropped even further. So we're going to need to also take care of that. We'll reward him. And it looks like he is actually prioritizing that, which is fine by me. We don't want to risk Harold trying to start a rebellion or anything like that. And otherwise we need to, like I said, grant this title to Lana, and then we're going to have her marry Harold so that Harold can start to create his own heir and things like that. So, otherwise, we got rid of all of our prisoners, and I did look into all of these new loyalists that we got, and not a single one of them is actually a Caden. I do not know why so many non-Cadens are becoming loyalists. It seems very strange to me. You would think that the Cadens would be the ones that would become so loyal to the king, but that is not what's happening, at least for us so far. Now, I'm going to take a look again and see if Lana is actually able to learn any of this stuff. She is not, so it's kind of unfortunate, but we'll just have to deal with it for the moment. We'll go ahead and go grant this title now to Lana, and I did also have her spend a little bit of time with Harold. I don't know what their relation is looking like so far. Not too good. Well, it's actually Harold that doesn't like Lana too much. And let's see what the loyalty is up to, 32. We could definitely reward him again. And we will see. Can we get them married yet? Probably not. Marry. Oh, yeah, okay. They can get married. We may actually... We'll wait on this, though. Just because Harold is sleeping, so we'll let him get ready for the workday first. Okay, now we are going to take a look at our production again, and I think... apparently there was some production halted. I'm not sure what's going on there. Take a look at that in a second. So we're going to set this to make 3. We only really need 5 spears on hand, I think. We'll set this to 6 because we would like some extra axes for sure. I'm not sure. They must be getting broken at a pretty substantial rate or something. It doesn't say anything about... I mean, maybe because it's 2 times weaker than the sword, they break more often than the sword. That doesn't really make sense why it would break so much more often than a mace, for instance, but it does seem like they are breaking pretty often. And swords, of course, we want to keep that at the same level. And otherwise, I don't think anything else here is something we need to worry about. We do probably want to... Well, we probably want to check if they are prioritizing moonshine or beer. I hope they're prioritizing beer. But we'll have to take a look. We may have to take off the moonshine amount or make less of it, at least. And we definitely need to check... Okay, so I guess the production halting was just a bug or something, because it's all fixed now. And otherwise, if the production is not favoring beer, we might have to get rid of the moonshine, but otherwise, hopefully everything will work fine. Now, everybody's got an obsession. She wants a reward, which is not very good because we don't really have a whole lot of rings, but we will go ahead and reward her anyways. And then once that gets done, we'll go ahead and have Harold and Lana get married. Okay, so now that her loyalty is good and everything, we'll have her get married to Harold. And since we finally have some extra gold while they're proposing and all that, we'll go ahead and make another road. We want everything to be nice and connected. Oops, I kind of messed up that road. That's kind of typical at this point. It's not a road if I haven't messed it up first. Okay, so that's good. And like I said, we want to make this a little more efficient, so we're going to make a road like every 2-ish rows, so that everybody can shuffle in just a little bit faster. That looks good. Maybe another one like this, and another like this. And we may even make a row across. We have a nice bit of money, so there's no real reason not to. So just like that, and another, oops, another right here. Doesn't need to go that far over though, I don't think. Just over to this, and go ahead and go right there, and right there. Okay, that looks good. And we will do another, we'll just do this one all the way across the entire area, since it won't cost too much. And if we get to like another 2,000 gold, I may just go ahead and do a full road. But for right now, that looks pretty good. And I do think that this road is starting to seem maybe unnecessary because they are going through these herbs pretty quickly. But I don't know. I think I'm just going to keep it for the moment at least. And otherwise, that road isn't necessary. Maybe a road up to the mine to get them there a little bit faster. We'll do a road across right here. Across right here, rather. Just to get them over to their work spots a little bit faster as well. And I think that's about it. Yeah, I think everything else pretty much has... Okay, maybe one more cross to these barracks so that the warriors can get to their, get to the training ground a little bit faster and also get to their patrol locations a little bit faster. So did they get married already, or are they just in their marriage, gowns? They're not, I don't think they're married yet. Doesn't look like it. But they should be getting married soon. Okay, so yes, it says that they are engaged and the wedding is going to take place today. But Harold is doing his inspections. Maybe, I don't remember when marriages happen. I don't do them a whole lot, so maybe it's just at the end of the workday. But we do have some forest bandits in our lands. And these camps, or these villages, have replenished. So we can get ourselves another 14 iron. We don't really need the iron, though. Maybe at some point if we do need it, maybe I'll start taking it again. But at the moment it seems like it's really only going to be worth it to take the herbs. We do need the herbs. So we'll go ahead and attack this this camp first. It looks like... Oh, Harold's inspired, that's why he is. Let's see here. Man, we've lost a lot of weapons. We lost a lot of weapons. Okay, we'll do like that, I suppose. Just like that. 70%, yeah. But we will also want to go attack this village, so we're going to send just a full force. So it does seem like something maybe bugged out a little bit, because now we have workers needed for open jobs 16, even though our peasant number hasn't changed at all, and we were previously having some, actually, unemployment. So I have no idea what's going on. It seems like, I think this happened in the last series too, where we just all of a sudden had a ton of open jobs for seemingly no reason. Let's see. I mean, there is a little bit of a production down issue. It looks like it's saying that this is where the open jobs are, too. So I'm not... Maybe if I just snooze everything? Well, this wouldn't help. But maybe snooze all of these buildings temporarily and then unsnooze it, and maybe that'll fix it. I don't know. Okay, so it looks like everything's trying to refresh, maybe. Now it's showing 13 unemployment, of course, because... I took all of those workers off the rutabaga fields, but it's also showing 25 needed for open jobs. So I'm actually going to try to reload the save, and hopefully that'll fix it. It did not fix it, so the only thing I can think of now is wait for the workday, see who is idle. Yeah, that all got fixed now, so it's back to the 12. I'm going to go ahead and check out this wedding really quick. He's like, Harold, Lana, love each other. Oh, I'm shocked. You're married. Okay, that was pretty funny. Okay, so they're married now. That's good. Are they able to spend more time together? We'll go ahead and have them do that. And we will have the trader, which is good. And we're going to... Look at that. We don't actually have that much taxes this time. We will, since we have a little bit of extra, we will take a little bit of money for our coal, I guess. I don't want to use it all up. No, actually, even for this price, we still get so much more from swords. But I almost don't want to sell these right now just because we do need weapons right now. But we're going to do it. We're going to do it. And we'll sell a little bit more tools. We'll sell a little bit more medical salves. We can finally buy paper again. Look how much paper there is. We're going to buy it all. We will need this for trade routes. At some point, hopefully. I mean, hopefully it's not a mistake to buy that, but I do think we will need them. Now, this is kind of funny. Master of the Dagger is definitely a funnier book to me because combat skill for all warriors when using a dagger is +7. I don't even know if this would actually make daggers viable at that point. I feel like maybe it would be viable for a dagger versus just like a typical axe or a typical mace, but if you have the books to increase their usefulness, then probably not, right? So we're not going to buy that. We will buy more rings, though. This is spending a little bit of money, which I am not super favorable to, but we already finished Top Field and Beer, so we will get rid of that, I suppose. And don't think there's anything else really that's a good idea to sell. Maybe more spears, but we really need to try to keep all the weapons we can right now. Let's see, will this... Okay, we can sell a couple extra medical cells at least. That looks good. Alright, we'll take it. So we have 800 gold left, but we will be getting a little bit from this bandit camp in a second, so let's go ahead and jump into that. I don't think they're going to be an issue. We're kind of overpowered. Even, how many swordsmen do we have? Just one right now. Oh, and we have a dagger user, apparently. He's our best warrior, and he's using a dagger. Not a super big fan of that. Either way, there should be no issue whatsoever. I think, did somebody die over here? Oh, I hope we didn't lose somebody to a stray arrow. We lost 2 people. Oh, that's not good. Not ideal, but at least it looked like we captured 3. That's not too bad. We'll take it. Okay, so now it is finally letting me put Lana on things for knowledge. So we're going to go ahead and have her learn axe proficiency. Even though, actually, Emma is about to be done with Armor Forge. And it'd probably be better for her to do it. She is much smarter. We'll go ahead and put Lana on Caden training, I guess, then. Just make sure multiple people have it. In fact, hopefully Caden training is just global. I know sometimes books are not actually global and only work for the person who has it. Maybe that's only for a couple of them, though. I think for the most part they're all global. Now, we did get the Armor Forge, which is great. We'll put Emma on axe proficiency, and we're going to get that Armor Forge started right away. If we can get armor on every single one of our warriors, look at that. One worker, one single worker, can produce 4 shields, 2 heavy armors, which only requires tool and steel, or 5 light armors. I think we are probably going to... I think we're going to try to equip everybody first with light armor, then maybe we'll try to make money off of the heavy armor. Average of 50% chance of survival for a warrior versus 30%, yeah. So I think getting everybody first equipped with a full set of light armor and shield will probably be better. And then we can... Well, how much is a shield? 50. 50 gold. Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we will equip everybody with a light armor, equip everybody with a shield, and then sell some heavy armor for a little while. Until we are good on money. We're already pretty good on money, but until we're even better on money. And then we will start to equip everybody with a heavy armor, I'm thinking. Something like that anyways. We'll play it by ear for the moment, but that's kind of the what I'm thinking the plan will be. And we just need to find a place for it. Is this, will we be able to put this in the in our planned wall? I think I'll have to move this out a little bit. Probably right here. Alright, that's going to be an issue. Is this even going to be possible for our palisades now? Yeah, it'll work. And I may just go ahead and place this even though we really don't have much wood right now. Just so I know. Okay, so production, armor forge, and we'll place the armor forge right about there. And we may want to move this because at some point we are going to, I swear, we are at some point going to get the Chancellery. We're at 13 management on Herald right now. At some point we will get him up to 15 and we will want that Chancellery. Do we even have the knowledge for it still? Yes, we do. Okay, good. Maybe I'll want to place it now just to know where it will be. And we'll place this warehouse up here where everybody can kind of get to it from all these production buildings. And we'll go Chancellery. We'll put... I actually kind of want to have the Chancellery more centered, so maybe we'll move the Alchemy Lab when we're able. Will that be enough room? Let's see. Chancellery. Yes. Okay, so we can just place the Chancellery here, and we can just move the Alchemy Lab over here. And if we do that, we're going to want a road that wraps everything around so everybody can get to the market and stuff quickly from their work site. We'll go ahead. There's no real sense not to have a road like that, just so everybody can make it to where they need to go a lot quicker. And we will also do another road through here. Because again, I just want everybody to be able to get to where they need to go quickly. Maybe like that as well. That one's probably the least useful, but we're gonna do it. I think that's everything for roads. I think that's everything for our little city management at this point. So looking good. Is there any more camps? There is not. Okay. Now we do need to go and attack this. I didn't do it before. I completely forgot. And we're just gonna do it now. Canute, we will send you, and maybe we'll send Lana. Just so we can keep some of our warriors back. Keep everybody who's under 10. That way they can keep training. That seems a little more crucial for us right now. And we will send... I guess we lost that crossbow. Or somebody, one of these guys maybe just holding it right now. Alright, so we'll do something like this. 75%. We need to keep an eye on it though, because if somebody tries to defend it, and Lincoln may actually just decide to defend it. We'll have to see. Nobody really good for hiring right now either. We'll have to check these prisoners though. So neither of them are worth hiring either, so we'll send them off to the trader when he's available. Okay, so now time for our battle here with Evermere. Not going to be much of a battle, but a fight, I guess we will call it. We'll just rush right on in. All daggers, of course. Stay in the... Well, actually, why even stay in the back? Just get in there. End it. And yeah, look at that. We lost an axe just from this little tiny fight. Alright, so 17 is what we get in herbs. And of course, Lincoln just not happy about it. They're not happy about it at all. Luckily, York still likes us for the moment, but I think it takes a second to actually register exactly how much they hate us. Apparently, Emma lost a smelting furnace. That's not good. That means if the smelting furnace breaks down, then yeah, that could be an issue. I think we can still repair it, though. It seems like you can repair without the knowledge. But Lana now has Fearless Warrior, which is pretty cool, I think. Pretty much everybody's got a title of some kind. Canute's got Master, Harold's got Courageous Spirit, Emma's the Fearsome Fist, and Lana is the Fearless Warrior. So that's pretty cool. Okay, so we made it back home. Everybody's still alive. I forgot that you can just look at the prisoners tab, and you can see if you do have a Caden prisoner at all. And we do have one. So they should be around here somewhere. It's Olton. So I would like to hire him. Is this him? I can't actually tell which one he is. It looks like this is him. Okay, so we'll have to remember that a little. I don't think it's either of these two. No. Pretty sure it is not. No, he's got like a mustache and goatee, so no, that's not him. Okay, so we can't hire that guy. We'll have to see, maybe he's considered as a peasant then? Oh, he lost his hand. Yeah, I guess you wouldn't be a very good as a warrior then. You could use, you know, maybe if it's not your less dominant hand, I don't know. Okay, so I was just looking, and it does appear that there is quite a bit of wealth amongst all of our inhabitants. We're going to see if we can't find some way to recoup some of that. I'm not too sure what the way to do it would be, though. And it looks like our terror isn't even working on Varns at all. I switched that, right? Yeah, to Varn. Okay, I guess we'll just move it back to Macaw. Maybe 3 is like the lower limit or something like that. Okay. So, let's see. How do we want to do this? Back to our finance, and maybe we just increase the price of flour slightly. I mean, what are they going to do about it, right? Are they going to go buy it somewhere else? We'll increase the price of everything by 1. And we will just see if this reduces. I mean, we could just drop their wages, but that will probably be a little bit more noticeably angering for them. I'm actually not sure if you can lower it. And if that affects anything, maybe we should test it at some point. But I think this is fine for now. And they'll just, you know, chalk it up to good old inflation. Now just looking again, and it does look like there are open jobs, 10. What I'm going to do, I'm going to look around. is it possible, because this village is now getting old, right? Maybe a lot of these people are just too old to work. Is that even a thing? Is there retirement? This guy's 51. Terror against his culture. Brewer. Yeah, none of these guys seem like they're too old. In fact, we have quite a lot of young peasants. Quite a lot of young peasants. Yeah, I'm not really too sure. It's definitely possible. Maybe I should just look at their icon, and if they look like they could be old, like this guy has a lot of scars, but he's only 29. Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on here. It could just be a bug. I think it is. So this doesn't really make sense. There's obviously enough workers. 68. Workers needed for open... Yeah, I mean, there's enough workers. I know that for a fact. So I'm not really sure what's going on here. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on it. Maybe we did add too many jobs, but I feel like we didn't. I don't know. Maybe if I just snooze a couple of these for a day or two, maybe it'll start to figure itself out. So I don't understand why these ones are totally full of jobs even though we just placed them, but then these ones that are older only have 2, so something's going on. Now, on another note, oh, it looks like Lana's in a fight. Oh no, she's in a fight with 2 people. Oh, hopefully she doesn't die here. Oh, somebody came and helped her with a dagger. Looks like she will survive. Okay, so on another note, we are low on hops. Surprisingly, we haven't created a surplus of beer at all. It must just be getting all purchased out as soon as it gets made. Yeah, sold today was 12. Total produced today was, what, 16? About 21. I'm not sure where the rest went. Did our lords drink it? I feel like they should have been drinking the flavorful ale. I have no idea what's going on here. Seems like something buggy is going on. Now all of a sudden there's the right amount of jobs, pretty much. Yeah, something's up there. I'm not really too sure. Either way, I guess we will just have to deal with it for the moment and see if we can't figure this out. So what I'm thinking happened is maybe these some of these rutabaga fields were like broken down because they needed to be fertilized or whatnot, and so they didn't have the workers on them, and that's why we had unemployment. And then we placed more of these, and that's why this is happening. So yeah, as you can see, you need to actually fertilize these or repair them or whatever, and during that time there are 0 workers on them. We're just gonna snooze this one as well, and that should be good, actually. Maybe we'll need to snooze this one because once the armor forge gets done, we won't have enough workers again. We may also set this to upgrade. We have the tools for it, and as you can see, we have a ton of iron. There isn't too much that we can really do with it. We could turn it into tools if we had enough coal. The coal is pretty much the hang-up right now for everything. So we may just start to sell some iron. There's really nothing else we can do with it. Okay, so our armor forge is done, and as you can see here, Harold has a little bit too much on his plate, I think. What I'm thinking we're gonna do, so we have the training ground right now on Canute, and we also have the scaffolding on Canute, so we're probably gonna do a couple of little things like the warehouse, and let's say maybe we should do all of these little buildings over here as well. Yeah, he's on all of these, so we'll just switch Canute to do all this stuff. He isn't really doing too much when he is home, and when he's not home, it's okay if we lose a little bit of efficiency on the rutabaga fields. That should be fine, and we'll go ahead and place Harold now on this. Now, if it seems like he's getting through all of these, and it does look like he mostly is, maybe we'll place him back on a couple of the rutabaga fields, or something like that. Now, Osirtep actually just showed up, and that's not my favorite thing, because of course him and Emma are romantically interested in each other. I wonder if we can make them dislike each other somehow. We could have her try to kill him. Nope, can't do that. Loyalty must be at least 75. Huh. But then, of course, she'll be super depressed for having killed somebody that she cares about. We could just exile. But then, of course, Osirtep will dislike Canute even more. Osirtep is from Norwich. Okay. Wait, no, hold on. Yes, yeah, he's from here. Okay. And he's not a lord or anything like that. Okay, we'll just exile him. So that's probably where we're gonna call it. We're gonna quickly start our little production here on light armor. What do we need? Oh, you need a specific technology for heavy armor and another one for the shields. I knew about the shields one, I didn't know about the heavy armor one. So we'll need to be on the lookout for that. We'll need more tools. We're mostly using the coal. We need more coal. That's all there is to it. We need more coal. So it looks like they're using wood on these palisades. We don't want that. We need to set, not set these to build first. We want to snooze them. So I'm going to do that really quick. Okay, so I snoozed all those palisades, and all we want now is we need the coal. I'm just going to set it to 100 just so that there is no point where too much coal has been made and they stop making it. I definitely do not want that. We need a ton of it. And I don't think they are prioritizing making moonshine, so I think we're good to keep this. We also have this on make X. We're going to set it to do until. We don't have enough hops right now, but just to have. And then otherwise we will take care of the trader if we get him tomorrow in the next episode. And otherwise, I thank you guys very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our Unholy Horde playthrough on the channel. And in the last episode, Harold and Lana got married. And additionally, we have had a couple of updates to Norland that had no patch notes tagged to them, so that's kind of interesting. I don't know what's been changed, but they were rather large updates, so hopefully nothing ends up being too buggy. It doesn't look like they fixed the issue with buildings on the 3D landscape. Those still appear to be a little bit messed up. However, one thing I did decide to do, I decided to put things on priority so that hopefully everything that we need to be getting done will be prioritized by our workers. For one thing, the coal furnace, the weapon forge, the alchemy lab as well I put on, armor forge, and then things like the mine was already there, but the lumber mills as well, and the scaffolding, and I made sure to update the tavern as well for that, and all of our temples. So hopefully they will do what we need them to do, and Harold has been doing pretty good on his inspections, so we may actually give him a few more things to work on to help him level up his management just a little bit faster. But otherwise, we are just pretty much kind of doing, you know, the same things that we've been doing. We have, hopefully, we'll get the trader today. That would be quite nice. And otherwise, we are kind of moving over to this rating-based gameplay. But I'll be back with you when we have something new to discuss. Okay, so we have finished up the axe proficiency, and this is going to substantially help out our army. We have quite a bit of axes. We also have quite a bit of swords right now. Unfortunately, we didn't get the trader, so we're not going to be able to make good use of the swords at the moment. But we will probably we'll put Emma on maybe military logistics. We'll do that for now. Okay, now some good news, because Lana is actually pregnant with Harold's child, so we already have a grandchild on the way, and I always check for the green face. Her face looks extremely green there. Hopefully she's not sick. It doesn't appear so. But hopefully she doesn't end up losing the child or something. Okay, so the workday is about to get started, and not a whole lot has happened. Basically a couple of bandits decided to start fights and whatever. Nothing too big though. We're just gonna go ahead and, oops, not build first, but just activate these constructions again on the palisades, because we do have a decent amount of wood. We don't have as much coal as I would like. Coal is definitely a hang-up right now for a lot of our productions. But I want to get this wall built, because I think it looks a lot nicer with the walls. I'm thinking that I may just end up connecting them. I don't know how I feel about using the rocks method. I mean, we'll have to right here, but I think I would like to have like a full actual wall. I actually even don't know. Would they just scoot on in right here? Hopefully not, but that's another thing we'll have to think about. Okay, now unfortunately, Canute has lost weapon forge research due to aging, and I think Emma was the last one to lose a research. I think she lost like armor forge or something like that. That's not very good, so I think what we're going to need to do, we're going to need to start wise conversations, but he has a low opinion. Yeah, it looks like he's got a low opinion of basically everybody. That's not good. So we'll need him to spend some time with Harold, and we'll need Emma. Can she? Okay, she also has low opinion. We'll go with Lana. So we'll try to have them both do wise conversations. Canute with Harold and Emma with Lana should work fine, and hopefully they will pass down any of their other knowledges that they have. And we're going to need, was it Armor Forge that we lost previously? I think it might have been. Let's see, yeah, wait, no. Okay, I don't see it here, so it might not have been that. Weapon Forge, definitely, I see that. I'm not sure what the other one was, I'll have to go and look back. Doesn't seem to be anything major here. So maybe we won't need the other one. We'll definitely need to get the weapon forge back. So looking at the mercenaries, and we just have this level 6 mercenary right now. However, since we're doing decently on money, we're just going to go ahead and hire them, and here's the reason for it. If we look at York, look at that. They have 52 whole soldiers. I don't know what's going on if they... I know that they did one kind of a bug fix, sort of, where AI cities would basically only restore their armies up to a certain point and then they would stop. Or on the flip side, sometimes they would just like go crazy, and this seems to be what's going on here with York, because I don't think they should have the capability for 52 soldiers right now. They only have a general population of 51. So that seems a little bit strange to me. If we look, like they have 57 population and 16 soldiers. I think it may be a little bugged, but that's okay. I actually think that will pose a nice little challenge. But as you can see, this is still burnt down, so maybe we're just not getting notifications and the Unholy Horde is still at work. Or maybe they're just having a hard time when cities get walls, maybe. I'm not too sure, but either way, we need to build up our army as fast as possible. I may start just taking every single loyalist that we can get into the army, just so we can start building them up, or at least, well, these level 3s. But the issue, of course, is if they're not Caden, then that increases the amount of non-Cadens into our army. But I think we're going to need to start doing it. So we're going to take all these ones. Just the level 3 and higher for now. Take those. And of course, this is going to hurt us on the job force. We're not going to take this one, because they are injured. We'll just deal with that for now. Okay, now looks like Canute and Harold spend time together, and we can do the wise conversation now, so we'll go ahead and start that. It doesn't look like Lana and Emma have enough interest in each other yet. Let's see. I guess we could have them flush wolf hunt. Hopefully neither of them gets killed there, but that would help. Okay, so it looks like they killed that wolf. Let's go ahead and see if we can't do a wise conversation now. We can. Okay, good. And that is continuous, it seems like, so they'll just keep doing that, and hopefully we can actually retain more of our knowledge in case Canute and Emma keeps losing it. So the next thing, I'm going to actually do some bodyguards. I think that would be quite nice to have. And we're going to give Canute 3 of them for a max of, I guess, 6 combat level, and we'll put that on priority. We'll give Emma a few as well. We'll give her 2 maybe. And 5, we don't need that to be prioritized though. And 2 here as well. And 5. And we'll just give Lana, we'll just give her 1. There we go. I just kind of want to see how that actually works out and how it looks and everything. I'm actually kind of interested if at some point, I don't think it's the case now, but it'd be kind of interesting if, say, you only gave 1 bodyguard, right? and then they actually turn on their king like they're somebody who hates the king or something and like kidnaps him or something like that. That would be a really cool little mechanic. I am almost certain that it is not the case now for anything like that to happen. It would definitely be cool for the future, I think. Okay, now here we are at the trader, and we are going to sell a little bit more of these swords as we tend to do, and we'll sell one extra. I think there are actually more swords in this. I think people are just carrying them right now, so it just looks like there isn't a lot. We're going to sell a little bit of iron because we have just been stocking it up. I don't want to sell too much, though, just in case, because that mine may run out, and at that point we're going to start having trouble. But I also don't want to just be holding crazy amounts of it. I think we're going to keep everything here, though. We are learning Fresh Start. We actually have the Armor Forge book right now. So that we might have lost that then. I need to check that. And then we're just going to get rid of probably... These were former bandits. This one wasn't, though. But he was Macaw. Okay. Was he a former bandit? Yes. Okay, we'll just get rid of him. So that gets us a little bit of money back. Is there anything here that I want? I would like heavy armor, for sure. We'll need that weapon forge back, though, first. It's the most important thing at first. Okay, we'll sell a couple more spears. We can actually sell some medical salves as well. That looks good. We'll sell a few maces. And... actually, I want to keep the maces. I don't want to run too low on weapons here, so we'll keep the maces. And I do want this heavy armor, but we just don't have enough money. Okay, we're gonna have to deal with this then. But yeah, I want to have the weapon forge because if that breaks down, I'm not entirely sure if we can repair it or if that was just a bug where we were able to repair without actually having the knowledge. Nobody can learn it right now, that's fine though. Okay, so it looks like these are all the bodyguards, it looks like to me. And they just kind of stay outside of the library, they just protect. This is actually really cool, I like this. They just stay right in the area of wherever the Lord is, I guess, but they don't always follow them inside. That is a really, really cool feature, I think. Let's hope it keeps going well. We're actually gonna keep an eye on Canute just for a second here to see what his little guards do. Are they following him? Okay, I guess they know that he's like going into his house, so they're not gonna sit in there with him. But they are like kind of waiting outside his window and everything too. I love that. I think that is a really nice touch, even just visually. It really looks awesome. Okay, now unfortunately we are totally out of hops, and the only place we can really get them from is Canterbury. But they, of course, don't like us very much. Dirty rumors, exiled my lord. I'm wondering if we can't do anything to fix this at all. I don't think we can do... wait, we can actually do a hunt. That's interesting. Okay, we may send Canute to do this. What is the... oh, 7... okay, 7 medical salves for free plus 11. That may be worth it. But we'll go ahead and do the Flesh Wolf hunt first. Okay, now it looks like Venice has actually joined into the York Kingdom. I thought it was going to start to disintegrate a little bit, but it is doing quite well. I think they might be on campaign right now. I don't see where their army actually is. Oh, they attacked. They attacked Venice, okay. So that's where York was. And it looks like London joined on that. So they were actually forced into this. They may not last too long, but they are so weak that I'm not sure they'll be able to get away. However, there is this camp of forest bandits, but it's only +4 right now. I'm not sure if we're going to attack that right away. We may just let it build up first. And apparently Lana is now Emma's puppet. I don't even know how that happened at all, really. Mainly because of the teacher stuff, I guess. Now, unfortunately, Canute had an unsuccessful hunt. I mean, one saying that was successfully completed, the other is unsuccessful, so it does appear that the mood change was slight, but not very much. The other thing we could do, I guess, is just do this offering, and that shouldn't take very long, but that finish up, and I'm just going to take another look at this bandit camp. It has not increased. Okay. We did learn the military logistics. I think that was Emma that we had doing that. Yes. And we'll go ahead and put her on Weapon Forge, I suppose. She'll probably just end up forgetting it, but let's do that. And then finish this up. Plus 11. Okay, that's a little bit better, but we need higher. I think we need 0. Must be 0, yes. We could just do another offering. This is kind of expensive. It is kind of expensive, but I don't really want to do the peace treaty, just in case. I may want to attack them. So I guess we'll just do it. Alright, we'll do another one. Okay, so that's plus 8. I think that should be good. We can go ahead and start this trade route now. And it'll be 4 per item. That seems good. We'll go ahead and get that started then. And that is going to cost us some money, but it'll work. Now there's apparently, they must have already Lear. They come to challenge one of your lords, your best manager, commander, or even the king to a duel. And kill them. No kidding. Where is this guy? Did he already leave? Because he didn't kill anybody. How strange. Maybe he's just some random peasant-looking dude? Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully he doesn't end up killing somebody. That wouldn't be good. Alright, so we got that trade route going now, so that will get us some hops again. I would love to start this trade route with London, but I don't think I'm going to be able to even do all the offerings that we would need to do. Yeah, it's 5 paper, so that's just kind of ridiculous. We'll just have to keep this one up with Norwich. And Venice is buying light armors. That could actually be useful. Oh, their relation with us is terrible, and they're Varn, so that's going to make it extremely difficult. Lana's been bribed. Her loyalty is really reducing. And we have another incognito guest. Okay, I think that is where we are probably going to call it. We're once again a little hard on money here. Luckily there isn't really anything we need to do. We just need to keep selling. I'm hoping, let's see, what is our current, so 327 tax on warriors. That isn't too bad. That isn't actually too bad. And we have a total of, what, 26? Yeah, that's not too bad. We need to probably increase this again, because we have a couple of people getting close to level 20. So maybe up to level 25. And what is our average? What's our average here? 8. Okay. York's is also 8. Okay, that's not as good as I would hope. Did we end up doing the recruit book? I don't think we did that one, right? Let's see. Recruits. Okay, so we should probably try to get this just because we can fast track all these lower level people. I mean, look how many of them there are now. But the thing is once we do that, then that book becomes useless. We do have a couple more loyalists we can go ahead and add into our army now, though. We'll do that. Okay. So now that's 29. And leveling those guys up quickly is definitely a priority, so maybe we should actually bring this down for the time being to around 10? How many more people do we have that are 10? About half. A little over half. Okay, so we'll do that so that mostly our lower level people can level up and get higher onto the ranks and everything. And then hopefully that will increase our average a little bit more. But otherwise, that's going to be it for this episode. We just need to keep on trucking, really. I think we're in a good place. I think we're in a pretty good place. We're surrounded by York, but they don't seem to be challenging us, which means that they know that we are a little bit too unruly for them. But either way, that's going to be it for this episode. So, as always, I thank you very much for watching. I'll see you next time. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our Unholy Horde playthrough on the channel. And in the last episode, Harold and Lana got married, and we basically spent most of the episode just trying to build up our army a little bit. We are actually getting really close to the faith defense, and that'll be great because it will lower the amount of taxes that we have by, I think it's about 30%, which would definitely be quite good. I think that would bring us down by about nearly 100 gold taxes per day. Now, because of where we are, I can't really hire more mercenaries right now. I could definitely take any of these peasants once they get that 3 combat, or whoever has 3 combat becomes the loyalist. Um, but otherwise, we'll have to hold off on increasing our army too much more for the moment. Now, looking around, and York did get Venice, of course, and I'm actually thinking about attacking another village because we are currently low on food. We need hops. We are trading for them, however, not getting a whole lot in a day, so attacking a village for that and for more rye would definitely be good for us. I think we're actually going to go and attack Wolford here. They have 89 rye, which would be definitely pretty good for us to get. And it looks like York is actually heading home from a campaign right now. So as long as they don't attack or join the attack on Wolford, that should be pretty easy for us, and we won't have York to actually deal with. Now looking at this camp, still 4 people, so that's not going to be worth it. So what we're going to do, Canute stopped doing the wise conversation with Harold because his mood or relation with Harold is not good enough. So we're going to let him spend some time with Harold. Hopefully that will allow us to start that wise conversation again. And then we can send Canute on a campaign to go and raid some villages. Now, another thing, luckily we did put Emma on studying the weapon forge because right now our weapon forge is actually broken down, which means we cannot create any weapons, of course. So that's not too great. Additionally, we don't have a whole lot of wood right now, so raiding another village for wood could also be another thing that we might want to do. But we're going to need the 6 tools to be able to actually repair this when the time comes, so we really need the tools to actually be prioritized, I think, for the moment, and we'll also start upgrading it, which will hopefully create tools a little more quickly. And then we have 1 job open. Okay, so I'm thinking we're going to go ahead, this is unrelated, but we're going to upgrade the amount of light armors because we really want to start kitting our warriors out with some light armor. That would be really good. And that is about all we can really do for the moment there. I also want to start trying to get more money from our inhabitants. They have a lot of wealth, and if we can reclaim some of that, we'd be doing a lot better on money. So we're going to increase this amount yet again. We could just decrease the wages. I really don't want to do that, though. I have a feeling it will make them upset. They already have the did not receive a salary, and I don't know if stacking another daily expenses debuff would actually hurt. We could do it, though. We could try it. I don't know. I'm thinking maybe it might be a good idea to try it. Let's see. So get these back down to normal, and we'll just give them 1 less gold each. Maybe that'll help. Okay, so on another note, when we have the weapon forge back up and running, I am actually going to try to start spreading the amount of axes and swords we have out again, because we are going to probably be raiding and doing other fighting pretty soon. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to set these back onto make X, and we'll do maybe something like 20 of them. Yes, that way we have about as many axes as we can use for all of our warriors, and same thing for the swords. So this way, when we're attacking people without any armor, we can use more swords. And when we're attacking people with more armor, we can use more axes, of course. So we're going to go ahead and set this for when we get our weapon forge back as well. Okay, so I was just thinking about this, and actually our lumberers are unable to get up here to cut down any of these trees because of this palisade. I completely kind of just spaced on this. We're going to go ahead and take these 2 down, and we're going to try to place a gate right here. Looks like this warehouse is going to be in the way, so we need to find a different spot for it. So if we move this over about 4 spaces, it looks like it should be fine. But we don't have the wood now, of course, because it is now in our production buildings. We'll go ahead and take care of that in a little bit then. Okay, so I was finally able to get the wise conversation starting again with Canute and Harold, which is great. And now they should be going on their little inspections. Now, I may also want to think about putting Lana onto some things, because Harold is having an issue keeping everything inspected, and Canute can't really handle much more because he's super slow from his old age. That may be something that we need to consider soon. I mean, there isn't a whole lot of stuff. I could just have it so that everything here in this northeast quadrant is for Herald, and then split everything else between Lana and Canute. They don't really need the experience as much, it's mostly Herald, and he's getting pretty close to level 14 as well. But anyways, now that Canute is all done with helping Herald out and everything, we're going to go ahead and raid this village, and we don't really need to send a big force. This actually should be plenty. Yeah, we have the best people, so we will send all of our swords, and we're going to send, since these guys are probably not well armored, we'll send some of these spears. And one armor, and I guess a mace. Okay, that's not good. So we apparently have some houses on fire. There is another one over here. Hopefully these don't get damaged. It doesn't look like it. It looks like they took it out in time. That's pretty good. Now, there are several of them. What are you people doing? Did you just leave your stoves on all night? Good grief. Now, we do have a conflict between neighbors. It's between Canterbury and York. I'm not really sure who I want to support here. I think maybe Canterbury, just because we do have this trade route between them, or between us. Yeah, it'll be plus 12. We'll send Emma to go ahead and do that, even though I'd prefer her to be taking care of the weapon forge. Hold on, actually. Can Lana do it? She is pregnant and... Wait, is she pregnant? Did she lose the baby? She is pregnant. Okay, she just doesn't have the green face going on. Okay, she can't move, so she's probably having that baby soon. We're just gonna cancel this. If they get mad, that's fine, because I really just want Emma to be studying right now, so we're gonna have her do that. Okay, so now we did get a bandit camp in our region, and it appears that there is some incognito person hiding from punishment in this camp. So if we attack this and take care of them, I think that the person that they're hiding from will actually be quite pleased with us. And I'm thinking that that might be a little bit more important than raiding this village first. So we're going to go ahead and cancel this, and we're going to send this squad to just go and attack this camp. It's only got 3, so this should be pretty easy. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and go into this battle, and hopefully we can at least capture a couple of these guys, because we really need anything that can get us money. We are totally broke at the moment, and we didn't even make much flour today either, which was quite strange. You'll have to see in a second. I think we have something like 180 rye almost, but no flour, which is really weird. Oh no, it's only 120. Okay, 120 is a little bit better. So okay, after the victory, Lucina was captured and interrogated. It turns out that this lord comes from the province of Canterbury, where he has long been wanted for justice. Your warriors decide to send the captured lord home, where retribution awaits him. Well, hopefully they will be quite happy with us for that. And let's see, so we have no flour. That's kind of the update there. Let's take a look. They produce 10. I don't understand what's going on there. I think it's just the efficiency issue, so I think we're gonna have to take care of this. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move everything for Herald. Is there anything over here that Harold's working on? He is working on some things over here, so we're going to take him off of these things, and then we will decide which stuff Lana should do and which stuff Canute should do. Okay, so I've taken Harold off of a couple of things over here in this area, and I think what we're going to do, we're just going to have Lana take care of everything that's over here. She's a little bit faster, and Canute is already crazy slow, but he's even slower when he doesn't have any roads to walk on, which is everything over here. So we're going to have Lana take care of all this. Hopefully this will help this efficiency, but I don't think it's going to make any difference for what's going on with Harold. So I think we're going to need to have Canute take over a few of these things as well. Probably maybe 2. Probably just the 2 things. We'll have him take care of the brewery, and we'll just have Lana take care of the other brewery. Hopefully this will help. And it seems that Harold has had his son, Radisil. We're not going to bother renaming him. I think the name's fine. We will put Emma on educating. Alright, so now Faith Defense has been learned, so that should take down our taxes quite substantially. We'll go ahead and go back to our knowledge tree, and let's see, that was Harold, I believe. Yes, working on that. And we'll just put him on really anything else. Axe proficiency seems pretty good for something that Emma has and that we don't want to have forgotten. So we'll go ahead and put him on that. And then Canute was planning on going to bed pretty soon, I'm sure. But we do need to go attack that village. I think we'll just go ahead and wait now until he's... Well, he actually is pretty well rested. Let's go ahead then and attack this and get ourselves some extra rye. And we'll just do basically around the same attack. I guess we'll leave this guy home so he can heal himself. We'll just bring a few extra guys. And we're going to send a couple of spears, I suppose, and we will send a couple of maces. Alright, so here we are at this village. Let's go ahead and jump on in. And these guys just have daggers, so of course we're not going to worry about them at all. Just rush right on in. Oh, that's a cool little... it seems like a lot of water in this little incline there. That's a little strange. Alright, and of course, they were cheering a little prematurely there. Relationship with Dara is -30, of course. But you know what? You know, resources over friends and all. Now we're gonna attack Emberfall here. And just send them right on in again. Looks like these maps are always pretty much the same if they're at the same, in the same region. That looks exactly the same as the last one. And that border looks a little incomplete, maybe. Anyways, let's go ahead and just take these guys out. They even broke their daggers. Their daggers broke. Alright, so we got, looks like 40 hops and 89 rye. That is definitely going to help us. And just look at Canute fly across the map. Nice to see. What's going on here? These guys are attacking York. They're decently powerful. What are these guys doing? Attacking Vienna. Okay, so they're going to conquer Vienna. That leaves 63? Is that serious? No, they have way less than 63. They have 7? Oh man, they are maybe going to get burnt a little bit by these marauders. And we can hopefully maybe attack these marauders and actually take whatever they loot from York. They may loot a lot from York. We need to keep an eye on that. Okay, some slightly good news here. Harold is finally up to 14 management, and he only needs 13 more experience points to finally get himself ready for the Chancellery. That will be super nice to have. Okay, so Emma finally finished up the weapon forge. We have enough tools, but they are currently in the workshop. We'll have to take those out. Let's go ahead and see what the best thing for Emma to learn now is. Probably just put her on Faith Defense. Just to have... Oh, she can't learn that. That's right. It's Tanea. Okay, in that case, she'll just have to be free for the moment. And we need Weapon Forge. It's the workshop. There we go. Can we send now? Please do that. And we're going to go ahead and set this to build first. Okay, and here we are at the trader, and we're going to sell all of these swords that we have, and we're going to sell some more medical salves. And that's 254 that we still owe. That's not good. Let's see. We can probably get rid of... Can we get rid of Caden training yet? I know we can get rid of... Well, armor and weapon forge are Emma only. Okay, let's go ahead and send these prisoners. Send them all. That pretty much evens us back out. Let's take a look. Axe proficiency, Caden training we need to keep for the time being. Faith defense we can definitely get rid of. And military logistics we can get rid of. Faith defense and military logistics, we'll sell those. And otherwise we need to keep the rest of these books for the time being. And that gets us a little bit of money back finally. We'll have almost 1,700, which is quite good. I almost want to buy wood because our main hang-up with creating more weapons is enough wood to create more coal. So we're probably going to go ahead and do that. And I don't think there's really anything substantial here to buy. Maybe some extra alcohol for everybody to have. Wouldn't cost too much. That would only be about 100. And otherwise, let's just take a look. Heavy armor. Yes, okay, we'll take that. And that's probably gonna be it. Yes. Okay, so we have almost 1,200 gold now. Doing pretty good there. And we got a letter from a neighboring ruler. Whoa, what is this? Okay, so Lucina, who we captured from those bandits, got us a 1,000 gold gift. Is that where all this money came from? Or are we just getting it now? Okay, I guess that's where we actually got all that money from. That makes way more sense, because I didn't think we sold enough to actually get that much back. But we're almost at 1,500 now. Okay, we're doing a lot better. That is a lot better. Hopefully this weapon forge will get finished early on tomorrow. Now, we did get the heavy armor books. We're going to go ahead and throw Emma onto that. And she's already asleep, so she can just focus on it tomorrow. As far as Harold, he seems to be doing better. He's gotten everything inspected. I wonder if he was just maybe having a little bit of a mental break. I know he wanted that divorce, and we just decided not to do it, but it looks like maybe he fulfilled that himself. Hold on. Are they still married? Yeah, they're still married, so I don't know why it says it's fulfilled now. But either way. So he's not going to be freaking out about that anymore. We're just going to go ahead and put him back on these breweries then. Okay, so Emberfall is back up and running, so we're going to go ahead and have Canute go and raid that. Let's see how he's doing. He's got a good mood and everything. His sleep is pretty much maxed out. I think because he's elderly, he actually doesn't need to sleep as much. Just go ahead and send him and just these best warriors. Actually, we may want to do a little bit bigger of a force, just because these marauders are probably going to be through with York by the time we do this, and we'll want to go and chase them down. Yeah. So we will want, let's see, 14. We'll probably want a little bit more than that. We'll just send everybody who's not level 3. We'll do that. And we'll send all of our swords, we'll send all of our axes, and we will send some maces. Okay, since I forgot to do this before, let's go ahead and move this warehouse over. Think that's enough? Let's hope. Yes. Alright, perfect. We'll put it right there. And we're going to go ahead and make our palisades again. Just like that. This isn't a priority either. I just want to make sure that our lumberers are able to get out here. So we'll go ahead and snooze these. And is everybody else? Yeah, these guys are also going to have issues getting to their wood supply, so we'll just go ahead and take out this palisade here for the moment, and we'll place another gate over there at some point. Okay, Harold is still doing quite well on his inspections now. I'm not really sure why everything was slowed up. Something must have kind of glitched out a little bit. But regardless, we can definitely put Harold back on a few of these other things to once again increase his experience gain. And we will also see how he does on this, and maybe we even put him on some of these rutabaga fields as well. Okay, so here we are at Emberfall, and we're going to go ahead and just run on in. Nothing special here. Look at that nice army against these 5 peasants with daggers. They are definitely... they have got to be terrified. Look at those faces. Pretending to be ready for it, but they know they have no chance. And it's over before it even really began, of course. Okay, so burn the village down, got 15 herbs, definitely not anything too good for us. But let's see how York does. I don't even know where their army is at the moment. I was looking for it, and they took Vienna already, but I don't see their force anywhere on the map. It says it's on the global map somewhere, but I don't see it. I sent Lana over to York because she is all upset because, well, she's missing Declan apparently, because she knows him, and unfortunately that just failed, I guess, because of this attack. So let's see, are they walking back home? 2,400. Can we beat them? I really hope we can beat them. Okay, so here it is. It looks like the balance of power is quite a bit in our favor this time. Let's go ahead and see how we can actually do, though. And there are 2 squads. We're going to try to do what we did that last time, and we're going to attack the one. It's probably not going to work out that way, but hopefully we can get it to work this time. I think last time we, like, attacked these guys up to the top, but for some reason these guys didn't attack us or something. It was a little bit strange. Hopefully something like that can happen again. And stay in the back. There we go, we don't want Canute to die. Yes, okay, we only pulled 3 of them. Well, I guess only 3 of them actually have melee weapons. Even still, this should be okay. I think we're good. We're kinda getting a little bit surrounded. I guess Canute just lost his armor. Yes. And he's injured, oh no. Infected wound, that's not good. At least we did manage to wrap them up. It doesn't look like we actually captured any of them. Let's hope Canute doesn't die now because he has no armor. And he survives. 3 dead. We captured 3. Okay. And they have all 2,400. 2,400 in our spoils. That is perfect. Keep attacking York. I love when you guys do that. That's amazing. So I think that's where we're going to call it. We do have finally a little bit of flour. I don't know what that whole hang-up was. It was definitely that instructions were gone, but I don't know why Harold wasn't properly doing instructions. I was kind of keeping an eye on him, and for whatever reason, even though it looked like he was doing his inspections and everything, and just everything started to fall apart up here. So I'm going to need to keep a closer eye on that and make sure nothing crazy happens. We just lost some warriors as well because of fatigue and not receiving a salary, apparently. Which is a little weird. We definitely have the money for it. But that's going to be it, so let's see. We do need to use this money smartly. That is the main thing. I think what we're going to try to do, Venice is already trying to leave York. We may help them with that, and as soon as that gets done, maybe try and take Norwich from them. And then that will break up their kingdom almost entirely. And as long as we use this money wisely, we have much less taxes to pay. Do we have any loyalists at the moment? No one that we really want to hire. And how are we doing on culture? 7 Macaw, 4 Varn. Okay, we may take off the cultural terror then. And just do no. I would love to terrorize the Tanea, but I'm a little worried that that will ruin our matriarch relation, and I would like to keep it stable for a little bit longer. But either way, that's going to be it for this episode, so as always, I thank you very much for watching. I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our Unholy Horde playthrough on the channel. And in the last episode, we dealt with some of our little production issues. We still kind of have a little bit of extra open jobs, more than I would actually like. However, we're doing a lot better than we were. At least everything is mostly having instructions that are in proper date, although there are still a few things like the weapon forge that are having a little bit of issues. I think everything else is mostly fine besides the weapon forge, and of course the stuff that we have snoozed. Now, somebody mentioned in the comments that it was because of prisoners that we were having this issue, and I do think that there is a little bit of an issue when we do have prisoners, but as you can see, we have 12 open jobs right now, even without prisoners, and our amount of peasants has stayed roughly the same. I think we had 60 and we still had 12 open jobs, so I think there is something that is kind of bugging out here. However, either way, it seems like it is something, something that is going to figure itself out in time, hopefully. There is also a possibility that maybe it has something to do with warehouses, because I notice that there are only people working on it when things are needing to be built as much anyways, so I don't know. It could be any of those things, but either way, we are doing a lot better than we were previously. As you can see, now we have a full 4,000 gold. That is insane, because we attacked some marauders in the last episode that were going over and attacking York, which was absolutely perfect for us. We also got 1,000 gold from, I believe it was Canterbury, for basically taking one of somebody who was breaking their laws or something like that, and they ended up creating a bandit camp, and we took those people out, and Canterbury was happy and sent us money, so that was also good. We were doing pretty substantially well. I think this time we are going to try to be a lot more careful with our money. I mentioned in the last episode that don't be an idiot like me, and even if you are playing as Caden, and even if you think that based on the way the game was in the earlier access periods, do not think that just because you're Caden that you can just survive off of warfare alone necessarily. That is the mistake I made, and I thought that we didn't really need to create our own food and stuff, and that we would just raid it or whatever, but yeah, it has been an issue. It has been an issue. Now, one way we could make a little bit of food is to start raiding Windermere. We could get some meat from them. However, I still want to keep good terms with Norwich, and in fact, the next thing I want to think about, Venice is thinking about uprising against York. I don't know if we can actually join this because we're not neighbors. Apparently we can. Okay. So here's my thought on that. If we go and help them, there is a possibility that York will decide to actually attack us directly. They'll do like a sudden attack potentially. And if they do that, I think we can make it back in time because we have the army movement level 2. And they don't even have the first level, as you can see here. So there's a good chance that our army will move so fast. Let's see, 11, it's about 12 hours. And I think it only takes us like 2 hours to get about the same distance. Maybe more like 4, so it's like half the time. Well, I think it is about half the time, so it's probably more like 6 hours for us to get from here to here. So, let's see. It's about double, about 1.5 times that. So it'd take us probably 8 hours to get over to Venice, I would guess, or something like that, and 8 hours to get back. That is definitely faster than York can make it over to Winchester, so we should be safe to do this, and I think that's what we're going to do. Canute will, let's see, he does need to do his inspections, but we can just move those over to Lana, I suppose. Is she okay at combat? She's not really. Harold's better at that, so I guess we could have him go and do the training ground at least. Let's go ahead and do that now, and we will have Lana take care of everything else that Canute is working on. What else do we have him on? The hall? And we're going to go ahead and help out Venice, because if they can get cut off, then we can try to take Norwich as our own vassal, and York will basically be down to only 4 cities instead of the, 7 that they have now. And that would definitely help us to start creating our own little kingdom. Especially because, look at these guys. We have no idea who these guys might be. If they're Varn, then they're probably going to try to take us over. And I would actually prefer to be the head of a kingdom ourselves. So we're going to go ahead and go to Venice, send aid, and he is, yes, he is looking for medicine. Let's let him do that really quick. And now he wants to go to sleep. He doesn't really need to sleep. He does need food, but he can just eat on the road. We're going to go ahead and have him go. And we're going to let this person stay behind, but we're going to take almost everybody else. We'll keep some. We'll go for 20. We'll go for 20. That's enough for basically everybody to have, well, mostly everybody to have armor. There are also some shields. We'll be facing a lot of armored people probably, so we're going to bring mostly axes and swords. And we'll bring a few bowmen, because we are going to be on a defense here. Assuming they do actually attack us. So let's go ahead and send that. And is there anybody else that we can hire here? It doesn't look like it right now. But look at all these guys, wow. We don't have that fresh start yet, but it is at 60%. Well, Canute's going to be gone for right now, so it's not going to really do him any good. But that would actually be nice to hire a couple of those people. Okay, and apparently Canute actually achieved his goals and is now enjoying universal recognition and respect. So that is another one of his ambitions done, which is nice to see. Okay, so I was pretty much spot on. It's going to take about 8 hours for us to get between Winchester and Venice here, so hopefully, even if York does decide to attack us, we should be perfectly fine to actually make it back home. Okay, now it looks like our trade agreement here with Norwich has expired, and I'm kind of not sure if I want to start a new one, because we may end up deciding to actually force them to become our vassal, and that would probably cause this trade agreement to end up getting canceled temporarily because of the poor relations and everything. But it might still be worth it. We would need to give them some kind of an offering right now, though. Or just, I don't really want to do a peace treaty because of the 10-day timer there. I don't know any other way either. Yeah, I don't think there's really any way we can increase our relation to actually, be able to start a trade route again with them, so that's an issue. We're gonna have to figure that out. We may just have to start buying it from, the trader. That's gonna at least be 2. It's probably gonna be more like 3 each. Now, I figure while we're on the way anyways over to Venice, we may as well just attack this camp of forest bandits. There's really, no point to keep waiting for it to gain numbers. There's one over here that's 4. I may just, take that out, though, on the way home from Venice. And I don't think there's anything else. No, there's no other ones. Let's go ahead, and I want to auto it, but just in case, we'll just go ahead and run on in. And hopefully they don't have a bowman. They do have a bowman. That may cause us to take a death here. Let's hope not. Come on, guys, get over there. I think somebody did. I think somebody actually took a big shot there. Come on, nobody die. Hopefully nobody even got a serious wound there. Oh, I should have checked him. I could have checked him. Okay, well, hopefully that doesn't cause them to die. Okay, so since we're in a bit of a bad place right now for rye, we need to actually go ahead and dismiss the beer production for the moment, and we'll just have to hope we can make moonshine. We have 100 beer, so we should be okay for a very short amount of time. However, it's not going to last, and what we may need to do is bump up our flavorful ale production again, and we'll probably just end up selling these to buy more rye, and hopefully this will help. As you can see, it looks like more swords are being made than axes, so it does seem that there is kind of a favoring. Well, actually, no, it seems to be about half and half according to the actual weapon forge, though. Now, we did the quest assistance, and we've gotten a plus 20 to our relation here with Venice, which is quite nice. And we'll just have to see if they are going to actually get away with this. I don't really know yet. It looks like they are getting a little bit of reinforcements from their vassals to go and probably do this attack. But it's not very much. So hopefully this is going to be enough. We only sent about 20 soldiers, so what do they have in total? 30? Yeah, it's really not, it's not looking great. But I guess the bright side is if they decide to attack, we could potentially attack their village directly, or their city directly. We could just do the plundering, and then that would be another 1800 gold. Could be an option. Okay, now I do have to stand corrected because I was looking at this all wrong. We had previously 12 workers needed for open jobs, then we added the 8 prisoners, and then we just added a few more migrants, I think about 4. So that's basically the full 12. I don't know why that's 1. It's probably just not updated yet. So it does seem that I just need to keep a better eye on how many prisoners and such we have. So once we sell these prisoners off, we would actually be needing workers again, so I may try to keep at least some of them. But yeah, that seems to be exactly correct to the commenter who mentioned that yes, it is just because we have been holding on to prisoners a little bit more than we have in previous series, and I guess I wasn't really doing the math on that properly. But here we are now at the trader, and we're going to go ahead and sell our medical sales until it drops down below that 15, and we'll sell a couple more swords. We're only going to sell, we'll sell the 1 extra, I suppose. Yeah, that's still counting as 71 each, so we'll do those daggers, and we actually have a nice bit of tools here that I don't think we're going to be able to use this many. I would love to start selling armor as well, but I don't think that's going to be in the cards for a little while. And otherwise, I think we're going to keep everything here. We're going to buy these rings. We're going to start buying rye from here. And we're going to buy, let's see, I think that's pretty much all we really need to buy. We could buy hops as well, but I would prefer not to do that. The shields actually wouldn't be too terrible to get. Intimidation of tramps. Vagabonds intimidated by executioners will be afraid to commit crimes. For 2 days instead of 1. Yeah, I don't think any of this is really too necessary. we may go ahead and just sell off these very, very expensive guys. Just sell off these 3, or these 5. And we'll keep 3 around so that at least for the most part our rutabaga fields will still have some workers on them. And we'll just sell these guys off in time. Their mood is pretty terrible though, that's what worries me. Yearning for freedom, yeah. He's also got a disability, so he's probably not going to be as useful for work. We'll keep them for, hopefully it'll only be another day. But look how much money we have, so I'm thinking, let's see, what am I thinking? I'm thinking maybe buy some shields. I mean, I could buy that shield book as well, so we could start to make our own shields. I want to buy the paper workshop, but I don't think that we are going to have the production workforce to be able to do that. That's kind of the main issue, is we need to be able to turn our loyalists into warriors. So we're just going to buy, these. That's almost 1,000. It's already pretty substantial. And we are actually going to buy wood as well. And that should be okay. That should be okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yes, okay. Let's go with that, and then... Is anybody able to, it'll probably be Emma. Although, wow, she is getting crazy old. Is she still doing... She's not even doing her wise conversations. That's supposed to be a continuous thing. But she doesn't like Lana enough anymore. Oh, no. Okay, so she needs to spend time, then, with Lana. Now, on the other hand, we do have a few more loyalists with that 3 combat, and we may even take this one on. So 12, but it's actually 8 because of that decrease that we have. Okay. So a person with 4, basically it seems like they're counting for double, essentially. Double their combat level and taxes. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. That may make it worth it to start hiring some mercenaries again, but we do want to be careful. I want to try to keep a couple thousand gold on hand just to really be, you know, be safe and everything. We're going to hire this guy then. Now, I just came back to the trader really quick because the one thing I forgot was paper. I want to try to keep up with our paper amounts, not just for trade, but potentially I could use them for gifts as well. And I am thinking about it. I'm thinking about giving them, it would only be 5. Wouldn't be too terrible, and Emma can go ahead and go do that. And then that would get us just about back to fully neutral with them, and Canute could make up that difference once he's able to come back down this way. But I think we're going to do that, because I would rather have this trade route over I, because we're not getting all that much. We only got 40... Did we even get the full 46? I know we got quite a bit. I thought it was more like 30 or something from the trader, but either way, we can get a decent amount every single day from a trade route, so that'll definitely be a better amount. Let's go ahead. Let's send Emma to do it. Okay, so we didn't actually get any kind of a notification for it, but it does look like they're on their way to attack us with 52 soldiers. That is nuts. That may be impossible for us to actually win. Let's see. So we have 31 to their 52. And their average combat skill is 10. Oh no. Oh, that is not good. That is a very strong army. We may be screwed here. We may have made a very bad decision. Okay, so I have managed to fix Emma and Lana's relationship, so we're going to go ahead and start that wise conversation again. Okay, so it is getting ready to start. I have no idea if we have any real chance here. Yeah, it's very much in their favor. We have an average of 9 combat skill. It's not that terrible. But we're just going to have to see if there is any real chance here. I think our best chance, really... I think our best chance is really just to wait for them to come in and hope we can just pick off a little group at a time. Definitely don't want to take too long here. Go ahead and go after Ostertep. That would actually not be too terrible. Go. Oh no, Canute might die now. I forgot to hit stay in the back on him. Oh, and he's rushing right on in. Ostertep is dead. Okay, that is a start. Let's see, which squad next? Maybe go after the attack. Alright, come on, Canute, at least do something. He's fighting pretty strongly. He's got injuries already, but these are just bruises and minor little problems. Okay, they already took out our entire ally force, it looks like. Let's see what happens. Let's see. I don't think we can win this. I'm gonna be shocked if Canute just managed to survive. Alright, we killed another one of their commanders. Ruler of Canterbury is dead. Wow, okay. I mean, that is something if Canute ends up surviving this and manages to kill several of their commanders. That would be something. But I do not think this is looking too great. I mean, I'm surprised our squad has actually survived this pretty well. But Canute, no! Canute died! Oh no! Oh, that was so bad. Wow, they almost won. They almost won, when you think about it. Those archers are putting in the work. Oh, poor Canute, 65 years old. They may still possibly win this. They are too busy doing other things. It's lagging a little bit as well. There we go. Take the speed down a little bit. Apparently the game doesn't like a fight this big. Why are they just standing there now? Pursuing the enemy. Is it because of this guy who's just running around? Either way, they're glitched out. I don't think they can win now. I think we won. We lost Canute, but we won. Potentially. I don't know, it's gonna take them a minute, I think. We'll just go ahead and speed it up. Okay, so there it is. We lost Canute. Hale and Nor are no longer bound by mutual obligations. Oh, because the Canterbury, yeah, because they died. Oh, that's crazy. Okay, they lost 46 people. They lost so many. I mean, we lost basically our entire army as well. Wow, that is crazy. Okay, well, I think that's probably where we're gonna have to call it. I did not expect anything like that, so it looks like we are now moving on to Harold as our ruler, and York is ripe for the taking now. I mean, at the end of the day, the main issue now is London. Yes, everybody else is pretty weak. Norwich, I think we could probably force them to become our vassal now. So yeah, I think that is where we were going to call it. So as always, I thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our Unholy Horde playthrough on the channel. And in the last episode, Canute boldly sacrificed himself for the cause of the Venetian people who were trying to escape their Yorkish overlords who were a bit oppressive towards them. So I think that Canute, in the end, lived up to his name, Canute the Great, and now we have Harold here as our new ruler. And funny enough, apparently Canute was actually his enemy at this point, and so he hopes Canute is in hell. So that's interesting. That is definitely an interesting way to start off our new ruler. He's 30 years old, he's a solid manager, but we need a new commander because we don't want him going into battle. And I guess we have the trader right now, which is actually perfect because that brings me to my next point, which is Galindus here. He is a decent enough commander. He's not perfect, but he should be able to take mostly that spot that Canute had previously had. So we're going to need to take up all of these rings. I would like to buy more shields, but we can't right now. And another thing to keep in mind is Harold is actually Tanea due to a conversion that happened when he was a child. So he should hopefully have an easier time building relationship with the matriarch, and hopefully with our priest as well. So that's something to keep in mind as well. And we're going to go ahead and sell a little more tools. We're going to sell some medical cells. We'll sell another sword, maybe 2 more swords, and we'll sell some of these flavorful ales, and we will also buy more paper. And other than that, it may be time to start selling off some of these maces. We don't really need too many. We only really need maybe 8. And otherwise, I think we're going to try to keep everything else here. Maybe we could sell a couple of axes for the moment. No, actually, because any time we are against armored foes, we really want to have the extra axes. We're doing great on coal. May need to increase the amount that we are actually producing. We're going to sell off these prisoners now. Their mood is terrible. I don't want them to try to escape. Probably nothing else here at the moment. Master of the Dagger, that's hilarious. We will not be using that. Otherwise, let's say, we do need the rye. Let's go ahead and pick all that up. And I think that is about all that we can really do here for the moment. I need to check on these books. I think we can get rid of Armor Forge and heavy, Weapon Forge now. We need somebody else who will do the fresh start, since Canute didn't end up finishing that. And additionally, we have some knowledge at risk, including the coal furnace, which is okay. Training ground, I would prefer not to lose, but it shouldn't break down, so that should be fine. But we will also lose the smelting furnace upgrade. I'm not actually sure if the upgrade books, if when you lose those knowledges, if it completely prevents that building from functioning, if it has that upgrade, or if it's just like the other ones, and it only prevents you from repairing it. We'll have to see, but otherwise, let's say, we need to find which of these books we can actually get rid of. Can we get rid of the Weapon Forge? Yes. Can we get rid of the Armor Forge? Where's the Armor Forge? I'd prefer not to. And then all of our purple books I think we need. There we go. And that gets us a little bit more money back. So we still have quite a bit of money, but we have spent a decent amount as well. So that's something that we need to keep in mind. Now we need to look at our production here. And we need to be making even more axes and even more swords for sure. We'll go 20 each. And medical cells, that's fine. We don't have enough rye to be producing beer yet. Or beer again. We'll put the tools up to 50. We can start to sell those a little bit. And light armor up to 50. And coal probably up to... We're going to go way, way up, because we really don't want the coal to ever stop being produced. We'll set this to around 1,000. And steel, let's say steel. Probably 150 for right now. And that should set us up pretty good. I forgot, I think steel is 1 iron and 1 tool. Or shields, yes. 1 iron, 1 tool. Okay. So we have plenty of iron. We do need more tools. I'm just going to set this up to 150 as well. And everything else here should be fine. So now we're going to go ahead and potentially hire this guy. Hire him for... I haven't done hiring in so long, I forgot even where the tooltip was. Now, the easiest way to hire him will be with Emma, so we'll go ahead and do that. Okay, so now looking at our warriors, and we don't have any loyalists that looks like that we can hire. Wait, was there? No, okay, so can't do that. However, we do have some mercenaries here. We have quite several, and I think we're going to hire these 3 for sure. And how are our numbers looking? 38 Keaton as far as peasants go, so that's good. But our warriors are Caden and Tanea, which is actually fine. Since our ruler is Tanea, it should be okay if we have a split between Tanea and Caden, I would think. I would think that's fine. They're not xenophobic towards each other, so it should be alright. And this gets us... Is this actually 13? No. It should be 16, right? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 then. Okay. Now we need to decide what we're going to do with Norwich, and we have a relationship with them again. I'm worried about starting this trade route and then immediately having it get canceled because we try to take them over, but it may just be something we have to take care of and deal with because, yeah, I mean, 48, basically getting 48 per day for only a little over one each, that's just too lucrative. And then look at this, somebody is buying swords. Look at that, that is incredible. I wish we could actually see for how much. Protection against rebellion. Do we want to? Okay, we could actually do that. Okay, we don't even have to send much. We could just send. Well, the first thing is we need to make sure. Well, what is up with? Okay, there we go. Let's see. We need to be able to give him a title. They need another 20 relation. Okay, so we'll send them to hunt. And then from there, we will try to send Galindos over to Canterbury to protect them against that rebellion. Hopefully that will increase our relationship with them. Let's see. If Pelennor wins, relations with him would be plus 30. Okay, that pretty much gets us back to good standing. And then we can try to sell them these swords. I don't really care about the spears or the heavy armor, but this sword trade route could be very lucrative for us. Okay, now we have brave Canute's grave here, and you know where to put him? I think over here by the training ground. He loved his warriors. He took very good care of them, and I think they would want to be able to pay respects to him every single day. So that's where he's gonna go. Lana is almost done with the Caden training. We're gonna go ahead and study that. I guess that bug is still there where they stop at 99% sometimes. And next we will go ahead and put her onto Fresh Start. That's going to be very important to be able to bring bandits into the armory. And now, result of Norwich. Starting that trade route. Perfect. Alright, 48 more rye per day. I think we can go ahead and start our production of beer again. We'll just set it to 100 for now. Okay, so now since Harold is going to be probably a little bit busy for the time being, we're going to actually move some things over to Lana. We're probably going to move... she's already doing that. Okay. Harold is taking care of this lumber mill, though. We'll have Lana take care of that. Lana on this as well. And, what else? Probably these three things as well. And then... I think everything down here should be... Okay, there's a couple, but these are all snoozed buildings. We'll still move those over as well. And that should be a little bit better so that Harold can deal with Galindos here without everything running out of instructions. Okay, so now Harold and Galindos's relationship is finally high enough to grant him a title, but we're going to let Harold finish conducting his little inspection here before we do that. Now, on another note, we do have a few more loyalists that we're going to hire, so we'll hire those, and I think it's just those two for the moment. Yes, okay. Stuff, and then, otherwise, there are no other... I mean, we could hire this guy, he'd be very, very expensive. 33, minus the 30%. What is that, like 10? So it should be only 23 for him, I think. Just to have one very strong mercenary right now. So we don't really have very, very strong warriors now. Most of them all died in that previous campaign. So should we do it? I don't know. I think we are at that point, yeah, where we really just need the strongest warriors possible, so we're going to go ahead and do that. And now we're going to go ahead and grant Galindos a title here, so that he can join our actual family. Okay, and Galindos is now a part of the family and everything. Now, this would be kind of funny. Okay, we could actually have them get married, possibly. We're going to go ahead and sell another sword, and we will keep everything else except for these medical salves we'll sell. Look at that, 22 a piece. Alright, and we'll sell a few more medical, flavorful ales, rather. We'll keep 10 of them. And then buy our rye, buy more paper. we're good on wood for the time being, so I'm not gonna keep buying it. But otherwise, I think that's pretty good. Do I want more rings? Probably yes. We are running out of money though already, and that kind of worries me. Yeah. Okay, fast construction. Yeah, nothing else here is very interesting for me. Is that everything? We got the paper. Yes, okay. I guess we can sell a few more tools. There we go. Gets us a little bit of our money back. Okay, so now since we have Galindos, we're going to go ahead and send him to this protection against rebellion. And we will send Galindos as well as... Let's see, how many people are in this rebellion, actually? Is there any way to know support amongst the warriors is 50%, so probably 11. Okay. So we need to send... Well, we don't really need to send that much, really. We can just send our best. Just like that. Yeah, that should be good. And we will send them all with armor. Mostly with shields. And they're probably going to have armor, so we will send mostly, or entirely, axes. That should be fine. And that will improve our relationship quite a bit with them, hopefully. Now, Lana desires a reward. We're going to go ahead and do that. And I think Emma wants one. Yes, Emma wants one as well. Her loyalty is good. I may just not do this because her mood is bad, but it's not really bad enough for me to worry too much about it. I guess she is 1% away from being done with heavy armor as well. Let's go ahead and have her finish that then. Alright, and knowledge. Should we have her do shields next? Or is there anything else? Caden training she already has. Heavy armor she has. Armor forge she has. I guess we can get rid of the armor forge now. Yeah, okay. So we'll just have her on shield then. And Galindos. Galindos, we'll just have him learn anything, really. Maybe heavy armor. Yeah, have somebody else that knows heavy armor would be good. And the trader is about to leave, so we'll just sell that armor forge next time. Okay, so now there is actually this bandit camp over here near Canterbury. I don't think there are any other ones. It's got 6, but I think we should be able to deal with that fine, so we're actually going to attack that before we go. And actually, okay, I guess we can't even go to Canterbury now. It already got resolved. It looks like a few soldiers died in the process, but otherwise nothing too crazy happening there. Apparently Declan is of marriage age. So I was thinking about having Galindos marry Emma, but what if we had Emma go and marry... Well, that would only be 900 gold, and we'd lose one of our smartest people, and we would lose knowledge as well. Would it even let us anyways? It would. Be a plus 25 to our relation. But yeah, York is super, super weak right now, so I don't really want to have a strong relation with them, actually. Wait, why is there only... Was 6 all I sent? I guess it was. Yes. Okay, let's go ahead and jump on in here. And hopefully this doesn't go wrong. Oh, Galindos is fast. He is a speedy guy. He just wants to get this over with. This should be no problem for them. Good work, and Galindos got the Courageous Spirit nickname. That was quite good, and we captured every single one of those. Perfect. Okay, nice little bit of money then. Now, Lot of Lod is actually getting back home, so I guess they still had a force out in the world. Okay, so since that rebellion fell through, we now need to look at giving them gifts and things like that, and it just so happens they want medical salves, which we have plenty of, so we're going to go ahead and have Emma go and gift them right now. Now back to our production menu, and we do have the heavy armor, so we do want to start thinking about making these, and it's just kind of unfortunate because we do need the coal to create the steel, and the steel is being used on swords and axes, and we also want it to be used on heavy armor. At least we do have enough tools, though, but we will probably need to completely take off light armor for the time being, and what we want to do is we want to have enough heavy armors. We probably aren't going to sell them I think I was thinking about it, but I don't think it's gonna be a great idea. Selling this resource, buying it for 88. Yeah, I think in time I would like to sell them, but for right now, I don't think so. I think selling the swords is probably better. We're usually getting about 72 out of those. We'd probably get about 100 out of the heavy armor. And instead of a coal, we're using a tool on them, which is an extra iron. So, okay, maybe the heavy armor is worth it to sell. But long term. Okay, we're gonna make 20 of them. And we'll go ahead and bring the sword amount and axe mount back up to 20. And otherwise, everything else looks pretty good to me. And looking back at our army screen, we've got another loyalist. Probably just the one. We do have more Caden mercenaries we could hire. But I think we're just going to do just this one. And we're going to try to only pay for the weakest ones so that we can just train them up ourselves again. But because we are kind of low on money again, like I said, I want to try to keep around 2,000 or so gold, and that's going to already be kind of difficult. Okay, so just like that, I gifted Pelennor a second time, and now we finally are back to neutral with them. And we are just going to look at this trade, so 5 of them for 650, which is 130 per item, so it's under double, but it is quite a bit more than what we were originally getting from the trader. Now, the issue here, of course, is that we are also paying intermediary services and the paper costs. So we were paying, what, 31 each, so that's 155. That's an extra 355 for this trade route for 15 days. I actually need to do some math really quick to make sure that this is even going to be viable. Okay, so for my math, it seems that we would still be getting about 125 per sword, which is still about 50 more than we were getting before. So I think this is still worth it. It's just the only issue is I did it based on if we actually sell exactly 5 every single day for all 15 days of the trade contract. And I'm not actually sure we'll be able to make that quota because we don't have a ton of swords right now. But we are just going to start it. We'll start it right now. And this at least gets us a good export finally. Okay, since we are now selling swords, I'm actually going to bring the amount up at least to 25, and I think we'll just make 10 axes at a time so that we can focus a little bit more on these swords until we have a good amount that we can trade them and still have some on hand as well. Okay, now since we do have a little bit of extra resources right now, and we are getting close to filling all of our open jobs right now, or we'll have, filling all of our open jobs with workers, we're going to go ahead and start upgrading a little bit of stuff in the city. I don't want to spend too much wood, though, so I'm going to try to avoid that. We'll upgrade... Oh, we can't? Okay, we can upgrade the coal furnace again. Can't upgrade the weapon forge. We could upgrade the smelting furnace, but that's a little bit too much of a wood cost. And otherwise, I think that is probably everything for the moment. Okay, and here we are at the trader. We're not going to sell very many of our medical cells because we need to keep them on hand. And we're gonna sell just a few flavorful ales. We want to try to keep at least 8. And we can go ahead and sell a couple bows since we haven't really been using those, as well as some spears. And we will also sell... No, we'd need to keep all of our tools from now on. And we'll buy a few holy rings as well, and some more rye. We're going to try not to buy much more rye, though, from the trader because it is getting a little bit costly. Oh, this book would be quite nice. Wood economical construction reduces the consumption of wood when constructing and upgrading by 30%. But we don't have a ton of things that we're upgrading, so maybe not the best use of money right now. Now we can get rid of that armor forge book, and can we get rid of Caden training yet? I think we could, right? Yes, it's known by Lana, so that would be fine. And axe proficiency is also learned. Well, let me click on it. Okay, axe proficiency is also now known by Harold and Emma, so we can actually get rid of that one as well. So axe proficiency and Caden training can go. That's another 500 gold back, which is pretty good. And let's see, what do we don't really have any new knowledge anymore, and we're probably not really going to get any new knowledge at this point. So we could have people write books. It just wouldn't be very, very useful, really. I can't write that one. Could write this one, though. So we could have him write this. It won't get us a whole lot, but it will be something. And we don't really need the paper at the moment for a trade route. Yeah, I think this is okay. It'll be 9 paper. And it might make us a little bit of money. Okay, and one last look at the army screen, and there are a few Cadens that we can hire. I don't want to spend too much money, but we are at 3,200, so I think we can go ahead and pay for a couple of these stronger guys here. We'll pay for both of these. I almost want to get that level 13 guy, but I think that's probably spending just a little bit too much, so we'll go with this. We're back up to 20 soldiers now. Norwich is less powerful than us. However, we don't have as strong of an average combat skill. York has not really rebounded just yet. Now, actually, Lincoln and Canterbury are pretty strong. London is very strong. So I'm wondering if London will eventually try to secede from York, potentially. That would definitely help us. Otherwise, we're going to have to attack Norwich and probably end up attacking London. Well, having London defend Norwich, which will make things certainly a lot more difficult. But this game is certainly starting to shape up to be a longer one. I'm not really sure how much longer we're going to have to deal with this York Kingdom. It's taking quite a while. But there's another kingdom here, as you can see. And I don't know if this is getting burnt by the Unholy Horde continuously, or if it looks like those skulls probably means that it is the Unholy Horde. But if so, is this the Unholy Horde kingdom then? I really do not know. And then there's another kingdom here, of course, which apparently has fallen apart just a little bit. And then these guys are starting to create a kingdom as well. I think this is Venice, and this was I don't actually remember. This is like Constantinople and stuff though. So that's pretty interesting. Pretty much 4 pretty big kingdoms in this in the world. So otherwise, that is going to be it for this episode, and as always, I thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our Unholy Horde playthrough on the channel. Now really quickly, I did just want to note that if you noticed a little bit of a weird droning sound over my voice, that is because I just upgraded my graphics card and also my hard drive, and so I ended up reinstalling Windows entirely, and for some reason it actually messed with one of my audio settings. So it was something like audio focus, I believe is what it's called, and it kind of added this weird staticky sort of a sound over the sound of my voice. So if you were noticing anything weird the last few episodes, that is possibly why. I have now fixed that. But as usual, we are back here in Winchester, and in the last episode, Harold became our new ruler, and we started off his reign just kind of trying to rebound our army a little bit. Now, I did have a little bit of a thought on what we can do about York. So, York, if we can get over to them, we could actually potentially try to force them into neutrality, and we can use this sudden attack mechanic to actually do that. However, we have to be a direct neighbor of theirs. So, I'm thinking we may want to either go for Lincoln, which would probably be my preference, or potentially even Canterbury. Although, because we are selling them swords, I really don't want to do it that way. And also, Lincoln, I think I guess they're a little bit stronger. That's kind of the issue there. So if we can build up our army, take Lincoln with a sudden attack, and then go and do a sudden attack on York, for their neutrality, we can force them to be neutral, and that will completely destroy their kingdom, and that will stop us from having to deal with London as much. I don't know if they will actually hate us for this. Let's actually see. Lincoln, aggression. Looks like it will impact the relation with their king, so Declan, and with direct neighbors. York is not a direct neighbor of London, so maybe it won't count, unless it's not just the direct neighbor and it's just neighbors in general. So we will have to consider that. But we need to increase the size of our army first. Right now we have 17 soldiers, and this would be 18 that we'd be fighting against, so I would prefer to have probably, well, what's our average right now? 6. Oops. So we have 6 in average combat skill. So we need to probably push our soldiers to actually train. We're going to set this to 15. We don't have anybody that is 15 yet, but we do have these two that are 10 or higher, and we would actually like them to keep training since we don't have as many soldiers as before. And I think that there is like a limit to how many can actually go here. That's why I've been trying to focus on the lower tier soldiers before. But anyway, so we're going to try to up our warrior count. We don't have any loyalists we can hire right now. We could hire these guys, but we need that fresh start book to actually be done first. So we are basically just going to keep trying to produce our weapons. Let's see what our swords are at, 25 still. That's good. I may just discontinue the axes for the moment, because we have 12, and I think that's more than enough for the moment. We're going to need money so that we can actually kit out all of our soldiers. We need everybody to have a heavy army for sure. And we're actually going to set this to... We're going to try for 30, because we are going to try to get about 30 soldiers, I think, before we go and attack. We have enough steel. We have enough coal as well. Okay, so yes. We are going to just try and wait until we can get enough mercenaries, and we're going to try and go and attack Lincoln, hopefully in this episode. Now, something I've totally forgotten to do as well, since Harold is now on the training ground, we're actually going to move this over to Galindo's, who is the one who is trying to be our commander. He's actually about as good right now as Harold at it. However, he is a dedicated commander, so we want to allow him to get a little bit better at it. We may even put him on scaffolding. I don't think this really matters who actually does it. It just decides who is going to get any potential terror debuffs, but I don't think we need to worry. There's plenty of Cadens here. Yeah, basically everybody's a Caden, so... I mean, obviously we have others, but the composition is pretty good, so I don't think we need to worry about that. Now, I was thinking... I've always been doing the Mask of Shame, but is Imprisonment actually better? Some of the onlooking vagabonds might decide to become cutthroats. If a simple vagabond is being punished, they will simply return to being a regular peasant after the punishment. Yeah, it doesn't seem like... Yeah, I guess the only benefit to prisoners, then, is just that you would use them as prison labor in the meantime, but I don't think we're going to do that. Okay, and on one other note, we are 5 experience away from that 15 management, so we're going to go ahead and get started on our chancellery. And we're going to probably... We'll put it right here because... well, actually, should I move it over so that it's better access to all these buildings and even better access to the road to go down this way? Maybe. Maybe, but we would have to wait until this gets built, or I guess just cancel it. Or we could even put it right here. Is there enough room there for it? I think I already checked this, and yes, okay. I think I did already check that. We'll just move this over here then. And service chancellery. So we'll get this built, and I think I have this on not build first, okay. We'll set this to build first. We want that to get done, and hopefully Harold will get his 5 extra experience rather quickly. He has a decent amount of inspections to do. We can also take Lana off of some of this other stuff. I think she's on... Yeah, she's actually on more things than Harold. So we can go ahead and put Harold back on some of these. We'll put him back on the hall as well. And Yeah, and the right-click option to move inspectors does not work on the hall for whatever reason. I have no idea why. It's kind of annoying, but that is something you just have to deal with. So I think we will probably maybe just have Lana. No, because, okay, that's right. There's these 4 that we have disabled, so she's only really working on 8. That's probably fine then. Now, Galindo's is new, so we haven't actually assigned bodyguards. We're going to go ahead and we'll assign him 2. And I think we have the minimum on, like, 5. Yeah. We'll put that to 5 then. Not making it a priority. Not making this a priority either. Yeah, just prioritize pretty much guarding Harold now. And Radicil, I guess he's too young to actually have bodyguards, which is kind of actually a little strange art. I don't even know if kids are able to be abducted in this game. I know you can have lords get abducted. I don't know if that actually works on children. I'm guessing not, but if so, then that kind of sucks that you can't actually put bodyguards on them. Okay, so we do have another peasant that we can hire, and we also have a Caden here now. We're well over that 2,000 gold that I am trying to keep, so actually, I don't really mind actually just paying for this guy right now. He's very strong, and we could definitely use him. I almost want to hire this guy, too, just to have a second commander in case we do need that. I would prefer not to send Lana, yeah, because if she ends up getting killed, then we absolutely cannot have other children. I would like Harold to potentially have a couple of kids if necessary. Just in case the first one dies and in case this series continues on, because it is already day 53. So if it keeps going, then we're going to want a true heir and everything. And not only that, but once they become of age, we can use them as potentially another commander and all that stuff. So I would like to get another commander. I just don't know. 45 minus that 30%. So that's what? Should be about 32. I guess we'll see, but it should be about only 32 in taxes, which is actually really, really good. And he's very strong as well, so that would be very useful. I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it. We are making good money from these swords as well. Did we already get the money from it for today? I'm actually not sure. Okay, just looking at it, it does seem that we already got our money from those swords. So we have another 5 that are already in the weapon forge here, so we have enough for tomorrow's trade, which is great. And apparently Galindo's got the alignment for Training Ground. I believe that is a book we sold a long time ago, so it's not something that really helps us too substantially, but it's always nice to have an extra person. He's actually the only one with it now. That's right, I forgot it got forgotten. I think Canute was the one who had it. Okay, now here we are at the trader, and we don't have a whole lot that we need to actually do here. I would actually like to keep these medical salves around. I don't think we have produced many, so we're going to just go ahead and keep those. We will sell just a couple of flavorful ales here, and we'll sell a little bit of tools. We're actually doing really, really well on the tools. I'm thinking we could actually start to sell a little bit of light armor since we are starting to produce the heavy armor. I don't know why it's not producing them very fast. I'll need to check on that here in a second. We'll sell, what's the daily? Daily is 3, we'll sell 9. We'll sell 9, just to make sure. And we'll buy a little bit more rings as well. I would like to buy the paper, but that's not in the cards at the moment. We will buy this rye again, and we don't need to buy anything else, really. I would like to get shields and stuff, but we don't have the relation. What's the relation for this? 15. Okay, we need 1 more. That's not too bad. Otherwise, time of thought for terrors halved. No. What's this one? Psychological training and moral righteousness and duty. Granting a mood bonus of plus 12 to warriors during battles with forest bandits. That seems absolutely useless to me. Yeah. I mean, that might be good, like, very, very early on, but... Now, the only other thing, maybe, would be the wood economical. Reduces consumption of wood when constructing and upgrading, just because it will allow us to finish all of our palisades, which could be quite nice. Yeah, I think that's probably the only one. We'll buy it. We'll buy it. We have enough money, so why not? And we'll just sell all these guys. The fresh start is taking quite a while still, so I'm not too worried there. I don't think we can get rid of any books at the moment either. No. Okay, so we'll do that. And was there anything else last minute here? We didn't grab all that rye, apparently. Looks like everything else is good. We'll keep the swords, of course, so we can just sell them in our trade route. We'll sell one extra tool, I suppose. And now Emma is actually trying to fulfill her desire. It was a desire for a reward, and I didn't think it was time to worry about it because it was only -2 to her mood. So we're just going to try. Harold right now, he's out trying to hunt. I don't know why Teller on his way over there. I think maybe he's old. Okay, 64. So Harold's going to finish this. Sometimes that causes the hunt to actually be considered a failure. Hopefully it does not get considered a failure. Nope, okay. Seems good. Yep, they're happy about it. And we learned the shield knowledge. That is actually perfect. Doesn't know that language. Okay. Well, you can just be free. Do whatever. And another thing I wanted to do was the armor forge. Upgrade that again, since it got finished. And was there any other... I don't think we need to worry about any of this other stuff, really. We'll upgrade the smelting furnace just so we can get that steel a little bit faster. Otherwise, I think everything else is good. Okay, so now taking a look here. Now, I don't know why the heavy armor isn't being produced faster. That's one thing I wanted to check. And here, they produced 4 yesterday. Okay, so maybe that is... I think that is probably about normal. Wasn't there a way you could check? Produced in the armor forge. Okay, so I looked around. I don't exactly remember where it is, but I know there's a way that you can check what the max extent you can expect for an item to get produced in a single day. Doesn't seem to be showing me, but it's 4, and then the bonus was 2, so I'm assuming that that's what it is. Hopefully we can produce just a little bit more of these. Until then, I'm kind of worried about actually starting the shields, but we do need shields. Having shields is quite nice because it prevents your chance of dying by an extra 35%, so that's pretty nice to have. And it can be used as a weapon if your primary one gets broken, so that they don't switch from, say, like a mace to, like, a dagger. That would definitely not be good. So we'll go ahead and we'll do maybe, say, 15. That seems okay. At least get some of them. And we may just want to actually start a, maybe a second armor forge? No, I guess that won't really do anything. I hope they make it to where you can actually decide. I think it was mentioned in the roadmap that it's one of the plans where you can actually decide what each building is kind of like doing, what their goals and stuff are. So I would like to produce, you know, heavy armor in one and shields in another. It would definitely be quite nice. Anyways, we seem to have recovered all of that wealth that the inhabitants and warriors had before, so we'll put their wages back up to normal and make sure everything else looks normal. I think it all is, yes. Okay, so we'll just leave that there then. Now that Harold is completely done with that hunt, we're going to go ahead and try and reward Emma here. Hopefully Emma is not trying to rob Harold right now. Doesn't seem like she is. Going to contemplate. Can we do this? Goes to talk to Emma. Okay, good. Alright, take care of that. Did she get rewarded? Oh, no. I don't think it made any difference. Going to pray at home. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. He was trying to talk to her. Go to talk to Emma. Okay, I thought it was done. Carrying a body. Probably from that wolf. Did that finally work? No. Why won't they? They will not listen to me. Reward, please. There we go. Okay, so we finally rewarded her, but it did not change anything. Oh no. So she is probably going to try to rob Harold. That's not good. Okay, it has finally happened. Harold has gained his level 15 in management, so we can finally put him on the Chancellery. And we're just going to move everything immediately over to the Chancellery. Luckily, we can do this with the right click. Okay, so now everything is moved over to the Chancellery, except for I kept 4 of these because there's only like 3 more slots, I think, on the Chancellery. Let's see. I think it's 3. Yeah, two extra, so I want to be able to make sure that we can switch over to any new production buildings that we have. And obviously these are not being used at the moment anyway, so I didn't feel a need to actually put them on the Chancellery. Okay, and another day, and we have some new mercenaries and some quite cheap ones as well, so we're going to hire both of those two. And it doesn't look like anybody else here is hireable. really for us, but we are at 4,100, so I'm going to go ahead and hire yet another one of these guys, and he will be quite useful as a commander as well if we ever need one. Now, Galindos is 8 in command, so these are still not as good, but this guy gets here in 6 hours, which will be quite nice. Okay, so look at this. It looks like one of these people over here is actually attacking New York right now, and that is a huge army of 50 people. I don't think York has a chance here. They are going to get completely robbed, which is a little unfortunate. It would have been cool to actually take that ourselves. They probably would have refused our order to become neutral or whatever, and then we would have been able to attack them and take that. But you know what? If they're going to send a whole 50 soldiers at them, I think they've earned it. Now, it looks like Lincoln is actually improving their army. So we may have to wait just a little bit longer to actually do this attack, but I think in the next episode we can do it. We just need all of these mercenaries to get here, and I think it'll be good. We're going to hire this guy, and I think that's the only one. Yes, he is. Okay. And just take another look there. Nothing updated. Okay. So we have 27 once everybody gets here, so that's looking pretty good. Now that we have that tax book, which I, again, have to say, if you see it, get it, and even if you're not at Tanea, then find somebody to learn it, or even just hire somebody just for them to learn it. You know, it's so helpful, because usually at this point in the game, you're increasing your army to the point that you just can't even use the trader. So it's quite nice being able to still use the trader and have a substantial army. Okay, so this might be bad because it looks like Emma and Harold ended up getting in a fight, probably because she's trying to steal those freaking rings, even though she has 25 of them. She is probably going to... Wait, what happened? Who won? Oh, she's running away, so she lost, escaped the danger. Yeah. That's what you get trying to rob your son. Wow, that was kind of... she's really screaming. You started it, Emma. Why are you the one who's screaming? He's completely done. He's like, whatever. Mom's just acting up again. Okay, so we finally got the fresh start finished. I think we can go ahead and put Lana on the wood economical, which is great. So once she learns that, we can start building all of our palisades. We're just going to wait on those. We don't really have spare wood anyways due to the amount of coal that we're trying to produce. We have 200. I'm just going to drop this down probably to 200. I feel like 200 is probably enough. And then we can start to stock up the wood a little bit for those palisades. And otherwise, I think we're also pretty good on steel. I think 100 steel is probably enough to have stocked up. But what we need to do, I need to get a little bit more paper the next time the trader's here. Hopefully it drops down in price again. Or I guess we could start this trade route for it. I don't know how much it'll cost from here. We'll have to spend paper to buy paper, of course. That's pretty funny. That would be pretty good, though, to get some extra paper so that we could actually start this hop trade route. Be quite nice. Oh, wow. The kingdom. It completely fell apart. I didn't even notice. So York not only got destroyed, but they actually vassalized them. Huh. Okay, so I kind of figured they were plundering, or maybe forcing neutrality, but they actually straight up conquered them. How interesting. And this place is still dead from the Unholy Horde, but these places were attacked by the Unholy Horde in the earlier part of the game, and now they're totally fine, so I don't know why this one is just dead forever. I don't know what's going on with the Unholy Horde. Hopefully we can... I think we're still going to take Lincoln, because then we get access to all of these to see what's actually going on over there. I would really like to know what the deal with them it actually is. But I think that's probably where we're going to call it for this episode. Don't have anybody else to hire. We have 24 soldiers. Right now it's showing we have an 8 average, so we can actually definitely start this attack in the beginning of the next episode, I think. And that should be no issue for us whatsoever. We have the Chancellery, so we're going to have a lot better efficiency now. Harold just needs to actually go and hang out at the Chancellery. I think it's an all-day thing, so they have to actually stay there. But otherwise, yeah, we're doing pretty good. I think we're getting close to that point. I mean, we have so much gold, and we're not really having too many issues keeping it anymore. I'll probably start to buy hops, and maybe even just straight up buy beer and stuff like that, since we have so much money. But either way, that's going to be it for this episode, so as always, I thank you very much for watching. I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our Unholy Horde playthrough on the channel. And before we get started, I would just like to ask that you subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And while you are below the video, maybe consider liking this video as well. If just 10% of the viewers over the last month were to subscribe, that would actually bring us up over the 1,000 subscriber marker, which would be incredible. Just about 90% of viewers over the last month are not actually subscribed, so it would help a ton if you were one of the few that actually decided to do that. And with that out of the way, let's get back into the video. And last time we were preparing to attack Lincoln over here, and we're still going to do that, but York actually got brought over into this alliance or kingdom here. And I think it's probably going to be this kingdom over here. This city that is actually the leader of the kingdom. Probably, I'm thinking, because it seemed like it grew out of this area and became larger that way. So I think this was Madrid. I think it was Madrid. And yeah, I'm hoping that we can get Lincoln so that we can actually be attached to this kingdom, and hopefully they are buying and selling some nice goods, and it looks like they have some nice amount of bandit camps that are just kind of sitting around, so hopefully that goes well. And it looks like Canterbury is going to be attacked by London, so we're going to need to get over to Lincoln somewhat fast so that we can get back and defend Canterbury. But what we're gonna do, we're gonna try to wait for these last, well, probably at least that guy, so that's 18 hours for this strongest warrior to get here, and the other two will also be here right about the same time, and that will definitely give us pretty good odds of taking down Lincoln with relatively low losses. Now, since it keeps on getting cancelled, I think because Lana and Emma don't have the greatest relation, right now it's plus 33, but if it gets too low, they won't do the wise conversation, so I did just have to reactivate it, and at the same time, we are going to go ahead and put Emma onto a fresh start, let her learn that. Of course, maybe she'll actually learn it from Lana directly, but if not, then she can learn it in conversation, or learn it by studying it instead. And we also have the shields. We can go ahead and sell that now. Both Lana and Emma have it, so there's no real reason to keep that book around anymore. Everything else I think we are okay on. Now, it does look like Galindos is actually desiring holy rings. We're going to go ahead and do this because we want him to be nice and happy all the time, because he is our commander and we don't want to have his mood so low that he ends up, trying to start any kind of a rebellion or anything like that. I'm not actually sure if he can, because he's not really a vassal in that sense. But I know that like our heir can definitely start a rebellion, so I don't even want a chance that he could. And anyways, him having a good mood will make him better in combat, so that is kind of the main reason to do it. Okay, so now we are going to actually increase the amount of swords that we make. I think we need, let's say, 15 days and 5 each day, so that's close to 75. We've already done probably 2 days of that. We need like 65 more swords at a minimum, so we're going to set this up to 75. Yes. And we're probably good on axes for the time being. I would like to make maybe like 5 more, so that we can really equip most of our warriors, but we can probably make do with this. I think everything else is fine too. I want to really fast track these heavy armors, so we're gonna set this up to probably 40 and get rid of the shields temporarily, because the heavy armor is actually a 50% chance of survival, whereas the shields are 35%, so that is probably quite a bit better. Okay, as luck would have it, I was looking at the map, and it looks like Lincoln is going to try to attack York. I have no idea how well that's actually going to work for them, but either way, it's not going to work out too well for them, because we are going to attack them right now. With 11 of their soldiers out of the way, I actually think maybe I should wait until they're too far away to return home, but we're just going to see. We're going to try to suddenly attack, and it'll take our soldiers a minute to actually get out of the city, so by that time, I don't think that it actually registers the sudden attack until you've actually left the city, so this should actually work out pretty well for us. We're gonna keep the swords. I think swords are still better than maces, as far as even against armored foes. It just says 5 times stronger than the mace. Next to axe, it says assuming no armor, but it doesn't say that next to mace, so I think the sword is still just better. Maybe it's a little less better against armor. I'm not totally sure about that, but I'm pretty sure the swords are still better, so we're just going to go ahead and use swords. I think the only reason not to is because the swords are probably a little more likely to break, and actually we're trying to sell them. Maybe I should just go ahead and use maces and then use one extra sword. We'll do that. To make a vassal, 95%. We're going to try that. They don't appear to be trying to return home, so this seems to have worked out. Now, funny enough, it appears Venice has become our enemy. They already didn't like us before, but I think since Canute died and Harold became our new ruler, I think the relation actually reset. It's just kind of funny because they are Varn, so they should just immediately be our enemy pretty much anyways, but whatever the case. Okay, so we have started our sudden attack here. It substantially hurts our relation with them, of course, so they are going to be a very unruly vassal, but we will deal with that in time. Surprisingly, the matriarch really doesn't like this, which is kind of strange because they are macaw, and actually, like, even if I go and try to help these guys with the vassalage thing, as you can see, matriarch won't approve of you assisting a macaw. So why are they upset that you're attacking a macaw? Kind of seems a little weird, doesn't it? Because they're the loving family is Tanea, in case you didn't know that. So that's why they don't like macaw, because they have xenophobia towards them. So you would think it would be totally okay for us to do this, but apparently not. And now we do have this attack going, so 3 hours and 40 minutes, and they will get back in 4 hours and 34 minutes. This is actually perfect. We're going to have to fight a much smaller army now. It looks like 7? Is that just 7 or 8? That's pretty good. Now, we did lose the favor of the matriarch, but there is a good news to that, which is that we can just go and attack this camp of forest bandits or any of these other ones once we get access to them. I thought there was some bandit, yes. 2 bandit camps there, and a third one up here. So we can definitely get our matriarch relation back to stable for sure. Now, unfortunately, it looks like London is pretty much already over here to Canterbury. I could join into this attack, just right here, but then I would have to restart the sudden attack, and I think we would get double negative penalties for that. I think. I could save right now just to test if canceling it will do that. I'm going to go ahead and try that. Okay, so I did just check, and it would, in fact, double up those negative penalties. I don't really care if Heppernoob hates us more, although I do want to try to have a decent relation with our vassal. But the biggest issue is that it brings our matriarch relation all the way down. I think it was like -40. So definitely do not want to do that. So Canterbury is going to end up being a part of London, which sucks. Hopefully they just don't cancel our trade agreement. If that happens, then it's going to be really bad. But London, I forgot how much they dislike us. I know it's pretty, yeah, -50, so I don't know how that's going to affect Canterbury here. But it definitely is going to affect things for sure. We'll just have to see how badly. Okay, and so here we are at Lincoln, and we just barely beat them. So this is going to work out nicely. It'll actually be doubly good because we can take them out much easier. But additionally to that, they'll still have soldiers. So they'll be able to defend themselves if, say, York or whoever decided to attack them, right? Now we need to actually get in there because apparently it keeps trying to continue playing. So we don't want them to actually end up joining into the battle because of that. So let's get in there. 25 versus 3. Okay, no, that's 3 on basically the melee soldiers, but there is 5 bowmen. It should still be quite easy. We're going to hit stay in the back here, just so Galindez does not end up getting killed somehow. Seems unlikely that that will happen. Now, another thing I'm going to try to do is, it seems that your warriors always try to run into the fire after the tower gets destroyed, so we're actually going to back off a little bit once it's getting... Actually, will it even let me? Seems like it will. Alright, and see if this works. I'm really not sure if it will, but it would be nice if they just stay away from the fire, you know? It doesn't, nope. It seems like they just pull themselves in anyways. Alright, so some of them are probably going to end up with burns. I wish they would fix that. They should not run straight into the fire. Like, that's self-preservation 101. So, okay, amount of tribute, 98. That's actually not very good, but that's not the main reason we did this, so I'm not too worried about it. Minus 59, that's not bad at all. I wonder... Okay, so they already made it. Is there... I can't attack this because they're not attacking anybody that I care about, right? Oh. We actually can attack them. Will they hate that? Aggression against a neighbor, hated culture. Okay, so Pelennor still likes us. Who's this? Declan. Okay. Okay, so they do hate us, but we can actually potentially fix this a little bit. We'll send Emma to make a... No, we don't want to do the peace treaty yet, actually, come to think of it. Because they may end up just trying to declare their neutrality, or declare their freedom or whatever. And then, because of that, we won't be able to attack them again. Now, of course, the unfortunate part here is that Lincoln attacked York first, making it so that they were no longer a vassal of this kingdom, so now we're not bordered with them. Stupid Lincoln really making things difficult here. So I think we're going to have to attack York, and luckily they are already independent, and they are extremely weak. But this is going to upset the matriarch even more. Wait, isn't Zivka... Isn't that the person that we sent? Isn't that... Hold on, isn't this our former lord? I know that's what her name was. I swear, right? This is her. This has to be her. Who was her husband? Weird, yeah, it does seem like, her husband, something happened to him, or he got passed up and she became the Queen of York, but, Zivka, who was our previous lord, and we sent her off, for a bridal price, is actually the Queen of York now, which is... I think that's pretty amazing. So I'm still deciding if I actually want to attack this. We cancel it now. Saying 81%, this is a nice way to make London a lot weaker. And then we can go and attack York right after. It's really going to upset the matriarch, though. I don't think that attacking this army will, but everything else definitely is going to hurt. Let's see. Do they have the research for faster army? It doesn't seem like it, so we should be able to catch them. Alright, let's go ahead and just do it. Let's just do it. This is too easy of a way to take a step away from London having so much dominance in the region. But here we are at the trader now, and we're going to sell a few of these medical salves, even though I really need to try to keep some for our warriors. We have a lot of taxes to be paid, unfortunately, as well. We'll sell some of these tools, and try to keep just about everything else. We do have, I think it was shields. Yes, I think it's shields that we can actually sell now. And unfortunately no prisoners, so this is not really doing so well for us. We could just kick this can down the road and not actually sell this yet. And just take more taxes later and try to deal with this later. But we need the paper, that's the main thing. And I would also like to pick up at least a few more rings. We'll just pick all those up. So that's 400. Yeah, that's okay. We have 4,600. Tenea shields would actually be really good since we already have shields. Your shield-bearing lords and warriors are twice as well protected against arrows regardless of skill. So that would definitely be a good thing to have for us. Effective... What was that? Oh, effective preaching. Yeah, we don't really need that. I don't think we really need any of this. Maybe, like, defensive towers. But I don't think we're going to have to deal with... I think people are really too scared to attack us. So I'm just going to take that. That's pretty good. And we do... How are we doing on rye? Not so good. And we have, of course, no hops, but I'm not going to pay for them right now. We'll just buy beer. We'll just straight up buy beer. That's 800. Okay, 3,000. We still have 3,000. So I'm okay with that. And hopefully we can catch these guys pretty quickly. Okay, so really quick, Lana actually has a desire to write a book, and so does Emma. And Emma's learning Fresh Start, which we don't actually need, because we already have it. So we're going to actually take her off of that, I think, and put her on writing some kind of a book. And I already took Harold off of the book he was writing. I think it was Axe Proficiency. And Emma has it too, but we have to take her off of Fresh Start first. And we'll put her onto the Axe Proficiency. It shouldn't take her too long to actually write that either. And then that'll help her out, and then Lana can do hers, but she needs to finish the wood economical construction first. But either way, we are at this battle now, so let's go ahead and beat up London a little bit. Oh, a couple of them are already incapacitated, whereas all of our soldiers are okay. I think one of these guys did have a inflamed wound, maybe? No, maybe not. If it was, it would have been... Okay, yeah. And see, they got themselves burned. That's so dumb of a bug to me. I don't even think it's a bug. I think it's literally just an oversight at this point. That they just run right into the fire. Look at that. All of them are just surrendering. Oh, that's perfect. Val is dead. Alright, yep. London is in a bad state now. We just completely ruined most of their army. We lost nothing. Captured 7. Oh, that is so perfect. Okay, get back home. And we'll let everybody heal up, and then we'll go attack York. They don't even have an army. Zivka. It's unfortunate that it's going to be against Zivka, because I would like for Zivka to actually be, you know, successful in her reign and everything, but, you know, kind of have to do it. Okay, now look at that. 14 prisoners. That's crazy. Now, if these were bandits, then I would actually hire them. Look at that. 17. Wow, I almost want to. After being hired, they receive a strong negative thought of fear, which lowers their courage. Okay. Huh. That even counts when they were actually warriors before. Huh. That's unfortunate. Maybe it's just because they're sad, though. I thought that if you captured warriors that you'd be able to take them into your army, but I guess maybe not. Otherwise, yeah, I guess we'll just end up selling all these then. Yes. Still a substantial amount of prisoners, though. Okay, so I was just waiting for Galindo's to go ahead and get his sleep meter filled back up and check for anybody that we can hire here, and there is nobody. Oh, yep, nobody. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and attack York now. There is nobody here at all. So let's just do a sudden make a vassal. Oh, we could actually send Lincoln, but even though Harold is a decent combat skill, I don't think we can actually do this. The number of units you can summon depends on your king's command skill. For every 3 levels, you can summon 1 unit. So I think that's one of these units, and you just need 3 command for it. And then you would need 6 for the second one. Okay. So why can't we do it? It doesn't let me. It's clearly grayed out. If you are a suzerain, all of your vassals' units are available for summoning. If you are a member of a city alliance, only those allies hostile to the target will be able to join. The loot will be divided equally among all participants, and... Huh, yeah, it doesn't really say why I can't. Maybe they just don't have the... maybe their forces just can't do it right now. But either way, we'll go ahead and send Galindos, and we're going to send a really small army here. There's no sense in sending all these people. We'll just send... maybe... What? Send this guy. And these. Just the people above 10. And we'll just send them with the axes. That's 4. Somebody may end up joining, though. That's the only thing I'm worried about. So we'll send these ones at 10. That should be good. Okay. And we'll send them with all axes. Oh, and I didn't even give them armor, I don't think, but that's probably fine. Okay, and I actually have changed my mind. I'm going to go ahead and disband this and recreate it, because we actually need to deal with our matriarch relation, because they're going to start embargoing us, apparently. I didn't even know this was a thing. Just on important goods, so it'll probably be from the trader, I'm guessing, but just in case it possibly affects our trade routes, I really don't even want to chance that. That would absolutely mess us up. So we're going to send Hamlin, we'll send Auden, we'll send pretty much all of our people, because we're going to attack some bandit camps as soon as we're done with York. And we'll leave all these guys, I suppose, let them do some training, and we'll send... Oh, we actually have enough armor for, like, our entire army now. That's quite nice. And we'll send 4 more swords, I guess. No, I don't want them to break, so I guess I'll still just take the maces. There we go. That is quite a bit better. Now we'll make a vassal. Now, since Lincoln is actually kind of not necessary in this whole equation now, because they took out York for us, which was quite nice. I mean, we don't want them to leave because then York wouldn't be able to be our vassal, but I actually think a peace treaty would be okay here. It'll help our relation with them, and it only costs 700 gold, so we're going to send Emma to go ahead and take care of that. Now Zivka is actually returning home, so she's going to be in here during this battle. I wonder if she'll end up being the commander then. Yep, she will. Oh no, I hope Zivka doesn't end up dying. We'll just see if we can't get her to surrender. Okay, and another issue I'm noticing is that Canterbury actually doesn't like us. I think I already mentioned that, but I didn't really think about it, and we need to actually improve this. Why is it letting me start a trade route? I thought you needed a neutral relation. How interesting. How very interesting. Okay, well, whatever the case, it's going to be important to figure out something here, and the only thing I can think of is to give them a gift, but we don't have the medical cells right now. So, I mean, we could have Harold go, but he's always busy on the Chancellery right now. We could give them a peace treaty, but I would actually not mind eventually taking them over. So I don't really know what to do there at the moment. I think we're just going to have to wait and, you know, give them some medical salves when we're able. Now, of course, we are in a very dire circumstance now with the Matriarch because of this attack on York, but we need to do it so we can unlock this whole area of the map, and having access to more slots on the map means a lot more bandit camps, which will actually help us fix this Matriarch relation. But for right now, the trader isn't going to show up because there are just too bad a relation. I think it's minus 25, and then the trader stops showing up, so we'll need to fix that. Okay, so it's a good thing that we actually sent a full army here, because as you can see, they actually rebuilt their army pretty fast. This is a new update where they very quickly rebuild for their population. Now, this was supposed to be a thing to actually fix a bug, so it's not actually supposed to, I don't think, make them go from 0 to 17 this fast. It's just because they would have a very small army for the population they had, so they did this as like a save game fix. But not a big fan of it right now, of course, because this is a lot of soldiers that we have to now fight. But on a good note, we did start that peace treaty with Lincoln, and we also have a camp of forest bandits here that we can attack to fix our relation even more with Lincoln. But for some reason, they actually hate us even more now. I'm not really sure why. Child's enemy, maybe? Is that a new thing? Huh. Well, let's go ahead and jump into this battle at least, and hopefully this goes well. I'm a little bit worried about it because they actually have walls. This is the first time I've actually done a battle where they have the walls. Oh no. They've kind of actually added, in a way, siege warfare then, in a sense. It's not quite a siege, but wow, it is close. Let's hope this actually works. I'm a little worried too because, hold on, they're gonna actually run through that, aren't they? Let's let it burn and get out of the way of these arrows if we can. I don't think we're gonna be able to. Yeah, they can attack us all the way. Okay, let's just get going then. Okay, that might have been a really bad decision. I was hoping I could get out of the range. I know that range is huge, but I did not realize it was that huge. Alright, let's hope that we can do this. So, get over there, take this last person out. Alright. 15 left, I think we're okay then. And of course they run all right onto the fire again. That is just like you. Okay, and we should be good here. Apparently Latiflat actually survived, which is their commander. Okay, so we lost 6, 1 escaped, but we did manage to capture 3. So honestly, I'm okay with it. We get a nice amount of tribute, and we have the rest of this map finally unlocked. So, well, not the rest, but you know, a big portion of it. So there's 2 bandit camps there, or 2 soldiers at that bandit camp, 2 at this one. 21? Whoa, that is huge. Jared, what are you doing? You have 61 soldiers. Go take that out. That's free money. Okay, well, we're going to attack this bandit camp on our way home. And it looks like we can actually have Lincoln join us into battles now as well. Why are they hating us even? Oh, okay, it's probably just because of that aggression. Yes. And tried to subdue me. Not really sure what that one's about. Restore relations. Unfortunately, Emma can't do it, though. So I think that's where we're going to call it. So we have our own bandit camp now to worry about. It would be nice to get Venice's, but they are no longer attached. So now we are really starting to have a bit of a standoff here with London, but I think we are definitely getting the better of them. What else is going on here? We got a trade market volume increase. Do we have any more people we can hire? No. Hopefully we get that trader, because we can make a lot of money selling these prisoners. I think a few might have escaped. I think a few escaped. That's okay. So, as always, I thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our Unholy Horde playthrough on the channel. And over the weekend, I'm sure a lot of you have seen the new update and the video I made on that. Unfortunately, we will not be playing on that update today. Which I did not mention in the last episode, only because that episode had actually been recorded already before the update came out, and then I shifted my focus over to making the update video for you all, so that last episode actually came out after the update, but I was not aware of it at that time that it was being recorded, so that is why I didn't mention it there. But we are not going to be playing with it, which is a little unfortunate. Now, the reason for it is that, unfortunately, right when I started to play, I got a crash that had no log or anything like that, which was, of course, super unfortunate. And aside from that, there were a couple of little other issues, like every now and then I would see a squad on the map that was walking, and it had, instead of the normal icon, it had like an unidentified or undefined or whatever icon instead. It was like a purple placeholder kind of thing, and when you would click on it, it would bring up one of these screens that would just never go away. And yeah, so unfortunately, I just don't think it's as refined as something that I would expect to be able to put actually on this channel, unfortunately, which is super unfortunate, because that means we have to deal with all of these instructions on all of these buildings. Not only that, we actually need to repair this. I think I might have mentioned this in the last episode, I don't remember, but either way, we need to repair that coal furnace. And another thing, though, is that it actually does benefit us in one way, because I actually noticed, and I don't know if I put this in the update video or if it's in the patch notes or what, but trades in the beta, at least for hardcore mode, actually now cost 7 paper. But they only cost 5 paper here for us, and we are actually going to start this trade route with Craster for herbs. We need herbs so that we can create more medical cells, and as you can see, Paris is actually buying medical cells. So we're going to send Emma to do that. I think we are also sending a force right now to this bandit camp, and apparently it has a whole 1 soldier, but this is actually good for us because we can take this out, and then we can go ahead and go and take out probably this one, and probably this one, and that should bring our relation back to mostly stable with the matriarch. We also have this one in our own area here. Yeah, so in the last episode, what we basically did was we took over York and Lincoln, I think both in the same episode, and that basically unlocked this whole larger kingdom over here, led by Madrid. Now, as you can see, Arden, Craster, these are not places that we named. I don't even remember what their names were. And then this one as well is currently sacked by the Unholy Horde. But it doesn't look like they made it any further in, because Naples, Rome, Paris, these are all locations that we did name. So I'm not really sure if it's just done. This one's been burned down for like 10 episodes or something like that, I feel like. So I have no idea what's going on there. But what we're basically going to do now is try and do some trade. So we're going to try to get these herbs. We're going to try to start this trade route for the medical salves. Or maybe... Okay, actually, maybe it would be better. Should I also have Emma actually go to Rome? Because we have tons of tools. And let's see, what do they buy them for? Ah, it's not going to let me see yet. Okay, well, tools are typically bought for 21, and medical cells for 14. Okay, so we could just take the medical, take the herbs, rather, and make them into our own medical salves that we just keep and maybe sell later, but for now just keep. And then instead sell tools, which the only issue with doing that is that I want to keep tools around as well for shields and for heavy armor. But right now we're doing okay on all of that. We definitely have enough tools for it all. You don't need tools for anything else, right? Light armor, of course. So you would also need it for bows and probably crossbows if you're going to do that. I'm pretty sure you need it for paper as well. Okay, that's a little bit difficult then. I do think that we have plenty of tools though, so I actually would like to... Why can't we start this? Oh, because we just don't have the paper. Okay. So instead, since we currently have enough money, I do want to work on the herbs. The only reason I was going over to Craster before is because they are Caden just like us. I figured that would be a more stable relation, but Rome is okay as well. They are Taneas, so I don't see any real issue with that. They're not likely to hate us too much. And then we will start selling the tools, and we'll probably just keep our medical cells, even though Paris would be a quick and easy trade route for us. And then otherwise, we're going to take out all these bandit camps, and I'm thinking maybe... Now I'm actually rethinking it once again. What we'll probably do is one full trade route here with Rome until they're not buying tools anymore. And I actually want to try to move in this way. I would like to connect ourselves to this big kingdom next. And I'm not too worried about that green kingdom. They seem to have a lot of stability issues. This one's been a lot more consistent. They've basically held all of these lands for quite a while. So that's basically the goal. And so Emma's going to be gone for quite a while. She's going to need to take care of that Rome trade agreement, and I may even try to buy this paper. Well, let me, not right now, of course. Actually, let's take a look really quick, see what they're going to sell it to us for. Buy 8. Oh, they're buying it. Oh, yes, of course. Okay, I'm an idiot. Okay, so we're just going to buy the herbs then. And yeah, so unfortunately we can't buy paper from them. Otherwise, yeah, there's just like wood. We don't really need any of that. So we're going to go ahead and start on all of that. Now, city-wise, there isn't really much. We do just need to work on this coal furnace. I'm going to set this to build first. And we can actually just go ahead. We have 300 wood spare right now, so I don't see any reason not to re-enable these. I don't need to set them to build first, just whenever we have spare builders, if I can even click on this. There we go. Okay. So we'll start that, and since we're not on the beta build, we're not going to have those ragged bands either showing up randomly, so we don't have to worry about that. Unfortunately, another issue, though, is that in the beta, you are able to hire anybody. You can hire any of your peasants, not just loyalists and fanatics. But I don't think that's going to actually be too big of a deal. We do have the fresh start finally, so we can hire some of these prisoners once we figure out which ones are actually bandits. I have to wait for the trader so I can see which ones are, because I'm pretty sure not all of these are. I'm pretty sure a lot of them came from Lincoln and York. But that is basically where we are at. We're going to take out all these bandit camps. We're going to start some trade, and yeah, that is where we are at for now. Okay, so here we are at this bandit camp, and there's only one. I probably could just auto this. I think I'm just going to. Yeah, we didn't lose anybody. And we will send our next one over here. Our next attack over here. Wait, hold on. Should we go for this one first, maybe? Yeah, that one has a full 21. That's the issue with that one. I want to take it out, but I almost think I should just go back home and build a new army and do it. But, I don't know. I mean, it will take more time to do it like this, but that's probably okay. We'll just take that one out. Okay, now we got the wood economical construction. Actually, I wonder... I can't tell. I don't think these have the normal amounts. Yes, okay. So we're going to go ahead and dismantle these, and we'll place the new one instead. Gate right here. Take out this palisade. Take out, if I can click it, this palisade here. And army. Connect. And connect that one as well. Now, those will cost far less wood. And we're going to set up this Taneas shield one as well. We'll have Harold study that. And do we have anything else new? I don't think we have anything else new. Both of these are already learned by Lana, so we probably don't need anybody else to actually learn them. So we can probably just sell those. And let's see, where are we at on the rest of our stuff? So we are learning heavy armor with Galindos. And let's see. So we can get rid of both of these green books. We can soon get rid of the heavy armor as soon as Galindos actually finishes learning it. Axe proficiency, we don't even need that because we're just having Emma just study it or write it. But we can actually just get rid of that so we can have the extra paper for trade routes. And then, yeah, I don't think she needs to really do anything else. Oh, and a prisoner is trying to escape. He's probably dead. Come on, guys, get him to surrender. Yes, okay. Okay. I'd prefer him to survive, although now he's got an infected wound. I don't think we allow prisoners to use medical salves. I don't think they're really worth it. Let's see, this guy has 4 combat. Yeah, he's probably not going to sell for very much either. Yeah, so we'll probably just... I mean, he's gonna just end up dying. Maybe we can sell him to the trader before he actually dies, though. We'll see. Now, this is somewhat interesting. It looks like Madrid is attacking Rome. I'm a little confused by this. Why are they attacking their own vassal? Are they trying to uprising? Oh, okay, yes. Yes, they are. I guess we're not getting the icon for it, but it looks like they are actually trying to break free. That is a pretty stupid move. I don't think they have any kind of reinforcements here. No. Yeah, that's pretty stupid of them. Madrid is much stronger. This is a huge force, and we're definitely not going to attack it even on the way home. Okay, so now we got that trade route started for the herbs. We're going to go ahead and start this other one for tools. Hopefully, maybe I should just wait, because if the Madrid army here did not make it over to Rome in time, I think they should. But if they don't, then we already wasted this paper, and we don't really want to waste even more. So we may just go ahead and wait a minute here. She'll get like halfway home already, but I would rather that than to waste even more paper. So we'll go ahead and go right into this battle. We'll go on foot, and we're going to... Oh, no. 2 of our people are already down. We should still have this, no problem, but that's always not great. We need to basically go home right after this one, because otherwise those people are going to end up... Oh, I didn't hit stay in the back. I hit protect the archers. Well, I guess Galindos is going to be into this battle. But either way, these guys probably have inflamed wounds, I'm guessing. Yes. So we need to go home right after this so that they don't end up dying. We didn't lose anybody. And we captured 4. That's pretty good. Okay, hopefully they can make it to Rome in time. I really don't want to lose... Because if, obviously, if Rome becomes independent, we won't be connected, so we will lose those trade routes. And apparently we have a village defense coming in as well. From London. Of course, it's from London. I'm getting close to thinking if we can get our matriarch relation up high enough that we just burn London to the ground so we don't have to keep dealing with them. I have a feeling they're going to be a pain, and I don't even really want them as a vassal, because they hate us so much. Lincoln and York are already going to be a lot to handle. So let's see what's going to happen here. Okay, so they're just about there, and let's see how this battle is going. Of course, they are... Yeah, they don't stand any chance. Okay, good. So, okay, what happened here exactly? These must be their reinforcements. Returning to hometown. Okay, the important thing is that we did not lose access to them. So we're going to send Emma now to buy those tools. And Vladivlad. Wasn't Vladivlad somebody we had? Yes. Why aren't they in our city, though? Are they in our city? Let's go look. I mean, it seems like they must be, since we can make that ransom demand. Do I want to wait and hold on to him if we do have him? That is the question. I don't see him anywhere. That is quite strange. Well, okay, so do I want to hold on to him until we can get the proper amount of money? Probably not. They don't have much money. We're just going to accept this. Should we send a messenger? We'll have Emma do it on her way home, I think. But they also have these marauders. That is very much not good. I guess it is kind of good. because it gives us a chance to actually improve our relation here with Zivka, which is, by the way, still amazing that she is now the Queen of York. We married her in over there, and now she is the Queen. I love that. That is definitely one of my favorite things to happen. Now, we just have to kind of play it by ear at the moment. We need our troops to get back home, and then we can build a larger force and send it over to York, and then hopefully we don't lose very much, and we can just immediately go from there and take out this bandit camp as well. Not looking great, though, but that is kind of the plan. Now, we do have the trader, and unfortunately, Emma is not home right now, so should I just send Lana to at least take a look at what we've got here? Does not actually tell me if any of these are bandits, unfortunately. So, I mean, we could just guess, but I think we're just going to end up selling them all. And it doesn't look like these prices are actually that much worse than Emma would actually get, so we might sell some of these. Or sell some of the stuff that we have, like sell some daggers, buy a little bit of paper. I don't think that price is much worse. Yeah, I think we usually get it for like 27 or something. So we need the tenacious shields and heavy armor, but we can also sell these off. And I would like to keep some of this prison labor, so let's see here. Do we have anybody here with disabilities? He's slowed. Disability, we'll sell them first, and then we'll sell the most expensive ones. And there we go. Okay, so we'll buy... What should we buy to make up for this little bit of extra money here? I don't think we really need anything here. I'm actually concerned about even buying any more upgrade books, because if we do switch over to that beta, or once the beta becomes the main branch, then these are being removed from the game entirely, so I don't really want to buy something that is going to only be useful for maybe an episode or two. Let's see. Fresh start, we just sold that. We'll buy... We need more flour. We'll buy that. We'll buy all of the rye. And we do still need beer, because on the main branch here, we have not gotten rid of that fatigue issue, which is a thing on the main, or on the beta branch. We'll do that as well. That's making us spend 500, so I guess we can sell the rest of these prisoners then. And we'll just do that. Okay, so that's kind of annoying. Apparently they just cut off our trade agreement. Who was that, though? Oh, it was for the swords. So that was Canterbury. Oh, because they hate us so much. I think. Should we just make peace with them? I'm thinking we should. I mean, it's 400. Did I not click? It says we can actually restart this trade agreement right away. So maybe it just, it definitely was not 15 days. But we're going to send Lana to go ahead. She seems sick. What's going on? Oh, she's pregnant. Okay. Yeah, you can just go ahead and go to Canterbury, take care of that. Once we have that peace treaty, maybe have Harold spend a little bit of time over there. And then, yeah, because I'm not really concerned about taking them over. At least not until that trade route falls apart, because I don't really want to risk them hating us so much and not being able to make that trade. And then, let's see. Is Emma coming back home? Is she already home? Where is she? No, she's still in Rome. Okay, so now she has finished this trade route, and 8 tools for 340, which is 42 per item. That is absolutely perfect. I think we get almost like half of that when we sell them, yeah, to the trader. Okay. And we will go ahead and ransom this hostage for 284. Okay, and we have concluded this peace treaty, which is great. It's only a plus 25, though. I don't even think that's really... Should we do an offering? Yeah, we'll have Lana do an offering. Okay, so now it's only minus 16. Should we send them 7 more? That's basically all of our medical salves. We have 4 people that need them. Okay, so we can't do that. But we can send Harold. We could send Harold. I really want to make sure our relation is good enough here. I don't want to risk a bad flesh wolf hunt, so we'll just send him to spend time. And hopefully that will be good enough. I don't think it's going to be, though. Okay, now our relation with Zivka has increased. We've sent Lad of Lad home. Now it actually shows him right here, leaving the settlement. So I guess he was there the whole time, or he was hidden, or something. Something weird was happening there. Now, unfortunately, Harold has a really bad mood right now. He wants Lad of Lad to die, which is hilarious. he was actually going to murder him. That's not going to happen now. What else is making him so upset? Mild fatigue, desire, shame for sins, and being insulted, of course. This is by far the worst penalty in the game, I feel like. Like, being insulted and then just being so depressed because of that is insane to me. I mean, being insulted is never fun. I don't think it causes people normally getting insulted once and then having a complete mental break, but whatever. Now, we do have Emma coming back home, so we're going to actually go ahead and set up our army now. Galindos, we'll send him with a Auden, and we'll keep like 5 or so people back in case this bandit camp decides to actually attack us. I don't think it will, but just in case. And we are going to send probably mostly axes. And I guess we'll have to send the swords because they are more effective overall. I would send bows, but hopefully York just takes care of the defensive bows. And hopefully this is a big enough army. I really don't know if it is. Usually Marauders have a ton of soldiers, so they have 16. This should be 29. Okay, it should be enough. I just wish we could actually see where on the map they're coming from. But whatever the case, request for assistance, and we will send him over. And hopefully this will be enough to keep York in our kingdom. Okay, now since we are going to be sending Harold away, he's leaving the settlement now, and it is the beginning of the workday right now. We're going to take Harold off of this for the day. Now, each instruction is going to be 1 paper, I believe. I don't remember exactly. Each instruction issued is 1 paper, so that's going to be a lot of paper, even just for this short amount of time that he's gone. But it looks like London has sent this army to actually attack us, and it is 10 soldiers. Okay. So we're just going to attack them on the way, I think. I don't even want to deal with this right now. So, should we have... Hold on, actually. Let's see here. I don't think we're able to actually... Yeah, we can't actually do it here. Okay. So, we're just gonna, yeah, send this to attack, and we will have Lincoln come with us. Actually, no, we can't do that. Okay, I need to actually undo that because... Okay, that's good enough. Because then we would have to rendezvous with them, and it would take some time. So we'll just go ahead and send and just attack them this way. And hopefully... Well, yeah, we should be totally fine with that, honestly. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and take Lana off of this because it doesn't look like anything is outdated as far as instructions go. We need 3 workers for the open jobs. So once we get rid of these prisoners, we will actually have quite a bit of open jobs, unfortunately. But either way, we got this battle now, and quite a bit in our favor, so this works for us. Now, just go right on in, and we're going to try to have Galindo stay in the back this time. Hopefully I don't click the wrong thing. And everybody's well armored. Wow, somebody's armor got destroyed by 1 single arrow. That was a heavy armor, too. Not a huge fan of that. Volomir only has a dagger. He's only unconscious. He will actually survive, but he lost his hand. Incredible. And pain and shock. Severe bleeding, of course. There we go. Shouldn't keep messing with us, London. It's actually getting kind of annoying, I have to say. So that took out most of their people, and we should have that guy prisoner of theirs. And yeah, so let's go ahead. I actually don't know if anybody here got too injured. Probably not, since all their armor is fine. Maybe this guy, but I think we can risk losing 1 guy. These marauders still aren't in the area, though. It usually takes a few days, but I don't really want to risk getting back home and then it's all the way over here, so we're just going to go ahead and send them over now. And now, looking at our mercenaries, we have 1 Caden there that we can hire. Do we have any loyalists that are worth hiring? I think we're going to try to stop doing this, though, because even if they're a good combat skill loyalist, I would prefer them to have the productivity boost and just stay in the actual production cycle. So we can take these prisoners, though, that are bandits. I guess they do still have the knife icon. I totally forgot about that. So at least we do know that. So we can just take these 3. We have the fresh start knowledge, so they will actually be okay as far as that goes. They're still not the best warriors, I don't think, but at least they are something. Okay, now looking back at Canterbury, they are still quite upset with us. It looks like Harold is able to spend time with them, but yeah, they really don't like us. But this, hold on. Zivka has been weakened, and now, okay, so this is just for the Marauders, and we still can't see where they're coming from, so we'll have to see. Oh, wow. Oh, no. So that didn't work out. Now they hate us even more. What can we do about this? I guess we could just start the trade route again, right? We would want Emma to do it. But they'll probably just end up canceling it again. That's super annoying, too, because they want swords, but they just won't accept them from us just because they don't like us enough. It's kind of crazy to me. Well, that puts us in a very, very tough spot. The Marauders are finally on their way as well. Yeah, I don't know if I should even start this. I'm surprised it even lets me, because, as you can see, like, if we go to Lincoln, they don't like us enough. But for some reason, we're able to start this one in Canterbury. Is it because of the peace treaty? I don't think the peace treaty is supposed to make a difference here. No, we have a peace treaty with Lincoln as well. I have no idea. This has to be a bug. And the only way we can really improve our relation now is just to continuously offering to them. Which is a +5. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, you know what? We have the paper, so let's just go ahead and try to start it again and just see what happens. Now with Harold back, we'll go ahead and put him back on the Chancellery. And it doesn't look like anything has a breakdown, so everything should be okay. The coal furnace has also been fixed, and we'll just go ahead and start the final upgrade there, because we need to make sure we always have a ton of coal anyways. We'll set this up to 250. Okay, so we started this trade route again. It increased our relation by 10. City budget of the partner will increase, and the population of their city will grow by 1 inhabitant per transaction. Okay, and we're getting 182. I think that is about the same as it was last time. Hopefully they just don't cancel it so quickly this time. And I guess it doesn't matter if they do. We have quite a bit of money, so I'm not even that worried about losing that paper if that happens. I would just, of course, I would prefer to sell the swords that we keep making. We have 32 of them, so I would prefer to sell them. But it's okay, I guess, if that falls through. And nobody... Wow, look at that. They're all macaws. Every single one of them. That's hilarious. Now we are just waiting for these Marauders to get here, and that will probably be it for the episode. Mask of Shame. Wow. Our messenger has the Mask of Shame. That's hilarious. And, yep, it already fell through. And this guy didn't even make it there, so he doesn't have the money. Nope. Well, that's to be expected, honestly. And we can just keep, yeah, we can just keep trying it. So, yeah, this is bugged out. Hopefully they fix that. Okay, so since we are not going to be able to make the trade route, and there is nothing else that we can really do, I guess we'll just keep making swords, and we'll just keep selling them to the trader. I guess that's all we can really do. And what we'll do then, we'll set this to do until 50, and we'll do the same on axes. So we would like to just keep those relatively even, and we'll do until 10 on each of maces and spears, so if we do get below those amounts, we can just have a little bit. And shields, we want... What's our current force in total? What is it, like 20 or something? So we'll probably want 40 shields, 40 heavy armors, maybe even a little bit more heavy armors so that we can sell some of them. And that's probably going to be all we need to really do there. We don't really need that much flavorful ale. We'll take that down to 8. And that is pretty good on everything here, I think. Yes, okay. And tools, that's good. Alright. So we're just waiting for these Marauders to get here, and that is probably going to be the last thing we do in this particular episode. Okay, apparently Harold has a desire to see his loved one. We're gonna wait until the end of the day, I think. Has he got any sleep? This is gonna be a nice thing once the update comes to the main branches, that you don't have to deal with needs quite as much. His sleep is good. His mood's okay, but I do want to send him to hang out with Teleron. I think he's from Norwich. Yeah, so we can just send him over there. But I want to make sure he's doing his work first. That's more important. It says charging with paper is required. I don't know why. He has the talent, so should not be necessary. Okay, so they are just about here. It looks like they have 4 axemen and 10 bowmen, so these guys are probably going to get absolutely wrecked. They don't even have... They do have a shield, and I think that's the light armor. It's hard to tell, but I think this should be pretty easy for us. Okay, so let's go ahead and, yep, they are absolutely going to get dominated here. We can probably just kind of wait right back here so that their bowmen don't actually have good range on us. And for the most part, they're going to have to get through this wall, and they're probably going to run right through. Yep, okay, let's go ahead and get in there then. Don't let them... Oh, careful not to get burned. Alright, stay in the back. I did it too late. That's okay. This should be pretty easy now. Oh man, actually, they are doing some pretty serious damage to us. Okay, we got it. Alright, there we go. That was a little dicey at first. Hopefully we didn't... we lost one. I think that was probably ours. Only captured one. Defeated the Marauders. And Zivko will save his village. Yep, no problem. Okay. What's our relation now? 57. That is great. And what we're going to do, since we lost all those other trade routes, it may be best to just go ahead and start a trade route here with York. It'll continue to improve our relation with them. So we're going to go ahead and we'll start that. We'll just probably start in the next episode. And Lincoln, we need to really fix our relationship with them. And we need to also start taking care of these bandit camps, which we were going to do, but of course, other things happened. So we'll just go ahead and... Which one's most important to take out? We'll just take this one out on the way. 92%. Yep, that'll be easy. Okay, so that is going to be it for this episode, and doing pretty good. We have 6,000 gold, which is absolutely amazing. We don't really have a whole lot we can do with it at the moment. It's kind of the only real issue. But we'll just keep building up our army when we're able. In fact, let's take a look here. We have plenty of Caden. We have plenty of Caden. Total number. They don't have great mood. So maybe I'll hire a few of these, but just like the really, really strong ones. They'll be super expensive, but at this point we can deal with the expense. So we'll just hire a couple of these guys. But we want to get the best bang for our buck as far as their culture, so we'll probably just hire these 3, and that'll make us quite a bit stronger. And then we just need to keep waiting for more Cadens to come through so that we can actually hire those. But either way, that is going to be it for this episode, so as always, I thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our Unholy Horde playthrough on the channel. And in the last episode, well, we started to focus a little bit more on trade with the new kingdom of Madrid that we finally connected to after some regional dominance here in our own area. And I actually have some plans and things to go over. So basically, Harold, I think we are going to probably send him over to Norwich to spend some time with Teleron because he has some depression issues. And that's why I actually decided to wait until the workday was over to start, so we could do that right away. We also have this battle. We'll go ahead and pause so we don't waste any time there. And now, what I've basically considered here is we have a chance that Lincoln could end up getting cut off from us, and if that happens, we'll also lose York, and that will get rid of all of our gains that we have made. So I think what our plan is we're just going to take Canterbury. They hate us anyways, so it doesn't really affect us there. We've lost the trade routes. So it may actually be better to just conquer them and get that out of the way. And they have the aggression against a neighbor debuff to our mood right now, or to our opinion. So potentially if we take them over, we can actually get that down a little bit, since we won't be attacking their neighbors anymore, since we'll all be neighbors. And the only other person that we would attack that is their neighbor is maybe London, although they are so weak at this point, I think we will just let them throw themselves at us if they feel like it. And we'll just take them out that way. And otherwise, we may even try to take Norwich at some point. they have a decent like to us, and of course Harold and Teleron are on relatively decent terms. Harold really likes Teleron anyways. And we are going to take out this camp of forest bandits, of course. And we still want to go and take this one out. I really want to take this one out. The issue is, since we're going to be attacking Canterbury, we need our forces. And actually, because of this, as you can see, there are 25 of them. We only have, I think, about 20 soldiers right now. Maybe a little bit more. 21. So what I think we're going to do, I know I said I wasn't going to hire more loyalists, but right now, we, for the first time, have some unemployed because we have a little bit of prisoners and are up above 80 peasants right now. So I'm just going to go ahead and hire this guy. I don't think we have any others that we can hire right now. Well, you know, any that have the combat skill that we actually want. So we're just going to hire that guy, and hopefully before too long we can get more mercenaries so that we can go ahead and go and attack Canterbury. Now, if this doesn't refresh by maybe tomorrow, yeah, maybe by like tomorrow at midday, then I may just go ahead and hire a couple more of these macaw ones, just to bolster our forces a little bit. Right now it's showing that we have an average of 8 combat skills, so if we can even push that up a little bit, we should probably be fine. I mean, honestly, we should be fine against Canterbury right now anyways, but I would like to bolster our forces so we don't actually take any losses against them. That would be preferred. And then we are going to start this trade route as well against York, but we are with the trader right now, so we are going to wait until we finish trading, and then we'll send Emma off to do that. Okay, so Harold was spending some quality time, hint hint, with Lana, so we are going to go ahead now that they are done there. Oh, it looks like Teleron is actually Venice, in Venice right now, which is all the way up here. I didn't realize that. Okay, in that case, he can't really spend time with Teleron. We aren't connected to them either, so we're just going to go ahead and hit this, this camp of forest bandits instead. And there's only 2 of them, so not much that we need to really worry about. I didn't even realize we still have those 2 people who are in pain and shock. Let's actually take a look here. Pain and shock, so they just have, like, minor cuts and burns. And this one does need to go home so that we can get rid of that infected wound. But we're just going to quickly take these guys out, not even going to worry about any commands or anything. And that was, of course, quite easy. And we captured 1, which is actually good. We can definitely use a little bit of prisoners right now, and we'll just quickly attack this one now as well. Okay, so here we are at the trader, and as you can see, look at this, we've got 466, so our tributes are actually still making up for our total taxes, it seems like. So if we go here, tax on warriors to be paid is 445, but let's see, I think ours is actually 240 per day, and I don't actually know, is there an easy way to check exactly what your daily, let's see, amount is calculated daily and accumulates until the arrival of the caravan. So tax per day is 132 and 98, so what is that, 230? Yeah, oh, it says right there, 230 per day, and that, yeah, so that is just about covering our tax, in total, which is pretty great, actually. We're going to sell a few of these daggers, and I guess we're going to have to start selling a little bit of our swords to the trader, because I have no idea how long it's going to take us to be able to make another trade route for that. We'll sell some of these tools while the price is increased. There we go, until it drops from 35 is good. And we'll keep these for the moment. And former bandit, we'll keep you 2 so that we can actually put you into our army, and we'll just sell these 2. And otherwise, I don't think there is really anything we need to sell here. We don't really need too many spears, so we'll just sell those until we have 10. We only really need maybe like 5 bows and crossbows, and otherwise we're probably going to keep everything else here. We'll buy a little more paper, we'll buy more flour, more rye, and let's see, how are we doing on supplies? Doesn't look like we have any beer. We do have some moonshine, but I wouldn't mind just buying a little bit of beer. We can't buy the hops because, well, price is too much increased. And I may even just buy moonshine just to have a nice stock of it. We are doing really good on money, so there's no reason to hoard it, really. Now, I don't think there's anything else here we really care about. The only other thing maybe is Tenea paper. Special composition protects all your books from burning in case of a library fire. But we're just going to try not to actually have our library catch on fire. I think everything else here is good. We'll pick up some more shields. And otherwise, we're probably just going to call it there. We're still getting 450 back. We'll actually buy these holy rings as well. Yes, I think that's good. And 6,000 gold. Wow, that is incredible. Is there anything else here, just last minute? I mean, I guess we could just buy some meat, just to have a little bit of meat. We don't even need to sell it. Let's make sure it's not being sold. Nope. And go to the market. Do not sell meat. And we only have one market, right? Yes. Okay. So that looks good. Let's take a look at... So for swords, we probably want to be making around 75 of them now, actually. Because we do still want to keep selling them. Axes are fine at 50. Spears, maces, that's fine. Medical salves, we may want to push this up because we are going to be starting a trade route potentially. Or probably. And shields 50. And everything else, maybe a little more steel. We are getting pretty high on that amount. And otherwise, everything else here looks pretty good. So, back to the finance. I think we're going to start paying our warriors just a little bit more. They don't have the greatest of moods. And actually, I would like to make another market and allow the warriors only to buy meat. Would actually be quite good. I actually don't know what's considered a good price right now. 9. Okay. So we'll probably do that. We'll probably make another market just so our warriors can actually pay for meat if they feel like it, and they'll be making a little bit more money. Now, everything else here I think is okay. Prices, yes, okay. And we're not going to be paying any unemployed, although if we start to get a lot of unemployed, we may start to do that because the unemployed are the most likely to become vagabonds, so you don't really want them to be super upset, but right now it's probably okay. So we're going to go with all of that for right now, and we actually have the dog merchant now, and that is 10 rings, and we're going to have Harold buy that because he's a little depressed. Not super bad, but pretty bad. So we want him to have that dog. That'll be nice. And then he can actually play with his dog to increase his mood a little bit further, which is always quite nice. He's already playing. I don't know if I can just do that again. That's a good little way to actually increase his mood and everything, so he won't have to deal with going and seeing Teleron right now. So anyways, we are done with the trader and everything, so we're gonna send Emma off to take care of this trade route. And we'll just do it for the medical salves. And yes, that looks... How many did it say though? Per day, 11. Okay, we don't really have 11. And I didn't even check. I should probably check really quick. Take a look. Goes to trade. Okay, yeah. We need the 25 relation. Okay, so we can't buy those. Let's make sure she is heading off. She is, okay. And otherwise, the only other thing is to finish off this trade route, and finish off this bandit camp, and still don't have anybody else we can hire, unfortunately. Now, why we have those 2 prisoners, but they're not showing up here? I wonder if that means they're injured? Well, let's see if we can't find them. I hope they're trying to... Oh, they're escaping. Okay, we'll see if they actually manage to. It looks like that one is going to escape. Yeah, nobody's even trying to keep him. Alright, what about the other one? Come on, I want to actually bring them into our army, if possible. Come on, get them. I didn't mean like that. I didn't mean get them, like kill them. Good grief. Alright, well, let's go into this bandit camp then. I guess we will not be getting either of those 2 into our army, which is rather unfortunate, but we'll live. We'll survive. Let's go ahead and get over there. And we're gonna actually hit stay in the back on this one. There we go. Doesn't even... Yep, we did not even lose a single person there. And we captured 3, which is pretty good. We're gonna get home now. Yep, Teleron no longer has any grievances. That's right, I forgot that they did not like having that bandit camp there. We've taken care of that, and Norwich is happy about it. Nice to see. Now we're gonna get home, and we're just gonna let everybody kind of, you know, replenish their strength and everything. We have one person that's got an inflamed wound. We still don't have anybody we can hire yet. Wait, hold on. Oh, okay. So 2 of those people we just captured, we can actually just hire straight away, and we're just gonna go ahead and do that. Alright, so we're gonna let everybody kind of replenish and everything. Why is this broken down? Seriously, another breakdown? That's 10 tools. We'll take care of it, though. And I may start to finish out these walls as well. We don't have a whole lot of wood, but we do have a little bit, but I may start to think about doing that anyways. But for the moment, we're just going to let everybody heal up, and we will get prepared to go and attack Canterbury. Now, another thing, we do have some unemployments. We may as well unsuspend the work here. And we'll do for, what, 3? I guess we'll just do all 4. They're not on priority anyways, so it's not really the biggest of deals. And we're going to set these over to the Chancellery. There's no real need to have okay, there's only a max of 25, that's fine. Lana can take care of those too. And if we need to, we can always move one of them off. Now, on another note, I didn't even realize we have a whole ton of heavy armor, so next time we're at the trader, I am going to probably sell a little bit of those. We do have this trade route now executed, and it looks like some marauders are attacking Madrid. That's not very many of them. Yeah, there's no way they're going to win that. I don't know why they just refuse to attack this bandit camp either. But, you know, that's their prerogative, I suppose. Okay, so this is interesting. I guess this is kind of, in a way, the end of the series that we were actually planning to do. The Unholy Horde has left the lands of Norland. Yeah, I think that is kind of strange. I know way back in the earlier stages of the game, the Unholy Horde would just kind of wipe the entire map, and, you know, if you're relatively close to where they came from, which was always the same spot, then they would conquer you pretty quickly. But I think this is, I mean, what's the point of playing the Unholy Horde if, because they actually spawn about as far away as possible, and apparently they can't even beat the AI enough to ever make it to you. So, well, that is kind of unfortunate, I have to say. I was hoping that we could actually stage a final fight with them. Now, I did know that supposedly day 60 was when they finally disappeared no matter what. But I didn't know if that was actually 100% or what. But it does seem that the Unholy Horde is gone. So the main challenge of this series appears to just have vanished. But that's okay. I mean, we do have this Madrid kingdom that we can still deal with. I don't know how they got so powerful with the Unholy Horde at their necks. Maybe that's why. But otherwise, just taking a look around, and we don't really have anybody else who's very strong. Arden's okay, and Madrid. But otherwise, we'll probably end up steamrolling. And I talked about this kingdom being stable. Not anymore. Not anymore, it is not. So, honestly, we don't really need to conquer over to Rome right now because it won't even get us this full kingdom. So we may just end up going for Norwich now and take care of them, and then we'll have access to that Green Kingdom. And yeah, we'll have to see though. Okay, and we do have a few more mercenaries and actually some more bandits that we can hire into the army as well. And we'll hire these Caden ones. That one's a very strong Caden. And we don't really want to hire this Tanea one, I don't think. Actually, our Tanea numbers are not half bad. Okay, we'll hire this one just because he's so powerful. He is going to add a lot onto our taxes. What's it actually say? Yeah, so it is showing. I wish this tax tooltip would actually update based on that minus 30% we have. A little annoying. So that's like 13 or 14 taken off, so it's actually more like 34, I think. So we'll just go ahead and take them. And we already have a few macaws, but I think we can take one more. I think that'll be okay. And that's all we're going to take for the moment. Now, Galindos has a desire for intimacy, and to be quite honest, I don't want him to just go around, you know, bribing the peasants to take care of this. We're just going to have him marry Emma, and maybe they will actually, you know, take care of that issue themselves. It looks like they're going to go ahead and do that now. So hopefully they can just take care of that together, and Emma, she is probably not going to last a whole lot much longer. She is 70 years old at this point, so she will probably die soon, and then Glindos can just get remarried. Now look at this, we've got Zivka actually came to visit with us. That is pretty cool. We're gonna have Harold spend a little bit of time with you. Okay, so here we are back at the trader, and we are probably gonna sell a few of these heavy armors. We have about 30 soldiers right now, so I only want to sell just enough for the market saturation. But we will go ahead and do that, and we'll sell a couple of these swords as well. Yeah, we'll just sell just over the market saturation then. And otherwise, we can't, I don't really want to spend that much on paper. We're already, well, we are getting a little bit of money back from them, so I guess it would be okay. Okay, I guess that's fine. And we do need flour once again, we need rye once again. We can actually buy the hops this time, and the beer. And we'll buy some holy rings. And I think that's probably all we're going to actually pay for right now. Yeah. And there's nothing really else to probably buy either, as far as knowledge goes. No, it'd just be like fast construction, which really isn't very good for us anymore. We don't really do a whole lot of constructing. So I guess this is probably all we're gonna do, so we'll be sending them 100, which is perfectly fine by me. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. Okay, and we can actually buy a little bit more shields, I guess, since we are not really, making them ourselves, and that still leaves us with 4,500, so I'm okay with that. Now, I think it's probably time to, we're not going to sudden attack, I don't think. I think that actually does irk, the matriarch a little bit more, if I remember right. Let's go ahead and go, so aggression. We are, of course, yes, I forgot. I did forget, we do have this peace treaty, so we will have to wait a little bit. How long do we have left on it? I have no idea, because it's not popping up the little tooltip here. Let's take a look here. Doesn't actually show the... Oh, I thought it would show the peace treaty thing here somewhere. But I guess it does not. Maybe if I reload the save, so I'm going to do that just so I can see how long this treaty is going to last. Okay, so that didn't fix it, but I forgot you can just go above the city here. And we have 7 days left, so actually, what we can do, we can go ahead and attack Norwich first then. And we're going to do aggression, I guess. I guess you have to do it. Wait, hold on. Threat of plunder, demand vassalage. Okay, so be -20 and then -9 with the matriarch. Versus -50 and -20 with the matriarch. So yeah, definitely it's better to give them notice so that they can choose to defend, which actually does make a lot of sense. We'll demand the vassalage then, and send Emma to do that, and in the meantime, we may as well go and attack this bandit camp, which will actually make Madrid not hate us quite so much, which maybe stops them from trying to attack us, hopefully. And we can actually, let's see what our success rates are here before anything, and we will send at least, we'll send basically everybody except for the few that are still arriving. So we'll send with the max amount of armors and shields, and mostly swords, because these are bandits. That looks good to me. 58%. So we'll go ahead. We don't really want to lose anybody if we can help it. We'll have York and Lincoln actually rendezvous with us on this, and we'll take care of that bandit camp with hopefully no losses. And then we'll probably take care of this one by ourselves on the way home. We will have to split the spoils here with York and Lincoln, since they'll be helping us. I didn't even realize, but London actually burnt the village here of Lincoln, and we can't attack it because it's yeah, wait until they were, yeah, okay. Let's actually see. So if we, I don't think we're able to. Oh, we are able to. Okay. You know what? We're just gonna attack them then. We're gonna try to attack them. Let's see. It says 4 hours. They're moving kind of quickly, though. I don't know if we're gonna be able to catch them. I don't know why it went back around this. A little bit strange. I think we can catch up to them. Just barely. Okay, so we did catch them, and we are, of course, gonna have probably no issues with this. I just hope we don't lose anybody. Or actually, hopefully nobody even gets really injured. What? Sleeping from exhaustion? Well, that's not good. We have no commander then, right now. Go ahead and just rush on in, and hopefully we can just take them out before... And, of course, 2 people surrendered immediately. Good luck with that. Cena died. Okay. Now, did any of these... It looks like they just surrendered. 1 actually escaped. That's not great. Okay, I was not really expecting Glindos to be passed out like that. Is there any way to look at him? Is he actually going to sleep while they're on campaign at all? Probably not, right? I don't know if I want a chance then going and attacking this. I guess we'll just have to go home for the moment. Now, I was just thinking about it, and we actually have exactly 84 peasant homes at the moment, so we should probably go ahead and create a few more, since we are starting to get above that number. And we're going to place some, probably, we can't place one here. What about over here? Kind of. Okay, we'll place one right here, and another right here, and we probably, oh, we can fit another one right here. And we'll place, we want to have some extras, so we're going to place a few more here. Can't place one there. We'll place another like that, and just like that. So that's 9 more, so 18. Gets us above 100 peasant homes, so that should be good for the moment. Teleron refused our... I don't know why I brought us all the way over here, but Teleron refused our offer and invites us to settle the matter by force. That's okay. I mean, you know, if that's what you guys want us to do. London, I wonder if they are going to partake here. Seems like they are not. Okay. So nobody's going to reinforce you guys, unless maybe some reinforcements coming from over here. We do have this bandit camp. We're just going to wait for Glindos to get home, and we're going to let him go sleep, and then we will go and attack Norwich. Okay, so he got home, and apparently he just slept on the way home because his sleep meter is mostly back up. His mood isn't too good, though, so I'm going to let him actually go and drink some beer, and hopefully that will improve his mood. And then we'll probably send him out to attack Norwich. Okay, so now since we do have some warriors that are a little bit above 15, I think our highest is 16 combat level, we're going to set this up to 20 now. And unfortunately, Glindos did not instruct it in time, but he's drinking beer right now, and his mood is actually really good. So we're going to go ahead and get ready for him. I don't know why Harold didn't... Oh, because he's still in an army. Oh, I'm an idiot. I forgot to take him out of the army. Well, he just fell out of it anyways. So let's go ahead and go to Norwich and just attack them. Do we want any help with it? I'm thinking no, because I would like to just have the spoils myself, honestly. And what's their army? I should probably check that. 22 with an average of 7 combat skill. So we should definitely at least match their numbers, probably a little bit more. And we're gonna try to do maybe 30. 30 should be fine, and we'll have a few left at home. Let's see what we actually have for armors. Okay, we should be good here. So we'll send the max amount of axes, and we will also send... We'll send 10 swords. We want the best possible attack force that we can. And that's 74%, so we should be perfectly fine doing this on our own. Okay, so here we are back at the trader, and we're just going to sell a few daggers. We'll sell a couple of swords as well. And we'll probably start to keep our heavy armors, because we don't have that many extra right now. And we'll sell a few tools, maybe. No, we'll just sell them in our trade routes. And otherwise, not really a lot we can do here, because the matriarch is a little upset with us. Not too bad, but they are a little upset. We'll buy the rye, we'll buy a little more hops, and the beer. And that is sending 800 at this point. That's honestly fine, I'm not too worried about it. And these books don't even seem to be changing, they always seem to be the exact same ones now. Otherwise, I don't think any of these are people we would hire, so we'll just get rid of them. We only really want, since we're getting so many loyalists, and I am not going to be hiring any more of our loyalists into our army anymore, we just want our loyalists to be the ones doing the work. We don't really want the prisoners to be doing that anymore. And otherwise, we'll take the paper. We do want to have paper. And otherwise, that's probably pretty good. Now, because our sword numbers are pretty good right now, I'm just going to go ahead and take this off. We want to get up to the amount of axes we would prefer. Actually, we only really need like 25 or something for the moment. But we don't really have enough axes for our army. Okay, so here we are at Norwich, and we are just going to jump on in. Apparently, Rata is the commander here. And there's only 10 in the main squad. This shouldn't be too difficult. I would like to wait for this to stop burning, but I think we're just going to need to get in there right away. And head on, okay. And hopefully they'll just kind of go around the fire this time. Maybe not. I'm not really sure. It didn't look like any of them got burnt. Hit stay in the back here. Okay. Rata's already dead, unsurprising. Yep, they did not really stand a chance there. Now we just need to get rid of some of these bowmen before they are actually doing a pretty sizable amount of damage to us. Why are they not? Nope. Yeah, they've actually taken quite a bit of us with them. But I do think that this is going to be a pretty good win, actually. 19, 18. Oh, Galindo's died. Oh no. Well, that's not what we wanted at all. So we need a new commander, and look at this. We have actually lost a lot of people. That's not good. So we lost 10, 2 escaped, but we did capture 6, and we do have a new vassal. So, and that didn't even cut off our trade route, and it improved our relations. So that is also good. Now, taking a look around, we are probably going to want to try to fix our relation with Constantinople or maybe Vienna, but I think Constantinople will be a little easier. That way we can actually get their rye. Athens, unfortunately, hates us, or we could get their, some of their herbs. But we could also sell to Vienna some heavy armor if we actually fix our relation with them. So this is probably where we are going to call it. And I really wish Galindo's hadn't died there. But we do have rings, so I guess we can just hire somebody else once they come around. And until then, hopefully that mercenary that we hired before is actually still available, because they are at least a decent commander. But that's going to be it for this episode. So, as always, I thank you very much for watching, and I will see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our Unholy Horde playthrough on the channel. And in the last episode, we had a little bit of issues, just mainly because I am an absolute moron who absolutely forgets just about everything. So we kind of went all around, and we weren't being very decisive. We were going to try to take over Canterbury, but I forgot about the peace treaty, and then we decided to end up going for Norwich. Now, unfortunately, Galindo's died during that encounter, and not only that, but I think we lost quite a bit of soldiers. Let's see, we have 21 here, we have 3 at home. I think we were like in the 30 or 32 range, so we definitely lost quite a bit. I wonder if I can actually send them. Let's just have them take care of this on the way home. I know we have a dead commander, but there's only 2 of these, and it would help our relation with the matriarch. Now, I could have sworn we started the repair here on the coal furnace, but it apparently doesn't go through the save data, or maybe it just broke down yet again. That's getting a little annoying. I may just make a second coal furnace, because we can't really afford to have no coal being made. Now, on another note here, we had another child, Velimir, and this actually happened, I think, like almost midway through the last episode, but we were dealing with other things, so I just kind of ignored it. Now, on another note, so we're going to obviously educate him and go to our knowledge and knowledge at risk training ground. So we may need to buy this book. I think the training ground will work okay without a person who has the knowledge. I'm not totally sure, but we're going to see. But he was also studying heavy armor, so we need to put somebody else on it. Otherwise, Emma, when she dies, will cause us to lose that. So we're going to put Lana on it, and otherwise, let's see. Oh yes, so I was talking about the Palisades in the last episode, and what we're going to do, I saw a video. I think it was either on the Reddit or maybe it was on the Discord, but either way, if you have a palisade that kind of stops, say, at a lake, then the invading army can actually just go around the wall. So I don't know if this actually applies to rocks as well. But as you can see, it's actually not letting me place here, which is rather annoying. I'm gonna see, can I do it like this maybe? Okay, yes, we're gonna try to do this. But what I'm gonna try to do, I'm okay testing it out. Oh, it's actually not gonna let me go around here either. Let's say, yes. Okay, so something like this then. And we'll just have to, oh really? Alright, so I'm gonna have to remove some walls, it looks like, and I'm gonna have to try to finagle this around and fix this. But either way, what we're gonna try to do is have the only place that we're actually using a rock as kind of a part of our palisade is going to be right here. And then when we eventually get attacked by something, hopefully, we'll see if they actually are able to go around the rock and the palisade. So I'm going to have to try to make these palisades go kind of through here-ish. And yeah, it's going to look really, really dumb. Definitely need to avoid this lake as well. And otherwise, let's see, what else do we need to do? Oh, yes. So we're going to just go ahead and I think we're just going to auto this. One escaped. That's not good. Well, we didn't get a prisoner either, but at least it helps us with the matriarch. So the next thing that we need to consider is trade. And I was thinking about trying to get these heavy armors sold, but we don't really have enough at the moment. And also, I think our main issue right now is to actually try and get more rye and more hops. Then we can make another mill potentially, and we should be able to get enough flour just by that. So I think what we're going to do, we're going to send Emma, if it'll let us. It's not going to let us. We need 10 flavorful ale. Wow, that is a huge offering, honestly. Is there any other way we can improve our relation with these guys? It won't even let us start a peace treaty because we're not, does not feel threatened. Turn the neighbors against him. Okay. So there isn't an immediate way that we can really improve our relation with them. Mirror Mirror is in Venice right now. Maybe we could do that then. Is this him? Does not regard us highly enough. Yeah, Vetch Beer will not actually let us. Let's see then. Is there another way we can do this? I don't think so. I really don't. I think the only way is to wait for him to actually get home, or we can try to send an offering. I think we have to wait for him to get home for that too. Not totally sure. So let's go ahead and go to our production, and let's increase the amount of flavorful ale. As you can see, we have a very, very nice amount of herbs. We have 98. And we actually have a decent amount of medical sales. Not too much, but enough. So we can actually definitely afford to do this, and we're going to try to go for maybe 50. Yes, that actually seems pretty good. And otherwise, we are waiting for the axes still, waiting for the shields still. Everything else looks pretty good, though, so we are just kind of waiting, and we're going to try to replenish our army a little bit, and we may try to take maybe Constantinople? That may be the next goal. Athens is the one who actually holds this kingdom, and if we take... Actually, it may be better to just take Venice. They really don't like us, though, so being Varn and us conquering them is probably not going to be good. What's our relation now with... Yeah, so as you can see, they didn't like us too much before. I think it was like +4, and now it's +24 just by them being our vassal. So it's actually quite a bit better, and I still can't hover over these. It must be a bug on like one of the new patches or something, because saving, reloading, and even completely closing the game, and of course, you know, it's 2 days later, and I'm still unable to hover over these, but either way. So the bride price is $496. I'm almost thinking about doing that with Emma because she is going to die soon, so maybe we wait until she's like on death's door and then send her to be somebody's bride. That'd be pretty hilarious. But either way, we just gotta kind of wait, I guess, and can't even really... What was it they wanted? I think they wanted medical cells? Yes. Should we do that? That gives Emma something to do, at least. We'll go ahead and do it and just see if we can't fix this relation with Canterbury. What's the peace treaty? 6 days. Yeah, so we'll just have to see. Okay, so I did get done with all this palisade stuff, and basically what you have to do, so I'm going to kind of show you. You actually cannot get within that one square of the rock. I'm not exactly sure why this is. Maybe it's just an engine limitation or something, but as you can see, if you try to do that, it'll give you X's. So even if you're not on the yellow square, that doesn't matter. You have to be one square over, and because of that, I had to do this kind of weird, zigzaggy, kind of far away from the rocks thing. I could have gone inwards right here, but then I would have had to move a barrack, so I didn't do that. And then as you can see, we just kind of go all the way around, and then this little weird thing happens just because of the lake, and we go all the way up over here, and we get ourselves another gate here, and another gate was... Oh, I thought I placed a gate here. Okay, maybe I removed it when I had to do more zigzagging. Let's go ahead and do that really quick then. And a gate just right about there, and connect it with the oh, actually, that's probably not the best place due to that rock. Let's go ahead and place it a little bit farther over. That should be okay. And then we can just connect this. There we go. And then we have another gate right here, and we connected these palisades over to the rock as well. So this should be okay. It's going to cost a whole lot of wood. Luckily, we do have a good supply of coal right now, so we could actually just... Well, the coal furnace is broken down, so it's actually not even necessary to change anything we're doing. Another thing we're going to have to start considering is that the mine is getting close to depleted, so we're going to go ahead and start the upgrade on that. And yes, we are in a place where we just need more lumber, really. And right now we have 69% of our forest cut down, so that's not good. We're probably going to have to start importing it. Is there anybody? So York is actually selling it. Okay. So what we're going to do, we're going to wait for Emma to get over here and do this offering to the King of Canterbury. And then we're going to go over to York and try to start this trade route for lumber. Okay, now some bad news because it looks like Till has died. He was 65, so I guess it's to be expected. Looks like it was just plain from being old. He was drunk at the time. So, you know, pretty easy way to go. Other than maybe dying in your sleep, I suppose, but close enough. Now, everybody is a little bit sad about it. Actually, are they sad? Death of a family member, that's just from Glindos. They don't actually care that Till's dead. But we will be getting a new priest, and I don't remember if that actually resets your relation with the matriarch. Hopefully it doesn't. I would prefer to keep the plus 13. Okay, so it looks like we did do that offering to the king, and it was a plus 5 only. So they're actually minus 43, which is kind of crazy. Insulted our partner. Attacking neighbors, dirty rumors, insulted. Aggression against a neighbor, of course. So once that aggression against a neighbor drops, I don't know how long that usually takes. Hopefully it's only a couple of days. So by the time that peace treaty is out, hopefully we'll just be able to attack them, and hopefully that will actually clear our relation a little bit, and then we can actually start to sell them swords again. But either way, we need to go to York now, and we're going to do this trade and buy lumber from them. Send Emma to take care of that. And is there anything else? We could get a little more lumber over here from Paris as well, or even sell them medical salves. The issue is we're already selling medical salves and we don't have enough right now. Let's actually take a look how we're looking. Where's our alchemy lab? 6 in the storage. We could probably expect maybe 3 more today, so yeah, not really enough to actually be selling. Let's go ahead and take a look at our army. Whoa, okay, wait. Hold on, why are these guys not getting... Oh, that's not good. We probably shouldn't have done that, but there's 35 hours, so it should be okay. We just probably need to... those have already... Okay, so we may have to take off the trade automatically and just do these ones manually, and not trade medical cells for the moment. We don't want our soldiers to die, and that's what, 2, 4, 6? Jeez, 7. 7, oh no. That is very not good. And we don't really have anybody we can hire at the moment either. We do have some prisoners. We'll be able to sell those at the trader if we get them to die, though. Okay, so we started this trade route, and we will be getting 45 lumber per day for only 68 gold, which is actually quite good. Okay, now as for Vienna, looks like Miramir is back home, maybe? No, he's not. Wait, hold on. Yes, he is. Hold on. So we go here. He just doesn't regard us highly enough, but we can fix that by offering to the king. And we do have the flavorful ale for this. We have 26 of them, so we'll send Emma. She's going to be gone for a while. Let's actually take a look at how her needs are going. It doesn't let us, that's right, when they're on the map. Okay, well, hopefully she sleeps on the road there and everything. And I guess we got ourselves a new priest. His name is London. Interesting. Let's see, did this fix... Okay, actually our matriarch relation is quite good now. We can actually start to buy herbs from them. But we have tons of herbs, I'm not sure if we really need to. We're gonna have Emma stop back home because I do want to make use of the trader today. And who is this Perilous? Okay, so he is Tanea. He's decent at combat, not as good as I would like, but I think we're gonna have to hire him anyways. We just may not give him an actual title yet. Okay, so we did hire Perilous, so he is now a part of our, well, our city. He's not a part of our family, but we will have him for 10 days, and then we'll need to actually decide if we're going to give him a title or not. Hopefully we will just decide by the end of this episode. I'm just hoping we'll get another visitor. But either way, we have the trader now. We're going to go ahead and sell some daggers. We'll probably just keep our swords now so that we can stock those up. For a trade route, hopefully. We're going to basically try to save all of this stuff. We'll sell some crossbows because we don't really need them. We'll buy... Wow, look at all those holy rings. I almost think that... Should we just buy them all? That's 40 holy rings. We're going to do it. And we're going to buy a little more paper. We'll buy the flour. We'll buy the beer. We're doing good on alcohol, but we'll buy a little bit more. This is using up a lot of money, I'm aware. But it is worth it, I think. I don't even think we need the temple book, do we? No, really no reason. And I think all of this we can just sell. And that gets us down just under 4,000. That's not too bad. Everything else I think we're just going to leave as it is. I wouldn't mind buying a little bit of herbs, but I would rather just do trade routes for those at this point. So we're just going to go with what we have here, I think. Yes, I think that's okay. So now we're going to go ahead and send Emma off over to Vienna and give them an offering. Okay, and it does seem that everybody has used their medical cells, which is great as well. So are we ready to maybe do some more attacking? Do we want to maybe take Venice? Seems like the move. It looks like this kingdom is still a little broken up, but I guess Florence is now a part of Madrid. So if we connected right here and right here, then we probably wouldn't even have to worry about this kingdom much anymore either, and it would just be Madrid that we'd be needing to go after. That may be the plan. Might be the plan. Okay, so we did this offering to the king, and that is plus 14 here with Vienna, and that is minus 13 overall. Let's see, can we do another one? That'd be another 10, of course. Will that actually give us another full plus 15? Should we just maybe spend time? I don't know, we're gonna, since Emma's right here, we're just gonna see if that actually helps us much. And I think I've decided, I think we are going to take over Venice, but we're going to, I'm just a little worried because attacking their neighbor will tick off Vienna again. But I think we're gonna have to do it all the same. So let's go ahead and see what this actually gets our relation to first. So it's gonna only be another plus 10, so that's not really enough for the trade route. We need to be minus 0, or well, 0, of course. And maybe just having them as our exact neighbor will... what is that penalty exactly again? What was it again? Attacking neighbors... Well, it's definitely more than 8. Let's go ahead and say. We'll give them enough time, and... Is any of these guys really... Yeah, that's right. Athens is actually pretty powerful. Okay, so... If we attack them, Athens is probably going to end up helping. We could attack them suddenly, but I don't really like the idea of that. Wow, that is a 10 average as well. Okay, I guess we can't really do it yet. I don't really want to start attacking Madrid just yet. We don't really have the forces. They have, wow, getting close to 100 now. And let's take a look and see if we can hire anybody. We'll hire this guy. We'll hire, let's see, what are we looking like? We can definitely hire another macaw. Hire 2 more macaw. And we'll hire this 3rd one as well. And that will at least get us some strong forces again. And we really just need to keep building up, I guess. So we'll go ahead and send Emma to do 1 more of these. And that should get our relation stable enough to at least buy their rye. Okay, there it is. So we are finally neutral with them. So let's go ahead and start this trade route. Okay, so we did start this trade route, and it'll be just about 1.5 gold per rye, which is actually not as great as I would like. Maybe it would be better to just buy from the trader at that point, due to the cost of the matriarch's tax and just the amount of paper. But it is something, and it gets us a consistent amount. Now, unfortunately, we are dwindling on the amount of gold we have. We're going to set this back to trade automatically as well. I think that is where we are going to call it. So what we're going to do now, let's take a look, and we're just going to start attacking bandit camps again. Parallels can do that, and we don't really need all of our warriors to go. We just need Aouden can go, and we'll send just some of our strongest, maybe 8 of them. Yeah, 8. Okay. And we'll send them with heavy armor, of course. We'll send them with swords. And surprisingly, we don't have very many shields. But we'll send that, and that is where we're going to call it. So we're just going to be going around and attacking. We're going to be attacking as many bandit camps as possible. Now, what's going on here? Madrid is going to try to annex York. Huh. Okay, we'll have to do something about that. You betrayed your vassal. Wait, what? Hold on, what's going on here? They didn't even give us a notification about it. What just happened? They're planning to annex, and they didn't wait for our assistance. Okay, well that's something we're gonna have to deal with in the next episode. I don't see what's going on here. There doesn't seem to be... Oh, they're attacking. They're right here. 73? That is insane. Alright, I guess we're gonna lose York. There's not really much we can do about that at the moment. I'm not... Yeah, there's really nothing we could have done about that to begin with. I guess what we could do... Was there an attack icon there? I think there might have been. I think I may have just completely glossed over it with all else we were doing. Because what we could have done, we could have forced Lincoln and Canterbury. Or, well, Lincoln, at least, and maybe Norwich. And that would have actually probably given us enough to fend off this attack. What we could do... Let's take a look here. Yeah. 8%. Oh, no. Yeah, that's not going to be enough. Okay, well... I guess we will see. Before we end the episode, we'll let Paralos get out of the city. And he's only sending 8, of course, so... What is that going to give us? 20%? That's actually not terrible. I wonder how bad it will be if we sent our full force. I mean, it's an average of 11 combat skills, so... with a 9 commander. Yeah, I don't think there's anything we can do about that. And it's just too substantial of a force. I'm surprised they sent such a large force to attack York. Unfortunately, there's not a lot we can do, so that is where we're going to call it for this episode. And I guess we're just going to have to stock up money again and try to increase our army, and then we're going to have to get some revenge. We're going to have to get revenge on Madrid for sure. They still have that camp there. That's hilarious. But that's going to be it for this episode, so as always, I thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Winchester. And I can't even really call it the Unholy Horde playthrough anymore, because the Unholy Horde is no more. We didn't even get to face off against them at all, and unfortunately they are gone from the continent now. So it's just our Winchester. It's not even our Canute playthrough, because Canute died, and we are now with Harold as our ruler. But either way, in the last episode, we had York actually getting attacked here by Madrid, with a sizable number of, what, 70-something, 71 warriors. So that is gone. Hopefully we can keep these trade routes going, at least. But if not, then that's something we'll have to deal with. Now, I think what our goal right now, we're waiting for this peace treaty with Canterbury to fall through. I think it's 3-4 days, and then that'll fall through and we can take them over. We may take London as well, because they really, really hate us anyways, and they're going to keep being a thorn in our sides. And we'll need the vassal tribute as well, because we will be losing some of our vassal tribute from York. And that means we won't be paying off our taxes for our army just with tribute alone. So that'll be another plan. And finally, I think we will be taking Venice here, possibly in this episode. We may need to do a sudden attack on it. Let's see, plundering, make a vassal, so that'll be minus 50 with Vetchabor. Is that the guy from Athens? Who's Vetchabor? Oh, he's Venice. Okay. And then Volodymyr is Athens, and let's see how much they will hate that. Minus 25, okay. And only minus 20 with the matriarch, which really isn't that bad. Now, in the most recent beta patch, they actually said that they are going to lower the amount that that the matriarch actually hates when you attack one of your enemies, even when you do a sudden attack. So that would actually be quite nice. But either way, for the moment, we need to really just focus on our money stock. And so we are going to be attacking every single camp that we can find. That's why we're attacking this one here. And we will be there soon, and we'll take care of that. And then we'll take care of this one up here. Probably on the way back. Hopefully nobody gets too injured. And then we may even go take out this one by Madrid. I mean, it might be giving them problems, but they would actually like us a little bit more if we took care of that. And then we have one more here, and I think that's it. Oh, there's one here as well. And another here. Okay, so there are quite a few. So we will be taking care of those. And luckily we are still connected here to Madrid. Okay, so here we are at this battle with this bandit camp, and let's go ahead and just jump right on in. And let's go ahead and run right on in. And we're not going to protect or stay in the back or anything like that. Paralos really, I mean, if he dies, you know, he dies. We did just hire him, and we didn't put him into our family, and we're probably not going to. I would like to get somebody who is Caden, preferably. But if not, I mean, it's mostly, I'd prefer somebody who's just better at command. But for the moment, this is fine. It's fine for the moment. So we'll go ahead now. Didn't lose anybody there, so we'll go ahead and attack this one now. 75%, very good. And it looks like Paralos got the Lion's Soul nickname. Pretty good one. Okay, now unfortunately Emma lost heavy armor because of her age. We're going to go ahead and set up, we may actually just let shields be created instead. That's actually fine. And at the moment, Lana is actually learning heavy armor, so hopefully it won't take her too long to do that. Okay, this is quite interesting. So it looks like Rome is considering trying to defect here from Madrid. Still can't hover over these ones on the global map anymore. I don't know what happened there. But anyways, so Nova's relationship with Ozirkor, which is from Madrid, has completely deteriorated, and she is trying to take a stand and break free. So that's 24 soldiers. If I see them getting much in the way of reinforcements, it looks like Madrid is actually going to get reinforcements, though. So that isn't, I'm not too best pleased about that. And I don't know if anybody else is willing to actually side with them, but if it looks like somebody is, we may go and help them out as well. But at the moment, you know, it looks like it's an uprising that is a little bit doomed to fail. And here we are at our next bandit camp. We'll just jump right on in. I probably could just be auto-resolving these, but I notice that your odds of not losing somebody are a little bit better not auto-resolving, unless there's like 1 or 2 soldiers. Sometimes you'll like have some random guy just end up dying, and auto-resolving can help against that. But in these slightly more even number fights, usually it's better to just run in, get them done. We'll just speed it along. And as you can see, nobody got hurt. Doesn't look like anybody lost their armor either, which is great. So we could probably actually keep this campaign going. How's our mood? 99. That's perfect. Okay, so there's another one here already. Or, yeah, we'll take care of it. That's only 2, but how much total loot do we have? 275 and 6 prisoners. Not bad. Okay, so we'll take care of that. And then there is also these 2 up here that I think are still pretty low numbers. Yes, so we'll probably take care of those as well. And I really do hope that Rome gets some kind of reinforcements. I don't know, I guess it would only be Florence would actually be willing, and maybe these guys over here would be willing as well, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen so far. It would be nice though, because that would split off 2 of their vassals and probably make it so they aren't getting so much money. They have quite a bit of money right now. Okay, so just a quick little update. I went to the trader, but we don't really have anything that we needed to sell. But some good news is that our tribute is actually still enough to pay for our taxes. So I went ahead and just sent our tribute and they sent us like 25 gold extra in taxes. And on another note, we got a little bit more peasants through migration, and that means we have a couple of unemployed now. So I think we already have all these set back up. Yes, we do. So we need to figure out what we want to add. What would be a good thing to add? Maybe, probably not coal. We have enough coal. I guess we could upgrade our mine. We could set this to build first just to get that extra worker in the mine. And also the extra reserves. But otherwise, I can't really think right off the top of my head what would be good. Maybe another mill. I think I was already talking about getting another mill to deal with all this rye so that we have the amount of flour that we need at all times, but there isn't a place necessarily inside the walls at the moment. That is the only issue. Maybe down over here. I guess this would be fine. It would be a commute for some people, but we'll just place it there. That will actually help us a little bit. It's not, it's not critical, but it is something that we can do. Otherwise, I don't think we really need much else. So we'll just go with this, and if we keep getting more peasants, it's going to be difficult. We may just need to start making our... I guess we could just make our own rye fields instead of keeping rutabaga. The only thing we're using it for is moonshine. So that's what we could do instead, is add maybe... We'll do 1, 2... We'll do 2 for now. And I don't even know, is there enough room for another... Nope. But there is more room over here. So we'll do these 2 for right now, and I don't know, maybe we won't even keep this mill, but for right now at least, that's fine. We'll set this to build first as well. And we finally got our heavy armor back, which is good. So we'll set these back up, and we'll do until, I guess, 50, maybe 60. And now here we are at this next camp, and we're just going to auto-resolve this one. Nobody died, that's good. Hopefully nobody lost any armor or anything either. And we'll probably let them stop off at home. There's nobody else on this side of the map, so we'll just head on over to these ones, and we'll probably take out this one first. That'll probably be the first thing. Wow, there's another one over here. 4, 3. Yeah, these guys are just letting these bandit camps go. That's free money. We're gonna definitely take all of it. Okay, so we made it home, and we're gonna let everybody try to get a little bit of sleep. Let's see, Paralos. He's going to the temple, so I guess he's not even going to try to sleep. Did he sleep on the road? Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. It doesn't look like he really did. That's okay. I didn't even check this Pellerin guy, but luckily he was not very good because he's leaving. And now, let's see. We have 6 prisoners, 3,000 gold. I think what we're going to do really quick, we'll speed things up, and in the meantime, what we're going to do, we're going to set some even more roads up just to make things a little more efficient. I don't know if this is going to help too many people, but it might help some. And we have the extra money, so there's really no point in reserving so many funds right now. We're going to set those up, set road going that way, another road up this way. Oh, I think I actually misplaced that a little bit. That's okay. I'm not really too concerned. It's not really costing us that much money compared to what we have extra, and we're just going to keep doing this, go down like that, and across, and we'll do another road leading kind of down through here, just kind of like that, and up, and up. And I think I placed one little extra. We'll take that away. And I think that looks pretty good for the moment. Once this stuff gets built, I might finish out this road to get to the start of the work spot. But otherwise, that should be okay for the moment. And we still have 2,400. Okay, so just a quick check now through our mercenaries before we head out. We're going to hire this one, and we're going to save a little bit of money just because I want to make sure our taxes are actually rebounded or still being dealt with compared to our tribute. I don't want to end up spending like 200 per time we go to the trader. We'll go ahead and just not hire this combat 14 one for the moment. We're going to go ahead now and attack this bandit camp. And we could, of course, send Norwich and Lincoln with us, but I'm not really trying to share the loot with them right now. Not wanna. Paralos. And we're going to have to send pretty much most of our army here, at least all of the really strong ones. We'll send a couple extra, and we'll keep the rest here. Hopefully Madrid doesn't take this opportunity to attack us. That would be really, really bad for us. We'll send mostly swords, since these are bandits that we're going to be dealing with. And do we have enough shields in there? We do. Well, we have 10. It's only saying 58%. I don't really love that. I don't really want to chance this being with heavy losses, so we'll go ahead and send just a few extra. That's still probably not going to be very good, though, and this gives our enemies a chance to attack us for sure. So hopefully this works out. And we'll go ahead and send that now. Now it says 70%, so that's actually perfect. Maybe a couple of people just weren't being included in that calculation, because I really don't think 3 guys would have made a huge difference to that, but take a look at this, and I guess we lost a trade route. Which one was that? Telleran. That's Norwich. Okay, so that was for the rye, I believe. But it looks like it just ended. I didn't actually read that message. I should have. Okay, so we should be okay to just restart it then, right? Because I do want that rye. Okay, we'll just restart it and see what happens. Okay, and something I just noticed, London is actually offering us a peace treaty, so that would be 700 gold. So we're gonna have Emma accept that, actually, because I don't mind holding a peace treaty with them for a while. It'll stop them from bugging us, and it might even stop them from being our mortal enemy. That would also be kind of nice, and then we might not even have to take them over, which would be fine by me. I'm not really too interested in actually taking them over, because I feel like they're going to end up being an unruly vassal anyways. I would rather take, you know, Canterbury and London and York are back in an alliance, which just cut us off from Madrid. That's terrible. So I wonder, I know usually attacks on cities will fall through if they end up out of bounds, but so far this one seems to still be going, so we're not going to cancel it, and hopefully it just sticks around. Now what's going on here? Okay, I guess, yeah, I have no idea exactly how this happened, but, you know, it works for us. This actually makes things a lot easier, because what we can do now, we can just say no to this peace treaty, and we can actually take York back, which I think is what we're going to do. We could demand their vassalage. It will kind of tick them off, and that may end our peace treaty. Let's see, it'll be -20 with Zivka. That seems worth it, though. That does seem worth it. Now, of course, if we end up having to attack them, London may join in, and that would be fine. Did we, Yeah, we already started that trade route, okay. We'll go ahead and send Emma to demand their vassalage, and hopefully they actually will accept that. And then we can get Canterbury and York back. That would be great. Now, as for this beta guy, he's entertaining the people. I thought he was the minstrel for some reason, so I was going to hire him to get us more loyalists, but that is not necessary. Okay, so we challenged the authority of Zivka, and we'll soon receive a response, hopefully. And hopefully they will just capitulate, because they have no army. London can't really stand up against us either. And even when you include Canterbury together, I think we would probably beat them, because we have a much stronger army. There are a lot of people here, though. So, it looks like they're going to reinforce. Let's actually see. We could have attacked them. I wonder if we should try to send well, no, they're going to make it in time. We might have been able to catch them if we were still over here, but we'll just have to let those reinforcements get there. 7 is pretty terrible, though. I was expecting them to send a little more than that. And it looks like we can actually finish this attack. That is great. Wait, hold on. What happened to the numbers? Oh, it is. Oh, okay. The numbers are right. Okay. Well, let's see. Look at that. This is going to be fun. Alright, let's see. Should we try to protect Perilos this time? Just because, well, I don't really know. I don't think there's really a reason to actually try to save him, honestly. We'll just let him go. This shouldn't be much of an issue for them. We might lose a couple, though. Let's see, it doesn't look like we are so far. Nope. Okay. and it's pretty much over now. I don't even think anybody lost their armor. Nope. Okay. Well, that is great. So 24 dead. Or 24 stayed alive. So 675 and 10 prisoners. That is perfect. That is absolutely perfect. Now, I've actually changed my mind, and I think we are going to go ahead and hire this guy, just to make our army that much, that little bit much stronger, and we'll probably hire all of these bandits that we have. Yes, we're going to hire every single one of them. And we're not going to hire loyalists anymore. We're just going to keep them. I think I already mentioned this in the last episode, but we're just going to keep all of them for the production boosts. And this gives us a pretty solid army. In total, 32 soldiers, so I'm happy. Hopefully these guys don't get lost. I can't... Okay, there they are. Alright, so apparently you can make an attack still on a territory that is no longer connected as long as you already sent that attack, which is good to know. Venice, I want to actually attack them soon. How's Athens doing? 55, that's pretty strong. But how many of them would they actually send to reinforce? That is kind of the question here. Now, what's going on? Oh no, please not. Okay. They want Lantissi to die? Who even are you? From Norwich. Are you the wife? Or the child? Looks like you might be a child of Teleron? Let's see. Lantisa. I guess not. Let's see. Lantisa. Nope, okay, they're not related or anything. I'm just gonna expel her. I don't really want to deal with the murder. So that could make them dislike us a little bit. We'll just have Lana do it. Okay, now I don't think we're producing any weapons because we actually have all of what we've asked for. We're gonna set our axes up to 60. We want to get about 60 of them. We want to keep 10 spears, 10 maces at all times, and we'll try to keep 20 swords. And everything else here seems okay. I wouldn't mind dropping the flavorful ale amounts because I don't really need to send them as gifts anymore. We just want to keep just the amount for our lords. And otherwise I want to be mostly making medical salves because I would like to be able to continue this trade, honestly, and right now it's currently just being wasted, I think. I don't think we're even able to send very many of them. And finally, wait, Canterbury. Hold on. Was that not Canterbury's peace treaty? Okay, well, York joined us. I don't even know which peace treaty that was, actually. And, okay, Emma is now in senile dementia. Okay, should we try to send her as a wife? Pride price off. I wonder if it'll let us. Does not regard us highly enough. Okay, that's to be expected. Let's see, is there anybody else? What about you? We send you. Oh. Okay, so there's no one to actually send her to yet. But we'll keep an eye on that because that would actually be pretty funny if we can get like 1,000 gold or something out of sending our dying mother away. But now we finally have access back to Madrid, and hopefully they don't just immediately attack us again. They really hate us, even though we just attacked one of their bandit camps for them. Attacking their neighbors, competitor for influence, child's deadliest enemy. Wow. Yeah, so they really don't like us. But either way, that's actually kind of funny too. I guess we took York back in time for these trade routes not to actually fall apart, which is also quite good. And we already made it back over here, but we're going to go ahead and go attack this bandit camp. There's no need to go back home just yet. Okay, so now we are having a little bit of a production issue because Harold doesn't want to go and do inspections because he is pretty depressed right now. This is, I think, partially because of Lana. He's having some issues. He was laughed at and insulted and stuff. That might have been Lana, I'm not really sure. I'm going to try to have him spend time with Lana. Hopefully that helps, but I'm not really sure that it will. Okay, now we're at this bandit camp, and it's small enough that, well, there's 5, but I think that's small enough. We'll just go ahead and auto-resolve. And we captured 2, that's pretty good. And now we're going to go ahead, I think, let's say, what our mood is 99. So I think we're going to actually just keep this going, even though we're kind of like walking all the way back over here. We're going to attack we'll attack this one first. Attack that one, and then we can attack this one, and then that will probably be it for the episode. Okay, now looking at the mercenaries, we do have 2 Cadens. I'm only going to hire the lower level one for right now because the higher level one is just a little too expensive. We need to recoup some funds before we start spending anymore. But for right now, we'll just take the one that we can train up ourselves. Okay, and it looks like that peace agreement has finally expired with Canterbury, so we can go ahead and take them out. I think we'll probably just go straight home after this bandit camp, which we're gonna hop into now. And as soon as we get home, we'll go ahead and attack Canterbury. We may even do a sudden attack, although I may just go ahead and send Emma right now to demand vassalage. Or actually, not Emma. Lana, I guess we would have to send because of Emma going crazy. We'll have to just see in a second. And it looks like the bishop is going to try and start an uprising now. Oh no. We need to actually do something about that. Let's hope just having him and Harold spend a little time together. Wait. Yeah, I guess that's all we can really do. Yeah, we could praise, but I'm not sure if that will even help. Who's going to attack? I can't even see who's going to attack. So it won't give me any hover. London? I would bet on London. Honestly, it's probably London. So, yeah, I don't know. But we're going to go ahead and demand vassalage, and we can't send Emma. We could just send Harold. Is Harold better at... is it manners or persuasion? I think it's persuasion, right? Maybe it doesn't even count. Yeah, maybe it doesn't even really rely on that. We'll just send Lana to take care of it, so that Harold can stay home. Okay, so I think that is where we are going to call it. I wanted to wait for Lana to make it over to Canterbury, but then I would have to wait for them to actually give us the response anyways. So we're going to take that, and we may even just sudden attack on London. I don't think that we'll be able to do this at the moment without the matriarch hating us too much. Yeah, minus 20. And since we're already attacking Canterbury, they're going to be not so happy with us. So we'll probably just send Lana to do a make vassal attempt on London right after this. Between these two, they're really not strong enough to deal with us, honestly. One is only probably going to reinforce with like maybe half their army, if that, so we should be able to take care of these with little issues. But otherwise, we are doing not amazingly. At least we still have York. That was looking a little dicey before. And we took out some bandit camps, so let's see, what do we have? 1,000 gold, 13 prisoners. And if we can turn some of those back into our army, that would be pretty good for us. Let's actually see. Can't hire that other prisoner we have, I guess. But otherwise, yes, that is going to be it, and hopefully we are able to take over the rest of this region, and then we'll have to decide if we're still going to go for Venice or if we're going to attack Madrid first. Right now, it seems like it'll be better to take out Athens first because they are a little bit weaker, and Madrid is still very powerful. We'll just have to see. Madrid's at 75, Athens is at 52, so even though Athens is a little bit stronger, they are still a smaller force. But that's going to be it, so, as always, I thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Winchester, and as I mentioned in the last episode, it's hard to call this the Unholy Horde challenge anymore because the Unholy Horde was unfortunately defeated about 7 days ago, so unfortunately we didn't have a standoff with them, but you know, that is just how these early access sorts of titles tend to go. The way that it was balanced was originally for the old way that the map worked and everything, so they would spawn in a certain area. Whereas now there isn't really a designated area, so they just kind of spawn as far as possible away from the player so that the player doesn't get taken out immediately. But as we saw, it actually took a full 60 days and they weren't even able to get anywhere near us, and because of that, they disappeared. So I think that they should just remove that limitation, just make it so that the Unholy Horde never actually disappears all on its own and it has to be physically defeated somehow. You know, maybe you just defeat their invading army, or maybe they take over the areas that get taken, or get burned down, I guess, by them. But either way, in the last episode, we got York back, thanks to London taking York from Madrid. I think they did a sudden attack, and that's why Madrid, well, even if they hadn't done a sudden attack, I'm not sure Madrid would have actually been able to make it over in time. It's hard to say. But either way, it seems like London did do a sudden attack, and therefore there was not able to be any reinforcements. And so we were able to just quickly take it back from London, which was super nice. And now London and Canterbury are kind of our main targets right now. As you can see, London is trying to reinforce Canterbury, but it's only going to push them up to about 32 soldiers, it looks like, and that is not, I don't think that's enough to deal with our force. We are returning right now from bandit camps. We could go and attack this one on the way home. I think we're just going to leave it and let them grow a little bit. And this one is 4 for 100. That might actually be worth it, just because it's technically a stop on the way home, sort of. We'll go ahead and take care of that then, 94%. And in the meantime, we're just waiting for Canterbury to refuse or accept this proposal. And let's see here. So, wow, 153. I didn't know that I could keep going lower than minus 100, but it does. It just keeps going down. So London just hates us more and more by the day, which is quite funny to me. Now, one thing that we're having an issue with still is Harold and Lana are not fans of each other. Their relation, let's say what it exactly is. Minus 32 is his opinion of Lana, and Lana's opinion of Harold is minus 21. What we're going to do, I think, we have 51 rings, and Lana doesn't have a whole lot. Well, I mean, 21 is a good amount, but this late in the game, it's not really that much. So we're going to go ahead and have Harold reward Lana, and we're going to see if this can boost their relationship. Harold's opinion of her is not very good still, but she is starting to feel a little bit better about Harold. We'll do this again. We'll probably do it 2 more times just to be really, really safe. They're not prioritizing that because they're hungry. Okay, we'll let them eat. There we go. Don't contemplate, just go and reward, please. Okay, well, they're not listening. Okay, so we do have that battle ready, but before that, we actually are going to take a look again at our bodyguards. Previously, we had, I believe we had Canute with like 5 or something, but I didn't update this when Harold became the new monarch. So we're going to go ahead and raise this minimum combat level as well. We want him to have really strong bodyguards. We don't want him to end up getting killed. And we'll give just a few extra. We'll give 1 extra, actually, to Lana, and we'll just make it 5. So that she doesn't end up getting killed either, but she's not necessarily the priority. And then we'll go ahead and hit this camp, and we're just going to auto-resolve it. 1 dead, 1 escaped, 2 captured. That's actually pretty good. Considering those low numbers, I'm glad to get a couple more prisoners at least. And otherwise, it looks like they did get those reinforcements. Man, that is getting really annoying that you can't hover over these anymore. And you can't do it here, but I forgot that you could just look right here. So as you can see, London is actually going to attack our village while they're also dealing with this defense. So this is actually perfect. We're splitting up London, and what we might try to do is wait for this attack, and then once they get over here, we attack, take it out, and then we go and attack and take Canterbury, because then London will be basically zeroed at that point. They will have almost no forces left, and we can just quickly take them over, and we'll have this entire little southern region of the map all to ourselves. And we can just kind of looking, we do need to fix our relations still with Lincoln. Is there a way we can do that right now? I don't think so, right? I mean, we could give them a peace treaty, but if they decide to rebel, that could be an issue. We can't, so he's in Canterbury. That's Hepernoob. Let's see here, Lords, Hepernoob, and yeah. So we need that minus 25, but we can't really do that. The only way to do it is to give them a gift. Where's the gift? Where's the gift? I don't even see it here. Huh, how odd. Okay, so we can't even gift them right now. Huh. So the only way would be to start this peace treaty. And that would be 700, of course, which we don't really have. Okay, so Lincoln is probably going to be an issue. We're probably going to end up having to take them again. Or maybe they'll just try to rebel. Yeah, nobody can actually force them to neutrality. So they'll probably just try to rebel, and then we'll put down that rebellion. And that should fix things, sort of. Okay, so now Canterbury has refused our offer. And it looks like this attack is going into Highgarden. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna just set this to attack. And there's really no reason to add these forces in. No. We're just gonna do it now, even though we probably have an injured person or so. We're just gonna do it now. And see how it goes. And now just a little update here. I am continuing to try to force this reward to happen. It's not happening. I do not really know why. I guess they're just busy, but let's see. Alana's opinion is now only -5, and the other way around it's -18. So it's getting a little bit better. It's not perfect, but it is definitely a lot better. Okay, nothing special here, but it does look like Norwich and London are having a little bit of a dispute, so we can actually just support Teleron here, which of course we are going to do, and we'll send, do I want to send Lana or a messenger? I'm going to send Lana, just because she should have all of her inspections done. Yeah, she only has the 2 to worry about anyways, so we'll just send her to take care of that. And then I do kind of want even more rye. I don't think we really have enough rye. But I don't think anybody is really selling it nearby that we could actually buy from. Constantinople, no. I guess it would be, we already got Vienna's. We don't really need herbs. So how much are we getting? We're getting about 100 per day. Okay, so maybe we have enough. Maybe it's just all in our mill. Okay, so 94 there. Didn't we build a second one? Yes, over here. Oh, okay, yeah, there's a whole ton there. Okay, we don't actually need more. We're actually good. Is there anything we do need? Not really. Maybe just more hops. Is there hops here? There is not. Okay. Hops may be the thing that we try to go for next then. Hopefully if our relationship gets stabilized with Canterbury, we can actually do that. Well, let's go ahead and hop on into this battle. And it shouldn't be too difficult. Looks like one of our people is injured. Yep. Okay, just the one. He's very injured, but his gangrene is still 44 hours away, so nothing to worry about. Somebody lost their armor. They're not dead, but they did lose their armor. And we're not going to bother protecting Perilous. I don't really think it's very important. It looks like maybe we lost another armor, potentially. Maybe. But otherwise, everything went pretty smoothly. Captured 4. It doesn't actually give you any loot. That was always something I wondered, if they sent an army, and if you took their stuff, if that would count as loot. I know you do end up, it does actually go into your stores, I think. I don't remember if field battles work that way. We'll just have to see. Okay, so it does look like it increased our amounts a little bit. I don't think it gave us very much. I think it gave us like a few spears or something like that. But either way, look at the amount of axes we have. We are finally doing amazing there. We're just going to take that off completely, and we're going to go back to producing only swords. We don't even really need to worry about spears and maces. We'll just leave it how it is, though. Heavy armor, we'll just leave where it is. Everything else looks pretty good to me. And we do have this trader. It looks like since Lana's not here, we would have to send Harold. How long is it going to take her to get back? That's what we're going to need to see. Okay, so it's going to take her 2 hours to get back, or well, 3 hours to get back home, so the trader would be leaving by that point, and I do want to take a look at least if he has anything interesting. I'll just hold back like our prisoners and stuff, and our books that we could actually sell. Look at all those prisoners, that's amazing. But if we're going to buy anything, it would probably be these hops. And we're just going to go ahead and do it, and we'll buy the beer, and we'll buy... I think we are actually good on moonshine. So we're not going to worry about that. We're not going to worry about rings either at this point. And is there anything at all? Recruits? No. Protection? No. We don't really need... What's this one? This right allows the bishop to reconcile the chosen lord with all of their enemies. That could actually be useful, but very limited for us. Hammer of Bandits. Granting a mood bonus of +12 to all warriors during battles with forest bandits. Huh, that could actually... I mean, it would be a tiny little something. Hand-to-hand combat. Yeah, none of this is really interesting to me. Yeah, we'll just... So we would have to send them 550 now. Okay. Well, we're definitely not going to be doing that. So, okay, I guess we will just have to live without the the hops and the beer for a little while longer. Now, currently, we are just going to let everybody rest a little bit. Let's see how Paralos is doing. We'll use him as the kind of barometer here. Once he gets a little bit of sleep, and for some reason he is actually just sitting in bed or daydreaming or something. Now, Volodymyr is actually trying to escape. He might get himself killed here. Yeah, he did. That's unfortunate because it would have been nice to ransom him. But, you know, that's not our fault, really. Let's see, can we... Yeah, we definitely can't do that. Not surprising. Arden, they still hate us, yes. I would definitely love to see if it's possible to send Emma to get married and get a bride price for her, but it doesn't seem like it. Okay, so we are looking at our prisoners right now, and as you can see, there are a ton of them. We're only going to... It looks like all of them are hireable. They're going to increase our taxes substantially, for sure. But I think this is definitely worth it. Yeah, every single one of these, definitely all of these. Maybe we'll hold off on these ones just because an extra 39 taxes. This will definitely make the trader unusable entirely. And we could actually send some of them away. I mean, we have 3,400 gold right now. I'm not sure it's actually that important. And once we take over Canterbury and hopefully stabilize our relation with them, hopefully we can just send them swords, and that will definitely fix things for us. So... I don't know. I'm thinking, though, that maybe we'll hire, like, another Tanea. It looks like we are actually lowering our Caden composition pretty substantially already, so maybe we shouldn't. We already have some Varns. I didn't even realize. Maybe these guys are the ones who are Varns, potentially, so that might be what's going on there. I haven't been, like, considering, like, London was who we attacked, so we probably got a bunch of London... or a bunch of Taneas, and then we attacked Constantinople's bandit camps. That was probably mostly Macaw's, so on and so forth like that. So that is probably something I should start considering a little more strongly, but we now have 51 soldiers, so I think it's worth it. And our average is actually 8 in combat. So, taking a look really quick before we go and do this attack, we are basically... Wait, hold on. We are basically a little bit weaker than Athens. I'm actually thinking then maybe we do just hire these 3. It doesn't have the, whoops, I just screwed up because it didn't have the bandit icon anymore, so they are probably going to have a strong fear of death. But you know what? We're just going to deal with it, so we have 54 soldiers and an average of 8 combat. Not quite enough to solo Athens, which means we probably shouldn't attack them. But I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking I would like to have Constantinople. Or Venice. Or both. Venice is pretty weak. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to finish taking over Canterbury, and I think we are going to send a declaration that Venice is going to be our vassal. And we don't really care about the rest of this too much. We'll just probably end up sacking Athens. So it'll take way too much time to take all that over. So I want to just get our way over to this kingdom and see if they're strong. Like Madrid. If they're not, then we'll just go for Madrid and call that a game, I think. So let's go ahead. Is Paralos fully rested? Yes, he is. Okay, let's go ahead then and make ourselves an army. And we're going to do Paralos with Aouden, and we'll send some of our best warriors here, and we will send... We'll send enough. We want to keep some back for defense purposes, but we're going to send just enough that that we don't have to worry about losing many people. We'll send as many axes as we can, and that's quite a lot of them, actually. And otherwise, yeah, that's pretty good. 40 soldiers. I don't think they have a slight chance here. 64%, it says. We could have York and Norwich go with us, but I think 64, I think that's pretty good. I think it's fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, while we're waiting for that to make its way over to Canterbury, we have another unemployed. We're just going to go ahead and place down another... Maybe we should do a hop field this time. Get a little bit of hops going on our own. I don't think it can be placed anywhere else besides right here. Place that, and it's 20% fertility, so shouldn't really expect very much out of that, but it is something. And since we will have free workers, there's no point not to do it. Okay, it is time. And I did go ahead and reward Lana again. That other one finally went through, so that is good. We'll go ahead and jump on into this battle, though. There is yeah, not looking very good for them. We have 40 and an average of 11 combat. They are 31 and 8. And they don't have a very good mood either, so I don't think that this is going to take too much. We can probably get a lot of them to surrender. Hopefully, though, see how many archers they have. 12? Yeah, it's quite a bit. Alright, we'll just get through. And some of them are going to get burned, but that shouldn't be too big of an issue. We only lost 2 on the storming the gates. This is actually not going so well. Alright. We did lose some in that initial onslaught. The important part is if we can keep at least more than triple what they have on these towers. What are they doing? They're standing there. Okay. And take out this tower. Looking pretty good, actually. 26 still standing. It looks like the ones that went down are actually dead, though. That is the only unfortunate part. Okay, Perilous died. I don't love that. At least we do have Aorden, though, who can actually be another commander for us, so it is good that we decided to do that. But we are losing people right now. That is the only issue when you do these attacks in hardcore mode. It does seem like, with the walls and everything, it just seems like taking territory is very, very costly. Which makes sense. I like it. I like that as a mechanic. So we lost 13, 2 escaped. We lost Perilous, and now Canterbury is ours. Perfect. Now they are still minus 29. What we can do, though, we can immediately send them a peace treaty. And we're just going to do that immediately. And hopefully that fixes things enough that we can start this trade route for swords finally. Okay, and I didn't even think about it, but we also have one of their lords hostage. It looks like it's Ladivlad. And let's see, who is he exactly to Pelennor? Go over to there. I wish it was a little bit easier to see all of their relations directly. Yeah, they're not directly related, so. Let's see. Cancel this peace treaty really quickly. And see what the ransom is. 858. We may just go ahead and do that now, just because it will get us that plus 10 relation, so let's go ahead and do that now. Okay, so that was plus 10, and we're now at minus 14, which is actually really good. Now we can just go ahead and do the peace treaty. It will be 700 gold, but it is definitely worth it at this point. We want our direct neighbors, we want them to at least be mostly stable moods, and that is the case now. Perfect. Now, lastly, we can start this trade for swords, and hopefully it does not fall through this time. Perfect. Okay, so they're going to buy 5 swords from us for 618, which is 124 per item, which is still a pretty good deal. I think that is about the same as it used to be, so I'm happy. Now, what we're going to finally do, we don't want to tick off the matriarch too much, so we are going to just demand vassalage normally, and we'll have Lana do that. And we'll also do the same with Venice. And we'll have to send a messenger on this one. Now, in total, let's take a look. In total, it's going to be demand vassalage. It's going to be minus 18, it looks like, in total with the matriarch, so it is going to make our relationship overall negative, but we can deal with it. Now, we're not going to hire those prisoners this time. We're not going to make that mistake a second time. We'll wait for everybody to go ahead and get healed up, and then we'll attack whoever it is who refuses to become our vassal first. London has 17 soldiers. Venice has 20. So when Athens goes and actually reinforces, and depending on how many of these other guys do, it looks like Kiev might not because they don't like Venice. Vienna doesn't like Venice. Constantinople hates Venice, apparently. Baghdad does like them, though, so might get some reinforcements, but maybe not too much. Okay, unfortunately we are getting some desertion, but it looks like it's just the one who's only 4 combat, so it's not really the biggest of deals. But I did say that I wanted to separate who can drink ale and who can drink beer and who can drink flavorful ale. We do have all of these herbs, we need more hops though. But if we can get more hops, we could actually make flavorful ale and let the warriors drink it. but not let our regular peasants drink it. As far as the regular market goes, we're probably not going to do that because we don't even have a source of meat anywhere. But that could definitely be a way to boost our warriors, because their mood's only 45 right now. The peasants are 59, so they're a lot more stable. In order to do this, though, we need those hops. So I'm actually thinking these rye fields may not be the best idea. So we're going to go ahead and delete these. Oh, whoops, I think I just deleted a palisade. Yes, I did. There we go. And we'll do 2 hop fields here. There we go. That looks a lot better. Now, hopefully, even though that's only 20%, hopefully they will at least produce some hops. It's not going to be a lot, but if it can be just a little bit to produce more flavorful ale, we have all these herbs to use, so that would definitely be good. Now, otherwise, we've got these offers pending. Well, this London one pending. This messenger is heading over to Venice to start that one. So otherwise, I think that this is going to be where we call it for the episode. I'm going to check some of these bandit camps really quick, see if any of them are really worth attacking, and it looks like these 2 are. So maybe after we attack London, we'll go and hit those before we go and attack Venice. Let's also check our mercenaries, and they have not refreshed yet. So we'll be using Aorden for sure as far as commanders go. But otherwise, that is going to be it for this episode. I think we are doing pretty good. We also have bandit camp in our region now, so we're going to need to take care of that as well. But it looks like we are stabilizing for sure. We have 3,500 gold while also controlling almost the entire near region to us, to basically all of the states that are right neighboring us. So that is pretty good. And with a little more effort, we can surround this whole lake, I think, and pretty much cut off Madrid from anything useful. So that's going to be it for this episode, but as always, I thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Winchester. And before we get started, I would just like to ask, if you've been watching my videos for a while and have been enjoying them, consider subscribing to the channel and maybe leaving a like on the video as well. It really helps to grow the channel. And in the last episode, we managed to just about get done conquering the rest of the southern region here on the continent. All we need now is London, and we managed to finish taking control of Canterbury in the last episode, which means that we finally got this trade route going for swords. Now, one thing I did forget was that I said that I wanted to also get their hops. We don't have the amount of paper right now, and that is just because I sent a messenger over to Venice. So I could actually take this away, and then we could send Lana, I guess, would have to be the one that does the trades now. Send her to deal with Canterbury and make a trade there. I think that's okay. I think it's fine to do this. So we'll just go ahead and cancel that, and we'll send Lana, and that will be 30 hops per day for 3 gold. I think that's fine. And that'll use up our paper, so we will need to actually send Lana personally to go to Venice. That's all right. I'm okay with that. And another thing that we're going to do is we're going to immediately start by sending this attack on this bandit camp. Let's make sure everybody is mostly healed up, it looks like. So we'll go ahead and start this attack, and we want to send enough that we can go and deal with these 2 camps as well without causing any casualties. Those ones we're going to wait on, I think. There's one here we're going to wait on. Yeah, so it looks like we probably just want to send maybe about, I'm going to say 15 soldiers would probably be all right. We'll send a Auden, and we have 25 here, so we need to find some people to send back. Send these guys, and these guys. There we go, that's actually perfectly 15. Okay, and we'll send them with armor, and we'll send them probably with swords. Yes, swords. And that looks good to me. Now, the last thing, I haven't really been focusing too much on our barracks because, well, I tend to forget things. And we had, I think, before we lost soldiers, we had more than 50 soldiers in total. I think we lost, what, 13? So we probably had over the 50 that all of these barracks can actually house. So we need to go ahead and place one before we forget about it again. So we'll just place one here. And otherwise, I think that's about it. I do want to get this tavern set up for when we have more flavorful ale. Having an extra tavern for specifically our warriors. So I'm gonna go ahead and place that now. I don't know where I'm gonna place it, but I am gonna place it now. Maybe just over here. I mean, that's pretty far, but what I'll probably end up doing, because there's a whole section of houses here, we'll just make this one for peasants. And we actually have a warehouse right here, so they will carry the ale or whatever just from there. That's actually perfect. We'll place this one here. It'll be for peasants, and when it gets completed, we'll make this tavern for warriors, I guess. I mean, I'm not super pleased about the placement of that, actually, come to think of it. Okay, I'm gonna cancel. Let's cancel. And what we're gonna do, can we find a space right over here instead? Yes. Okay, this is a little bit better. The only issue now is I'm not sure that we would have any more room for another barracks if we needed. And I don't think that 60 soldiers is going to be enough for us. Let's take a look. Can we fit one more barracks here? No. Okay, we might just need to move these palisades over then. I don't know. I don't think we can move the palisades over another slot though. So let's see. No, we can't. So, this is an issue. This is definitely an issue. Yeah, I think we'll just have to deal with it. Maybe I can just make a hole in this palisade at some point and expand it just a little bit further beyond this rock, maybe. And then that should give us just enough room, I think. Hold on. Army, barracks. Yeah, and yeah, it looks like that will be fine. Okay, so that's what we'll do then. And in the meantime, we're also going to need another warehouse around here somewhere, because we don't want them having to carry the alcohol too far away, so we'll place that as well. Okay, so those are the three things. We're gonna start this one first, needs to be built first, the barracks. And otherwise, I think that is everything in this immediate area. We could start to upgrade this mine, because we only have about 600 left in it. And that will increase it by another 500. We'll go ahead and do that. It is quite spendy. I'm actually not sure if that's really worth it for 500 more iron when you think about it, because really, I mean, it is kind of worth it. 8 average, wealth or gold cost for the iron, and for wood it is 5. So I mean, getting almost double the amount of iron out of that wood is technically worth it, but I mean, we kind of have to do it. We can't really afford to run out of iron at this stage. We're going to go ahead and do that as well. Okay, and we started that trade route, so we're going to go ahead now, and we'll send Lana. Send her to demand vassalage here from Venice. Okay, and not sure what's going on here, but they just keep doing this animation. So I'm going to go ahead and disband, I guess. It looks like it's actually because Aouden can't move. Is this him right here then? Yes. He just passed out in the middle of the field. Okay, so we're gonna have to wait and let him get some sleep. I guess I should have checked that, but since he's not a lord, it's a little bit more difficult to actually check what's going on with him. Yeah, I can't even actually see right now, like, what his... Oh, there we go. Okay, so his sleep, yeah. Negative. So I'll need to see if there's a way that I can actually, like, find him quickly, but it doesn't seem like there really is, so... Yeah, that's going to be kind of a pain until we can get a new commander. Okay, now London has officially refused our offer of vassalage, so that means we are going to need to attack them. Are they attacking... Oh no, that's forest bandits are actually going to attack that village if we don't take care of them, which we are planning to do, but we need Aouden to actually get some rest first. This may have been a little, a little too bold to try to go for London and Venice when we also want to go and attack forest bandits. But I think we'll be fine. Now, it looks like... Is Salamut from London? No. Who's he from? Either way, he died. It's not really super important if it's... Yeah, okay, Salamut is the actual place, the ruler. Kenrick. That's probably not going to do anything for us, so we'll just ignore it. So right now, what we need to do... Why can't I click on anything? There we go. Groom to be married off. Can we send... Can't send Emma. She's in a state of... Okay, so we cannot send her because she is insane. Alright, well, at least now we know. Okay, so now Aouden does have about half of his sleeping bar. We're going to call that good because I think the commander will sleep sometimes on campaign. So this Camp of Forest Bandits is getting pretty strong. We actually need to for sure send a little bit more warriors. We're going to send maybe 20. 20 should be more than enough. I don't want to lose anybody. That's why I'm sending extras. For anybody wondering why I'm doing that. And we'll just send swords again. 68% looks good to me. Alright, and we're at this camp, so we're going to go ahead and jump on in. Probably don't really even need to, but we're going to all the same. Why are all these guys bloody already? That is a little strange. They all have slight injuries, actually. Huh. That may just be from the prior attack on Canterbury, maybe? This time we are going to need to go back to protecting our commander a little bit. Because we can't really afford to lose another commander at this point. Alright, and it looks like this is going quite well, of course. I don't think anybody lost their armor, which is good. And of course, no deaths, 300 in loot, and 5 prisoners, actually. That's quite good. Dara no longer has grievances. That is a funny thing for the game to say. They have absolutely no grievances with us whatsoever, as far as the bandit camp goes, at least. Alright, so now the next thing I think we're going to do, we're going to let our forces get home, and it looks like we are losing a warrior. Hopefully they weren't somebody good. And that's just because, even though we actually have a really good average mood right now, hopefully it will improve in time once we get those flavorful ales as well. But I think the reason that it's probably happening is just because they have injuries and stuff, and I think because some of them have that fear of death, once they also have injuries, I think that just kind of pushes things over the edge. But either way, we're going to hire these 2 prisoners right here, and it doesn't look like this is refreshed yet. No, it hasn't. Okay, so that puts us at a total force of 39, which is pretty good. And anyways, now that we got home, I'm going to let everybody rest again. I'm going to see if I can't find Aouden really quick. Seeing one of these home sleeping. Maybe not. Okay, I guess not. See, is that him? No. Okay, well, either way, once Aouden gets a little bit of rest, we're just going to go and attack London, I think, because here's the thing. If I go all the way over here and attack these bandit camps, then by the time I get home, I may need to attack London right away, and then it's possible that Venice will want us to attack them, and I just don't want to be going all the way over here and chancing that we become cowards for not attacking London in time. So what we'll do is we'll just wait. I think it would be fine, but yeah, I would rather go over here and attack all these camps at the exact same time is basically my thought process. I don't want to waste a bunch of time walking around in case of injuries and all that sort of thing. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to attack London first. Solidify our power here, and then we'll go over here and start attacking this. Potentially, we'll wait until we attack Venice as well. We'll just have to see. And on another note, they have another camp of forest bandits of 20. That's insane. They could just be using this to get a bunch of free money, but instead, they don't seem to actually care that much, so we will be taking care of that, and that'll get some nice gold for us. Okay, so the easiest way I have found to actually find a commander who you don't have as a lord or anything is just to put them in a empty army, and then they will pop up with that little flag over their head. So anyways, Aouden has plenty of sleep right now, so this is the best time actually. It's almost the middle of the night, but this is going to be the best time to send this attack. Now we could even just send York and Norwich to take care of this, just on their own, apparently. Is that a good idea? That might be a good idea. It will save us time so that we can just go and attack these bandit camps. And we don't really need whatever loot that London has. They're really not very strong. Yeah, I don't think that really helps us to actually attack them ourselves. For the support they have provided to you, your chosen vassals will be exempt from tax for 3 days. In total, you will be underpaid by about 1164. Okay, so that is kind of the issue. I didn't really realize that the tax thing came into play as well. I don't want to lose the taxes. Okay, we'll just attack them ourselves. I don't want to lose the taxes. So we'll go ahead, send Aouden, and we're going to send about... We want to definitely be ahead of them by quite a number. They have 16, I believe it was. So we'll send maybe 10 more than that. And we'll send all of our armors, and we'll send mostly axes. Alright, and that looks pretty good to me. 83%. Okay, and an update here on Lana and Harold. Lana now does actually like Harold just slightly, but Harold actually has a low opinion now of Lana. And we could probably just have them spend time now. We'll do that probably at nighttime, and I won't show it to you guys every time, but I'll just be trying to improve that relationship just a little bit more. Looks like they're still in the middle of praying, but he needs to actually get over to the Chancellery because we have some breakdowns going on. And on another note, Radisil is actually 17 years old, so he will become of age pretty shortly. He might even be able to study now. I think they can study at like 16 or maybe even a little bit earlier than that. Yeah, he can. Wow, he's kind of stupid, but hey, you know, you get what you get. Okay, now it looks like our trade agreement here with Rome actually fell apart. I think that's just because of time. I haven't been taking too good of a look at these, but I would actually like to get those herbs from them, so we'll probably restart that once we have some paper. And it looks like Venice is refusing to actually become our vassal, which is expected. Honestly, they are in a pretty strong kingdom as it is, so they don't have a lot of reason. But it looks like they aren't getting very much reinforcements, which is actually really surprising. Athens is just going to attack this camp of forest bandits, and I don't see any other troops out here on the board at all. So this should be super easy to actually take care of, and they're just dealing with this camp of 6 forest bandits. Is that really what they're doing? It looks like maybe, or are they going for a different one? Either way, they're sending 45 troops to deal with it rather than defending their vassal. I have no idea why, but hey, that is what they want to do. I'm gonna say go ahead and do it. And what's going on here? Somebody's going to attack this. Madrid. Madrid's gonna attack York again. We'll probably try to defend it this time, but it's gonna be difficult. Go ahead and jump on into this battle with London, though. And I don't think this is going to be too problematic. They have 12, and that means they've got, what, 10? 10 archers in their towers? Let's hope we don't lose anybody before we get through these walls. Come on now. Good. And we only lost 1 on the wall push there. How many are we going to lose here? Yugoslav died. Alright. Go ahead and pause because they don't like to actually go for the tower right away. Alright. Going pretty good. Hopefully those losses that looks like maybe all of our losses aren't full losses. Looks like, yeah, some of them are still alive, I think. I'll have to get a full assessment here in a second. So only 4 died. That's actually pretty good. And we actually captured 6 of theirs as well. So we'll get some nice tribute from them now. And they still hate us substantially. And there really isn't anything we can do except hope that they have a rebellion soon enough. And let's see. Is Madrid attacking yet? No. No. Okay. We'll need to keep an eye on that and see how much they actually send, because we do need to try to defend that. And is there any camps right here in this immediate region? I could just go and take this out instead of letting Athens, but I think we're just going to get home and go and take over Venice. That way if we do end up losing York, at least we aren't losing any vassal tax, and we aren't really losing any of our actual region, and we will also be getting closer to bordering with this kingdom up north. Okay, now we are home, and as you can see, a lot of inflamed wounds here, but we are super, super lucky that that particular attack actually did not cause us to lose a whole lot of soldiers this time. Aoudon is also in a bad state, but we do have these 6 medical cells. We have, what? How many is this? 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and maybe 12? Does this guy count? He's taking medicine now, so yeah, we have quite a bit. It may even be a good idea to just go ahead and buy 5, just to go ahead and do that. We'll have to send 900 now, which is unfortunate. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything we can really do. We're just gonna have to do it. We're going to go ahead and get rid of these books now, though, and all of these prisoners. We'll just get rid of all of them this time, even if some of these could be hireable. We're not going to bother with it, because we do just kind of need the money. We'll do that, and we're going to buy all this paper. We'll buy more holy rings, and we will... don't really need anything else there, actually. Yep, that's good. Okay, so we still have 4,500, which is pretty good. And we managed to get everything that we need, so everybody can heal up, and then we can go right back out on more campaigns. And looking here at our mercenaries, there's nobody that we can hire, so we're just going to have to go with what we currently have. And we have a vagabond with a prisoner. Now, I believe if I ransom this guy, that we can actually get a lump sum of money once we free him. So we're going to go ahead and do it. We'll just see what we actually get out of this. Okay, now, while we wait for everything else, we're waiting for Aouden to heal up, rest up, and all that stuff. He's still got those inflamed wounds, so he's clearly not taking his medicine just yet. And what we're going to do, do we need the herbs still? I don't actually know that we do. I think we'll just go ahead and see how this actually plays out. Preferably, let's see. We're trying to create medical salves, but it's just the creation of them is pretty slow. And we're still waiting on hops so that we can create more flavorful ale. And otherwise, yeah, I don't think we really need the herbs. It's really hops, and we can't buy those ones. We already got this trade route. I'd like to see how this actually helps us in time, because I think we're only like 2 days into it or something like that. Yeah, 2 days, so once we get a little bit more out of it, we'll go ahead and see. But I think we're actually okay. I bought all that paper, but I don't think we actually need to make a trade route just this second. We'll just hold on to it. It's always good to have. Yeah, I think everything else here is good, so we're just waiting for Aouden, and then we'll start taking out... I think we're just going to take out Venice while we have the chance before it ends up getting any kind of reinforcements. Okay, so mostly everybody has been healed up, so we're going to go ahead and start this attack here on Venice before anything progresses, and we're going to go ahead and send Aouden, of course. We're going to send... There is one guy left who has an inflamed wound. I don't know if he's healing up right now or what's going on there, but we're just going to send basically everybody else. Somebody may try to sudden attack us here. We'll just leave these few guys here just to hopefully stave that off. But it is possible that we will get attacked while we're out on this campaign. And that's just something that we're going to have to take the risk on. So we're going to go ahead. This is 42%, so we do need to add somebody here. And it looks like we're just going to have to... okay. These aren't the best odds here. Is this because... Is our mood low here? It is. Okay, we're going to wait a little bit more time then and let everybody kind of eat and, you know, try to be merry and everything, and then we'll send it. And hopefully with better mood, it'll be better odds. Okay, it's been a few hours, so we're going to go ahead and try this again. And same forces, same about weapons and everything. We don't need that many swords. There we go. And do we have enough armors now? Okay, just like that. There we go. Now let's see. This is a little bit better. Hopefully it is. Hopefully it is. 51%. Alright, so we are going to have to send a couple of our allies. And we'll just send as many of us we can. 63% is what it's saying. I don't love it. I think we're going to do it. Okay, and on another note, Radisil has become a lesser lord finally. So he is now 18. It looks like the main things he's good at are management, trade, and persuasion. He's also got good manners, which will actually be pretty good, because if we somehow outlive Harold here and have to play with Radisil, we will probably need to play a little bit on the diplomacy side and just manage our vassals. So this is actually pretty good in my opinion. And we're going to have Harold just grant him his title. Okay, so here we are at the trader, and there's not a lot we can do, but we do have enough tribute that we are just getting free money now from the trader, which is actually really nice to see. We'll sell this prisoner that we have, and we actually have a ton of coal. It may be worth it to just start selling a little bit of this, because we have been stacking it for kind of a while, actually, and nothing else really jumps out at me as something, maybe just the bows. Yeah, and we'll keep some of this. I haven't been using them. No matter what, I just never seem to end up using them, so it may be kind of a waste, but we're just going to keep them for the moment. We'll buy some beer. We'll buy some flour. and the paper, and that's pretty much all we really need at this point. Yeah, at this point, there's really not a lot that we need from the trader anymore. And Lana is actually pregnant again, which is quite nice. She is, this is going to be her third child with Harold, so I'm very, very happy about that. And for some reason, the FPS has absolutely tanked. I have heard that this can happen, just late in the game, but I don't understand because we haven't got a ton of peasants, really. So I don't really understand why this is happening. It seems fine until I speed things up. So I'm going to try to do as little of that for your guys' sake as possible. But otherwise, yeah, we'll just have to kind of deal with it. Okay, some good news here. Well, some slightly bad news. Radisil got himself beat up by Teleron. But otherwise, we have this guy, Silivlad, and he's got strong combat and strong command skill. So even though he's Macaw, I think we're going to hire him. We'll hire him, and we'll immediately grant him a title, I think, so that we can have a landed commander. Okay, so Madrid is planning to annex York, and as you can see, that is 76. There is no way we can actually meaningfully defend that, so it's gone. York is gone. But hopefully we can get them back again. It's going to be difficult. We really need to, I don't know, we need to find a way to weaken Madrid. They are looking extremely, extremely difficult to deal with. Last look here at the mercenaries before we get over to Venice. And we're going to hire this guy. We'll hire this guy as well. And how is our composition looking? It's not looking too great. But I think we're just going to have to deal with a little bit of negative penalty here. And we're going to take some extra people. We're not going to take any of those other ones. Just that guy with 16 combat will definitely be quite useful to have. Now watching this battle, and it's obviously not going well. Yeah, obviously they conquered it. Hopefully they don't try to go for Lincoln next. They might, though. They might. Okay, and here we are over at Venice with 47 total soldiers. They have 29 in total. They have a pretty good average combat skill as well of 11. We also have 11, so this could be very, very difficult, but hopefully we're just gonna let them maybe go ahead. Will they listen to me? They will. Okay, that's good. So we'll go ahead, click one at a time, and get them all going over there. Get going, guys, and hopefully this works out. They don't have a lot of archers. That is actually very good for us. I was a little bit worried about that, but it looks like, why aren't they listening? Why aren't they going? Get moving, fellas. And we don't need to protect Aouden anymore because he's going to have a new boss, so to speak. There's going to be a new commander in town. And hopefully... Ooh, this is not going great. We lost several people, but now, okay, now they're collapsing. That's good. And we'll send our squad to just go take out these towers now while they clean up that last little squad. If they die, you know, that's a sacrifice I am willing to make. And are they chasing? Not really. Okay. Aren't you guys listening to me? Oh, man. Oh, this is not going well at all. Oh, that is severe losses. Very, very severe losses. Will they at least listen to me and go over here? Okay. Yeah, that was... Even for what we've dealt with in this series so far, yeah, that was pretty severe. That was like 2/3 of our squad. Hopefully they didn't all die. Okay, 10 died. That's not bad. That is not bad at all. Okay, I thought it was a lot worse than that. And it looks like York trade agreements all fell apart. That is kind of to be expected. Okay, so we took over Venice, and our kingdom looks a little bit different now. So we don't fully have the southern region anymore. However, we do have Venice, which means we are now connected to Prague, and they are actually buying axes. I believe they are not better to sell than swords. They are not. But it is a chance to maybe make another trade route at some point down the line. But I think that is where we are going to call it. Let's see if we have any other mercenaries really quick. No, of course not. And yeah, we just have Madrid to deal with. I don't know, they had 76 soldiers and now they only have 63. I guess they must have lost quite a bit against York is the only real answer. Yeah, I think they went with 76, I believe, and now they have 55 in this army. And they didn't really get a lot of loot out of it either. So I think that this may have actually been a bit of a blunder for them to go and try to take York from us, because now they are weakened. Now if we just kind of turtle in for a little bit, build our forces, take out all these bandit camps, build up some extra money, you know, create more weapons, that sort of thing. I think if we do all of that, we can actually go toe-to-toe with Madrid now, finally. And it'll be even better if we try to attack York, maybe, and then they send like a small amount of reinforcements. That'll make it easy to take control of York and burn a little bit of their soldiers at the same time. So I think maybe the one last challenge of the series is getting a little bit easier by the day. But we'll just have to see. So, as always, I thank you very much for watching. I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Winchester. And I don't know if you guys can hear it, but there is a fire sound. I believe it's coming from here at the temples, and they are actually quite loud even when you're zoomed out. I don't know if that's on your side as well. It is just a little bit loud. It's not too crazy, but hopefully that doesn't annoy anybody too badly. If it does, I can turn down the sound effects from this episode on. But anyways, so basically, in the last episode, we took over Venice, but York got taken again by Madrid, and this time we probably will not have anybody coming to our rescue on it. Yeah, the only thing I could see is because this kingdom in the north is now directly bordered with Madrid. I think they were before, when they had this whole thing united. But now they are united again, kind of, and potentially they could have a bit of a fight or struggle somewhat with Madrid. Maybe they will want to take Rome, potentially. Does look like there's a burned village, so that probably is from this kingdom, I would imagine. I don't know who else would have burned it. Maybe it was just this individual city, but I kind of doubt that. I wasn't really paying attention to them. But anyways, so where we're at right now is that I think we're going to need to rebuild our army. Actually, what's going on? Why do we have 4 warriors? Is that not counting? Do we have somebody still out on campaign? Yeah, it's not counting these guys. Okay. So what does it say here then? Okay, and it looks like they, updated this whole screen as well. I know they updated, yes, they updated the character screen, and I have to say, wow, just looks so good. It looks so much better on the screen. It doesn't look like they really updated much else, but they did get rid of the character needs screen, which could be good or it could be bad. Now, the reason they got rid of it is because you're not going to have to micromanage everybody's needs quite as much. Like, they will deal with their sleep and things, and it'll only affect them if they are like really sleep deprived or really starving and things like that. But also, it's kind of just nice to have, right? Like, why take that away from us? You could even just like kind of hide it, maybe like put it in this screen and just make it like a tab down here that you could click into. Just like, okay, is this guy like really upset about something? I would like to see that, rather than it's just going to show you now on their mood if they're like really depressed about something. So I can see the good and the bad on that. But let's take a look now. So at the Chancellery, auto assignment: when constructing a new building, its manager will automatically be appointed a clerk from this Chancellery. Okay, that's actually pretty good. But it looks like, so is it the same amount of clerks? Looks like it, and the same amount of buildings can be managed, so it looks like it as well. So I'm not too sure what this actually changes, but it does look like you can actually choose the exact amount of builders and servants now. I think the servants was automatic before. So it looks like you can pick the exact amount. We'll pick 3, because we do kind of need the jobs anyways. And this screen also changed, so now you can see the exact amount of workplaces instead of, it was before showing how much unemployment there was or extra jobs. Now it's just in one single little tooltip here. So if it's a positive number, it represents unemployed, and if it's negative, then that's how many available jobs. So right now we have 17 unemployed. I don't know why that is. It should not be that way. Okay, so it's probably because these need to be repaired. That makes sense. Okay. Is there anything else new that's going on around here? Everything else looks fine. It seems like they changed the backgrounds on these, maybe. They seem like a little brighter or vibrant. And our priest, is this the same priest? Did they change our priest on us, maybe? I don't know, he doesn't look exactly the same. I know our last one died and we changed, but he doesn't look the same as the one from the last episode exactly. Either way, so our heir now is Radisil. He is not doing too well. He is actually very upset. He's been insulted, few rings, shame for sins. Okay, so he's not doing great. Otherwise, basically what we're going to have to do, we're going to need to, once again, kind of rebuild our army and things like that before we can actually make a push into any more territory. We may just take Prague. It's solo. We have a decent enough relationship with them. The only issue is the matriarch is already upset with us. We don't really want to lose the trader if we don't have to, because we do have a good amount of taxes coming in. So I would like to continue to make good use of that. However, where else are we? Like, what else do we have going on? I probably need more rye, potentially. I know I mentioned that in the last episode, but decided against it. London obviously hates us, so this is going to be an issue. Lincoln also hates us. York now hates us. So that's an issue. Yeah, so I'm not going to make you guys watch me rebuilding the whole army over and over and over again. So this episode probably will be skipping through a lot of stuff. If anything super important happens, I will let you know, such as anything to do with the update, for sure. But we're going to be rebuilding our army, and then we will be getting back to some more warfare. Okay, everyone, it has been, I think, about 2 days. I think I left you guys at day 73. It's now day 75. We've gained a little bit more money. We've gained a little bit of peasantry. I don't know why it says -6. Oh, that's for the work. Oh, okay, that shows you the workplaces right up there. Okay, so that is actually quite nice. We gained a little bit of warriors. The main reason for that was we had these prisoners that we took from bandit camps, and I just made them into warriors. So now we're almost back up to 40 warriors, which is pretty good. But we're having one major thing, which is London is trying to uprise. And now I believe it was saying that Lincoln and Venice might join them. I'm not too sure if that's the case now, though. But either way, we are going to have to suppress this rebellion. So it is going to be time to actually attack them. Now, it looks like we can bring Lincoln and Venice into this, as well as Canterbury. I'm actually thinking we'll leave Canterbury and we'll bring Norwich. So that's already 57%, without even having to really lift a finger. But we are going to bring Silvlad. And one other thing, we don't have a good relationship with Silvlad, so I actually can't give him a title, which is rather unfortunate. Hopefully I will be able to fix this in time, but we are just basically going to bring almost everybody, and hopefully nobody tries to suddenly attack us during all of this. That would definitely not be very good. We'll get rid of all these swords, and I guess we do need to make more axes. I didn't even realize, so we're going to have to bring some of our swords. And this is a decent army. I don't know how this would do if we were going solo, so I am glad that we are going to bring some of our vassals here. Is this good? I think that's fine. So it will take us a little bit of time, but this should be alright. We should have no problem with this rebellion. And then we will be getting back to more bandit camps. I basically took care of the eastern side of the map already. Yes. And it looks like this whole place actually became one big kingdom, and it is actually led by Bebbanburg. So it is not, the king is not Uhtred, son of Uhtred, but that is Bebbanburg. He's got Kattegat, he's got Florence, he's got Dublin and Prague all under his control, and that's a pretty cool looking kingdom to me. And I do wonder, so Bebbanburg has only 42, so actually this is not a very strong kingdom. It's decent. At least all the vassals are relatively strong, but I don't think that they can actually manage to take out Madrid if they actually decided that. The only thing that's helping them is that this particular part of the kingdom is not that strong, so it would take some time for Madrid to actually reinforce it, so maybe they could do like a sudden attack from Florence. Something like that maybe would actually potentially work. Okay, here it is. They are all assembling. They didn't bring, I thought they had a few more. Actually, no, hold on. I think these guys only had 6, and then plus their commander. So they're actually bringing pretty good force. They have 2 swordsmen. These ones, let's see, what did they have? They have 3 crossbowmen. Okay, that's not really too great. 2 crossbowmen. Yeah, if this was like a defense, that would be pretty good. I don't think that those crossbows are going to do a whole lot here. But, I mean, it is something. It is something. We're having a little bit of issues. Who's Dorina? Oh, we have another child. Okay. That's right, I forgot that Lana was actually pregnant. So, now we have a daughter, it looks like. So, I'll just have her educated by Harold. That's okay. Now we have 3 children. And, also, Felomir over here, he's become a teenager, so we could have him learn if that was something that we were inclined to do. At the moment, it's not. But, our squad is heading over to London, and we should be suppressing this rebellion with relatively small amount of, issues. We have doubled their numbers. We are going to have some casualties, as we tend to do, during these sieges. But, you know, that's something we're going to have to deal with. I have no problems with it at all. We'll go ahead. Let's actually should we send them first? Yeah, because some of them were trying to join this rebellion, potentially, so I would actually like them to lose as many little forces as possible, so we'll send them just a couple of seconds ahead, really. They're going to hopefully burn things for us. Pretty much they did, okay. And then we'll just... Everybody else needs to just charge. Charge on in. Oh, try to stay in the back on this. I failed. Okay, well, this is going to be some heavy casualties on our part, but hopefully not too bad. It is lagging just a little bit here. Actually, quite a bit. But, you know, we'll have them actually go after this tower, just to speed things up a little bit there. We're actually doing pretty good, though, all things considered. Alright, we'll just do 2 speed. Why are these guys just standing over here? Please go over here. And you as well, there we go. Now this should be it. Now, it looks like we lost a lot of forces, but I think, hopefully they're not actually dead. There are some that are just kind of wandering around, so maybe that... They never like to actually go after the squad right after they take the tower down, which I really don't like. I wish... I mean, you already clicked on the squad. They should be targeting that squad, but they really don't. Now, it is taking a minute to actually... Okay, pop up. So we lost 7 and 2 escaped. That's not too bad. We killed 18 of theirs, and we only captured 8. So we actually wiped out quite a bit of their capabilities here. Let's see what it actually shows on them. Yep, totally zeroed, of course. And how did Lincoln and Venice? They fared pretty well. Alright, well, that is basically going to be it for that rebellion, so I will get back to you guys once we have something else new. Hello everyone, Editor Cinepride here, and I just wanted to go over a few things here with you. So, in the editing process, I had noticed that even though I said that I was going to be skipping over a large part of the plot aspects, like the smaller plot aspects, I actually ended up just commentating them anyways, and I'm not really sure why. I mean, I did skip a lot, but I still basically was commentating a lot of things that were rather unnecessary. And in so checking into this and deleting some parts, in the past part of this video from before this, you may notice some weird quirks in the commentary. It's possible that it seems like I'm referencing something that didn't actually get shown, and that's just because I decided to delete those aspects. Now, also while I was editing, I did notice that the series had actually gone on for a while, and I actually decided to look at it, and it seems that the entirety of this series would not fit into the maximum video length that I'm currently allowed to upload. I think it's 12 hours. It could be longer. I know some people are able to upload like one-day videos, but I don't believe we're able to do that because we are not fully monetized on this channel yet, so I think that 12 hours is actually our maximum. I'll have to test this at some point, but I'm pretty sure. Now, usually this wouldn't matter to me. I don't really care so much about the YouTube backend stuff. I prefer to just make a good experience for you guys. But when these two things align, it just makes sense to kind of rethink what we're doing and everything like that. So basically from here, we are just going to be fast tracking towards the end. And we don't have a whole lot of time, so I don't want to take up too much time going on a tangent here, but basically I do want to explain a couple of things that I decided to cut out. So basically, we had I think I'm leaving in the London rebellion. I think I am leaving that in. However, Venice got attacked by Bebenberg, and they decided to attack us despite the fact that Madrid was actually attacking Florence. And I don't think Bebenberg was going to be able to defend, but they did try to defend Florence anyways. So they defended Florence and they attacked us, splitting up their army, and because of that, they went from, what, 42 or something soldiers down all the way to 19, because, yeah, they just got wiped by both of us. So that was pretty dumb of them. Additionally, we are attacking Constantinople. Well, we're going to be. We decided to demand vassalage from them, and we're probably going to try to take Baghdad as well. Athens right now is fairly strong, but they are only sending like 20 or so soldiers. So in total, there are 41 here. We don't have quite enough to deal with it. So what we're probably going to have to do, we're going to have to send, I think we're going to have to send probably Norwich and Venice at least. And maybe like, oh, Lincoln. Lincoln has a good little army that we can bring. So that'll be, we'll have to see. Anyways, that's the main point, is that Constantinople will be our next target. And then also we had a daughter, Darina, daughter of Harold. And yeah, that is basically the main things that have happened. So basically we are going to be skipping a lot of time again. And hopefully this time I will actually remember to keep skipping. We are running low on some things like iron. Our iron mine is completely gone. I may attack some bandit camps just to get some extra money, because I'm probably going to have to pay the trader. Hopefully our vassal taxes will actually cover some of it. But anyways, we are going to get back to it, and we are going to be fast-tracking to the end. Our last goal is to take over Madrid. We're going to throw everything that we have at them at some point, and hopefully we can just burn them to the ground, and then everybody can be free. Everybody in this area can just become free. So that is what our last little goal is here. Oh yes, and one more thing. So Silvlad, he is hated right now by Harold. So we actually went ahead and hired Tiramina. She is not quite as good at combat and command as Silvlad, but he has the benefit of not quite being hated by Harold, at least not yet. Yeah, it's minus 20, but it's not nearly as bad as Silvlad. Silvlad was potentially going to be murdered by Harold anyway, so I needed to pick up at least a backup. So that is what Tiramina is doing here, and hopefully we can find somebody even better so that we can just let her go. I wouldn't mind buying more rings, so we'll see how it goes. Okay, so it has been a while, and I did just want to update you guys. I think it's been something like 7 or 8 days. As you can see, we have Prague now in our kingdom. Basically what happened was Bebenberg decided stupidly to attack us, and it was kind of annoying, so I went ahead and took a look around, and actually all these villages that are now burned actually produce iron, and we lost our iron mine, and I wasn't able to start a trade route for iron because basically we don't have good enough relation with anybody who does produce it. So what I did was I made Prague a vassal and went ahead and raided these villages, and that got us a nice little bit of iron that we can use to produce more axes. I've also decided to stop producing swords for the trader at all, because basically money is kind of almost useless for us except for to buy mercenaries and otherwise just manage our city, because we are not able to do the trader anymore. I think I owe them like 7,000 gold, and I don't want to pay that. So another thing interesting that happened was both Athens and Madrid actually had their ruler die, and once that happened, a rebellion sparked, and both Athens and Madrid had their rebellions take out a pretty sizable amount of their forces. Athens is rebuilt, but Madrid basically hasn't. So the goal now, once we get back home, I am going to take care of some more bandit camps, and then we're going to start pushing in towards Madrid. We're going to take York, then Paris, then Salamut, and then we will take over and burn to the ground Madrid. Hopefully before they're able to rebuild, so that we don't have to spend too much forces on it. And trying to count, so that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I think our city counts, so 10. We would only have 10, and I think you need 13 to become an empire. So we will probably be skipping that this playthrough. But we will be, hopefully soon, taking over Madrid. Okay, everyone, so I think it is time. I'm going to have you guys watch all of this. I'm going to just quickly kind of go through it. Basically, we're going to take out York, Paris, Salamut, and make them all into vassals, and then we will burn Madrid to the ground. Now, as you can see, we have 91 total soldiers and an average of 7 combats, so this should be relatively easy. York has 30, Paris has 29, Salamut has 24, and Madrid has up to 60 now, actually, so maybe not quite so easy. But they aren't too strong, and we are just going to be throwing ourselves full force at them, so including our vassals, I think we should be okay. We're just going to go ahead now, and we are going to force them to become a vassal. It's not going to let us send any of our vassals with us, apparently. I'm not really sure why that is. But we'll go with Tiramina, and we're going to send pretty much everybody, so this is going to take a second. Okay, so that did just take a minute because a lot of these people did not have weapons, and we don't have enough weapons. I'm currently trying to produce a little more axes right now. But since we were out of iron for a while, it's been a little tough. But as you can see, we have 53 total people, and that should still be enough to take care of York at least. We may have to hold back temporarily on pushing through Paris and Salamut, but hopefully we can just take care of this. As you can see, 73%. So I'll get back to you once we are over there for the attack. Okay, so we've made it over to York, and we're actually just going to auto-resolve this and just see what happens. Looks like they are dying rather quickly. I don't know if this is an issue with the auto-resolve since they added the city walls and everything, but definitely I don't think we could have gone through that with only 2 deaths. Okay, so unfortunately Tiramina actually had her contract expire, and as well as that, Emma actually died. So that's a little unfortunate as well, but I guess we'll have to go with Aouden for the rest of this campaign, so we're going to go ahead and set them to make vassals. Still can't send any of our vassals on this, I'm not sure why. Yeah, I don't really know why that is. So we'll have to send Aouden, and we're going to leave behind these injured fellows. That looks good. Now, send all of our armors, send as much weapons as possible, and make vassals. So it's saying 62% this time. Okay, now here we are at Paris, and you can't see it, but Madrid actually went over to attack Rome, so they may be adding them into, back into their kingdom, but they sent 50 of their soldiers to do it. So Madrid is actually quite low on soldiers. As you can see, there's only like 12 or something here. So if we can somehow get Salamut in time and quickly make our way over to Madrid, we may actually be able to sack their capital before they even get home. But they had an 8-hour march from here to here, so it's probably like 16 hours to get back home. I'm not sure if we can do it in time. We'll just have to see. We're going to go ahead and try to auto-resolve this one and just see what happens. It looks like the tide is maybe turning on us a little bit here. Maybe. Possibly. Oh, okay. Now they're starting to drop. Okay, their mood is completely down, so that should be... Yep, that's over. Alright, we're just going to go straight for Salamut, and I don't even see... Are they in Rome right now? What happened? Oh, they're right there, okay. So they're in the middle of that battle. That's why they sent so many, look at that. They actually have a sizable force in Rome. We'll go ahead and now go for Salamut over here. Gonna be the same thing. 70%. Okay, so here we are making it over to Salamut, and as you can see, it's going to be 18 hours for them to make it back to Madrid at this point, and it's probably only going to take us like 3 hours to get over to Madrid. So sending that army to attack Rome may have just killed them. We'll see how this auto-resolve goes first, though. And it's looking like our mood is pretty bad, but theirs is dropping much faster. Yes, it is. Okay. And we only actually had 4 escape. And that gives us Salamut, and now all we need to do is go and burn Madrid to the ground. Now, it may seem like I am trying to speed through this, and I kind of am. I'm actually going on a little bit of a vacation, and I did want to just go ahead and cap off this series before I head out. But also, like I said, I didn't really want to go over that 12-hour mark, so I am kind of just speeding through, getting this done. I think we had a good time on the series already. So, you know, I'm not too worried about it. We're just gonna go ahead and take these guys out. Should not be much of an issue at all, actually. I mean, it looks like we are actually dropping several people. But we still have 26, so I think that's all for them. Alright, and go after this tower now. 16 left. It's actually getting a little dicey. Quite a bit dicey now. Just under 2v1, or 2v1 basically. And it looks like it may end up becoming a 1v1. Yes. Okay. Okay. It looks like we're just gonna barely make it out of this alive, so fighting Madrid at full strength definitely would have gotten us killed. That lost us 21. We plundered 2,600, and Brecken and his noble family is now a part of history. So we could actually send somebody to resettle this. We'll send Velimir. He's actually our second child. We'll just send him to do that, and that is going to be it. So, quite an interesting series, of course. Unfortunately, you know, I have to complain that finally I got to try the Unholy Horde challenge, and they kind of just ruined it. I mean, they kind of just ruined it. I think they took out, what, like 3 cities or something, and then they just kind of didn't do anything for the rest of the game, and then they just disappeared. You know, I know a lot of people thought that it was too difficult earlier in the development, but I thought that this was kind of lame to just make it have no point whatsoever. Now I guess Marauders are going to attack our city. But yeah, so I am going to be taking a little bit of a break from Norland for a while. Well, as far as gameplay series, I do intend to actually bring out a couple of guide kinds of videos. Like, well, you guys will see in the future. So basically that'll be maybe the next month or something, and then I will be finishing the Game of Thrones series. I have decided to back away from Kingdom Come 2, just because nobody really seems to actually be watching them, and honestly, for other reasons that maybe I'll make a video about at some point, it did kind of start to become a little frustrating to actually play once you make it to the Kuhnberg region. I feel like they went bigger and bolder, but didn't really have the gameplay to actually back a lot of that up. So I probably won't be making more Kingdom Come videos at this point. But we'll see in the future. I'll definitely be continuing the Game of Thrones one. And otherwise, that is going to be it for this series, and of course this episode. So, as always, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time.